This is the must-watch fantasy anime of the year. Within just 15 minutes of airing, its online popularity exceeded 300 million views. This is Solo Leveling, an incredibly thrilling fantasy anime. In a world where everyone's level is predetermined by birth, the protagonist Jin Woo is granted the ability to level up infinitely by the system, but he refuses to be manipulated by the system. Kills it with his own hands, and becomes the great Shadow Monarch among the 9 great rulers. With a wave of his hand, he can summon the Shadow Legion capable of destroying the world. However, at the beginning of the story, he was merely known as humanity's weakest hunter. 10 years ago, portals connecting to other dimensions suddenly appeared on Earth. A small number of humans awakened abilities and became hunters. And hunters could enter dungeons through these portals to obtain magic crystals. Even a magic crystal from a C-rank magic beast is worth more than 60,000 gold coins. Jin Woo also successfully awakened his abilities, but he was the weakest E rank. And from that day on, he seemed cursed. No matter how simple the dungeon raid was, he would always get injured and hospitalized. Although he hated this dangerous profession, to pay for his mother's expensive hospital bills, he could only work as a hunter who traded his life for money. Today was the day he and his companions agreed to raid a D-rank dungeon. After everyone assembled, they entered the dungeon. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the dungeon, Jin Woo broke his leg from a simple fall. His friend Juhi immediately healed him, and asked with concern why he didn't give up being a hunter. Jin Woo could only awkwardly use boredom as an excuse to hide his poverty. Meanwhile, after his teammates' bloody battle, the magic beasts were quickly eliminated. Jin Woo also received an E-rank magic crystal. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, they unexpectedly discovered a double dungeon. Through investigation, they could confirm there was a boss inside the dungeon. Once they chose to raid it, they had to defeat the boss to exit through the portal. At this moment, Captain Song, blinded by greed, didn't want to report to the association. He wanted to privately raid the boss for the reward, so he had everyone vote on whether to go or not. With Juhi abstaining from the raid, the vote was now tied 8-8. So Jin Woo's final vote decided everything. At this moment, he thought about his mother's hospital bill due this month, and he had no savings left. So Jin Woo chose to continue the raid for his family. On the way to the boss room, Jin Woo kept apologizing to Juhi. After hearing this, Juhi looked at Jin Woo kindly, saying she didn't mind the result at all. "If you really want to apologize, how about treating me to a meal after we get out?" Jin Woo blushed and agreed to this request. At the same time, the team also reached the door to the boss room. Captain Song was about to push the door to check, but unexpectedly the door opened automatically. The lights inside the room also suddenly ignited. After entering, they discovered this was an abandoned church. The stone statues around gave off an eerie and terrifying feeling, especially the one in the center of the church, which looked spine-chilling. During everyone's exploration, no magic beasts were found. At this time, a stone tablet with inscriptions caught everyone's attention. It listed 3 commandments. First, worship the god. Second, praise the god. And finally, prove your faith. Those who violate these commandments will not leave here alive. Just as Captain Song finished reading this sentence, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. The door had closed by itself. At this moment, a big guy couldn't stand it and wanted to leave. But the moment he touched the door, a stone statue swung its axe toward him. The D-rank hunter died instantly. This sudden scene filled everyone with fear. The terrified Jin Woo turned to look behind him, and was shocked to see the largest statue glance at him. And a ball of light began to gather. In his urgency, Jin Woo immediately told everyone to get down. As soon as he said this, the statue fired a laser at where everyone was standing. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Jin Woo tackled Juhi. Otherwise, she would have been completely vaporized by the laser. As the statue's first wave of attacks ended, many people died under the laser. Even the strongest Captain Song lost an arm. According to Captain Song's guess, the largest statue was an S-rank boss. However, the statue had now stopped attacking. But suddenly a man stood up, rushed toward the door in one step. Just as he was about to reach the door, a golden light flashed from the statue's eyes. Then the man's upper body was consumed by the golden light. His death made everyone even more terrified. At this time, Jin Woo discovered what all the dead had in common. They were all standing before they died, and the statue's attacks all seemed to follow certain rules. Suddenly, Jin Woo seemed to think of something. He turned to look at the stone tablet behind him. That's right. The content recorded on the tablet was the key to their survival. The first rule, worship the god. And the god of this room should be the largest statue. So Jin Woo slowly stood up and began testing the statue. Sure enough, when he stood to a certain height, the statue's eyes began to glow. Realizing this, Jin Woo quickly bent down to dodge. He could confirm that the statue would only attack those who stood to a certain height. Understanding the meaning of the first rule, Jin Woo immediately had everyone bow to the statue. Everyone followed Jin Woo's instructions. After seeing everyone bow to him, the statue smiled eerily, and all attacks stopped. Just when everyone thought they were saved, the statue began to shake violently. It actually stood up in front of everyone, and raised its foot to stomp on them. Faced with the attack, everyone could only dodge. Jin Woo shouted to everyone at this time. The rule for this stage should be what's written on the tablet, praise the god. Hearing the word praise, a church janitor confidently stepped forward, praising the statue before them as sweet as honey, but after hearing this, the statue smiled even more eerily. Hearing the praise, Jin Woo looked at the janitor in horror, because all his praise was for other gods. In the end, the janitor was stomped to death by the statue, and everyone began to scatter and flee when splattered with blood. However, the danger at this moment wasn't just the largest statue. The statues around the temple would also attack everyone. The fat guy who was hit by a statue was instantly cut in half. Jin Woo kept thinking about how to praise the god, but those things in front of him were clearly demons. The fleeing crowd kept having people hit by weapon-wielding statues. Just then, Jin Woo saw some statues holding musical instruments. It seemed that so far, the instrument-wielding statues hadn't attacked. So Jin Woo had everyone seek shelter with the instrument statues. Sure enough, when Captain Song stood in front of a statue, the statue began to play. Seeing this, Jin Woo also pulled Juhi toward a statue, but the statue in front of them didn't start playing. Could it be that one statue could only protect one person? So Jin Woo pushed Juhi toward the statue, and went to find other safe spots by himself. Soon, he identified a target. As the statue's foot was about to land, he slid underneath with a slide tackle. However, unexpectedly, the statue in front of him wasn't holding an instrument, but a shield. Immediately, the statue raised its shield and smashed it towards Jin Woo. Jin Woo was severely injured by the attack, but his will to survive still made him crawl forward. Just as the giant foot was about to step on him, the statue in front of him began to play. At the same time, the largest statue also stopped attacking. Juhi anxiously ran to Jin Woo's side to check his injuries. She immediately noticed Jin Woo's right leg was broken, so she quickly activated her ability to heal him. But even with all her strength, she couldn't stop Jin Woo's bleeding. 17 people entered the room, but now only 6 remained. 2 of them were seriously injured. At this time, the statue that had stopped attacking suddenly extended its arm in a starting position. At the same time, an altar rose from the ground. Jin Woo told everyone this should be the final stage. That is to prove one's faith. Hearing this, Old Wang immediately summoned his long sword, threatening Captain Song to go sacrifice himself. After all, he was the one who led everyone into the room. Finally, Captain Song also dragged his broken body to the altar, but the statue didn't attack him. Instead, a flame ignited behind him. It seemed the altar wasn't meant for sacrifice, so Jin Woo had everyone send him to the altar as well. It turned out that for each person who stepped onto it, a flame would ignite around the altar. After confirming it was safe, Jin Woo had everyone enter the altar. The moment everyone stepped into the altar, the ground began to shake violently. At the same time, blue flames ignited around the altar. With a loud bang, the previously closed door suddenly opened by itself, but no one dared approach the door. Everyone feared there might be unexpected dangers behind it. Just then, all the previously still statues began to move. Everyone watched the approaching statues, not knowing what to do. But soon, Jin Woo discovered something strange about the statues. As long as you kept staring at a statue, it would stop moving. After learning this, everyone stared at the statues without daring to blink. However, unexpectedly, one woman had an emotional breakdown. She ran straight toward the door, and left the room under everyone's gaze. The moment she exited, the door closed a little. But according to Jin Woo's guess, the open door was a trap, giving people a false hope. And the so-called proving faith meant that under fear and threat, facing sweet temptation, one could still prove their faith. However, the hat-wearing man thought this was all Jin Woo's speculation, so he abandoned him and left the room. With their departure, blind spots appeared. If one more person left, everyone would die. But at this time, Old Wang, thinking of his family, began to have a mental breakdown. He dropped his weapon and ran toward the exit. This escape plunged Jin Woo into despair. His departure would kill everyone present. Captain Song looked at the door about to close. He decided to stay behind. He wanted to give the hope of survival to Juhi and Jin Woo. So he told Juhi to take Jin Woo and leave. But at this time, Juhi had exhausted all her strength helping Jin Woo heal his injuries, and lost the strength to stand. This meant Juhi couldn't take Jin Woo away. Finally, Jin Woo made a decision. He decided to stay behind and let Captain Song take Juhi away. After saying this, he began searching in his pocket. He gave the E-rank magic crystal to Juhi. I said I'd treat you to a meal, take this, and go eat first. When I get out of here, I'll ask you for the change. But Juhi refused to leave Jin Woo alone, so Captain Song knocked her unconscious, then carried her toward the door. As the door completely closed, the last glimmer of life in Jin Woo's eyes also disappeared. He picked up the sword Old Wang had left behind. Even if he died, he would take someone down with him. At the same time, all the statues walked up to him. They raised their weapons and launched an attack on Jin Woo. The speed was so fast he couldn't react. The spear instantly pierced his heart. As the statue pulled out the spear, Jin Woo lying on the altar gradually lost focus. Memories of his life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Just as the statue was about to swing its blade at Jin Woo again, Suddenly, time in the entire room stopped. At the same time, a pop-up appeared in Jin Woo's mind. Notification, conditions for hidden quest completion met. Then a accept quest window appeared. If he refused, he would die on the spot. Finally, driven by his will to survive, Jin Woo chose to accept. At this moment, his entire body radiated golden light. Under this light, all the statues turned to dust at this moment. Then, a become player notification appeared in Jin Woo's mind. It wasn't until 3 months later that Jin Woo woke up startled in an unfamiliar environment. Just as he thought this was all a dream, at this moment, his room experienced an earthquake. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a desert, and a pop-up notification said he had to accept punishment for incomplete quests. At the same time, a giant centipede magic beast appeared behind him. His punishment task was to survive 4 hours while being hunted by the magic beast. Looking at the centipede's gaping maw, Jin Woo unleashed all his potential and began to run. During these 4 hours, he constantly hovered between life and death. Just as the centipede was about to devour him, the survival task was completed, and Jin Woo was instantly teleported back to the hospital room. Only then did he understand that everything that happened before wasn't a dream. Then he collapsed from exhaustion. The next day when he woke up, Jin Woo received his daily quest. He began running frantically through the hospital like a madman. After yesterday's experience, he could confirm that what he saw wasn't an illusion. His previously broken right leg must have been healed by this pop-up system. At the same time, completing daily quests would also give attribute points and rewards. He felt like he was being controlled by someone. Today's quest completion reward was a dungeon key. He immediately prepared to investigate. However, the moment he entered the dungeon, his escape route was sealed behind him, and a pop-up notification said, only by defeating the boss or using a return stone could he leave. He looked at the eerie tunnel, and could only cautiously explore with trepidation. Suddenly, a strong putrid smell hit him. He turned around and saw a wolf opening its bloody maw to attack him. Fortunately, Jin Woo reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack. However, when he saw the wolf's appearance clearly, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from the shadow of the double dungeon. Just then, the wolf launched its attack first. Jin Woo narrowly dodged, but he noticed his body had become very agile, and he felt like some power was awakening in his body. Therefore, he used all his strength to punch the wolf in front of him. Jin Woo was instantly shocked by his own power. An E-rank hunter like him could actually send a wolf flying with one punch. However, the wolf wasn't killed by this punch. Instead, it frantically attacked Jin Woo. But barehanded, he couldn't deal fatal damage to the wolf. At this time, he remembered that old Wang's sword was in his backpack. He directly drew the sword and slashed at the wolf's head. This strike cut the wolf in half. With the wolf's death, his level also increased. But Jin Woo didn't have time to rest. 2 more wolves were attracted by the smell of blood. Jin Woo immediately swung his sword to meet them, but was bitten by a wolf on his sword. But Jin Woo felt his strength continuously increasing. With a little effort, he killed the wolf. After killing 3 wolves, he still hadn't obtained a return stone. But as his attributes improved, he also unlocked skills. To get out, Jin Woo continued deeper into the tunnel, constantly killing the wolves blocking his path. When he had killed 1,000, he obtained the title Wolf Slayer, and the sword in his hand was about to break. Through constant battles with magic beasts, he could feel himself getting stronger. Finally, he reached the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, Jin Woo felt a sinister aura blowing toward him. But to leave, he still resolutely walked forward. But the moment he stepped into the room, the ground began to shake violently. Then, a huge tail swept toward him. Hit by this strike, Jin Woo flew out like a meteor, crashing into the wall before stopping. At the same time, his only weapon also broke. When Jin Woo came to his senses, a 30-meter-tall Serpent King appeared before him. It should be the boss here. The Serpent King instantly attacked Jin Woo. Jin Woo also gripped his broken sword and slashed at the Serpent King. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't pierce the Serpent King's scales. While the Serpent King's attacks grew more fierce. Continuing like this, Jin Woo would surely die. He was constantly whipped and tortured by the Serpent King. The Serpent King's tail sweep sent him flying again. However, Jin Woo still tremblingly stood up. He wasn't willing to die here like this. Then, he charged at the Serpent King again. As Jin Woo was continuously knocked away, continuously brutalized, the power contained within him finally broke free from its restraints. His strength value shot directly up to 48 points. Then, Jin Woo grabbed the Serpent King's vital spot. With brute force, he crushed the Serpent King. With the Serpent King's fall, 2 items dropped. A paralyzing short sword made from poison fangs, and a vial of poison with side effects. Just then, the space suddenly began to shake violently. The surrounding environment also changed to look like the real world. Jin Woo dragged his weary body toward the surface, but just as he exited the station, he felt a powerful magic beast aura. Sure enough, not far away, a boss-level magic beast had invaded the real world from a dungeon. At the same time, many hunters were engaged in fierce battle with the magic beast. However, this hastily assembled team couldn't pose much threat to the magic beast. At this time, Jin Woo saw a familiar figure in that team. It was Juhi, who had been taken away by Captain Song earlier. It seemed those who left before didn't die. But looking at Juhi's condition, she seemed to have not recovered from her fear yet. To help those people, Jin Woo raised his broken sword, then concentrated all his power into his wrist, and threw the broken sword at the boss magic beast. This strike directly broke through the magic beast's defense. Then the magic beast's body began to crack. The hunter team saw the magic beast's abnormality, and seized the opportunity to give it a fatal blow with all their strength. Finally, the magic beast died under everyone's siege. The team captain immediately noticed the broken sword that had pierced the magic beast's defense. He quickly picked up the broken sword and asked the armed team members, "Who threw this broken sword?" But by the time he turned around, Jin Woo had already left. After returning to the hospital for several days, Jin Woo began training frantically. Overnight, he became a muscular man. Even his height increased by 30 centimeters. It seemed these were all side effects of adding attribute points to strength. If he continued to increase strength, he might turn into a gorilla. But Jin Woo still chose to add all attribute points to strength. After recovering, he had just gotten home when he received a call from his landlord demanding rent. So he immediately went to find a raid team to make money. However, the team before him didn't even have a healer, and he could sense a hint of killing intent from the leading captain. Sure enough, the moment everyone stepped into the dungeon, those hunters showed evil smiles on their faces. Jin Woo immediately had an ominous feeling. At this time, someone discovered a cave full of magic beast corpses. Everyone curiously walked into the cave. Suddenly, they were all stunned by what they saw. There was actually a mine here, but above the mine, a spider boss was sleeping. So Captain Hwang Dong-suk had Jin Woo and the rich kids stay here. They were going out to get equipment for mining the mountain. But as they were leaving, Hwang Dong-suk showed an evil smile. Then, he attacked the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, Jin Woo and the others' escape route was blocked. Just as Jin Woo suspected, those people wanted to use them as sacrifices. The huge explosion woke the sleeping spider. It angrily attacked Jin Woo and the others. After seeing the spider's reach, Jin Woo calmly walked toward it. He wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength. The spider opened its bloody maw and charged at Jin Woo. Jin Woo also drew his paralyzing short sword and rushed forward. In just one encounter, the spider was wounded by the paralyzing short sword. The paralysis effect made the spider's movements pause. Jin Woo seized this opening and charged at the spider with his blade. The spider that came to its senses quickly used its 8 legs to block. Jin Woo's short sword constantly collided with the 8 legs. For a moment, he and the spider fought intensely. Jin Woo discovered these 8 legs were extremely powerful with no blind spots for attack. At the same time, its skin was so hard that the paralyzing short sword could barely cut through. So, to kill it, he needed to use the short sword's special ability, which was to bleed the opponent to death through the bleeding effect. So, Jin Woo gathered his strength to charge at the spider, but just then, the spider's mouth suddenly glowed green. Then it spat out highly corrosive sticky fluid. Fortunately, Jin Woo reacted quickly and dodged this attack. If hit, he would instantly turn into blood water. In that case, he could only continue to increase his speed, activating the sprint skill. At this moment, Jin Woo moved like lightning, appearing before the spider in the blink of an eye. Just as Jin Woo was about to swing his blade at the spider, his body suddenly stopped mid-air. It turned out that activating the skill had pushed his fatigue to the limit. The spider also seized this opportunity to attack. The attacked Jin Woo felt like he'd been hit by a plane, sinking deep into the ground. Seeing this, the spider leaped to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical moment, Jin Woo used the daily quest reward he'd saved for several days, status recovery item. In the blink of an eye, Jin Woo was fully revived, and charged at the spider with lightning speed, stabbing into the spider's eye. The paralysis effect activated. Jin Woo took the opportunity to continuously stab the spider. Finally, the bleeding effect triggered. As time passed, the spider finally died from blood loss. Jin Woo also leveled up 3 times as a result. The rich kid beside him still hadn't recovered. He looked at Jin Woo, who seemed like a demon. His body couldn't help but tremble. Then he became Jin Woo's fan and started doing mining work. However, the exit exploded again. Hwang Dong-suk and others had returned to clean up. They looked at the dead spider before them and began discussing. They thought it was the rich kid Yu Jinho who killed the spider. So Hwang Dong-suk wanted to recruit Yu Jinho. They told Yu Jinho to kill Jin Woo. This would make him an accomplice, and it was his only way to survive. However, unexpectedly, Yu Jinho raised his weapon in front of Jin Woo. Seeing this, Hwang Dong-suk and others launched magic to kill them. At this time, Jin Woo suddenly received an emergency quest to eliminate the people with killing intent before him. As the explosion ended, Jin Woo was covered by collapsed rocks. But at this moment, his expression suddenly darkened. Since the system uses me, then I can also use the system. Jin Woo walked toward everyone like a demon. I ask you, as a hunter, are you prepared to be hunted? The brown-haired guy thought Jin Woo was just being tough, so he put his arm on his shoulder to assert dominance. But the next second, the short sword appeared at his throat. After a muffled sound, The brown-haired guy went to hell. The hunt officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Woo emanated intense killing intent. The long-haired man saw the situation was bad and launched wide-range magic at Jin Woo, but he had no intention of dodging. He charged at the long-haired man while taking the attack, directly dismembering him. Then Jin Woo killed one person every 10 steps. Those C-rank hunters had no resistance against Jin Woo. In the blink of an eye, they were killed until only one remained. Hwang Dong-suk also showed terror after seeing his subordinates die. To protect himself, he immediately unleashed his full power. He believed that with Jin Woo's exhausted body, it was impossible to break through his defense. So he launched the first attack on Jin Woo. But facing the attack, Jin Woo still chose not to dodge. He raised his palm to block Hwang Dong-suk, then slammed him hard to the ground. This strike left Hwang Dong-suk unable to move. He looked at Jin Woo, who seemed like a demon, and began begging for mercy. However, Jin Woo looked at him coldly and cut off his head with one slash. Completing the quest, Jin Woo gained a killing intent skill. But what he didn't know was, at this time, a man in a neighboring country woke from his dream. He sensed his younger brother's aura had disappeared. The Hunter Surveillance Department also received news of Hwang Dong-suk's death. And among the survivors of this C-rank dungeon was Jin Woo, who had experienced the double dungeon incident. This news greatly surprised the Surveillance Department chief. Jin Woo and that man's brother? This matter is really concerning. One day, Jin Woo suddenly discovered that drinking 99 bottles of pesticide daily wouldn't kill him, simply because he had a system that could automatically detoxify. After learning of this ability, he immediately remembered the poison vial with side effects in his backpack. He swallowed the poison in one gulp. Sure enough, the system automatically neutralized the poison's side effects. Therefore, Jin Woo gained physical damage immunity. And today's daily quest also gave him an S-rank dungeon key. So, he immediately prepared to investigate. But as soon as he entered the dungeon, he was shocked by the apocalyptic scene before him. However, he currently had a return stone, so he could venture deeper into the dungeon without worry. Soon he saw a massive creature ahead, a red-named Hell three-headed dog. The Hellhound charged at Jin Woo with its bloody maw the moment it saw the intruder. Jin Woo also drew his paralyzing short sword to meet it. He didn't expect his Wolf Slayer title to work on dogs too. Continuous attacks made the Hellhound howl in pain. It had no power to fight back under Jin Woo's attacks, so Jin Woo used his killing intent skill to finish it off. However, hell creatures had too strong resistance. The killing intent effect couldn't harm them, and it made the Hellhound go berserk. The Hellhound frantically pounced on Jin Woo. He dodged while stabbing the paralyzing short sword into the Hellhound's eye. But unexpectedly, the berserk Hellhound couldn't feel pain. It directly activated its second head to bite at Jin Woo. Unable to dodge in time, Jin Woo's right arm was bitten, and he was thrown 100 meters away. The attack Jin Woo's stamina dropped drastically, but he managed to save his life with his persistence skill. Seeing the Hellhound pounce again, Jin Woo immediately used a recovery effect. The fully revived Jin Woo barely blocked the Hellhound's attack. Then he used all his strength to throw the Hellhound away, immediately stabbing the short sword into the Hellhound's eye again. He fought the Hellhound for 14 hours using his speed advantage, finally wearing it to death. Unexpectedly, just one guard dog made him level up 4 times, and he also got the Demon Castle key. But Jin Woo didn't want to open the castle gate, because with his current strength, entering the Demon Castle would be certain death. However, as soon as Jin Woo returned to the real world, he received an emergency quest. In this quest, he met an acquaintance. It was Captain Song, who had experienced the double dungeon together. Not only that, the other team members were also survivors from that day. Juhi looked at Jin Woo in disbelief, excitedly shedding tears. But before they could catch up, mocking voices came over. They were the other participants in this dungeon, and their identities were all vicious criminals. At the same time, the last to get off the vehicle was a B-rank hunter, the purple-haired surveillance officer responsible for guarding the criminals. However, looking at his back, Jin Woo felt an ominous premonition. After entering the dungeon, those criminals killed magic beasts like madmen. Soon the magic beast minions were all slaughtered. However, when continuing deeper, everyone discovered there were 3 paths ahead. Jin Woo instantly sensed the location of the boss room, so he decided to take the left passage with Captain Song. Hearing this choice, the purple-haired man gave Jin Woo an evil smile, though it was only for an instant. Jin Woo noticed his small expression. Finally, everyone chose to split up, but Jin Woo had barely walked forward when screams came from behind, so Jin Woo and others immediately returned to check. But when they reached the destination, they were all shocked by the scene before them. All the hunters had been knocked down by the purple-haired man. Even old Wang, who had once teamed up with them, couldn't escape his clutches. Jin Woo stared at the purple-haired man full of killing intent, asking why he did this. But he didn't answer. Instead, directly launched an attack on Captain Song. In an instant, Captain Song was severely injured. Just as the purple-haired man raised his blade to finish off Captain Song, Sung Jin Woo rushed forward to block this strike. The purple-haired man felt the threat of death from Sung Jin Woo's eyes, so he retreated repeatedly. But soon he laughed excitedly, because he could confirm that Sung Jin Woo was a second awakener. But the purple-haired man wasn't panicked at all, because combat experience in the hunter profession was also very important. So he launched the first attack on Sung Jin Woo. However, to his surprise, Sung Jin Woo easily blocked his attack. And Sung Jin Woo's gaze made his blood run cold. So he had no choice but to strike at his opponent with full force. Sung Jin Woo immediately swung his blade to counter. But the purple-haired figure suddenly vanished before him. Under full power, the purple-haired one moved like lightning. Soon, Sung Jin Woo couldn't keep up with his speed. Just as the purple-haired one was about to strike him, Juhi quickly activated her buff skills. Swift Spell and Amplify Spell were both cast on Sung Jin Woo simultaneously. Now, both fighters' speeds were instantly balanced. Their weapons clashed continuously, seeing that the battle remained deadlocked. The purple-haired one threw his short sword toward Juhi. Upon noticing this, Sung Jin Woo immediately used his body to block the attack. However, despite taking the hit directly, he wasn't injured. It turned out the system had automatically activated and issued a quest. Coming to his senses, Sung Jin Woo immediately assumed an attack stance, then charged toward the purple-haired one. At the same time, he used his dash skill. This explosive speed caught the purple-haired one off guard. Soon, the purple-haired one couldn't defend against Sung Jin Woo's attacks, and a cut appeared across his face. The injured purple-haired one fell into a frenzy. His figure suddenly disappeared before Sung Jin Woo. It was a stealth skill. Unable to see his enemy, Sung Jin Woo could only endure continuous attacks from the purple-haired one. Soon he was severely wounded and collapsed. Seeing this, the purple-haired one revealed himself, ready to show Sung Jin Woo how strong he was. However, what he didn't expect was that Sung Jin Woo's wounds instantly healed. Then he swung his blade toward the purple-haired one. The purple-haired one dodged the attack and once again vanished into darkness. But now Sung Jin Woo could easily catch the purple-haired one's attacks, and he directly activated his killing intent skill. Instantly, the purple-haired one's feet felt as if they were trapped in a swamp. He felt as though he was facing a demon. While he was panicking, Sung Jin Woo's short sword pierced his heart. Before dying, the purple-haired one unwillingly asked about Sung Jin Woo's level. Hearing this, he replied with a cold expression, "If I told you that I get stronger with every battle, what level do you think I am?" The purple-haired one was literally killed by anger upon hearing this boastful statement. Sung Jin Woo then pulled out the short sword from the purple-haired one's body. Unexpectedly, there was a white light glowing at his heart. It was actually a rune stone with stealth abilities. After collecting the rune stone, Sung Jin Woo successfully completed the dungeon. However, just as they exited the dungeon, the blonde section chief from the Hunter Surveillance Division blocked everyone. His purpose was to investigate the death of B-rank Hunter Purple Hair. Just as Sung Jin Woo was about to confess, Captain Song took responsibility for the incident. However, the blonde chief didn't make things difficult for Captain Song after learning the truth. Instead, he advised Sung Jin Woo to take his family and leave H country, and warned him that he was already being targeted by Hwang Dong-suk's brother. That man was an S-rank hunter, Hwang Dong-suk. This statement greatly surprised Sung Jin Woo. He had to become stronger before that person came looking for him. Just then he received a phone call. It was Yu Jin-ho asking him to meet to discuss important matters. After arriving at the destination, Yu Jin-ho got straight to the point. He was planning to establish a hunter guild. But before he could continue, Sung Jin Woo immediately declined. He didn't have time to play hunter games with some chaebol's son. Just as Sung Jin Woo was turning to leave, Yu Jin-ho mentioned generous compensation, and pointed out Sung Jin Woo's current awkward situation. As an E-rank hunter, no team would choose to party with him. But by joining a strike team, this problem could be perfectly avoided. Yu Jin-ho's words undoubtedly struck at Sung Jin Woo's heart. So Sung Jin Woo casually asked, "What benefits would I get?" Yu Jin-ho immediately handed over the prepared contract to Sung Jin Woo, and after he saw the specific compensation, his pupils contracted sharply. He never expected that Yu Jin-ho would hire him with a building worth 200 million, and he only needed to help him clear 19 C-rank dungeons. With such generous conditions, he had absolutely no reason to refuse. However, Sung Jin Woo still made one request. Have Yu Jin-ho pay for some filler hunters to open the gates, while only the two of them would actually clear the dungeons. Just as those filler hunters were discussing where to collect their rewards if they died, Yu Jin-ho hurriedly ran out of the dungeon. The hunters saw his disheveled appearance and thought he had fled, but the next second, they showed expressions of terror, because the gate had closed, which meant the boss had been defeated. Yu Jin-ho excitedly looked toward everyone, telling them to gather at the next dungeon entrance. Today's mission was to clear 3 C-rank dungeons. At the same time, within the White Tiger Guild, they discovered that C-rank gates in their territory were selling for 1.5 million. After investigation, they quickly discovered Sung Jin Woo's team. This news immediately caught the greasy-haired man's interest. So he ordered everyone to investigate information about Sung Jin Woo and Yu Jin-ho. After all, Sung Jin Woo had emerged unscathed from 3 deadly incidents. So according to his speculation, Sung Jin Woo must be the legendary second awakener. Therefore, the greasy-haired man decided to personally assess Sung Jin Woo. At this time, Sung Jin Woo was clearing monsters in a dungeon. As his blade rose and fell, the C-rank dungeon's monsters could only become experience points for his leveling. As his level increased, he gained more and more practical skills. But then, an urgent quest caught Sung Jin Woo's attention. It was a job change quest issued by the system. Meanwhile, the greasy-haired man arrived at the entrance of the dungeon they were clearing. But he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw that all the strike team members were actually eating, drinking, and having fun. Through inquiry, he learned that only 2 people entered each dungeon raid. This news excited the greasy-haired man greatly. He was certain that Sung Jin Woo was a rare super hunter. At this time, Sung Jin Woo and Yu Jinho also emerged from the dungeon, and he told Yu Jinho to cancel all of tomorrow's dungeons. As soon as he finished speaking, the greasy-haired man approached Sung Jin Woo. He invited Sung Jin Woo to the White Tiger Guild headquarters, then said that their White Tiger Guild would invite him to join at twice Yu Jinho's price. However, Sung Jin Woo felt nothing upon hearing this. How much is the White Tiger Guild building worth exactly? For you to make such an offer? This question greatly surprised the greasy-haired man. The current market value should be around 300 million. So you're saying you'll give me this building? Yu Jinho offered me a building worth 200 million. If you're offering double, giving me the White Tiger Guild building probably wouldn't be enough. The greasy-haired man was shocked upon hearing 200 million. Such a large amount was beyond his authority. He needed to discuss it with the guild's higher-ups. However, Sung Jin Woo turned and left after hearing this, and he suddenly entered stealth mode. The greasy-haired man's face was instantly cut. You were investigating me behind my back, weren't you? Faced with the threat of death, the greasy-haired man admitted to this. However, Sung Jin Woo calmly appeared before the greasy-haired man, stating he didn't want his affairs known by more people. At the same time, he knew that the White Tiger Guild currently had no gates available for new hunter training. So he began negotiating a deal with the greasy-haired man. He could sell them the 3 C-rank gate reservations he held, 2 million each. However, this price far exceeded what the greasy-haired man could afford. C-rank gates were worth at most 1.2 million. But after saying this, Sung Jin Woo said it was a deal. The requirement was 3.6 million, transferred immediately. At the same time, he took out a red potion and poured it into the greasy-haired man's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his face healed. This made the greasy-haired man even more convinced that Sung Jin Woo's strength was unfathomable. Stealth abilities of an assassin plus healing skills of a healer. This was a profession type that had never appeared in history. At this time, the departing Sung Jin Woo also received a call from Yu Jinho, who had already received the money from selling the gates. The greasy-haired man who returned to the guild was nearly driven to death by anger, because their region had abundant C-rank gates, and prices were all under 60,000. The greasy-haired man trembled with rage. Not only did he fail to recruit Sung Jin Woo, but he was also scammed out of over 3 million. At this time, Sung Jin Woo was alone heading toward the job change dungeon. However, what he didn't know was that, the moment he stepped into the job change dungeon, the real game was just beginning. Igris is the most loyal knight. He has guarded the empty throne alone for 3,000 years. Any creature that disturbs the throne will be slain by him. But now Sung Jin Woo's first job change quest was to defeat him. However, the killing intent emanating from Igris made Sung Jin Woo's blood run cold. Before Sung Jin Woo could react, Igris swung his great sword at him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to dodge disaster. If hit, his head would definitely be separated from his body. Sung Jin Woo took advantage of the moment when Igris retracted his great sword to stab toward his heart, but his full power attack couldn't even pierce the armor. At that moment, Igris swung his sword towards Sung Jin Woo again. The power of this sword directly split the ground in half. Luckily, Sung Jin Woo leaned back to dodge it. Then he stepped back to distance himself from Igris. Looking at Igris, who surpassed him in all attributes, Sung Jin Woo put away his short sword. Since he couldn't pierce the armor, he could only engage in close combat. However, after seeing Sung Jin Woo's actions, out of chivalric spirit, Igris also thrust his great sword into the ground. Then he removed his cape. He then quickly charged towards Sung Jin Woo. Igris grabbed his throat and threw him out with full force. Sung Jin Woo, struck by this attack, flew out like a meteor, only stopping when he crashed into the stone wall. Before he could react, Igris's fist struck toward him again. This punch directly broke through him and the wall behind him. Fortunately, Sung Jin Woo defended in time, only dislocating his arm. As the smoke cleared, Igris's figure appeared before Sung Jin Woo again. Blindly defending definitely wouldn't defeat his opponent, so Sung Jin Woo used his dash skill, instantly rushing to Igris's front. However, the quick-reacting Igris struck with an elbow toward Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo quickly raised his arm to block, but at this moment, Igris changed his attack pattern, throwing a punch toward him. Sung Jin Woo, who met the punch head-on, was forced to retreat repeatedly. Then, Igris swung another punch at him. This punch triggered Sung Jin Woo's death-defying passive. Igris grabbed his ankle, punching him in the abdomen. Sung Jin Woo, who took the hit directly, was like being hit by a plane crashing into the stone wall. Then he fell onto the throne. This scene enraged Igris greatly. Disregarding chivalric spirit, he picked up his great sword to execute Sung Jin Woo. At this critical moment, Sung Jin Woo put on the knight's gauntlets and caught the great sword. Then, he summoned the paralysis short sword, taking the opportunity to stab it into Igris's eye. Igris, struck by the short sword, fell into brief paralysis. Sung Jin Woo grabbed Igris's body, charging toward the stone wall behind, then continuously stabbed toward Igris's head with the short sword. As fatal strikes were repeatedly triggered, the red light in Igris's eyes also extinguished. At the same time, Sung Jin Woo received notification of the knight's death, and obtained two incredible rewards. One was a helmet that could reduce physical damage. The other was a rune stone that could remotely control weapons. Just as Sung Jin Woo was collecting his rewards, a huge black hole appeared behind him. The job change quest was just beginning, and the task was to survive under the siege of monsters. Immediately, countless armored knights emerged from the portal. Sung Jin Woo immediately activated his stealth skill, hoping to persevere through invisibility. However, unexpectedly, there was a mage behind the knights who could see through stealth. In an instant, the knights swung their swords toward Sung Jin Woo. He immediately counterattacked, directly sending the knight flying, then activated his killing intent skill. All enemies affected by the killing intent fell into a weakened state for 1 minute. Sung Jin Woo seized this brief time to continuously kill knights, but no matter how fast he killed, the knights would endlessly revive. As Sung Jin Woo kept getting hit by knights, his health was continuously decreasing. Sung Jin Woo grabbed the return stone, wanting to leave. But just as the return stone was about to take effect, a sledgehammer struck towards Sung Jin Woo, forcibly knocking the return stone away. Sung Jin Woo was also knocked to the ground by this strike. All the knights rushed forward at this moment. He was continuously beaten down by the knights. Just as the knight's greatsword was about to strike Sung Jin Woo, a pop-up appeared indicating failure to complete daily quests. Then Sung Jin Woo disappeared before the knight's eyes. When he woke up again, he found himself in that familiar punishment desert. Unexpectedly, the punishment quest had saved his life. The punishment zone lifted the restriction on opening the shop. Sung Jin Woo immediately bought potions for recovery. Then he decided to spend the 4 hours of punishment, leveling up by killing centipede monsters. Only by becoming stronger could he pass the job change quest. Soon, the centipede monsters in the desert were wiped out by Sung Jin Woo. All his abilities had qualitatively improved. He also spent all his money to buy a Night Killer short sword. This way, he had enough confidence to pass the job change quest. At the last moment before leaving the punishment zone, Sung Jin Woo used that ruler's hand rune stone. When he returned to the job change dungeon, the knights had already reached several thousand. Sung Jin Woo raised his short sword and charged at the knight army. As he killed more knights, he noticed something strange. Despite facing so many enemies, he felt no experience gain whatsoever, and the mages never attacked. Could it be that all the knights before him were summons? To confirm his suspicion, Sung Jin Woo charged toward where the mages were. Then he threw his short sword toward the mage. The mage struck by the short sword was instantly killed, and the knight army also collapsed on its own. Indeed, the mages were the main bodies, so Sung Jin Woo immediately used stealth to vanish into darkness, continuously searching for and executing the remaining mages. As Sung Jin Woo's blade rose and fell, the mages fell one by one, and soon the last mage was also crushed by the ruler's hand. Sung Jin Woo stood like a death god upon the corpses of knights. The job change quest was completed at this moment. Just when he thought that having focused all points on strength attributes, he would become a warrior or assassin, he was shocked by the notification before him. The player constantly hovers between life and death, desires power but doesn't rely on teammates. So this undead army that obeys your every command will help you. Therefore, your profession is a necromancer who can summon undead legions. Sung Jin Woo couldn't accept this result because he had never invested in intelligence attributes, so he wanted to refuse this profession. But the system prompted again that necromancer was a hidden profession. This prompt left Sung Jin Woo conflicted, and he also noticed everything that had happened in the job change dungeon, as if it was deliberately shown to him. If he could have his own team, while also having combat ability himself, perhaps he could solo high-level dungeons in the future. Finally, Sung Jin Woo chose to accept the necromancer profession. At this time, the system prompted again, due to job change quest points exceeding the achievement limit. The player will advance from necromancer to the Great Shadow Monarch, learn profession exclusive skill, can extract opponent's shadow. Please specify a command word for the shadow extraction skill. Sung Jin Woo didn't even consider and decided, "Arise!" With these words, the shadows of surrounding knights rushed out of their bodies. Dozens of shadow warriors approached Sung Jin Woo. At his current level, he could store 20 shadow warriors. Looking at the powerful shadow warriors before him, Sung Jin Woo suddenly remembered something. Could he extract the shadow of the high-level knight? At this moment, an extractable shadow prompt appeared before Igris. Sung Jin Woo walked to Igris and said arise to his shadow. However, what Sung Jin Woo didn't expect was that the shadow extraction failed, and he only had 2 more chances to extract shadows. Indeed, the strong have dignity. The second extraction also failed. Jin Woo looked toward the throne nearby. What's the point of guarding this empty throne? Why not guard me instead? Arise! As soon as he spoke, Igris's shadow rushed out from his corpse. Indeed, he still retained his strength from life. From today on, your name will be Igris. At the same time, my shadow army. I look forward to fighting with you guys. However, what Jin Woo didn't know was that at this time, S-rank hunter Huang Dongsu had already arrived in H country. His purpose this time was to kill Jin Woo and avenge his brother. Meanwhile, to test his shadow army's strength, Jin Woo went to find a C-rank dungeon to try them out. However, the moment he stepped into the dungeon entrance suddenly turned red. This meant the dungeon was at least B-rank difficulty, and he had to defeat the boss to leave. Sure enough, upon entering the dungeon, the team was immediately attacked by monsters. At this moment, 2 ice spears suddenly shot forward at high speed. Jin Woo reacted in time, grabbing 1 ice spear to protect the girl behind him. But those D-rank hunters weren't so lucky. Those hit immediately departed for another world. Jin Woo carefully looked toward where the ice spears were fired from, instantly locking onto the sneak attacker, which turned out to be ice slayers with intelligence surpassing humans. These ice slayers really had good eyes, immediately targeting the 2 weakest in the strike team. If he had encountered them 2 months ago, that arrow would probably have been aimed at him. At this time, the leading ice slayer made a provocative gesture towards Jin Woo after noticing his gaze. Jin Woo was so angry he directly crushed the ice spear in his hand. Just as he was about to launch an attack, the ice slayer vanished like a ghost. At this time, the leading senior hunter Wang Ji suddenly stepped forward, telling everyone. The gate was now completely isolated from the outside. Even reinforcements couldn't enter. Unless they eliminated the final boss, or they were all wiped out, the gate wouldn't unseal. As a senior hunter, he would definitely be responsible for everyone's lives, but couldn't guarantee everyone would return alive. So he proposed that hunters B rank and above form a subjugation team, leaving those low-level burdens to wait for death in place. And Jin Woo with only E-rank strength was among them. Soon, Wang Ji took all the survival supplies and headed deeper into the dungeon, while Jin Woo led the remaining people toward the forest behind. Shortly after the 2 teams separated, Wang Ji complained that Jin Woo was an idiot, because the forest was white bear territory. Those were terrifying monsters that had killed S-rank hunters. Meanwhile, the female hunter in Jin Woo's team suddenly called for everyone to stop. She pointed to the claw marks left by white bears ahead, telling everyone, "This entire forest is white bear habitat. We must return immediately before being surrounded by monsters." But Jin Woo rejected her suggestion. He knew this was exactly why he wanted to go into the forest. Because compared to ice slayers with high intelligence, simple-minded white bears were easier to deal with. The large number of white bears here meant there were no monsters in the forest capable of killing white bears, so they didn't need to worry about more powerful monsters appearing. After explaining, Jin Woo opened his system panel, buying cold weather clothing for everyone. This action directly stunned all team members, because in their understanding, pocket space magic could only summon 2 or 3 D-rank items. For Jin Woo to summon so many at once, he must be hiding his strength. Just as everyone was about to ask questions, sudden footsteps from deep in the forest interrupted them. The next second, a 10-meter-tall white bear charged out ferociously. Team members scattered in all directions. At this time, Jin Woo stood in front of the white bear. This experience delivered to his doorstep was not to be wasted. Instantly, he switched his title to Wolf Slayer, which added damage against beast monsters. Facing the white bear's fierce pounce, Jin Woo dodged to jump high into the air, using only physical strength to punch the white bear's head. With a violent explosion, the white bear peacefully departed for reincarnation in another world. This scene once again stunned all team members. As night fell, everyone sat around the campfire eating white bear barbecue. But Jin Woo quietly left the camp, walking alone deeper into the forest. Soon he was surrounded by hundreds of white bears. Seeing this, Jin Woo smiled coldly. This number was about right. "Come out, my shadow army." With these words, black shadows emerged from Jin Woo's shadow. "This is your first appearance, you know what to do, right? Go." Upon receiving the command, the shadow army moved like lightning toward the white bears, engaging them in battle. At this moment, Jin Woo also learned about his soldiers' various abilities. Magic soldiers with unlimited mana, and infantry that could quickly regenerate. This combat power far exceeded his expectations, except the mana consumption was quite high, requiring 1 MP per resurrection. As the White Bear army was unilaterally crushed, the White Bear King finally appeared. With his palm strike, space itself seemed to tear apart. Shadow soldiers continuously regenerated in the spatial rifts. Soon draining Jin Woo's mana, it seemed shadow soldiers couldn't defeat him. "Igris, it's time to show me your true strength." Upon hearing this, Igris drew his great sword from the shadows, instantly appearing behind the White Bear King. Before the White Bear King could react, the great sword had already slashed his throat. The intense pain made the White Bear King frantically swing his claws in counterattack. However, Igris caught a brief opening. steadily driving his great sword into the White Bear King's paw. At the same time, the shadows he left while moving also acted like blades, severing the White Bear King's belly. Under Sung Jin Woo's amazed gaze, Igris defeated the White Bear King with overwhelming superiority. Watching Igris's final strike against the White Bear King, Sung Jin Woo couldn't help but gasp. If Igris had been using his sword from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have been his match. As the battle ended, Sung Jin Woo had Igris return to his shadow, while he slowly walked toward the White Bear's corpse, saying in a commanding tone, "Arise!" With the system's successful shadow extraction notification, an earth-shaking roar echoed throughout the forest. Then, a 20-meter-tall giant bear appeared before Sung Jin Woo. "Very good. From now on you'll be called Tank." At the same time, outside by the gate, S-rank Baek Yunho was already arguing with S-rank Hwang Dong-soo. The conflict was over, Sung Jin Woo. Baek Yunho learned from Section Chief and Homing that Sung Jin Woo might be a second awakener and wanted to recruit him, while Hwang Dong-soo wanted to kill Sung Jin Woo to avenge his brother. Just as the S-rank hunters' battle was about to erupt, the Red Gate's light suddenly dimmed considerably. This meant many hunters clearing the dungeon had died. Those dead hunters were members of Wang Ji's team. Just as Sung Jin Woo predicted, they fell into the Ice Slayer's trap, surrounded by countless snowman monsters. Everyone except Wang Ji was killed by the monsters. At this time, an Ice Slayer riding a horse emerged from the forest. Wang Ji locked eyes with him. The fear that arose in his heart scared him so much he wet his pants. He fled into the forest like a stray dog, but the Ice Slayer had no intention of chasing him, instead deliberately leading him to Sung Jin Woo's camp. Soon, he saw the supposedly doomed team members casually chatting after dinner. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why these low-level hunters were still alive, and they had cold weather gear, food, and all kinds of supplies. If his hands hadn't been frozen, if he had filled his stomach, Ice Slayers would be nothing. In an instant, he directed all his failure's anger at these people. He prepared to rob their supplies, then kill those low-level hunters he considered selfish. However, just as he was about to act, Sung Jin Woo's palm struck toward the back of Wang Ji's head. Wang Ji flew out like a meteor from this strike, directly knocked unconscious. Those who abandon their companions to death have no right to spout nonsense here, and bring so much trouble. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, all turning toward the source of killing intent behind them. Only then did they discover the camp was surrounded by over 20 Ice Slayers. So, there really are useful materials among the trash. Hearing this, Sung Jin Woo laughed disdainfully. "The trash you mentioned wouldn't be referring to us, would it?" The Ice Slayer leader was stunned by this response. "How do you know our language?" Sung Jin Woo was also confused, not understanding why he could communicate with them. Could it be because of the system? The Ice Slayer King also stated his purpose. He pointed to his subordinate beside him, who was exactly the one who had provoked Sung Jin Woo upon entering the dungeon. "I want to introduce you to a friend. He told me there's a formidable human and wants to duel with you." However, before he could finish speaking, Sung Jin Woo instantly appeared behind the Ice Slayer King, and with blood spraying through the air, that Ice Slayer immediately fell to his knees and died. Sung Jin Woo glanced disdainfully at the Ice Slayer King from the corner of his eye. "Do you have anything else to say now?" But the Ice Slayer King showed no grief for his subordinate's death, instead laughing sinisterly. "What an interesting fellow." Sung Jin Woo was also forced to retreat repeatedly by the terrifying pressure emanating from the Ice Slayer King. "You're clearly not human. Why are you with humans?" Sung Jin Woo was immediately stunned, thinking the other was talking nonsense. But the Ice Slayer King pointed to his own head, telling Sung Jin Woo that a command constantly echoed in his mind, "Kill humans." But when facing Sung Jin Woo, he couldn't hear that command, so he ruled out the possibility that Sung Jin Woo was human. Therefore, he didn't want to be enemies with Sung Jin Woo. As long as he left those humans behind, the two might even become friends. Sung Jin Woo was shocked. Could that voice be a system-like command? If he wasn't human, what was he? Faced with the Ice Slayer King's proposal, Sung Jin Woo didn't respond, but instead prepared to extract some information about the system, asking who they really were and why they wanted to kill humans. But just as the Ice Slayer King was about to answer, his form froze like a computer crash, continuously repeating his previous proposal. Sung Jin Woo was stunned by the scene before him. What was going on? Faced with the Ice Slayer King's persistent pressure, Sung Jin Woo firmly refused to hand over the humans behind him. Upon hearing this answer, the Ice Slayer King's expression instantly darkened. "So you're planning to fight us? Do you think you can overcome the numerical disadvantage?" Hearing this, Sung Jin Woo grinned. "Who said we're at a disadvantage?" With these words, countless shadow soldiers emerged from Sung Jin Woo's shadow. The leading Shadow White Bear directly stunned all team members. But seeing this scene, the Ice Slayer King remained unfazed. Just some petty tricks. However, before he could finish speaking, countless shadow soldiers charged like lightning into the Ice Slayer ranks, engaging them in fierce battle. Watching the chaotic battle before him, Sung Jin Woo understood that while his army had numerical advantage, his mana wouldn't last long. Even though soldiers could continuously regenerate, if they were continuously slain, soldier numbers would still decrease. Although the shadows were strong enough to handle Ice Slayer soldiers after leveling up, the Ice Slayer King was the real problem. That guy's level was very high. Even if he and Igris joined forces, it would be difficult to win. While thinking, he glanced at the unconscious Wang Ji. If he could extract a stronger shadow, that could change the tide of battle. Soon, Jin Woo devised a perfect plan to defeat the Ice Slayer King. He concentrated power in his left leg, charging toward the Ice Slayer King with a sword step, while the long sword at his feet was also kicked toward Wang Ji. Then, Jin Woo jumped and slashed toward the Ice Slayer King's head, but the Ice Slayer King stepped back to dodge the attack, and smoothly stepped on Jin Woo's dagger. At this moment, Jin Woo's dagger suddenly burst with several lightning bolts. The dagger in his other hand thrust straight toward the Ice Slayer King's head. However, this move was also easily blocked, and the Ice Slayer King counterattacked, kicking Jin Woo hard in the stomach, sending him flying dozens of meters. Just as the Ice Slayer King was about to press his advantage, a brilliant orb of light suddenly appeared in the sky, hurtling toward the Ice Slayer King. This was the full power strike from countless magic soldiers' self-destruction. Jin Woo looked at the scene before him and grinned. Thanks to these magic soldiers buying time, now it was time for the Joker to make his entrance. He stared at the sea of flames caused by the explosion. Stop playing around. I know you won't die that easily. Come out already. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure slowly emerged from the sea of flames. The Ice Slayer King laughed maniacally. Your soldiers aren't even worthy of giving me a scratch. After saying this, he lunged at Jin Woo with a sword strike. But Jin Woo showed no intention of dodging the attack. At this moment, the girl watching from the side suddenly shouted anxiously at him, "Watch out behind you!" It turned out that Wang Ji, after regaining consciousness, wanted revenge on Jin Woo. He picked up the long sword that had been kicked near him earlier, and launched a sneak attack on Jin Woo. In an instant, he was caught in a pincer attack from front and back. The Ice Slayer King sneered mockingly at Jin Woo. It seems that human and I have the same goal, to kill you. However, the next second, the Ice Slayer King's pupils contracted violently. Just as I expected, Jin Woo smiled smugly. In an instant, his shadow spread wildly in all directions. Igris, hidden in the darkness, pierced Wang Ji's heart with a single sword strike. Jin Woo glanced at Wang Ji behind him. The moment he stood up, his corpse was torn apart by the shadows. Shadow extraction successful. Please name the soldier. Jin Woo looked at the warrior kneeling before him and nodded with satisfaction. He's gotten bigger after being enhanced. Since you follow a king, from now on you'll be called King Ain. While Jin Woo was naming the shadow, Igris had already been defeated by the Ice Slayer King. Just as the Ice Slayer King's dagger was about to strike Jin Woo, King Ain suddenly let out a roar. This was his skill, Taunt Shout, which could provoke enemies and force them to attack him. Sure enough, the Ice Slayer King, caught in the taunted state, abandoned his attack on Jin Woo, and turned to stab at Ain. However, Ain was thick-skinned and sturdy, so the Ice Slayer King's attacks couldn't deal fatal damage to him. But Ain's movements were slow, and he couldn't attack the Ice Slayer King either. With such slow movements, you think you can beat me? Not a chance. Jin Woo grinned after hearing this. Oh really? What about 3 against 1? As soon as he finished speaking, the fallen Igris was revived again. The 3 of them began launching group attacks against the Ice Slayer King. While the Ice Slayer King was continuously dodging attacks, Jin Woo caught his opening and pierced through the Ice Slayer King's arm with one hand. Paralysis effect activated, bleeding effect activated. Jin Woo couldn't believe that the Ice Slayer King could avoid vital points even in this situation. Then the system displayed, due to Ice Slayer King's excessively high defense, abnormal effects are automatically removed. On the other side of the battlefield, the White Bear had already led his minions to kill all of the Ice Slayer King's subordinates. Seeing this scene, the Ice Slayer King flew into a rage and charged madly at Jin Woo. He understood that as long as he killed him, all the shadow soldiers would disappear. Facing the attack, Jin Woo drew his dagger and threw it at the Ice Slayer King. But the Ice Slayer King easily dodged the attack, while not forgetting to taunt, "You fool. Are you giving up your weapon now?" Taking advantage of the Ice Slayer King's momentary carelessness, Jin Woo activated Ruler's Hand. The original dagger suddenly changed direction and accelerated toward the Ice Slayer King. Just as he was about to dodge, Ain suddenly burst out from underground and tightly grabbed the Ice Slayer King. The magic soldier's fireball magic also came crashing down at the same time. Ain was directly blown to ashes. But surprisingly, the Ice Slayer King only had his clothes burned off and suffered no substantial damage. Immediately, he gathered energy and prepared to charge at Jin Woo. But just then, a sword wound suddenly appeared on the Ice Slayer King's lower abdomen. It turned out that Jin Woo had used shadow teleportation to appear in front of the Ice Slayer King. The paralysis effect triggered again. Ain seized this opportunity and swung his giant sword, viciously smashing it toward the Ice Slayer King. As the explosion from this strike ended, a system notification appeared. Dungeon Master has been eliminated. Even so, Ain continued to pound the ground relentlessly. Jin Woo quickly stopped him. I didn't expect that even after becoming a shadow, he'd still be this dumb. After recalling the Shadow Army, the portal to leave the dungeon opened. The people waiting outside saw hunters emerging from the portal one after another, and were so excited they nearly cried, thinking that Wang Ji had actually succeeded in conquering this dungeon. However, they didn't see Wang Ji even after the portal disappeared. Not even a single B rank or higher hunter. At this moment, Baek Yoon-ho noticed Sung Jin Woo looking relaxed. He grabbed his shoulder. "Wait a minute, let's have a chat." But Sung Jin Woo showed no appreciation and directly brushed off Baek Yoon-ho's hand. This action infuriated Baek Yoon-ho. "This isn't a request but an order, or you could understand it as a threat. Our guild lost 9 members this time. As a guildmaster, don't I have the right to ask you a few questions?" Sung Jin Woo glanced at him dismissively after hearing this. "So what? I saved those remaining 3 people. Since you're the guildmaster, shouldn't you thank me first?" This response left Baek Yoon-ho speechless. Helplessly, he could only let Sung Jin Woo leave. Then he looked at the section chief beside him. "I can sense an unusual power within his body, one that even makes me feel fear. So at any cost, we must get him to join our guild." Meanwhile, Sung Jin Woo was driving home feeling frustrated. During the process of extracting the Ice Slayer King's shadow, due to the huge gap in ability values, all 3 attempts failed. He toyed with the short sword dropped by the Ice Slayer King, pondering for a moment. It seemed he needed to hurry up and get stronger. It's time to go to that place. When the gates of hell opened, a quest pop-up suddenly appeared before Sung Jin Woo. Please eliminate 10,000 hell demons. Rewards: 1 item of choice from the shop, 20 attribute points, and 1 hidden reward. After reading the quest, Sung Jin Woo excitedly clenched his fist. This quest reward is quite generous. Once he completed the quest, he could get items worth over 10 billion from the shop. Therefore, Sung Jin Woo didn't hesitate to push open the door to the trial grounds. Immediately, he was stunned by the scene before him. He didn't expect this to be a realistic dungeon. Its scope even covered the entire H country. While Sung Jin Woo was in shock, countless demon guards appeared before him. He mercilessly drew his short sword and charged at the demon army. As he progressed further, the demons grew stronger, and at the same time, the experience he gained from killing monsters increased. Normally, it would take conquering 9 C-rank dungeons to level up once, but here, it only took 4 hours to gain 1 level. However, as his level got higher, the experience needed for leveling up increased, making the leveling speed progressively slower. When he last met Baek Yoon-ho, he felt that his current level and strength hadn't reached S-rank hunter standards yet. Therefore, to become stronger, he needed to accelerate his leveling. He immediately decided to enter the 2nd floor of Demon Castle to challenge stronger demons. As the pass was crushed, the light from the teleportation magic circle between the clouds shot straight into the sky. Sung Jin Woo looked toward the direction of the observation tower, summoned the White Bear King tank, and rode it toward the magic circle, eliminating all the demons along the way. While Sung Jin Woo was frantically leveling up, several major incidents had occurred in the outside world, throwing the Hunter Association into chaos. First, in the Lord's Chamber of an A-rank dungeon in the eastern part of M country, a humanoid magical beast appeared. The magical power emanating from it far exceeded the dungeon's standards, easily knocking out all the high-level hunters who were conquering the dungeon. However, it didn't kill them, but instead carried those hunters out of the dungeon. The second incident made even S-rank Baek Yoon-ho tremble with fear upon learning about it. That incident was related to the S-rank gate on Jeju Island 4 years ago. Back then, all S-rank hunters had jointly attempted to conquer it 3 times, but all ended in failure. Those ant magical beasts were ridiculously powerful. Baek Yoon-ho nearly died there back then. Fortunately, those ants couldn't cross the sea, so the Hunter Association decided to ignore them, leaving them on the island to kill each other. However, 4 years later, they had undergone a mutation. An hour ago, in the waters near our country, someone discovered the corpse of a winged ant. Those creatures had evolved to a shocking degree. Therefore, the Hunter Association urgently summoned S-rank hunters from around the world to discuss how to handle this matter. At this time, in M country's Hunter Management Bureau, the humanoid magical beast who had emerged from the dungeon was being held in an interrogation room. According to him, he was a hunter from H country who had been trapped in a gate 10 years ago and found himself in M country when he next opened his eyes. This unprecedented incident was completely unbelievable to the interrogators. They believed the man was a magical beast with human memories. The upcoming interrogation would require S-rank hunter participation, or the entire city might be at risk. The only S-rank hunter in M country who spoke H country's language was Hwang Dong-soo, the main hunter of the Scavenger Guild. At this moment, he was on his way to the interrogation room, looking quite depressed the entire way, because he had received news that Sung Jin Woo had died in a Red Gate, so he felt regretful that he couldn't personally avenge his brother. But after he participated in the interrogation work, his face suddenly showed a sinister, bloody smile. Because during his conversation with the man, he learned that the man's name was Sung Il-hwan, and coincidentally, he was Sung Jin Woo's father. Hwang Dong-soo immediately saw this as heaven giving him a second chance for revenge. He directly announced to those outside that the man was a magical beast disguised as a human, and revealed that he knew Sung Jin Woo to provoke Sung Il-hwan. Hwang Dong-soo also told him that Sung Jin Woo had already been killed by him. After hearing this news, Sung Il-hwan was stunned for a moment. Then an explosion occurred in the interrogation room. The blast devoured the entire building. At this moment, the director of the Hunter Bureau, who had escaped the building in embarrassment, stared blankly at the ruins before him. He couldn't believe that Hunter Hwang Dong-soo couldn't even withstand a single punch from that man before fainting. Before things got worse, he had to report this immediately. Meanwhile, Sung Jin Woo, unaware of his father's appearance, was rushing toward the upper floors of Demon Castle at an amazing speed. Soon he led the Shadow Legion to sweep through 50 floors. Here he encountered the first Lord-level demon, the fire god who commanded an army. That guy looked dangerous, so Jin Woo decided to take action personally. He ordered the Shadow Legion to deal with the Fire God's guards. Although the guards were high-level demons, the Shadow soldiers had also improved their levels considerably during this time. As long as he gained attribute points, he could strengthen the Shadow soldiers. After the attribute points were increased, his magical power was also quite sufficient. Looking at the lazy Fire God, this massive creature before him, he should be able to easily defeat it with his speed advantage. However, the next second, he was proven wrong. The Fire God's body suddenly disappeared from its original position, appearing above the Shadow Legion, swinging the staff in its hands toward the soldiers. In an instant, all soldiers on the battlefield were scattered. Seeing this, Jin Woo charged at the Fire God with a sword strike, angrily punching toward its head. The Fire God, struck by this blow, flew backward like a meteor, not stopping until it had crashed through more than 200 buildings. Jin Woo looked at his own fist. Just throwing a punch in anger had sent it flying so far. It seemed that putting all attribute points into strength was indeed the right choice. At this moment, a system notification appeared in his mind again. Fire God activates skill, rage, all ability values increased by 50%. Fire God loses pain sensation. Immediately after, the Fire God activated its roar skill. The emanating power forced Jin Woo to defend with all his might. The Fire God seized the moment when Jin Woo briefly couldn't move, charging at him at full speed. Jin Woo couldn't dodge this attack at all. Just as he was about to be struck by the Fire God, he shouted behind him, "King Ein!" Upon receiving the command, Ein immediately threw the shield in his hands toward Jin Woo. After catching the shield, Jin Woo immediately held it in front of him, blocking the Fire God's earth-shattering strike. The power of this strike caused the ground to crack. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the Fire God launched even more frenzied consecutive attacks on Jin Woo's shield. Fortunately, Jin Woo's strength could hold up. While continuously defending, Jin Woo also found the Fire God's weakness. During the gap when it was preparing for its next attack, Jin Woo abandoned defense and charged at the Fire God with a quick step. But just as his short sword was about to hit the Fire God, it easily dodged with a backstep. Instantly, Jin Woo was back in a passive situation. He didn't expect this guy to deliberately show an opening to lure him in. Facing the Fire God's staff swinging toward him again, Jin Woo had nowhere to hide while in midair. If only I could move his body. Wait! Move the body! In an instant, Jin Woo gathered magical power in his palm and activated Ruler's Hand on the Fire God. Even if he couldn't push that guy away, using the reaction force to push himself away could still save him. Just as Jin Woo predicted, he was pushed back and narrowly dodged the attack. Jin Woo carefully examined the Fire God before him. The short sword could only injure its head, but analyzing its movements while aiming for the head was too dangerous. He needed to control its movements first, making it unable to escape. Soon, Jin Woo noticed a tall building about to collapse nearby. He immediately thought of a plan to trap the Fire God. He kept attracting the Fire God to run around the city. The moment the Fire God reached below the tall building, Jin Woo activated his sprint skill and charged directly at the building, using both feet to forcefully bring down the building, trapping the Fire God underneath. Jin Woo also seized the opportunity to stab his sword into the Fire God's head, killing it instantly. With the Fire God's death, it also dropped several items. Top-tier magical item materials, World Tree Fragment, Demon Lord Earring with set effects, and a greed spider that could double magical damage. Just touching it, he could feel the surging magical power within. Unfortunately, he didn't have any magic-type skills, so he called over a magic soldier and gave the greed spider to him, having him use magic on the building across the way. The magic soldier immediately cast a fireball at the building. Sure enough, with the greed spider's amplification, the fireball's explosion range was twice as large as before. It seemed this item worked even when transferred to others. Magic-type hunters would go crazy for this. Afterward, Jin Woo continued sweeping toward the higher floors of Demon Castle. One lord after another was defeated by Jin Woo, and he also obtained the second piece of the Demon Lord set equipment. The set effect was equivalent to gaining 5 levels. Jin Woo looked at the teleportation array leading to the upper floors before him. Just one more lord kill and he could complete the set, but the demon killing quest had ended, and his stamina was at its limit, so he couldn't continue upward. He could only accept the quest rewards and continue the challenge next time. The first reward was being able to choose any item from the shop, but Jin Woo didn't choose those weapons. Instead, he selected a cursed random box, because conquering dungeons could yield equipment with decent attributes. And when doing double daily quests before, he could choose between blessed and cursed random boxes. However, subsequent quests had no additional rewards. Last time, from the blessed random box, he got the Demon Castle key. Thanks to it, he could rapidly level up and obtain so many precious items. So Jin Woo curiously opened the cursed box. Unexpectedly, this time it was another key. However, there was no information about it. Jin Woo could only helplessly store it in his item space first. Then collect the second reward. This time he put all 20 attribute points into intelligence, and the final reward 3 was actually a blueprint for making holy water of life, which could cure any disease. Could this mean Mom could wake up because of this? The 3 materials for making holy water of life. The World Tree Fragment was obtained from killing the Fire God on the 50th floor. The Echo Forest Spring Water was obtained from the Lord on the 75th floor, and the last item remained, Purified Demon King's Blood. Perhaps this material was in the hands of the Ultimate Lord at the top of Demon Castle. During his week in Demon Castle, Sung Jin Woo's level increased by 16%. To know what level his strength had actually reached, he could only go for a rating test. Soon, Sung Jin Woo arrived at the Hunter Association for rating assessment. But when he injected his magical power into the testing device, the device gave no response. The staff thought an error had occurred, so they had Sung Jin Woo try again. But no matter how he tried, the machine gave no response. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of a high-ranking official. When he saw the word error on the device, his jaw dropped in shock, because he had personally experienced this situation. 2 years ago, Hunter Chahayin had the same result. It wasn't that the testing device had malfunctioned, but that the device simply couldn't measure the magical power limit of the man before them. This person was H country's 10th S-rank hunter. The staff immediately told Sung Jin Woo that his magical power required a precision measuring device to test, so he should return to the association in 3 days. The words "cannot be measured" immediately caused an uproar throughout the venue. Even Choi Jong-in, known as humanity's ultimate weapon, was attracted over. He was also a hunter with S-rank strength. His ability was fire-type magic. Any casual skill could destroy a building, and he was also the leader of H country's top guild, Hunters Guild. Hunters Guild was the country's only guild with 2 S-rank hunters. Sung Jin Woo was momentarily stunned seeing Choi Jong-in, involuntarily recalling his title as humanity's weakest weapon, which was bestowed by the man before him. At this moment, Choi Jong-in was already standing in front of Sung Jin Woo. He carefully examined Sung Jin Woo. With such tremendous magical power, it seems we don't need the measuring device. He is the 10th top-tier hunter. I'm Choi Jong-in, chairman of Hunters Guild. I'd like to invite you to join our Hunters Guild. But before he could finish speaking, Sung Jin Woo walked past him. Sorry, I don't have time. With only 3 days until the second test, there were too many things to do. He needed to hurry to Demon Castle to make medicine. However, the rejected Choi Jong-in didn't feel embarrassed. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leaving so quietly like that, he seems to be an excellent assassin-type hunter. Just then, Baek Yoon-ho suddenly rushed over at extreme speed. Choi Jong-in smiled and greeted him. Boss Baek, what brings you here? From White Tiger Tower to the Hunter Association is quite far. Looking at your breathless state, you must have transformed while running here, right? Could it be that the mysterious helper in White Tiger Guild's previous training accident was Hunter Sung Jin Woo? Let me give you a friendly reminder. Judging by his attitude just now, he won't join your guild so easily. The moment Baek Yoon-ho heard this, he understood he was one step too late. This is troublesome. Of all people, it had to be discovered by this sly old fox. At this time, Sung Jin Woo was at the hospital taking care of his mother with sleeping sickness. Just as he was leaving the hospital room, he suddenly discovered Section Chief Woo waiting for him at the door. Was it you who killed the magical beast in the double dungeon? Thanks to you, I realized how poor my judgment was. It turned out Section Chief Woo had come to invite Sung Jin Woo to join the Surveillance Division. The Surveillance Division was an organization that regulated and punished hunters, but Sung Jin Woo didn't want to get involved with them. But just as he was about to leave, Section Chief Woo called out to him, saying he wanted to introduce Sung Jin Woo to someone. That person was the chairman of the Hunter Association, Gao Gunhee, who was also an S-rank awakener. He came clean and told Sung Jin Woo that the reason for arranging the second assessment was to meet with Sung Jin Woo first, wanting to invite him to join the Hunter Association and gain the authority to manage other hunter associations. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo curiously asked why he was chosen. Gao Gunhee explained the current situation to him. The country was no longer supported by the government, but by hunters who protected citizens from magical beasts. The 5 major guilds had finally achieved balance, and no matter which guild Sung Jin Woo joined, it would inevitably break this balance, causing disputes between hunter associations. Sung Jin Woo also knew this was a good proposal. If Chairman Gao Gunhee supported him from behind, he would definitely prosper in the future. Sung Jin Woo also saw that Gao Gunhee didn't have much life left. He needed someone to take over his position, to restrain hunter associations and maintain social peace. However, what Gao Gunhee never expected was that Sung Jin Woo would refuse such generous conditions. Sung Jin Woo didn't tell Gao Gunhee about his ability to continuously level up. He could only explain that he wanted to fight magical beasts, and only dungeons were where he belonged. Once he joined the association, he wouldn't be able to participate in high-level dungeon conquests. Hearing this statement, Gao Gunhee was stunned. He could sense from Sung Jin Woo's eyes that his words were sincere. This made his heart, which had been calm for many years, beat with vitality again. He couldn't help but sigh that if he could be 20 years younger, he would also want to fight alongside such a young person. Sung Jin Woo also left after refusing Gao Gunhee. As he was leaving, he said to Section Chief Woo, "You have good judgment, but the person who killed the magical beast in the double dungeon wasn't me." This statement shocked Section Chief Woo greatly. Who exactly was the person who conquered that dungeon? At this time, in a hospital in M country, the deputy director of the management bureau approached the severely injured Huang Dong-su, asking him whether Sung Il-hwan was really a magical beast. Then he pulled out a video recording and showed it to Huang Dong-su. They had never seen a magical beast that helped humans. However, Huang Dong-su still insisted that Sung Il-hwan was a disguised magical beast, and asked the deputy director in return, "Have you ever heard of humans appearing in gates?" The deputy director couldn't refute this, as he had no evidence. He told Huang Dong-su that the man had disappeared after beating him up. This statement immediately reminded him of that humiliating memory. That man possessed the power to easily crush him, and after beating him up, he threatened that if he ever returned to H country, he would make sure he died with his eyes open. He immediately contacted his guild. He wanted to mobilize all forces to take revenge on Sung Il-hwan. Meanwhile, Jin Woo, who had just returned home, decided to buy some fire-resistant protective equipment to quickly climb to the top of Demon Castle. However, he currently had no money, so he wanted to sell the Greed Spider for cash. But auctions required disclosing the source of acquisition, and as an E-rank hunter with such an incredible piece of equipment, it would definitely attract attention. His S-rank certification would still take some time to obtain. At least he needed records of conquering gates to avoid raising too much suspicion. So to gain qualification to enter the auction house, Jin Woo joined a dungeon conquest team. And to avoid exposing his S-rank strength prematurely, he chose to become a logistics miner. Due to the large scale of high-level dungeons, a single attack team couldn't handle everything, so there was division of labor. Those participating in dungeon conquest were the attack team, those mining in dungeons were the extraction team, and those recovering magical beast corpses were the recovery team. The attack team would first kill all magical beasts except the Ultimate Lord. Then the extraction and recovery teams would go in to collect materials. After there were no high-value items left in the dungeon, the attack team would kill the Lord and close the gate. Jin Woo carefully examined the high-level gate before him. He really wanted to go in and see it soon. Just then, multiple figures emerged from the gate. It was the attack team coming out. They were from H country's strongest hunter guild. The captain was the S-rank hunter he had met once before. To avoid being recognized, Jin Woo quickly pulled down his miner's hat. At this moment, surprised exclamations suddenly came from the crowd. They didn't expect Hunter's Guild's second-in-command to come along too. She was S-rank hunter Chahayin. Jin Woo could see that the magical power emanating from her was even stronger than Choi Jong-in's. She could even match Hunter Association Chairman Gao Gun-hee. At this time, after detecting something unusual, Chahayin glanced towards Jin Woo's direction. What's going on? I clearly sensed a powerful aura just now. How did it suddenly disappear so perfectly? Could it be my imagination? Then she unconsciously covered her mouth with cloth and kept coughing. Jin Woo couldn't help but marvel at how strong this woman's perception was. As the attack team left, Jin Woo also followed the foreman into the dungeon. The moment he stepped into the dungeon, an explosive magical aura hit him head-on. It was the fluctuation emitted by the dungeon lord. Jin Woo could clearly feel that this lord was much stronger than the fire god in Demon Castle. Although both Choi Jong-in and Chahayin, who wanted to conquer it, were quite capable. Successfully killing the lord here would definitely require perfect team coordination. After casually exploring around, he joined the ore mining work. His efficiency in mining ore immediately stunned everyone present. They called Jin Woo a natural-born miner. Soon the foreman came to call Jin Woo out for lunch, and Jin Woo took advantage of the time when no one was in the dungeon to walk alone toward the depths of the dungeon. Soon, a sleeping magical beast lord appeared before him. With his current strength, killing the lord should be more than enough. He immediately summoned his short sword, wanting to finish off the lord directly. But just then, a cold female voice came from behind him. What are you doing here? The person was Chahayin. Jin Woo immediately stopped what he was doing, and discreetly put away the weapon in his hand, explaining to her that he had gotten lost and ended up here. Hearing this explanation, Chahayin didn't become suspicious and told him to quickly leave the Ultimate Lord's area. If the Lord woke up, everyone in the dungeon would be killed. Jin Woo immediately complied and brushed past Chahayin. But at this moment, Chahayin suddenly became dazed, and immediately called out to stop Jin Woo. She walked up to him and carefully smelled his scent, then exclaimed without regard for her image, "You don't have that smell on you." Then she grabbed Jin Woo's work badge and questioned the authenticity of his hunter identity. Only after seeing the hunter certificate clearly did she let go of Jin Woo, and awkwardly let him leave. Chahayin stared blankly at Jin Woo's retreating figure. Could it be because his level is too low that he doesn't have the stench? But she quickly dismissed this answer, because she had also smelled a pleasant scent on Jin Woo. Soon Jin Woo returned to the extraction team, and he learned from his coworkers that because Chahayin was afraid the Ultimate Lord might suddenly emerge, she would patrol the dungeon during rest time. Moreover, Chahayin had a special ability. She could smell the scent of hunters. Just being near hunters would cause her breathing difficulties, so she always covered her nose with a handkerchief. Only then did Jin Woo understand why she had suddenly asked if he was a hunter. She couldn't smell the hunter's scent on me? Even the Ice Slayer King couldn't hear the sound of killing me. What kind of existence am I exactly? As today's mining work ended, Jin Woo had roughly understood the process of conquering high-level dungeons, so there was no need to continue working as a miner. After all, under Chahayin's watchful eye, he was too easily exposed. At this moment, the foreman suddenly asked Jin Woo if he had time to come to another conquest team from Hunter's Guild tomorrow. After learning that there were no S-rank hunters on the other side, Jin Woo readily agreed. Meanwhile, Chahayin had just returned home and made a phone call to her guild. Help me look up information about Jin Woo from today's extraction team. She couldn't believe that someone who got lost in such a large dungeon would precisely walk to the Lord's chamber. But as soon as she finished speaking, the other party responded. It turned out that Choi Jong-in had asked the same question yesterday. However, after investigation, This E-rank hunter's information was surprisingly completely sealed by the Hunter Association. After getting the news, Chahayin hung up the phone. An E-rank hunter that even the Hunters Guild leader wants to know about, and whose information is hidden by the Hunter Association? He's definitely not simple. Why is he different from so many other hunters? He's the first hunter to emit a pleasant scent. The next day, Jin Woo arrived at the dungeon gate on time. At this moment, the Conquest team captain suddenly came to the extraction team, wanting to borrow a porter from them. Everyone stepped back after hearing this. This job was too dangerous. If these low-level hunters were caught in the magical beast's attack waves, they would surely be obliterated. But at this moment, Jin Woo suddenly stepped forward. He wanted to observe how the attack team coordinated in battle, so he could command his Shadow Legion better in the future. And so, Jin Woo followed the squad toward the gate. Although Hunter Association's second squad didn't have any S-rank hunters, they boasted a luxurious lineup of 11 A-rank and 6 B-rank hunters. As long as they coordinated well, clearing an A-rank dungeon should be quite manageable. But as Jin Woo looked at the gate before him, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart, just like that time when he stood before the Red Gate. As soon as everyone entered the dungeon, the ground began to shake violently, and the entire attack team immediately went into combat mode. Next, countless red figures came charging out from the depths of the dungeon. Jin Woo was shocked at the sight. Those figures were dungeon jackals. However, they were no match for the attack team members, and were quickly eliminated completely. The captain looked around curiously. What's going on? How could these jackals appear in an A-rank dungeon? They're C-rank magical beasts, and in an A-rank dungeon they'd only serve as food for other powerful magical beasts, so their numbers should be extremely low. But the jackals here were moving in packs. Without food, how did they manage to survive? At that moment, Jin Woo noticed collar marks on the jackal corpses. These weren't ordinary jackals. They had been deliberately tamed. It seems the lord here is an intelligent magical beast. Just as Jin Woo finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from deep within the dungeon, making it hard for those high-level hunters to breathe. Immediately after, an entire army of orcs appeared and surrounded everyone, continuously launching attacks on the squad members. The A-rank mage in the squad immediately counterattacked with magic, but the orc that took the hit head-on only stepped back half a step. This incredible magic resistance stunned everyone. Meanwhile, the other team members fighting the orcs were all at a disadvantage. The squad captain hurriedly had everyone switch formations and go on the defensive. He couldn't understand why there were so many orcs in the dungeon. Each of these high-level magical beasts had the strength of an A-rank hunter, and now they had to face 22 orcs. But the attack team only had 17 people, and many of them were B-rank hunters. Soon those B-rank hunters were wounded and battered. The healer at the back was continuously treating the wounded, but they never expected these orcs to actually understand battle tactics. After holding down the melee hunters, all the remaining orcs turned their attention to the mages and healers. Just as the only healer was about to be slaughtered by an orc, Jin Woo, who was working as a porter, decided to step in. He activated his stealth ability and killed the orc that was about to attack with a single strike. The healer stared in shock at the orc corpse that had just vanished before his eyes. What on earth had just happened? At the same time, the other orcs fighting the hunters suddenly had their strength drastically weakened. It turned out Jin Woo, in order to avoid exposing his identity, chose not to directly kill the orcs, but instead helped the hunters by weakening their strength from the shadows. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The weakened orcs were quickly defeated by the hunters one by one. They couldn't believe they had managed to defeat the giant orcs. At this moment, the team's mage, Little Black, glanced at Jin Woo nearby. She possessed the ability to see invisible creatures, so she had witnessed everything Jin Woo had done. The healer then ran to the team captain and told him about how the orc had suddenly been cut in half mid-air. Someone must have secretly used magic. So he asked the other mage, "Did you do this?" The mage shook his head. "I don't have that kind of power. My telekinetic magic can barely control them for 2 seconds, and our team doesn't have any assassination-type curse mages either." Little Black agreed. She staring intently at the guilty-looking Jin Woo, but didn't expose him. She thought to herself that Jin Woo must have reasons for hiding his identity, so she'd wait and see. The captain was also curious, since the giant orcs' movements in the latter half of the battle were indeed strange and easily defeated. But even so, no one suspected Jin Woo, who only had E-rank hunter strength, and the topic was dropped. The other team members asked the captain if they should continue raiding the dungeon. The captain thought for a moment. If this raid succeeded, he could become an official raid team captain. But he was a wise captain who didn't want too many team members to sacrifice their lives. So he announced they would abandon this raid mission. He had to be responsible for every team member's life. Hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurried toward the dungeon exit. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The exit was suddenly sealed by a barrier created with advanced magic. Just as the mages joined forces to break the barrier, a terrifying wave of psychic energy swept over everyone. The next second, the mages began coughing up blood and collapsed to their knees. This was a curse spell cast by the boss, just as they were about to cast holy magic to dispel it. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. They turned around to see an army of over 50 magical beasts appearing before them. In an instant, the entire team fell into deep despair. At this moment, the leading orc suddenly walked toward the hunter captain. Incredibly, the orc actually spoke. "I wanted to meet you humans. Little Black immediately told the captain that this orc was a puppet, and the speaker wasn't him. She warned the captain not to trust his words, as it was definitely a trap. Then the orc spoke again. I am the high priest of the orcs. Either become my opponent, and be killed by my soldiers, or follow me inside. The captain had no choice. To give everyone a chance at survival, he could only follow the orc into the boss room. At this moment, he quietly called Jin Woo over, saying that if they encountered the ultimate boss, they would attack the boss together. No matter what, they had to break through this blocking barrier, and let Jin Woo escape to contact other raid teams while the boss's attention was on them. By the time the next raid team arrives, you'll probably already be dead. Are you planning to die together with the boss? The captain smiled bitterly. Our goal isn't to get out of the dungeon alive, but to close the portal. At this moment, the team healer also approached Jin Woo, handing him a notebook with a will written in it. If you successfully escape, please deliver this to my family. The other hunters followed suit. Jin Woo could only reluctantly help them keep the items safe. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Chahayin came to the mining team looking for Jin Woo. When she learned he had entered an A-rank dungeon as a porter, she was very surprised. She stared at the portal, deep in thought. It seemed she hadn't been wrong last time. Yesterday, what Jin Woo was holding in the boss room was indeed a weapon. Then she prepared to enter the dungeon to see what secrets Jin Woo was hiding. However, she had forgotten to bring a weapon today, so she asked the mining team captain to borrow one. But the captain handed her a mining pickaxe. Since that was the only thing their collection team had that could serve as a weapon, Chahayin wordlessly returned the pickaxe to the captain, and prepared to enter the dungeon empty-handed. But thinking that having a weapon for self-defense would be good if she encountered powerful magical beasts, she blushed and turned back, taking the pickaxe from the captain's hands. On the other side, the people in the dungeon had now entered the boss room. In an instant, hundreds of giant orcs appeared before them, while the orc high priest sat on his throne staring at them. Humans, are you afraid of me? Just a single sentence emanating magical power was enough to suppress everyone until they couldn't breathe. They were simply not on the same level. If a fight broke out, the team members wouldn't stand a chance. The captain asked the high priest with a trembling body why he had called them here. If he wanted to kill them, the soldiers alone would be enough. Of course, it's for entertainment. I'll kill you one by one for the remaining time, to entertain my soldiers. After saying this, his gaze fell on Jin Woo. However, there's one strange fellow mixed in among you humans. After getting this answer, the captain's face showed terror. He never expected that in the enemy's eyes. They were just toys to be trampled on at will. He angrily issued an attack command to his team members. However, what he never expected was that all his teammates had lost their fighting ability due to fear. Even so, he still used all his strength to slash at the orc high priest. But the high priest simply blew a breath at him and blocked his attack. Then he pointed at him, reverse gravity magic. The next second, the captain was pinned to the ground by multiplied gravity. Seeing this, the high priest pointed at him again. Gravity acceleration. Next, the captain's body flew rapidly around the hall, constantly crashing into the walls. Just as he was about to be killed by the impact, the high priest's pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out Jin Woo had stepped in to save the captain. Jin Woo stared at the captain lying on the ground, barely alive. This is the Hunter Association's dungeon, so I shouldn't interfere. But I have a question for you. Can I handle the magical beasts here? The captain looked at Jin Woo in anguish. We're counting on you from now on. At the same time, the high priest sent his subordinate generals to attack Jin Woo. But Jin Woo simply made a gripping motion with his hand toward him, and the orc general's body was pinned in midair. As Jin Woo exerted force, that orc shot backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ceiling. This scene immediately caught the high priest's interest. He immediately ordered all his subordinates to attack Jin Woo. And seeing this scene, Jin Woo smiled confidently. This is the first time I've encountered such powerful enemies. Come out, my shadow army. However, upon seeing the shadow soldiers, the orc priest showed complete disdain. You're going to fight me with such shabby soldiers? But Jin Woo smiled confidently. Underestimating them would be very dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, an intense dark energy spread from Jin Woo's body in all directions, carefully enveloping half the palace. This was a professional skill Jin Woo learned after reaching level 70, Monarch's domain. All soldiers covered by shadows would have their abilities enhanced by 50%. The team members were all stunned when they saw the shadow soldiers, because the world's publicly acknowledged strongest summoner profession could only summon 2 summoned beasts at most. They couldn't believe a human could possess such terrifying magical power. To test Jin Woo's strength, the orc priest sent a squad of orcs to charge at his army. King Ein immediately used his skill, Provocation Trap. However, due to the orcs' excessively high abilities, the provocation had no effect. Frustrated, King Ein could only swing his axe and charge at the orc squad, using brute force to engage them in close combat. On the other side of the battlefield, Igris moved like an elegant knight, weaving through the orc squad. Jin Woo also drew his dagger, and continuously slaughtered the orcs in front of him. The knight in the team exclaimed upon seeing this scene that Jin Woo's close combat skills were on par with Vice President Chahayin. They couldn't understand why such a powerful hunter would work as a logistics porter. At this moment, Jin Woo was carefully observing the battlefield situation. His shadow soldiers numbered only 1/4 of the orcs, and due to their lower defense, each shadow soldier had to be reborn 3 or 4 times to subdue one orc. Now he had to reduce the number of enemy soldiers. But at that moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred behind Jin Woo. In an instant, all the Shadow soldiers were destroyed, and began a new round of resurrection. It turned out the High Priest had used large-scale fire magic from behind. He had discovered that each time Shadow soldiers were reborn, they would drain Jin Woo's magical power. By accelerating the destruction of Shadow soldiers, Jin Woo would become a lamb for slaughter once his magical power was drained. At the same time, Jin Woo also saw the Orc Priest's weakness. From beginning to end, the 3 Orc generals beside him had never moved far away. So Jin Woo was certain they were guards protecting the Orc Priest. After all, as a mage, the Orc Priest's own defense must be very low. Therefore, he raised his dagger and charged at the priest, preparing to kill him at close range. But then a giant shield suddenly appeared in the air, forcibly blocking Jin Woo's attack. At the same time, the Orc Priest kept taunting. "It's useless. Wasting time here will only make your soldier count decrease." Next, Jin Woo was sent flying by the shield. However, Jin Woo discovered the source of the shield's magical power. It was the 3 generals beside the Orc Priest. With his current strength, he couldn't break through the Orc Priest's shield. Given the current disadvantage in soldier numbers, he could only engage in close combat with over 100 giant orcs first. At the same time, the Orc Priest once again cast large-scale magic at the Shadow soldiers. In moments, the soldiers were completely wiped out. But this time, Jin Woo didn't let them resurrect. Instead, he pulled out a magical power potion. Since this was an ordinary dungeon, Jin Woo could purchase magical power potions from the shop unlimited times to replenish his magic. After recovering his magical power, Jin Woo stared intently at the Orc Priest. "Now begins the true necromancer domain, arise." As soon as he finished speaking, all the previously dead orcs were swallowed by shadows, and became Jin Woo's Shadow soldiers. The situation on the scene immediately reversed. Jin Woo pointed at the Orc Priest. "Not just him. In the end, you'll also become my soldier." After hearing this, the Orc Priest was stunned for a moment. His memories began to become chaotic, and the system's voice appeared. Could he be the monarch? Then the priest frantically questioned the system in his mind. "Then why are we here? Why is there only one command to kill humans in my mind since I woke up?" However, the answer he got was, "There's no reason, just follow orders." Subsequently, the Orc Priest uncontrollably ordered the generals beside him, "Go kill all the humans present." But just as the Orc generals were about to kill the raid team members, King Ein, White Bear, and Igris blocked them, and fought them. Since they were already at A-rank hunter level, now with the added boost of Monarch's domain, they easily slaughtered the Orc generals on the spot. Seeing this scene, Jin Woo looked contemptuously at the Orc Priest. "My generals seem to be superior." After seeing the priest at a disadvantage, the raid team members also joined the battle, fighting alongside Jin Woo. At this time, the Orc Priest, under the system's control, was mentally on the verge of collapse. He released curse magic that covered the entire field. The raid team members once again lost their combat ability. At the same time, 4 or 5 curse skills were hurled at Jin Woo. But facing the attacks, Jin Woo had no intention of dodging. After being hit by the curse skills, he remained completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the Orc Priest was shocked. "You can actually dispel my curses!" Jin Woo patted his clothes. "Archmage's Blessing, automatic dispel, immune to any abnormal status." "Sorry, I'm magic immune." After saying this, he handed the Kasaka's Venom Fang to his magic soldier, having him condense a fireball spell to destroy the Orc Priest's protective shield. Sure enough, without the generals providing energy, the shield became as fragile as paper and was easily shattered. The Orc Priest showed complete disbelief. He decided to die together with Jin Woo. Everything happening in the palace at this moment was witnessed by Chahayin, who had just arrived. She was completely stunned and unable to move. The summoned beast army before her eyes completely refreshed her understanding of hunters. She only snapped back to reality when she saw the wounded. She quickly ran to their side, asking what had happened here. But at that moment, the Orc Priest's roar suddenly interrupted their conversation. He had actually applied all curse magic to himself. His body instantly grew dozens of times larger. Seeing this scene, Chahayin ordered the team members to evacuate quickly. But the Berserk Orc Priest showed no intention of sparing anyone, and began attacking all surrounding creatures indiscriminately. Looking at the current Orc Priest, Jin Woo couldn't help but show a bitter smile. "Every time I see giants, it brings back bad memories." Under the Orc Priest's constant trampling, the Shadow soldiers died rapidly, and Jin Woo's magical power was quickly depleted. Then the Orc Priest began condensing fire elements, and blasted directly towards Jin Woo. But as the explosion's aftermath dissipated, there was no sign of Jin Woo in the sea of fire. Just as the Orc Priest was searching for Jin Woo's location, he suddenly appeared right in front of the Orc Priest, summoned his dagger, and stabbed fiercely at his eye. Getting too big only makes you easier to attack. How could a magic class without guard soldiers possibly withstand an assassin class's surprise attack? Jin Woo continued attacking various parts of the Orc Priest's body with his dagger. At this time, Section Chief Wu also arrived at the scene with his people. It turned out that while investigating Jin Woo's reasons for working as a miner, he suddenly felt a terrifying magical power fluctuation at the portal. After investigating the dungeon's magical power, it showed that the magical power here had reached the strongest A-rank dungeon standard, so he brought people for support. The shadow orcs before his eyes were shocking to witness. He quickly asked Chahayin what those things were. She calmly replied, "Those are all summoned beasts of that man." Section Chief Wu looked toward the battlefield after hearing this. "The man you're referring to, are you talking about Hunter Sung Jin Woo? We sensed extremely strong magical power fluctuations from outside and came in to help, but it seems unnecessary. I never expected we'd get to see Hunter Sung Jin Woo single-handedly raiding a dungeon. No matter how you look at it, he's a top-tier combat hunter, yet he can use summoning magic. Could he be the legendary all-around hunter?" After hearing Section Chief Wu's words, Chahayin was shocked. She never expected that not only President Choi Jong-in knew about him, but even the inspection department section chief knew about him. So she immediately asked Section Chief Wu what kind of person Sung Jin Woo really was. However, Section Chief Wu sighed, because he had too little intelligence on Sung Jin Woo. Meanwhile, the orc priest, who had been continuously attacked by Sung Jin Woo, had completely lost the ability to resist. Sung Jin Woo stared intently at him lying on the ground. For a mage, the moment you lose your guard soldiers, you have no chance of winning. Before he finished speaking, the 3 generals who had guarded the orc priest appeared as shadow soldiers behind Sung Jin Woo. Under Sung Jin Woo's command, they raised their great swords together and stabbed toward the orc priest. The next second, information about the dungeon boss being eliminated appeared in Sung Jin Woo's mind, and loot also dropped. But since this was the Hunter Association's dungeon, taking the rewards didn't seem quite right, so he gave up the items and walked toward the boss's corpse. "Arise!" As his words fell, countless shadows enveloped the orc priest's body. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the orc priest was resurrected before them all, becoming much quieter after turning into a shadow. Originally, his soldiers only had 3 levels: normal, elite, and knight. After the orc priest joined, there was actually an additional general level, worthy of being an A-rank dungeon boss. Your previous name was too hard to remember, so I'll just give you a random one. Since your fangs are quite sharp, you'll be called Fang from now on. Having gained the giant orc's combat power, Sung Jin Woo's gains from this dungeon were quite substantial. Then he extracted the shadows of over 100 giant orcs before everyone's eyes. It wasn't until Section Chief Wu called his name that Sung Jin Woo realized. There were other people in the dungeon. Oh no. I was so focused on fighting monsters that I didn't notice Section Chief Wu and Chahayin had both come here. Just as Sung Jin Woo was thinking about how to escape, Section Chief Wu walked up to him, stating that Sung Jin Woo's identity was the inspection department's highest classified secret that must never be leaked, and told everyone not to reveal anything they had seen today. The raid team captain also led his team members to Sung Jin Woo to thank him for saving their lives. After Sung Jin Woo returned the wills to everyone, he left together with the inspection department personnel. Chahayin was just about to stop Sung Jin Woo to ask something, when she was interrupted by Little Black nearby. "Vice President, why are you holding a pickaxe? How strange." After hearing this, Chahayin's face immediately turned red. Would he also think I'm strange? This comment left Little Black puzzled. "Vice President, who is the he you're referring to?" After hearing this, Chahayin immediately realized she had misspoken and lowered her head with a blushing face. After raiding the A-rank dungeon, Sung Jin Woo's first stop was to see Yu Jinho. Yu Jinho's purpose in finding Sung Jin Woo this time was to invite him to join his guild, mentioning that the Ajin Guild was backed by Korea's largest conglomerate. But Sung Jin Woo declined this proposal, because President Gao Gun-hee had previously told him that with his S-rank status, joining any faction would disrupt the hard-won balance between guilds and cause social unrest. So he decided to create a guild that belonged to him alone, since he alone was equivalent to an entire army. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in was shocked to learn that Sung Jin Woo had been doing odd jobs in his team. The squad leader also explained to him that without Sung Jin Woo's intervention, their entire squad would have died in the dungeon. Choi Jong-in never expected that after the White Tiger Guild, their Hunters Guild had also benefited from Sung Jin Woo. He could summon large numbers of summoned beasts, move with the agility of an assassin-class hunter, and even resurrect dead magical beasts for his own use. These incredible abilities were beyond Choi Jong-in's comprehension. So he asked the squad leader, "Between Sung Jin Woo and me, who is stronger?" After a moment's hesitation, the squad leader explained, "Team battles require cooperation between members, divided into attack, defense, and support categories. All 3 are indispensable, and they must complement each other's weaknesses to successfully raid dungeons. But Sung Jin Woo doesn't need that. He alone can easily crush dungeons." After hearing this assessment, Choi Jong-in showed complete shock. Although he was called humanity's ultimate weapon, he couldn't single-handedly resist magical beast sieges either. He had to rely on his team members' support. At that moment, he made up his mind. He must recruit such talent as Sung Jin Woo to join his guild. Soon it was time for Sung Jin Woo's reevaluation. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in arrived early at the Hunter Association. But when they arrived, they found the place packed with reporters. Seeing the two of them, the reporters immediately swarmed over, asking if they had come to the association to compete for Lee Min-sung. It turned out Lee Min-sung was a popular entertainment star, and today happened to be his Hunter Evaluation Day. He had received an A-rank rating 2 years ago, and had already been pre-selected by the Fiend Guild. To gain publicity, he had specifically held a press conference today. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in, who were being pestered, immediately stated they weren't here for Lee Min-sung, but had other important matters. Only after hearing this explanation did the reporters leave disappointedly. While waiting for Sung Jin Woo, Baek Yoonho glanced at Choi Jong-in. I heard about it. Your Hunters Guild almost had a major incident yesterday too. Facing Baek Yoonho's sarcasm, Choi Jong-in didn't deny it. That's right, though it's better than the White Tiger Guild that lost an A-rank rookie. Having his wound reopened, Baek Yoonho immediately got angry. He directly declared war on Choi Jong-in, saying he was determined to bring Jin Woo back to his guild to strengthen their forces. Choi Jong-in wasn't backing down either. Just as the two were about to fight, a familiar voice interrupted them. It was Lim Taegyu, president of the Fiend Guild. He looked smugly at the two. Are you two presidents fighting over our Minsung? As soon as he said this, both men angrily shouted at him. Are you kidding? We have no interest in trash like Lee Minsung. The two completely shut down Lim Taegyu. At this time, Lee Minsung, who didn't know the truth, smiled narcissistically. I never expected the presidents of the country's top guilds to argue so intensely over me. Then he strode toward the crowd to accept interviews from reporters. At this moment, Jin Woo also arrived at the association entrance. Seeing so many reporters gathered here, he thought his identity had been exposed early. But no one recognized him, so he pushed through the crowd toward the association, but was unexpectedly stopped by Lee Minsung's bodyguard, who told him the area was currently off-limits. Lee Minsung also thought Jin Woo was there to cause trouble, so he had the bodyguard quickly drive him away. Just then, a voice from behind stopped them. It was President Gao Gunhee. Who said this area is off-limits? He's my invited guest. Then, ignoring Lee Minsung's expression, he personally escorted Jin Woo inside. Having lost face, Lee Minsung was immediately furious. To ease the embarrassment, he prepared to enter the association for evaluation. However, Section Chief Wu suddenly arrived with his people to block his path. Another awakener is currently undergoing reevaluation. No one may enter before 11 o'clock. After hearing this, Lee Minsung was livid, and immediately incited the reporters to cause trouble. Why could that person go in? Could he possibly be more capable than me? However, Section Chief Wu's single glance, and the aura he released scared Lee Minsung speechless. After Jin Woo entered the association, he immediately saw Baek Yoonho and Choi Jong-in. The president told Jin Woo that the two had been waiting for him for over an hour. It's been 2 years since Korea had an S-rank hunter appear. Plus the Hunters Guild has witnessed his strength, so they must be eager to recruit him. Then several people walked into the testing hall together. First, they needed to confirm Jin Woo's abilities and classify his profession. After hearing this, Jin Woo casually summoned a shadow soldier. Seeing this scene, the test official was immediately shocked. According to the test official, summoners were extremely rare professions. However, at this moment, President Gao Gunhee smiled at Jin Woo. This isn't your full strength, is it? Jin Woo was also helpless. Too many witnesses in the dungeon last time. Looks like I can't hide my strength this time. Immediately, he summoned his shadow army before everyone. I can summon over 100 more like these. The 3 S-rank hunters present were all stunned by this scene. Baek Yoonho looked at Jin Woo in disbelief. He could clearly feel that the magical power within Jin Woo was completely different from when they met at the Red Portal last time. After Jin Woo received his S-rank hunter certificate, Baek Yoonho immediately called out to Jin Woo, wanting to chat with him. But Jin Woo used having other matters as an excuse and prepared to leave. Baek Yoonho didn't force him to stay, but advised him not to leave at this time. Jin Woo couldn't understand what Baek Yoonho meant, and directly pushed open the door and walked out. He never expected that countless camera flashes would immediately shine on his face, and Jin Woo's image appeared on national television broadcasts. It turned out that the moment his evaluation was completed, his information was published on the Hunter Association's official website. All major media received the news, and abandoned their original interview target Lee Minsung, crowding around the Hunter Association's entrance. In an instant, the whole world knew Jin Woo's identity. At this moment, Hwang Dong-soo, who was recovering from injuries in the US, also learned that Jin Woo was still alive. He was determined to return to Korea to kill Jin Woo once his injuries healed. At the Hunter Association entrance, reporters were competing to interview Jin Woo. Baek Yoonho also patted his shoulder, saying he could help him escape the reporters' harassment. However, the next second, Jin Woo's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far from the crowd. Baek Yoonho was completely stunned. He couldn't even see that movement clearly. At the same time, he discovered Jin Woo's secret. After using his skill, he could detect others' internal magical power levels. When he had checked Jin Woo's magical power at the Red Portal, he might have already completed his second awakening. But now, Jin Woo's internal magical power level had become even stronger than before. Soon, he realized that Jin Woo might not be a second awakening hunter, but a hunter who could continuously grow. To quickly create the elixir of life to awaken his mother who had been sleeping for years, Jin Woo had to quickly raid the demon castle. Therefore, he needed to buy some equipment that could resist fire damage. But he didn't have money on hand. Currently, the best option was to sell Kasaka's Venom Fang. After hearing Jin Woo's request, the manager immediately took him to the warehouse. An entire wall was filled with fire attribute defensive items. The manager asked if Jin Woo saw anything he liked, but he was curious about the display case. Can such thin glass really protect these high-level equipment? There don't seem to be any other security devices here either. After hearing this, the manager immediately explained that the glass was reinforced with magical power, and even an A-rank hunter's full-force attack couldn't break it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I promise you. If you can shatter the glass, I'll give you the equipment inside. Upon hearing such a good deal, Sung Jin Woo immediately got excited and instantly powered up his magic, wanting to smash the protective glass with one punch for a zero-cost shopping spree. Seeing this scene, the manager immediately stopped Sung Jin Woo. "Wait, I was just speaking casually. If you really break it, the Hunters Guild elites will be here immediately." It turned out the auction house had signed a protection agreement with the Hunters Guild. To ease the awkwardness, Sung Jin Woo immediately turned and walked toward the weapon section nearby. He wanted to choose a handy weapon, but just as Sung Jin Woo left, the manager discovered a crack in the protective glass. He immediately broke out in cold sweat, looking at Sung Jin Woo's retreating figure. He didn't even touch the glass. What kind of person is he? Meanwhile, Sung Jin Woo casually picked up a dagger and asked about the price. He never expected it to be worth 180,000. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo felt emotional. This attribute wasn't even as good as the Night Killer he had bought from the system shop, yet it could sell for so much. Then he handed his Night Killer to the staff for an appraisal. After just touching it, they said this dagger was worth at least 600,000. Sung Jin Woo was shocked. An item that only cost 2.8 million points in the shop was worth 600,000 in reality. Then he remembered some equipment he had previously obtained from Yu Jinho. Selling all of it should be enough to buy defensive equipment, so he didn't need to sell Kasaka's Venom Fang. After purchasing the equipment, Sung Jin Woo returned home, only to find the downstairs area packed with reporters. His sister's normal life had also been disrupted by them. Sung Jin Woo realized that someone might approach his sister while he was away. So while his sister was sleeping, Sung Jin Woo entered her room and summoned the previously extracted Fang guards. Any one of them was strong enough to crush an A-rank hunter. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo looked curiously at the guards behind him. "Doesn't Fang have 4 guards? Why are only 3 of you here?" Through their gestures, he remembered that one guard had been blasted into the ceiling earlier, and he had forgotten to turn him into a soldier. Then Sung Jin Woo left one guard behind, to protect his sister's safety. After speaking, the guard turned into a black shadow and merged into his sister's shadow. Right after that, Sung Jin Woo went to the rooftop of the apartment complex. He summoned his shadow soldiers and stationed them as the security team for this building. He had to ensure his sister's absolute safety. Early the next morning, Yu Jinho came knocking on Sung Jin Woo's door. It turned out he had given up inheriting his family's guild, and chose to join Sung Jin Woo's guild as vice president instead. Sung Jin Woo assigned him the task of finding a guild office, while he himself entered the Demon Castle once again. The Demon Castle's difficulty increased dramatically starting from the 75th floor. However, Sung Jin Woo had made thorough preparations this time. A robe of winds that could block heat waves, and an unnamed ring imbued with water attribute magic. With everything ready, he had absolute confidence in reaching the top floor. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo also received the Demon Castle's second quest: eliminate the Demon King on the top floor. Reward: 1 rune stone, 30 attribute points, and 1 random reward. Breaking the rune stone would grant him the shadow exchange skill, giving him the ability to swap positions with his shadows at any time. Sung Jin Woo teleported directly to the 76th floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as he set foot there, countless demons surrounded him. Sung Jin Woo remained completely calm and immediately summoned Fang to fight them. He also gave Fang the Greed Spider. He wanted to see just how strong Fang would be with double combat power. Fang's magical power continuously gathered in his hands. Then he fired a massive flame beam toward the demon army. In an instant, more than half of the city was engulfed in flames. Afterwards, Sung Jin Woo's experience points kept rising continuously. Sung Jin Woo was very satisfied after witnessing Fang's combat power. This monster-clearing efficiency was simply incredible. With just a few flame spells, his level jumped from 75 to 81. Just like that, everywhere Sung Jin Woo's Shadow Legion passed was reduced to rubble. However, Sung Jin Woo soon realized that moving the entire army together was extremely inefficient. Therefore, he decided to divide his soldiers into groups, to let them kill whatever they encountered until floor permits appeared, then notify him. His urgent priority now was to reach the top floor as quickly as possible. Just moments after the team disbanded, Sung Jin Woo's experience began increasing rapidly, while he only needed to stay in place and continuously replenish his mana. In just 3 days, he had climbed to the 80th floor. During this period, not only did his level increase, but all his soldiers' levels also improved significantly. However, for the next 2 days, Sung Jin Woo remained stuck on the 80th floor. He didn't know why the floor permit hadn't appeared yet. Could there be even more powerful enemies hiding in the shadows? Just then, Sung Jin Woo suddenly sensed his mana rapidly disappearing as his shadows were being continuously destroyed. He looked toward where the shadows were vanishing. It was King Ain's squad. He hadn't expected there to be high-level demons capable of defeating King Ain among the advanced demons. Left with no choice, he had to recall all of Ain's squad shadows first. Soon after, both the Orc squad and Igris' squad were successively defeated. Sung Jin Woo quickly noticed something suspicious. Because Fang's squad was stationed along Igris' squad's route, yet those demons bypassed Fang's squad and attacked the Orc squad instead. Could these guys be avoiding Fang because they couldn't defeat him, deliberately picking fights they could win? That would mean the enemy consisted of intelligent demons capable of seeing through opponents' weaknesses. Since they deliberately attacked the Orc squad, their next target would be the White Bear squad. Therefore, Sung Jin Woo positioned himself to ambush them in advance. Sure enough, before long, A squad led by a demon noble appeared in the distance. The White Bears had no chance of fighting back against them, and were quickly eliminated. Seeing this, Jin Woo deactivated his stealth and appeared before the Demon Knight. Upon seeing Jin Woo, the Demon Knight raised his spear and charged toward him. Facing the attack, Jin Woo dodged with a simple sidestep and kicked the Demon Knight in the head. The Demon Knight, struck by this attack, immediately became Jin Woo's upgrade experience. He then smoothly continued, eliminating the remaining 2 Demon Knights as well. The sole surviving Demon Noble began trembling uncontrollably after witnessing Jin Woo's terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Jin Woo's lips curved into an evil smile. I've always been curious, can demons feel fear? Now I finally know. After saying this, he launched an attack toward the Demon Noble, cutting his long sword in half with one strike, then reached out and firmly grasped his throat. Just as Jin Woo was about to kill him, something unexpected happened. The Demon Noble actually spoke in human language, continuously begging Jin Woo for mercy. Jin Woo curiously removed his mask, and to his surprise, underneath was a woman. At this moment, Jin Woo glared angrily at the female demon. After beating my soldiers like that, you think I'll spare you? The female demon quickly explained. We have commands imprinted in our minds to guard this place, so we can't ignore those who recklessly hunt demons. After hearing the explanation, Jin Woo glanced at her. But I killed all the others. Leaving only you doesn't seem right. The female demon replied that a knight's duty is to protect her safety, and as long as she was fine, the knights would be happy even if they died. Jin Woo turned away speechlessly after hearing this. Truly a selfish demon, but since she looked human, he really couldn't bring himself to strike. However, at that moment, the female demon standing behind Jin Woo suddenly quietly drew a short sword and stabbed directly at Jin Woo, but this strike was blocked by a shadow shield beside him. It was Fang who had sensed the female demon's abnormal behavior and automatically activated his protective shield. Jin Woo, who had been ambushed, stared coldly at the female demon. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the female demon immediately kowtowed and apologized. As long as you spare my life, I'll pay any price. Jin Woo immediately ordered Fang to use reverse gravity on the female demon, then asked her where the floor permit was. The female demon immediately confessed that the floor permit was protected by her family, and she also knew where the permits for the upper floors were. As long as he could guarantee her and her family's safety, she would tell Jin Woo. This condition was indeed tempting, but the problem was, can I still trust you? After saying this, he slowly walked to the female demon, activated his killing intent skill, and stared at her intensely, asking again, can I trust you? The terrifying killing intent emanating from Jin Woo nearly scared the female demon unconscious. She quickly insisted that everything she said was true. Hearing this response, Jin Woo decided to trust her once more, promising to let her leave once he obtained the permit. But what exactly are you people? After hearing this, the female demon quickly introduced herself as Esil, the eldest daughter of the Radiru family. But Jin Woo indicated that wasn't what he was asking about. Then directly asked Esil, can you also hear voices in your head telling you to kill humans? Esil paused after hearing this, and told Jin Woo that while she couldn't hear such voices, she could hear others. Protect the place where you are. At this moment, Jin Woo understood that demons existed for different purposes than magic beasts. They simply aimed to guard their territories. So he continued questioning Esil, when did you start hearing this voice? Esil told Jin Woo it was after they awakened here. Jin Woo was shocked upon hearing this. Awakened here? Does that mean you all lived somewhere else before? This might be a clue that could lead to the system's main body. He then continued pressing, where did you live before awakening, and what were you doing? Esil told Jin Woo they were preparing for war in the demon realm, and their opponent was extremely powerful, stronger than all demons combined. But just as Esil was about to reveal the enemy's identity, her words suddenly changed to, content exceeds permitted range, conversation terminated. She then collapsed unconscious. When Jin Woo had questioned the Ice Slayer King before, the system had also forcibly interrupted the conversation. This meant that powerful enemy's identity was closely related to the system. Esil didn't regain consciousness until 2.5 hours later. Jin Woo looked at her, then pointed to the demon corpses nearby. Seems like you demons don't get along well with each other either. These guys tried to attack you while you were unconscious. After learning that Jin Woo had been protecting her while she slept, Esil quickly expressed her gratitude to Jin Woo. She told Jin Woo that non-intelligent demons attack all living creatures. She then led him back to her family, to meet the family head. However, when the family head saw Jin Woo, his face immediately showed terror, because he could see the army within Jin Woo's shadows. He immediately ordered his demon knights to surround Jin Woo, but Jin Woo calmly told the family head that once he obtained the permit, he would quietly leave. The family head remained extremely nervous after hearing this. He knew Jin Woo was the man who had killed the fire god, and his own strength was at best equal to the fire god's, so facing Jin Woo meant certain death. So he asked Jin Woo if this was really his only demand. Only then did Jin Woo remember he also needed to borrow Esil's help. To find the upper floor permits, he would need her assistance. Finally, after receiving Jin Woo's promise to protect his daughter's safety, the family head gave him the permit. Jin Woo didn't want to waste a moment, immediately taking Esil to the 81st floor. At this point, Esil pulled a bottle of wine from her backpack and handed it to Sung Jin Woo. This is wine that the head of the Kalescu family likes. Having this will help with negotiations. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo asked Esil back, "Don't they have a good relationship with the Kalescu family?" Esil immediately denied this, explaining that Demon Realm nobles often clash over rankings, but issues can be resolved through negotiation. After hearing this response, Sung Jin Woo grinned. "That's perfect then. Wait here, I'll finish negotiations with them very quickly." Within just a few minutes, the Kalescu family's castle was accompanied by flames and thunderous roars. After eliminating this family, Sung Jin Woo's level reached 87, and Igris also reached the level where he could be promoted. With Sung Jin Woo's permission, Igris successfully promoted from knight to general. Based on the aura emanating from him, he had gained S-rank power. Just like this, Sung Jin Woo used his friendly negotiation methods to smoothly reach the 90th floor. Esil now told Sung Jin Woo that from the 90th floor onward, high-ranking nobles were in charge. They were much stronger than upper nobles, and if he negotiated well with them, they might hand over the permits like her family did. Sung Jin Woo sighed helplessly after hearing this. "If I were weaker than you, would you still be willing to talk with me? Didn't you say demon families often fight each other for rankings? This time I'll make your Radiru family rank first." Esil asked Sung Jin Woo in confusion why he would spare only their family. Sung Jin Woo grinned, "Because I think you're a pretty decent person." Upon hearing this, Esil's face immediately turned red, thinking Sung Jin Woo had taken a liking to her. Meanwhile, he was having self-doubt. Do I really seem to get along well with these simple-minded folks? As Esil had said, the monsters after the 90th floor were much more powerful and numerous than those on lower floors. Even though he had leveled up, his mana was fluctuating dramatically, indicating his shadow soldiers were being continuously destroyed and reborn. Sung Jin Woo had to personally engage in combat with the demons. This time it took him a full 15 days to arduously reach the 100th floor of the demon tower. As soon as he stepped inside, a giant dragon quickly flew toward him, landing right in front of him. Sung Jin Woo looked up and clearly saw a figure standing on the dragon's back, emanating terrifying killing intent. That made even Sung Jin Woo's heart feel a trace of fear. Obviously, this was the demon lord of this place, Baran. And troublesome as it was, the demon king could fly. However, Sung Jin Woo immediately noticed that the flying dragon mount didn't belong to the demon race. Since it wasn't a demon, he might be able to extract its shadow for his own use. While Sung Jin Woo was lost in thought, the demon king had already drawn his sword, pointing it at Sung Jin Woo and activating his skill, Gates of Hell. In an instant, countless purple portals appeared in the void, with demon soldiers continuously emerging from them. In just one breath, Sung Jin Woo was surrounded by the demon army. Esil was completely terrified by this sight, frantically asking Sung Jin Woo what they should do now, because these 1,000+ soldiers were all at least a rank. In the blink of an eye, those demon soldiers charged towards Sung Jin Woo, but Sung Jin Woo showed no signs of panic. Just as the demon soldiers were about to reach Sung Jin Woo, he immediately activated his ruler's domain, covering the demon soldiers within it, then roared, "Come forth, my soldiers!" The next second, soldiers suddenly emerged from the shadows, their weapons piercing through those unprepared demon soldiers. However, this sneak attack had no effect on the demon generals, who continued rushing towards Sung Jin Woo at high speed. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo's generals also entered the battle. The white bear became a meat shield, using his body to tank the demon general's attacks, while King Ayin seized the opportunity to swing his axe and sever a demon general's legs. Igris, who had upgraded to S rank, could single-handedly hold off multiple demon generals. And Fang, enhanced by the greedy spider, transformed into a magical artillery platform, continuously casting wide-range flame magic from the rear, bombarding the demon army at will. At this moment, Esil, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was completely stunned. Although she had watched Sung Jin Woo fight his way here, she had never seen such an intense battle. Her heart fell into conflict. Demon King Baran was the ruler of the demon castle, while Sung Jin Woo was an invader, someone she should eliminate. For a moment, she didn't know which side to take. Just then, Demon King Baran's mouth suddenly began gathering lightning, with all the thunder elements in the demon castle converging toward him. He then controlled the lightning to continuously strike down at the shadow army below. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo immediately rushed toward Esil, using his immunity to abnormal status effects to help her block the attack. After taking a lightning strike, Sung Jin Woo clearly sensed that this lightning contained special effect wide area magic. If he didn't block this magic, his shadow soldiers would be torn apart like paper, and his mana would be completely drained. He then used nearby buildings as stepping stones to leap toward the Demon King in the air. He had to deal with the flying dragon first. However, his attack was intercepted by the Demon King's giant sword. Before Sung Jin Woo could react, the Demon King forcefully swung his sword again towards Sung Jin Woo. Struck by this blow, Sung Jin Woo's body fell toward the ground like a meteor, only stopping after smashing a crater 2.5 meters deep in the ground. As Sung Jin Woo tried to get up, the Demon King in the air gathered lightning power once more, then fired a 10-meter wide shockwave towards Sung Jin Woo. At this critical moment, Sung Jin Woo used all his strength to barely dodge this strike. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. If he had been hit by that attack, he would probably be heading for otherworld reincarnation. Just then, a flame beam suddenly shot from behind Sung Jin Woo, directly colliding with the lightning shockwave. It was Fang who, seeing Sung Jin Woo in danger, immediately activated Song of Flames to counterattack. Song of Flames, enhanced by the greedy spider, successfully deflected the lightning shockwave's trajectory, and even split off a flame beam that shot toward the flying dragon beneath the Demon King. The dragon, struck by the flames, immediately fell from the sky. Even Sung Jin Woo hadn't expected Fang to be capable of all this. It seemed giving the greedy spider to Fang was the right choice. At this moment, the Demon King, having lost his flight ability, also landed on the ground. Sung Jin Woo raised his short sword and stood before him. "You're finally down. I didn't want to keep looking up at you either." After hearing this, the Demon King immediately unleashed all his mana, raising his longsword and walking towards Sung Jin Woo. Right away, he spat out a lightning bolt toward him. Seeing this, Fang immediately used his protective shield to block in front of Sung Jin Woo. However, the scattered lightning still tore apart many of Sung Jin Woo's shadow soldiers. In an instant, his mana value dropped sharply, and there was no time to replenish it during battle. If high-level soldiers were destroyed, mana consumption would increase even more. But at this moment, he couldn't avoid seeking their help. Therefore, he had to end the battle before his mana ran out. He immediately summoned King Ayin to have him engage the Demon King head-on. Although he wasn't the Demon King's match, he could delay the opponent through continuous revival. Igris took advantage of his distracted attention to strike from behind. But unexpectedly, this sword was caught bare-handed by the Demon King. Then he spat lightning toward Igris. At that moment, Sung Jin Woo suddenly appeared behind Igris, releasing his fatal strike skill toward the Demon King. What he hadn't expected was that the Demon King casually blocked his vital point with his giant sword, and grabbed Sung Jin Woo's head with one claw. At this time, the revived King Ayin and Igris launched another coordinated attack on the Demon King. The moment attacks from 3 directions landed simultaneously, the Demon King, unable to dodge, had his wrist pierced. Sung Jin Woo also took the opportunity to stab his short sword into the Demon King's arm that was gripping him. In pain, the Demon King had to release Sung Jin Woo, but he was also completely enraged by Sung Jin Woo. Suddenly, a violent lightning power erupted from within his body, forming a lightning domain around him. Sung Jin Woo could only instinctively guard, but was still knocked back dozens of meters by the explosive energy. At this moment, the Demon King reached out and grasped 2 lightning bolts, transforming them into 2 sinister battle swords. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo also took a combat stance, charging fiercely toward the Demon King. In an instant, the two clashed violently together. Sung Jin Woo continuously released his fatal strike skill, but the Demon King could perfectly block them all. While the two were locked in blade combat, the Demon King opened his mouth again, firing a lightning bolt towards Sung Jin Woo. At such close range, he couldn't dodge at all, and his short sword was directly knocked away. Seeing this, the Demon King's face showed an evil smile. Then he swung his short sword toward Sung Jin Woo. Unable to dodge, Sung Jin Woo could only firmly grasp the Demon King's wrist. But this also completely restricted his movement. Sure enough, the next second, the Demon King, with unlimited mana, opened his mouth and began gathering lightning again. Just as he was about to fire, he was suddenly interrupted by an attack from the side. It was Essel who had thrown Sung Jin Woo's short sword back to him. The Demon King angrily turned toward Isil, and Sung Jin Woo seized this brief opportunity, using all his strength to activate Ruler's Hand. The rapidly approaching short sword instantly severed the Demon King's arm. When the Demon King realized what happened, Sung Jin Woo's full-power uppercut had already struck his head. With this blow, the Demon King was decapitated. Sung Jin Woo also received notification at this moment that the Demon King had been eliminated, and the quest was completed. Exhausted, Sung Jin Woo immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Esil anxiously ran over to help the fallen Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo grinned at her. "Go tell your father that your family now ranks first." After defeating the Demon King, Sung Jin Woo's level reached 97, and he obtained many rare rewards. The Demon Monarch set was also complete at this moment. However, compared to the set items, the purified Demon King's blood was the main prize. Sung Jin Woo immediately began crafting the Elixir of Life. The materials he had could only make 6 bottles. After completion, the Demon King's blood was reduced, the World Tree fragment became smaller, and the Echo Forest spring water was completely used up. Looking at the elixir in his hands, he immediately wanted to return to the hospital to confirm its effects. But just then, Ayin dragged over the flying dragon's corpse. Only then did Sung Jin Woo remember the dragon's existence, and he extracted its shadow, making it his 3rd subordinate with S-rank strength. Sung Jin Woo named him Flying Dragon Kaiser. At this time, the quest rewards were automatically distributed: a top-tier runestone for shadow exchange, 30 attribute points, and a Demon Hunter title. However, this title hadn't met the conditions for use yet. Sung Jin Woo immediately crushed the runestone, obtaining the shadow exchange skill. This skill allowed him to swap positions with any shadow soldier at any location, with a 3-hour cooldown. It could be said to be on par with instant teleportation. After completing all quests, Sung Jin Woo bid farewell to Essel. then used the Shadow Exchange skill to leave the demon castle. The next second, a confused shadow appeared before Aesel, while Jin Woo appeared in his neighborhood. He immediately summoned Flying Dragon Kaiser and flew toward his mother's hospital. At this moment, Jin Woo didn't know that during the month he was conquering the demon castle, hunter associations worldwide had exploded into chaos, because the ant magic beasts that once terrified them had now flown across the ocean and come ashore. Jin Woo used the Lord's blood to create the elixir of life, awakening his mother who had been sleeping for 4 years. Seeing his mother awaken, Jin Woo could no longer suppress the longing in his heart, and cried like a baby. That night, he held his mother's hand like a half-grown child, speechless but worth more than 1,000 words. The next morning, he couldn't wait to bring his sister Jaina to the hospital. When Jaina saw their mother awake, she immediately burst into tears of joy, rushing forward to embrace their mother tightly. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Jin Woo instantly felt all his efforts hadn't been in vain. All the suffering he'd endured over these years seemed to be compensated in this single moment. However, having been a hunter for so long and experienced so much, he suddenly felt a sense of unease in his heart. Just then, Jin Woo's phone suddenly vibrated. He discovered that his photo from last night riding the flying dragon had been captured and made headlines. At the same time, Hunter Association Chairman Gao Gunhee also called Jin Woo. He invited Jin Woo to come to the Hunter Association, saying there was important business to discuss. Therefore, after hanging up, Jin Woo immediately went to the association. Only then did he learn from the chairman about the ant magic beasts on Jeju Island, which had actually evolved to the point where they could fly across the ocean. Even the most ordinary ant soldiers had A-rank strength. After coming ashore, they directly destroyed half a city. And it wasn't until the association deployed multiple high-level hunters working together that they were eliminated. To prevent such tragedies from happening again, their H country and our country's Draw Sword Guild formed an alliance, preparing to go to Jeju Island to eliminate all those ants. He had called Jin Woo here today to invite him to join this raid mission. Just as Jin Woo was about to respond, he suddenly froze for a moment, because he had sensed a powerful mana fluctuation. After hearing this response, Chairman Gao smiled with relief. Your perception is indeed very sharp, you can sense it from such a distance. He then told Jin Woo that those were S-rank hunters warming up in the gymnasium, because there were less than 4 days left before going to Jeju Island. This time, besides Goto Ryuji, our country had brought 10 S-rank hunters. Upon hearing Goto Ryuji's name, Jin Woo's heart jumped. That was our country's top powerhouse. Subsequently, Chairman Gao led Jin Woo to the gymnasium. As soon as he entered, he saw Baek Yoonho sparring with a large man. When Choi Jong saw Jin Woo, he walked over to greet him. He introduced to Jin Woo that the large man was Ma Dongwook, captain of the Fame Guild, and both weren't using their full strength, because our country's hunters were watching from the side, and no one wanted to expose their abilities in front of outsiders. The leader was none other than Goto Ryuji. At this moment, Goto Ryuji had also noticed Jin Woo's presence. The translator told him that was Jin Woo, who had recently become an S-rank hunter. Goto Ryuji carefully observed Jin Woo, clearly sensing the powerful aura belonging to an assassin type within Jin Woo's body. Seems like an excellent assassin-type hunter. The assistant quickly explained after hearing this. According to official reports, Jin Woo is a magic-type hunter. Goto Ryuji looked incredulous, because his profession-seeing skill that awakened with him had never been wrong. Their argument soon attracted Chahayin's attention, and she curiously turned around to look. It was Jin Woo who had arrived. No wonder she could feel the air here becoming fresher. At this moment, Goto Ryuji suddenly walked to the center of the gymnasium. He suggested that to increase mutual trust, he proposed that all S-rank hunters could have a match against each other. Chairman Gao immediately agreed. After all, only by fully understanding teammates' abilities could they better cooperate in conquering the S-rank Jeju Island gate. However, to exclude magic-type and support-type hunters, who would be difficult to determine winners for, they decided to adopt a multi-person battle format. Victory would be achieved by grabbing an opponent's wrist, touching their back, or knocking them down. Goto Ryuji directly accepted these rules, immediately sending out 4 S-rank hunters to form a team. H country's side sent out a team consisting of Baek Yoonho, Ma Dongwook, Chahayin, and Lim Taegyu. Jin Woo watched all this. Goto Ryuji isn't participating? Seems he simply wants to observe H country hunters' abilities. As the starting gunshot sounded, Ma Dongwook's body instantly enlarged. The scarred R country hunter got excited seeing this. He loved contests of strength most. The two collided together, competing with pure strength. At this time, the blonde R country hunter also found his opponent, launching a surprise attack and charging toward Lim Taegyu like lightning. Lim Taegyu immediately recognized the blonde as a speed-type profession, making close combat very disadvantageous for him. So he took a step back to distance himself from the blonde, while continuously forming mana swords in his hands to shoot at him. Meanwhile, Baek Yoonho also activated his transformation, choosing the female hunter as his opponent. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed hunter's figure suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Just as he was about to backstab, Baek Yoonho's speed suddenly increased dramatically, instantly teleporting 10 meters away. He looked at the one-eyed hunter in confusion. He had clearly felt killing intent just now, but why did he hesitate? At this moment, Baek Yoon-ho's assessment of the one-eyed hunter was that he was either someone with excellent judgment or a coward. But looking at the one-eyed hunter's current state, combined with what the R-Country hunters had inadvertently said earlier about some hunters in their team disliking fighting magic beasts, he suddenly understood that Goto Ryuji wanted to test through them whether he was prepared to face the ants. Realizing he was being used, Baek Yoon-ho became extremely angry. Seeing Baek Yoon-ho's fierce gaze, the one-eyed hunter was immediately scared into a cold sweat. At that moment, he charged toward the one-eyed hunter. While attacking, he continuously taunted him as a complete coward. However, the next second, a huge explosion suddenly came from behind Baek Yoon-ho. He turned around to see that Ma Dongwook had lost the strength contest and been directly smashed into the floor. At the same time, Lim Taegyu was also caught by the blonde and defeated. In an instant, Baek Yoon-ho's opponents increased from 1 to 3, because they felt that teaming up to eliminate Baek Yoon-ho would be easier than dealing with Chahayin. Indeed, at this moment Chahayin, who was fighting the R-Country female hunter, was completely dominating her opponent. Chahayin's nickname was Dancer, because her movements when eliminating magic beasts were as agile as dancing. Under her fierce offensive, the R-Country female hunter soon couldn't keep up, and was eliminated when Chahayin touched her back. Then she prepared to quickly help Baek Yoon-ho. But just then, the one-eyed hunter's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Just as he was about to touch Chahayin's back, Chahayin landed several punches on the one-eyed hunter's face. All the watching hunters were stunned by this scene, because in that instant, Chahayin's fists fired like a machine gun, landing 14 punches and turning the one-eyed hunter into a pig head. At this time, the previously silent glasses-wearing man suddenly spoke. "It's over, that guy's angry." It turned out that every time the one-eyed hunter got angry, he would completely lose his reason, even attacking teammates. Therefore, no one was willing to team up with him. Left with no choice, he could only solo B-rank gates. At this moment, he had completely lost control, attacking Chahayin like a wild beast. His speed was so fast that Chahayin couldn't react at all. Just as the one-eyed hunter's attack was about to land on Chahayin, Jin Woo suddenly rushed in front of Chahayin to block the attack for her. However, the out-of-control one-eyed hunter didn't stop there, reaching towards Jin Woo again. Seeing his lack of restraint, Jin Woo threw him to the ground with a back throw. Seeing this scene, Goto Ryuji's pupils contracted sharply. He had almost failed to catch that strike speed. At this moment, Jin Woo suddenly looked behind him. "Hunter Chahayin, let's call this practice match H country's loss?" Chahayin readily agreed. Just as he finished saying this, Baek Yoon-ho was also defeated under the opponent's siege. Just as Jin Woo was about to leave, Goto Ryuji's translator suddenly called out to him. It turned out Goto Ryuji wanted to invite him for a sparring match. Upon learning this, Jin Woo's expression immediately became serious. Was Goto Ryuji trying to test his abilities? Although he didn't know what he was planning, this was a perfect opportunity to see how much stronger he had become in the Demon Castle. So he had the translator tell Goto Ryuji he could agree to the sparring match. But with one condition, he hoped he would use his full strength. These arrogant words directly angered Goto Ryuji. Before Jin Woo even said the match could begin, Goto Ryuji's handblade was already in front of Jin Woo's eyes. But this strike missed completely. It turned out that at the moment the attack was about to hit him, Jin Woo had activated his dodge skill to avoid it. But he still couldn't help but admire that this guy was obviously much stronger than other S-rank hunters. Goto Ryuji looked at his palm in disbelief. How ridiculous! With moves like that, he's still considered a magic-type hunter? Agile movements, silent actions. This was the ability of a top-level assassin. After saying this, he gathered power again, preparing to continue testing Jin Woo until he revealed all his cards. In an instant, he charged towards Jin Woo like lightning, but no matter how fast his attacks were, Jin Woo could precisely dodge them, even showing an enigmatic smile on his face. Seeing this smile, Goto Ryuji thought Jin Woo was looking down on his abilities. He realized that if he didn't use full strength, he couldn't hit Jin Woo. Therefore, he changed his mind. He suddenly struck out with full force. He wanted to kill Jin Woo right. The punch directly slashed across Jin Woo's cheek, and at the same time a system pop-up appeared with a warning that hostile individuals had appeared around him. With a thunderous impact, Goto Ryuji's strike finally didn't miss its mark. But when he saw the scene before him, his pupils suddenly shook violently, because his full-powered attack had actually been caught head-on by Jin Woo. Jin Woo couldn't help but sigh. If he had been even a second slower, he might have lost an eye. Goto Ryuji stared at Jin Woo in disbelief. He clearly could have won the match by grabbing his wrist, but had deliberately only grabbed his palm. He was convinced that Jin Woo was intentionally toying with him. Then Jin Woo glanced at Goto Ryuji. Although he couldn't understand what he was saying, if he had grabbed his wrist, the game would have been over, and he hadn't even launched his own attack yet. In an instant, both men unleashed all the mana within their bodies, and launched attacks at each other with their most powerful force. Seeing this scene, both Chahayin and Baek Yoon-ho were immediately alarmed. They rushed forward to restrain Jin Woo. While Goto Ryuji was also blocked by the R country's hunters. because judging from the overwhelming power radiating from their strikes, a collision would definitely cause the gymnasium to explode and result in casualties. Chahayin told Jin Woo that this person would be leading the our country's team into battle in a few days, and if they accidentally injured him, no one could bear that responsibility. Baek Yoon-ho immediately had the translator tell Goto Ryuji that everyone was getting too excited, and the sparring match should end here. Then he apologetically apologized to Jin Woo, who calmly replied that it was fine. If he had continued fighting with Goto Ryuji at that moment, the system might have issued another emergency quest, and one of them would have definitely died. To ease the awkwardness, Ma Dongwook quickly stepped forward to change the subject. To fight against Goto, who ranks second in Asia, and only end up with a small wound on his face. Truly remarkable. Then he mentioned that their famed guild was in urgent need of combat-type hunters, asking if Jin Woo had any interest in joining them. But at that moment, Choi Jung-in, who was on the second floor, directly interrupted him after hearing this. He told Ma Dongwook that Jin Woo was actually a magic-type hunter. Ma Dongwook showed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. At this point, Jin Woo had completely calmed down. He quickly apologized to everyone. He had already assessed the strength of the hunters present, and had even secretly hidden soldiers in their shadows without anyone noticing, not even Goto Ryuji. Then he told President Gao Gunhee that he would withdraw from this Jeju Island raid. First, because his mother had just awakened, he couldn't easily leave her side. Second, with over 10 S-rank hunters participating, he believed they wouldn't lack his combat power. At this moment, Goto Ryuji was already breaking out in cold sweat. Because at the moment when Jin Woo launched his final attack, the unprecedented killing intent he emanated made him feel fear. And he even had nightmares for several consecutive days afterward. Soon, 3 days had passed. A raid team of 5,000 awakened individuals sailed toward Jeju Island on destroyers. Their main responsibility was to eliminate the ants that escaped from the island. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters took helicopters and flew to Jeju Island first. Their mission was to kill the Ant Queen, because the ants only had a 1-year lifespan. Once the Ant Queen died, Jeju Island would return to peace after 1 year. This time, Country H sent 6 S-rank hunters: Choi Jong-in, Ma Dongwook, Baek Yoon-ho, Chahayin, Lim Taegyu, and Min Byung-gu. Among them, Min Byung-gu was Baek Yoon-ho's brother, an S-rank healing-type hunter. However, he didn't like bloody places, so he had retired. At this moment, Baek Yoon-ho looked at Min Byung-gu in disbelief. He really hadn't expected him to participate in this raid. Min Byung-gu grinned after hearing this, saying that without him, Baek Yoon-ho would probably be the first to die, since he would recklessly charge at magic beasts whenever he saw them. Soon their helicopter flew to Jeju Island, while Goto Ryuji's team had already landed on the island from another direction. They couldn't believe that the once prosperous Jeju city had now become a ghost town filled with magic beast remains. Those ant carcasses had been eaten by their own kind. Therefore, Goto Ryuji judged that there was a predator nearby. He notified his team members to begin the operation as planned. In an instant, powerful magical energy erupted from various areas around Jeju Island's perimeter. This magical energy drew out the ant soldiers in droves. Seeing the ant army being lured away, the people in the helicopter opened the cabin doors. Choi Jong-in immediately released large-scale flame magic, shooting toward the ant soldiers, blocking their path. However, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, those ants were completely unharmed. Seeing this, Choi Jong-in couldn't help but sigh that the ants had evolved again. They had developed resistance to magic that was effective in ranked dungeons. Therefore, he had to concentrate his firepower to damage them. After testing the ants' strength, he jumped down from the helicopter. His fire magic would have an advantage when facing numerous enemies, so he was the perfect choice to clear the path for everyone. He continuously used large-scale magic to bombard the ant army. Soon, the ant guard soldiers at the entrance were completely eliminated by Choi Jong-in. Seeing this, the others jumped down from the helicopter. The country R hunters could only buy them 1 hour of time. They had to eliminate the ant queen within this time frame, or they would be trampled to death by the returning ants. Meanwhile, the fleet also launched an interference satellite, so that the ants couldn't receive the ant queen's distress signal. At this time, Country R's hunters were struggling desperately against the ant soldiers. However, as the number of ants increased, they might be completely wiped out before Country H's team could find the ant queen. On the other side, Country H's team had now entered the ant nest. Choi Jong-in immediately released a flame net to seal the nest entrance. It could help everyone resist the newly born ants. Then he released countless fireball spells, bombarding various tunnel entrances in the nest. Because the ant tunnels were intricate and complex, if they entered rashly, they might be sent back the same way like the fireballs. The place so deep that even the vibrations from explosions couldn't be felt was the real entrance. Choi Jong-in quickly locked onto the entrance. He led everyone deeper into the ant nest. Little did they know that the ant queen had already discovered the intrusion into the nest. And beside her was a giant ant egg emitting white light that was about to hatch. That was the strongest soldier the ant queen had bred, one that could lead the ant citizens off the island. And it would also become a nightmare for all those who landed on the island. Just now, after successfully finding the ant queen's nest, everyone had killed their way unobstructed to the ant incubation chamber. However, the ant queen was nowhere to be found in the incubation chamber. Just as Choi Jong-in was about to burn all these ant eggs, a giant ant egg that had already hatched caught everyone's attention. The magical power emanating from within the egg alone was enough to terrify everyone. What kind of monster was hatching inside? At this time, Country R's hunters outside were struggling desperately against the ant soldiers. 1 second they were chatting and laughing, but in the time it took to turn around, the head of the S-rank healer in their team had disappeared. The two men were immediately shocked. They instantly entered combat readiness, but as a strange red light flashed by, the heads of the remaining two were also devoured in an instant, blood spattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Country H's hunters in the ant nest were also attacked by the ant guards. These were the Ant Queen's personal guard, each one no less powerful than an S-rank hunter. However, magic beasts were still magic beasts. Compared to tactically flexible hunters, their fighting methods were too simplistic. Under the hunters' coordinated teamwork, these guards were nothing to worry about, and were quickly slain on the spot. However, their numbers were vast. If not for S-rank hunter Minyongu continuously restoring their magical power, they would have probably died in the prolonged battle long ago. Under everyone's combined efforts, the ant guards were beaten into retreat. Their battle against the ant guards was broadcast live to the world by an A-rank hunter nearby. In an instant, the viewership reached 80%. Under the witness of global audiences, the guard unit was soon reduced to the last two guards. Once they dealt with them, they could kill the Ant Queen and become the 5th country to successfully clear an S-rank gate. Just like that, the hunter team soon reached the Ant Queen's side. Without the protection of guards, the Ant Queen was no match at all. Her body was continuously torn apart by the hunters. But at this moment, the Ant Queen's eyes suddenly flashed red. Then she continuously spat liquid toward everyone. Baek Yoonho and Ma Dong-wook's bodies, splashed by the liquid, rapidly corroded. Seeing this, Minyongu immediately used healing magic, pulling them back from death's door. At this time, the Ant Queen also noticed the healer's presence, and immediately turned to attack Minyongu. Seeing this, Ma Dong-wook immediately raised his shield, and rushed over to block the attack from Minyongu. Choi Jong-in took advantage of the moment when the Ant Queen was controlled, and immediately released flame magic toward her. As Choi Jong-in's firepower continued to increase, the Ant Queen's movements gradually became sluggish. Based on Baek Yoonho's years of experience raiding dungeons, the Ant Queen was now in a near-death state. Victory was within their grasp. But at this moment, the Ant Queen suddenly mustered all her strength to let out a shriek. The shockwave from her voice directly dispersed Choi Jong-in's magic, and everyone was also knocked back repeatedly. Baek Yoonho, who possessed beast transformation abilities, immediately sensed something unusual. This sound felt different from the dying wails of beasts. It seemed like she was summoning something. At the same time, Country R's hunter team outside also discovered an anomaly. All the ant soldiers were moving toward the ant nest. The human signal interference device had completely failed. Inside the ant nest, the Ant Queen had now been cut in half by Chahayin's sword. Just as everyone thought the raid was over, Ma Dong-wook received contact from outside, learning that the ants were rapidly gathering toward this location. Just as they were preparing to evacuate, Choi Jong-in's body suddenly trembled violently, because his flame prison at the nest entrance had been broken through. The next second, an extremely powerful magical wave suddenly swept over everyone. Instantly, they were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even stand. Then, an ant soldier emerged from the darkness, and let out an angry roar at everyone. Baek Yoonho was immediately terrified, because the magical power emanating from this ant was much stronger than the combined magical power of all the S-rank hunters present. As the ant approached step by step, Chahayin was directly suppressed to the point of kneeling on the ground. This terrifying oppressive feeling was unbelievable. Just his footsteps alone could make people imagine horrors. He was definitely the Ant King here. The Ant King simply ignored everyone and walked toward the Ant Queen. Just brushing past them, the magical airflow directly crushed half the bones in Ma Dong-wook's entire body. If not for Minyongu's timely treatment, Ma Dong-wook would have already become a corpse. At this time, the Ant King had reached the Ant Queen's side. After confirming that the Ant Queen was dead, he angrily opened his mouth and let out a roar at everyone, directly suppressing everyone to collapse on the ground. Among everyone, the strongest Chahayin was trembling as she struggled to arise. Seeing this scene, the Ant King flashed like lightning, instantly teleporting behind her, and fiercely punched toward Chahayin's abdomen. Taking this hit, Chahayin's body flew backward like a meteor, only stopping after smashing a 10-meter crater in the rock. This punch directly shattered all of Chahayin's internal organs. Seeing the scene, Ma Dong-wook was about to rush over to check on Chahayin's injuries, but the Ant King instantly teleported in front of him. Ma Dong-wook immediately raised his shield to block, but the Ant King casually punched the shield to pieces. Seeing this, he immediately drew his spare weapon to slash at the Ant King, but the Ant King directly used his claws to block the attack, and then brutally tore off his arm. Seeing Ma Dong-wook fall, Baek Yoonho let out an angry roar, but the next second, the Ant King flashed and tore open his chest. Nearby, Choi Jong-in had just condensed a fireball to attack, when the Ant King's ghostly figure rushed to his front and severed his arm. At this time, the only one on scene with attack capability, Lim Tae-gyu, took a sword step and rushed behind the Ant King, drawing his bow with full force to attack. He was confident that at such close distance, he definitely wouldn't miss. Just as the Ant King was about to be hit, The Ant King directly reached out his claw to catch the magic arrow, glanced at him, then crushed the arrow, and kicked Lim Taegyu flying with a single kick. Just as the Ant King was preparing to finish off Lim Taegyu, Ma Dongwook suddenly appeared in front of the Ant King, and punched the Ant King back with one strike. After the successful sneak attack, Ma Dongwook grinned. As long as he was there, even with a severed arm, he could completely recover. At this time, Minyongu had already activated his self-protection skill. Although camouflage had the drawback of being unable to move, it could hide one's presence like invisibility. As long as he continued to heal the hunters, they wouldn't be easily defeated by the Ant King. Just like that, Ma Dongwook was beaten like a punching bag by the Ant King. But under Minyongu's S-rank healing support, he never took his final breath. At this time, the Ant King sensed something unusual. He glanced toward the hidden Minyongu nearby. Minyongu was immediately shocked. He hadn't expected to be discovered. The next second, he felt intense pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered that his chest had been pierced by the Ant King's claw. Seeing the scene, Baek Yoonho immediately let out a painful wail. Minyongu used his last bit of strength to tell Baek Yoonho to take everyone and run. But before he could finish speaking, the Ant King devoured his head in one bite. Seeing the scene, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. Baek Yoonho ignored the pain of his wounds and angrily lunged at the Ant King, but was grabbed by the throat by the Ant King. Just as the Ant King was about to crush Baek Yoonho's neck, something unexpected happened. The Ant King actually spoke human words. "Run quickly, brother!" Only then did everyone understand that the Ant King devoured not just life, but also the target's power and intelligence. At this time, the Ant King angrily spoke to Baek Yoonho. "You're too weak. You killed our Ant Queen, but killing you small fry still isn't enough. Who is your king?" Baek Yoonho couldn't answer for a moment, because their team had already been completely wiped out. Just then, the Ant King's body suddenly froze, and then turned to look toward the outside. "There's a powerful guy over there!" After saying this, he threw Baek Yoonho on the ground, and charged straight toward the outside. At this time, Baek Yoonho looked terrified. Was he going after Goto Ryuji? But soon he tremblingly stood up. Now wasn't the time to think about this. He had to take everyone and leave before the Ant King returned. But when he saw the scene before him, he completely despaired, because the ant soldiers had all returned. Outside, Goto Ryuji had also discovered his teammates' corpses. He hurriedly called the guild to inform the vice president that there was a problem with the interference waves. The ants were all gathering toward the Ant Queen's direction, and he had fought against Country H's team. Without Sung Jin Woo, the survival rate was 0. The vice president was very satisfied upon hearing this news, although they hadn't helped them successfully clear the S-rank gate, letting Goto Ryuji's country challenge successfully. Their ultimate goal of having Country H's S-rank hunters completely wiped out had been achieved. He immediately ordered a full retreat. But just then, a black shadow rushed toward them like lightning. The moment Goto Ryuji sensed the anomaly, he used his long sword to block the attack, but another hunter beside him wasn't so lucky and died on the spot. Seeing this, Goto Ryuji told the remaining blonde to rendezvous with the others, while he stayed behind to cover everyone's retreat. At this time, the Ant King stared at Goto Ryuji with hawk-like eyes. "Are you there, king?" Hearing this, Goto Ryuji's lips immediately curved into an evil smile. He raised his long sword toward the Ant King. "That's right, I am the king." After getting a positive answer, the Ant King immediately released all the magical power in his body. After feeling this magical power, Goto Ryuji's face immediately showed a trace of fear. He had felt this sensation once before, a few days ago, when he fought against Sung Jin Woo. With the sound of a long sword shattering, Goto Ryuji was already separated from his head. Meanwhile, everyone in the nest was also in despair under the siege of the ant army. Just as they were about to be killed by the ants, a black soldier suddenly rushed out from their shadows and blocked the fatal attack for them. At this time, Sung Jin Woo, thousands of miles away, also sensed the anomaly. He stared intently in the direction of Jeju Island. Shadow exchange skill activated. Just as the S-rank team was about to be devoured by the magic beasts, a giant sword suddenly pierced through the magic beast's head. The heroic figure wielding the giant sword was the Knight Igris. Knights usually accompany kings. That man had come to the rescue. Sung Jin Woo immediately summoned King Ein, having him use the skill Group Taunt, attracting the hatred of all surrounding ant soldiers. Then he drew out the battle sword dropped by the Demon King, and single-handedly charged into the ant swarm to engage in close combat. Meanwhile, Fang appeared in front of the team members, releasing a guardian shield to help them resist the ants' attacks. Seeing this, Ma Dongwook was stunned. He didn't know who was fighting the ants now, but Baek Yoonho knew clearly, because he had seen these shadow soldiers at the awakening ceremony. He firmly believed that Sung Jin Woo could successfully rescue everyone this time. The ant soldiers were no match for the Shadow Army. However, Sung Jin Woo still felt that clearing monsters was too slow. He looked at the ant corpses covering the ground. Arise! The next second, those dead ants successfully revived as shadow soldiers and began a deadly battle with the ants. This scene was all broadcast live. The people of Country H, who had fallen into despair after seeing the S-rank hunters' deaths, once again had hope burning in their eyes. At this moment, the entire country's fate was connected to Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo on the battlefield soon broke through the ants' encirclement and came before the team members. He purchased healing potions from the shop to treat their injuries and restore their combat power. But Chahayin's internal organs had completely ruptured. The potions had no effect, and her breathing was gradually weakening. They had to take Chahayin away from here to find a high-level healer before more ants arrived. But just then, a terrifying magical wave attracted Sung Jin Woo's attention. The Ant King had returned. He angrily looked at everyone. There was no king outside. "Do you have anyone here who can be called a king?" Seeing the Ant King's figure, everyone immediately showed fear on their faces. Had Goto Ryuji also been defeated by him? Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo entrusted Chahayin to Ma Dongwook, and then strode toward the Ant King. "I was wondering why Goto Ryuji's shadow signal was cut off, so you devoured him." After hearing this, the Ant King directly released the ability inherited from Goto Ryuji, unleashing all his magical power to suppress Sung Jin Woo. However, under the massive magical suppression, Sung Jin Woo's figure didn't move an inch, and there was even a slight smile on his lips. Meanwhile, upon learning that Goto Ryuji had been defeated, the president of Country R's Hunter Association hurriedly had his subordinates check the Ant King's current location. The subordinate immediately responded that the Ant King had just reappeared in the Ant Queen's cave. Hearing this, the president angrily slammed his hand on the table, because this meant that Country H's hunters were still alive. At this time, the subordinate discovered again. Just now, another magical power comparable to the Ant King's had appeared in the ant nest. Hearing this, the president trembled with anxiety, and hurriedly had his subordinate open Country H's live broadcast. Meanwhile, President Gao Gunhee, who was watching the broadcast, was so excited he almost jumped up, because he believed that with Sung Jin Woo's strength, he could definitely defeat the Ant King. But the next second, the Ant King in the screen launched a fierce attack on Sung Jin Woo, his fist heavily smashing into his head. The ground beneath Sung Jin Woo's feet immediately began to collapse, causing a massive explosion. Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho were both knocked away by the explosion, and they believed that with Sung Jin Woo's physical condition as a magic-type hunter, being hit at such close range by the Ant King meant certain death. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, the Ant King smiled contemptuously. "Too weak. You're definitely not a king." But before he could finish speaking, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, because Sung Jin Woo, who had taken this hit, was still standing in front of the Ant King. He angrily spat out the blood in his mouth, then gathered magical power in his palm, and used ruler's hand on the Ant King. In an instant, the Ant King's body rapidly flew towards Sung Jin Woo. His fist also swung out fiercely, heavily hitting the Ant King's head. Taking this hit, the Ant King's body shot backward like a meteor, directly piercing through the entire ant nest. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped. Was Hunter Sung Jin Woo really a magic type? At this time, Baek Yoon-ho also gasped. He had been somewhat doubtful before, but he hadn't expected Sung Jin Woo to be so powerful. Before long, red light suddenly flashed from the smoke caused by the mountain collapse, and then the Ant King transformed into lightning and charged towards Sung Jin Woo. Seeing this scene, Sung Jin Woo showed an evil smile on his face. Very durable. Is it because of the exoskeleton protection? How annoying. In the blink of an eye, the Ant King's figure reached Sung Jin Woo's front. He clenched his fist and heavily smashed towards Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo immediately raised his hand to block. This strike once again damaged the ground. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo also launched a counterattack, punching heavily into the Ant King's abdomen. The Ant King was not to be outdone. Both of their fists simultaneously hit each other's heads. With a cracking sound, the Ant King was completely stunned. His strength was actually being suppressed by a human. What was this guy's background? The two continued to collide with each other like this. Soon the Ant King discovered that his exoskeleton was gradually falling off. He showed an expression of disbelief. How could his SS rank strength body be defeated by a mere human? Just as he was in a daze, Sung Jin Woo's figure had already rushed to his front, heavily punching his forehead. However, just as the Ant King was being knocked away, he stuck out his 10-meter-long tongue, leaving a bloody mark on Sung Jin Woo's face. In an instant, Sung Jin Woo's speed began to rapidly decline, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground. It turned out that the Ant King's tongue carried deadly poison, an ability inherited from a Country RS rank hunter he had devoured. Seeing Sung Jin Woo fall, the Ant King leisurely walked to his front, raised his claw toward his head, and just as the attack was about to hit, Sung Jin Woo directly grabbed his wrist. The Ant King, whose attack was interrupted, was stunned for 2.5 seconds, and Sung Jin Woo took advantage of this moment to directly punch the Ant King away. The Ant King stood up in embarrassment. He never expected that a human would have poison immunity. Sung Jin Woo glanced at him. He seemed a bit happy just now. Was it because of this poison? Or because he felt his stats increase? At this moment, he could sense that the Ant King's emotions were somewhat agitated. At this time, the hunters behind shouted to Sung Jin Woo. It turned out that Chahayin was dying. It seemed he had to end the battle quickly. Sung Jin Woo directly rushed to the Ant King's front and kicked him hard. But after the attack landed, the Ant King's figure vanished into thin air. For a moment, no one could sense the Ant King's presence, because the Ant King had used Minyongu's camouflage skill to hide in the darkness. At this time, he realized that poison didn't work on Sung Jin Woo, and the Ant King also thought that his specialty was strength. Going head-to-head with him was just wasting time. The Ant King's real advantage was speed. As long as he shrunk his swollen body and concentrated everything on speed, he could definitely take down Jin Woo. At this time, Jin Woo also locked onto the Ant King's position and drew his short sword in an attacking stance. The confident Ant King struck first, clawing towards Jin Woo's head, but the next second, his pupils dilated in shock, because Jin Woo had actually dodged his attack and instantly moved behind him, swinging his short sword down fiercely. The Ant King quickly used his claws to block. Just like that, the two continuously fought. The Ant King also discovered that Jin Woo could not only keep up with his speed, but was getting faster and faster. Under Jin Woo's continuous sword attacks, the Ant King's exoskeleton had already shattered into pieces. The battle would soon be over. Just as the Ant King cried out in pain, Jin Woo seized his opening and immediately used the critical hit skill to stab toward the Ant King's body. Unexpectedly, under his continuous stabbing, the critical hit skill actually upgraded to barrage. Jin Woo locked his gaze on the fleeing Ant King. He wanted to test this skill's power, so he directly released barrage toward the Ant King's back. In this instant, Jin Woo seemed to have clones, his figure slashing at the Ant King's body from all directions, directly piercing through the Ant King's exoskeleton. At this moment, the Ant King looked at Jin Woo with a life-questioning expression. He hadn't expected that whether in strength or speed, he would be completely crushed by Jin Woo. But soon he remembered that as an insect race, he had an advantage that humans couldn't match: numerical superiority. He angrily roared toward the sky, and in an instant, all the ant soldiers flew behind him. At the Ant King's command, the ant swarm charged toward Jin Woo. But seeing this, Jin Woo's figure remained motionless. The Ant King thought he was scared stupid and immediately mocked. "How about it, human? Are you ready to be trampled into meat paste by my ant army?" But before he could finish speaking, Jin Woo grinned. "Compete with me in numbers? Fine, arise." Then, under the Ant King's shocked gaze, Jin Woo summoned his Shadow Legion. The Shadow Warriors instantly charged into the ant swarm and began fighting with the ant army. Night Eagres cut down one ant with each strike. The three Beastmen generals also performed admirably, slicing through the ant swarm like cutting vegetables. But the main event wasn't on this side. At this time, Jin Woo had already called Fang to his side. Fang directly used the Giant Song skill, making his body incredibly huge. Then, under the enhancement of the Greed Orb, he released a giant version of Dragon's Song toward the ant swarm. The power of this strike directly pierced through the entire small island. The hunters watching from the side felt chills down their spines. Was this really a summoned beast? Calling it a summoned beast, how is it more like a demon king descending to earth? Under the scorching of Dragon's Song, the ant soldiers in the nest were soon burned to ashes. At this moment, the Ant King was still in a dazed state. He had been the strongest since birth, able to stand at the peak and devour everything, able to grow infinitely as a king. But now, facing Jin Woo before him, his heart had only one thought: to escape. He understood that if he wanted to survive, he had to quickly flee from this man. He immediately used Minyongu's ability to heal his wounds, then fled toward the outside of the ant nest without looking back. But just then, a giant hand suddenly appeared above his head and slammed him hard to the ground. This was exactly the ruler's hand that Jin Woo had released. At this moment, the Ant King looked up at Jin Woo, who was like a demon. He immediately lost his will to fight and turned to flee again. But Jin Woo wouldn't let him out to continue harming people. He immediately used barrage to slash toward the Ant King's back. The Ant King, having lost his exoskeleton protection, was brutally cut to death. Jin Woo also received a notification that the enemy had been eliminated at this moment. At this time, Baek-Yun-ho rushed to Jin Woo's front, because Chahayin's condition was very poor. After checking Chahayin's condition, Jin Woo immediately frowned. They had to quickly find a healer. But Shadow Exchange was still on cooldown, and even if he rode a flying dragon to find a healer, Chahayin would probably be dead before then. Just as everyone was at a loss, Jin Woo suddenly thought of a wicked method. He hurriedly ordered the nearby broadcasting hunter to turn off the camera, then had the shadow soldiers search for Minyongu's corpse. Hearing this, Baek-Yun-ho looked shocked, not understanding why he wanted to find his brother's corpse. Soon, the Beastman general brought Minyongu's corpse to Jin Woo's front. Jin Woo looked at Minyongu on the ground, and sure enough, a prompt to extract his shadow appeared. If he wasn't pushed to the brink, he would never use this method or rise. But the next second, Jin Woo received a notification that the extraction had failed. Jin Woo was shocked. How was this possible? Then he began the second attempt, but the result was another failure. Jin Woo didn't understand what was happening. With his current extraction ability, he should be able to easily extract his shadow. Could it be that his desire to stay away from battle was too strong? It seemed that turning humans into shadow soldiers really wasn't a good thing. But to save the dying Chahayin, for the third time, he forcefully issued the command, "Arise!" As soon as the words fell, Minyongu's body was swallowed by shadows. Seeing this scene, Baek-Yun-ho slammed his hand hard on Jin Woo's shoulder, questioning what he was going to do to his brother. But the next second, his pupils contracted sharply, because Minyongu's figure had reappeared before him. The observation team nearby, seeing this incredible scene, broke out in cold sweat. Only now did they understand that Jin Woo could use the power of the dead. At this time, Minyongu had already come to Chahai inside, continuously using healing magic to repair her shattered internal organs. At this moment, Baek Yoon-ho still hadn't recovered from his shock. Sung Jin Woo spoke first. I think I know what kind of person he was when alive. I haven't even given him orders, but he's already started treating Chahayin. What a warm person. Hearing this, Baek Yoon-ho also spoke painfully. He's no longer Minyongu. Sung Jin Woo didn't deny it. The hunter who was live streaming earlier now understood why Sung Jin Woo had asked him to turn off the camera. Because this kind of power must never be revealed to the public. Choi Jong-in also looked at Sung Jin Woo with a serious expression. The more intense the battle became, the stronger his power grew. This power was too astonishing. At this moment, Baek Yoon-ho suddenly spoke up. He told Sung Jin Woo that Minyongu had been someone who really hated fighting when he was alive. So he hoped that Sung Jin Woo wouldn't make him participate in battles anymore. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo brushed away Baek Yoon-ho's hand that was resting on his shoulder, then looked at Baek Yoon-ho. This is the second time you've put your hand on my shoulder. But this time, you're not giving me orders. You're genuinely asking me. After saying this, he walked leisurely toward Minyongu and directly canceled the shadow extraction on him. His thoughts aligned with Baek Yoon-ho's. Then, Minyongu looked at everyone one last time with a smile, before dispersing into the air. After eliminating the Ant King, Sung Jin Woo escorted everyone out of the ant nest, while he chose to stay behind, because the battle wasn't completely over yet. There were still many remnants for Sung Jin Woo to deal with. In an instant, Sung Jin Woo summoned the Flying Dragon Kaiser, charging toward the remaining ant army. Soon, Sung Jin Woo had once again fought his way into the ant nest, eliminating all the unhatched ants as well. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters in the United States, the director was repeatedly playing the combat footage of Sung Jin Woo fighting the ants, then asked his assistant beside him, "How's the investigation into Sung Jin Woo's background going?" The assistant placed a stack of documents in front of the director, revealing that Sung Jin Woo was also connected to the Management Bureau explosion incident from a few months ago. The culprit behind the explosion, Sung Il-hwan and Sung Jin Woo, were actually father and son. After reading through the documents, the director gave his assistant a task to recruit him to the United States at any cost, while other countries hadn't even figured out Sung Jin Woo's name yet, because in the director's view, Sung Jin Woo's power might have already reached national-level authority standards. On the other side, Sung Jin Woo came to the Ant King's corpse. This powerful aura filled him with admiration. Then he spoke the command, "Arise!" In an instant, the Ant King's shadow began to collapse, surrounding Sung Jin Woo completely. Sung Jin Woo was startled by this sight. Surrounded by darkness, he couldn't feel anything, and he thought the shadow extraction had failed. But the next second, a confused voice came from behind him. "How did I come back again?" Sung Jin Woo turned around, and there stood the Ant King's figure. At the same time, the notification of successful shadow extraction appeared. Upon seeing Sung Jin Woo's gaze, the Ant King immediately knelt down. As Sung Jin Woo examined his attributes, he pondered for a moment, because a general level rank had appeared that he'd never seen before. This meant his power was so great that the previous soldiers couldn't even compare to him. Then, Sung Jin Woo turned and walked toward the Ant King. But at that moment, the Ant King's voice came from behind. "My king, please give me a name." Sung Jin Woo glanced at him. It seemed this guy had absolute loyalty like the other soldiers. Then he asked why he could speak. The Ant King stammered in reply, I could speak before. I could speak before becoming a soldier, so I can speak now too." Wait! King Ein was once human, but after becoming a shadow, he couldn't speak. Hunter Minyongu and Fang were the same way. The only difference between them is their rank. It seems if the other soldiers' levels increase, they might be able to speak too. Sung Jin Woo studied the Ant King carefully. "I'm the one who killed you. Even so, are you willing to follow me?" After hearing this, the Ant King replied, "I didn't die, but was reborn as your power. Now my heart is filled with joy. I will follow my lord forever." Then he once again begged Sung Jin Woo to give him a name. Sung Jin Woo thought for a moment. "I'll call you Beru." Upon hearing this, Beru lowered his head. "My king's grace is boundless." After the naming was complete, Sung Jin Woo walked over to the Queen Ant. "Arise!" Another general-level soldier. But strangely, after the Queen Ant was successfully extracted, the power of those ant soldiers suddenly weakened. Sung Jin Woo asked Beru what was happening. Also, why was this Queen Ant's magic power so weak? Beru respectfully explained after hearing this. Controlling the ant army is an innate ability of the Queen Ant. As long as the Queen is present, the ant army will still be under her command. Moreover, most of the Queen's magic power is used for reproductive activities, and reproductive activities cannot be carried out without a physical body. Sung Jin Woo understood after hearing this. In other words, the Queen Ant is not suitable for combat, so he directly canceled the extraction of the Queen Ant's shadow. An organization doesn't need two leaders. The next problem was the scattered ants on the island. He asked Beru whether he could annihilate them all with his current forces. Beru indicated that he could sense the enemies had lost their formation after losing their leader, and were constantly fleeing in all directions. There were about 4,000 still alive. Sung Jin Woo sighed after hearing this. He originally thought he had eliminated quite a few in the previous battle, but unexpectedly there were still so many left. He immediately asked Beru, "Can you destroy them all?" Beru stepped forward 2 steps after hearing this. "My lord, just give me your command." Meanwhile, in the outside world, the human fleet was constantly under attack from the ants. The hunters joined forces to fight against the ants, but unfortunately there were simply too many ants, just when they were about to be swallowed by the ant swarm. The figure of Ant King Beru rushed over like lightning. Wherever his figure passed, all the ants were torn in half. Thus, the southern forces conducted a 2-day and 2-night sweep against the ants. The constantly fleeing ants actually flew toward Country Z's waters. But the ants never would have thought that waiting for them there was Liu Zhikang, a hunter even stronger than Jin Woo. He was enveloped in blazing flames, then drew a short sword from behind, and directly slashed a flaming cross-strike at the ant swarm in the air. In an instant, violent explosions continuously occurred in the sky, and those ants turned into fragments and fell into the sea. With just one move, he eliminated all the ant soldiers. Liu Zhikang sheathed his short sword upon seeing this, thinking that if he wasn't dealing with these small fries but facing the Ant King that fought Jin Woo, that would be somewhat interesting. Meanwhile, in Country M's Scavenger Guild, a man was also continuously playing the battle footage of Jin Woo and the Ant King. He was Andre, the leader of the Scavenger Guild, and he also knew that Huang Dongsu and Jin Woo had a blood feud between them. At this time, his assistant beside him asked what he would do if these two started fighting. Andre's face immediately showed a fierce expression after hearing this. Hunter Huang is the Scavenger Guild's property, and the Scavenger Guild is mine. As he spoke, he angrily crushed the remote control in his hand. He would never forgive anyone who touched his things, not even the Country M government. 3 days quickly passed. All the ants on Jedju Island had been dealt with. The Hunter Association arranged collection teams to come and gather materials. But just as they were preparing to work, they were suddenly startled by the scene before them. A mysterious man walked out from the depths of the ant nest. But there shouldn't be anyone on Jeju Island now except the collection team. They quickly drew their weapons and aimed at the man, questioning who he was. However, what the man said was beast language that no one could understand. Just as the team members were shocked, a snapping sound suddenly came, and in the next second, a powerful magic wave swept over everyone. All the team members immediately collapsed. It turned out that an elder behind the man had released a skill that made everyone at the scene temporarily fall asleep. The man viciously told the elder that it was confirmed to be that man's doing. The elder's face immediately darkened after hearing this. He really didn't know why he wanted to help these people, but the hunt would proceed according to the original plan. After saying this, he created a teleportation portal with his bare hands, preparing to leave. At this time, the man called out to the elder. By the way, there's a guy who seems to have arrived here already. Since we're already here, let's deal with that guy before leaving. The elder just paused for a moment after hearing this. I'll leave this area to you. After saying this, he entered the teleportation gate and left the place. After the elder left, the man's gaze immediately became sharp. What a coward. But I don't need to look for trouble either. After saying this, he stomped out a red teleportation gate and disappeared from here. After successfully conquering Jeju Island, Jin Woo had become a big star, a hero in the eyes of the entire nation. However, there were inevitably critical voices, saying that if he had participated in the Jeju Island conquest operation from the beginning, perhaps Hunter Minyongu wouldn't have sacrificed his life. On this day, all the hunters in Country H attended Minyongu's memorial service. Jin Woo looked at Minyongu's grieving family nearby, and couldn't help feeling a bit dejected. However, at this time, Baek Yoonho walked to Jin Woo's side. Lift your head up. Hunter Sung, you're the one who put an end to this tragedy. Thank you for saving this country. Just as Jin Woo was about to comfort Baek Yoonho, he suddenly met the gaze of Chahayin nearby. After less than a second of eye contact, Chahayin blushed and lowered her head. Jin Woo was completely confused upon seeing this. Could it be that Miss Cha didn't drink hot water today and isn't feeling well? After the memorial service ended, Jin Woo expressed his desire to establish a guild to Chairman Gao. Chairman Gao agreed immediately without any hesitation after hearing this, but then he asked Jin Woo whether he had set up any barriers or similar things on Jeju Island, because the crisis hunters he sent to clean up the ant corpses had collectively lost consciousness there and couldn't remember what happened before when they woke up. Jin Woo immediately denied this after hearing it, and could only temporarily assume it might have been a trap set by the ants. After handling the matter, Jin Woo left the place to go home. Unexpectedly at this time, he was stopped by a stranger. The person immediately identified himself as personnel from Country M's Hunter Management Bureau, and said his purpose for coming was to bring Jin Woo some classified intelligence. To show sufficient sincerity, he could give Jin Woo an opportunity to awaken the magic power in his body again and become a reawakener. Jin Woo curiously followed them to the hotel, wanting to see what they were really up to. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, the Country M Hunter Management Bureau's deputy director placed immigration documents in front of Jin Woo. Originally, these materials would take 1 to 2 years to complete, but they had made sufficient preparations to recruit Jin Woo. He could become a Country M citizen 1 second after signing the agreement. Jin Woo's face immediately darkened after hearing this. I came here because Adam's staff said there was intelligence to tell me, specifically about those reawakeners who can make hunters undergo second awakening. The deputy director smiled after hearing this, and directly had his subordinate invite Ms. Norma Selner. Soon after, Ms. Selner came before everyone. Jin Woo carefully observed the magic power around her. This aura was indeed different from ordinary awakeners. After seeing Sung Jin Woo's suspicious expression, Miss Selner immediately introduced her ability. You also know that the limits of all awakeners in this world are predetermined from birth. If they don't undergo second awakening, their awakening level can never break through. And my ability is to forcibly stimulate an awakener's potential, break through limits, and achieve second awakening. The deputy director stated that everything Miss Selner said was true, but she needed to rest for a long time after each use of this ability. So only 3 or 4 people could receive this benefit each year. Sung Jin Woo was very surprised after hearing this. If all this was true, then this ability was indeed heaven-defying. He then asked, how much improvement does second awakening provide? Miss Selner indicated that each person's situation was different, but after her 3-stage potential stimulation, they could at least gain 20 to 30% more power. Sung Jin Woo was shocked after hearing this. 20 to 30% more power. No wonder Huang Dongsu was willing to immigrate to Country M despite being cursed by the entire nation. Any hunter would be unable to refuse this. At this time, the deputy director told Sung Jin Woo that Miss Selner's ability was a welcome gift for him. They were very confident that once he experienced this feeling once, he would never be able to leave again. The deputy director immediately asked Sung Jin Woo if he was willing to break through his limits. Sung Jin Woo muttered to himself, it seems he's very confident. Might as well experience it once. He immediately placed his palm in Miss Selner's hand. Seeing this, the deputy director grinned. He was certain he had Sung Jin Woo in his grasp. Maybe after this was over, he would sign the documents on the spot. At this moment, Miss Selner's ability had already activated. The transmission gate that even the national power level Goto Ryuji failed to conquer, he had successfully conquered with an unheard of ability. She was very curious about where Sung Jin Woo's limits would be. But in the next second, Miss Selner felt herself being enveloped by a powerful magic force. She curiously looked up and saw a figure whose face couldn't be clearly seen appear in the air. Then that figure appeared in front of her, angrily shouting 3 words at her, "Get out!" In an instant, Miss Selner clutched her head and began wailing continuously. Seeing this, the subordinates immediately drew their guns and aimed at Sung Jin Woo. The deputy director quickly stopped their behavior upon seeing this. If they angered an S-rank hunter, everyone present would die. The subordinates quickly lowered their weapons and checked on Miss Selner's condition after hearing this. The deputy director also hurriedly bowed and apologized to Sung Jin Woo. At this time, Sung Jin Woo was still completely confused. What the hell was going on? The deputy director hurriedly inquired about Miss Selner's condition. She was continuously breaking out in cold sweat, and her body was trembling non-stop. Helplessly, the deputy director could only say that Miss Selner wasn't in good physical condition today, and that he would contact Sung Jin Woo again later. After Sung Jin Woo left, the deputy director asked Miss Selner what exactly happened. Miss Selner answered with a terrified expression, "He is a king, and a very powerful king." The deputy director was immediately shocked upon hearing this. "Do you mean his strength is equivalent to national power level?" Miss Selner shook her head. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Although he was a king, he was different from ordinary kings. While she was peering into Sung Jin Woo, there was also a force watching her. That force didn't come from Mr. Sung Jin Woo, but from the endless darkness within him. Then, Miss Selner said her final words in terror. Mr. Sung Jin Woo has no limits at all. At this time, the completely unaware Sung Jin Woo was also confused after leaving the building. That person must have seen something. Could it be traces of the system? What exactly was she afraid of? Just then, a phone ringing brought Sung Jin Woo's thoughts back. It was Chairman Gao Guni. A B-rank gate had appeared in the middle of the road, and he wanted Sung Jin Woo to deal with it. Sung Jin Woo asked in confusion, "Don't I need a conquest permit?" Chairman Gao laughed and replied, "Mr. Sung wouldn't have forgotten where conquest permits are issued, would he?" Sung Jin Woo immediately realized after hearing this. That Gao Gunhee who was talking to him was the association chairman. "Then I won't be polite." After hanging up, Sung Jin Woo immediately came to the gate. His figure immediately attracted the crowd's attention. They never expected that an S-rank hunter would personally come to conquer a gate. But the moment Sung Jin Woo entered the gate, shock appeared on everyone's faces at the scene, because the gate's color had actually turned red. At this time, Sung Jin Woo was speechless after entering the dungeon. He didn't understand why every gate he conquered would have accidents. But with his current strength, a red gate posed no threat to him at all. He immediately summoned his shadow army, preparing to end the battle within a day. These dungeon monsters were nothing in front of Sung Jin Woo. He had the shadow soldiers deal with the outer monsters. While he headed toward the center of the dungeon, the Lord became furious upon seeing Sung Jin Woo alone, and roared at him angrily. "You dare come alone? My companions have long been lurking around. Come out, everyone." But his summons had no response at all. Just as the Lord was confused, Sung Jin Woo grinned. "You said I'm alone? How interesting. Come out, my army." In an instant, shadow soldiers emerged from all directions. The Lord's heart was immediately shocked upon seeing this. Only now did he realize that his companions lurking around had already been completely eliminated. Sung Jin Woo looked viciously at the remaining monsters before him. "Begin!" The shadow army that received the command immediately charged at the monster group and began fighting with them. After seeing his companions die one by one, the Lord completely lost his reason and charged directly at Sung Jin Woo, wanting to perish together with him. Upon seeing this scene, Ant King Baru turned around and charged at the Lord, directly tearing off the arm he was swinging his giant axe with. Then, Fang appeared in front of him, using reverse gravity skills to pin him firmly to the ground. Then Jin Woo walked toward the Lord like the Grim Reaper. If you obediently answer my questions, you can suffer less pain. But just as he asked about the crucial system, the Lord's head suddenly exploded. Jin Woo was disappointed. The system seemed to have interfered again. Then he opened his item inventory and took out the key he had obtained from the cursed box. Because the moment the Lord died, Jin Woo's level reached 100. The key's information was also unsealed. This was actually the key to the Kartanon Temple. He never expected that the double dungeon that once drove him to despair would summon him once again. The difference was that he was no longer that weak E-rank hunter, but a powerful S-rank human mage. If this was a scenario set from the beginning, if it had been waiting for him to return, if that was really the case, then just wait. He would find his way there soon, and personally uncover the secrets behind the system. After Jin Woo established his guild, the first person to come for an interview was still Country H's strongest S-rank female hunter, Chahayin. Jin Woo was completely confused, not understanding why she would give up being the vice president of the top guild to join his newly established small guild instead. Moreover, Jin Woo could see that her pulse was chaotic, her breathing rapid, and her eyes somewhat unfocused. She was clearly struggling so much, yet still wanted to join his solo guild. Why exactly? So Jin Woo asked, "As far as I know, Miss Cha's contract with the Hunter Bureau hasn't ended yet." Cha Hae-in immediately responded, "I have money to pay the penalty fee. You'd rather risk breaching your contract to join our guild?" This made Jin Woo even more suspicious. He stated again that his solo guild had just been established and couldn't offer a signing bonus that matched Miss Cha's worth. Cha Hae-in indicated after hearing this that the signing bonus didn't matter. Even without one would be fine. This operation left Jin Woo completely dumbfounded. This woman definitely had some ulterior motive, so he seriously asked her, "Why are you willing to pay this price to join us? There's no benefit for you here." Only Cha Hae-in herself knew the reason. From when she first met Jin Woo, sensing that he was a minor without the hunter's stench, she was even attracted by the pleasant scent on Jin Woo. She couldn't help but curiously investigate his identity. That's when she learned he was a newly promoted S-rank hunter, although she kept telling herself not to care about Jin Woo, not to waste time thinking about those things. Before she knew it, Jin Woo had become the only color in her gray and white world, until during the Ant Island conquest operation, she was punched and shattered by Ant King Baru. The thought that she might die suddenly emerged, but more than that was the regret of never seeing Jin Woo again. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, she suddenly woke up on the deck. It must have been Jin Woo who came, which is why she was safe. So she hurriedly asked Chairman Gao Gunhee whether it was Mr. Jin Woo who saved her. After getting the chairman's affirmative reply, her cheeks immediately flushed red. As expected, it wasn't all a dream. But she didn't understand what this feeling was either. At this time, Cha Hae-in was nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Looking shy, how could she say, "I hope you can always stay by my side and protect me," until the last moment in front of him? Before she knew it, her head was already steaming from embarrassment. Jin Woo watched in amazement. What was she doing? Was there some unspeakable reason? Why wasn't she answering? Looking at her face as red as a monkey's bottom, she was clearly deliberately hiding something. It seemed he needed to arrange a test to make her back down. Jin Woo sighed and told Cha Hae-in that joining the guild required a test. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the word test, Cha Hae-in immediately became serious. She wasn't good at emotional matters, but she was very skilled at combat. She immediately asked Jin Woo what the test content was. Hearing this, Jin Woo's face showed a mischievous smile. "That would be defeating my summoned beast. I've specially selected the strongest opponent for you. The test time is set for now, and the venue will be the Hunter Association's gymnasium." However, the gymnasium was still some distance from the guild. Why not take this opportunity to try using Shadow Exchange for movement, he thought. So Jin Woo immediately stopped Cha Hae-in, who was preparing to push the door and leave, and opened his arms to embrace her. "I have a way to quickly reach the gymnasium. We need to be close together. You won't mind, will you?" Without waiting for Cha Hae-in's answer, Jin Woo pulled her into his arms. The Shadow Exchange skill immediately activated, and in just one breath, the two arrived at the Hunter Association's gymnasium. Cha Hae-in was very shocked. She never expected that Jin Woo, a mage, would possess teleportation abilities. Jin Woo also confirmed his previous judgment at this time. The Shadow Exchange skill was actually a teleportation gate that could bring others along for spatial movement. But strangely, why did his chest feel like it was burned by flames? Could it be a side effect of bringing someone along for teleportation? Then, Jin Woo spoke first. "There don't seem to be any suitable weapons for you here. I remember you brought an iron pickaxe when you came last time." Cha Hae-in felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into after hearing this. She couldn't explain that last time she was worried about Jin Woo's safety, and just grabbed an iron pickaxe before rushing in, could she? Jin Woo smiled lightly after seeing Cha Hae-in's flustered appearance. "I was just joking." Cha Hae-in immediately turned around, took out her ID card and swiped open the gymnasium's weapon storage. "There are many backup weapons here. They're sufficient for practice." She quickly selected a long sword as her practice weapon. At this moment, Jin Woo also summoned Igris. He's the best swordsman among my soldiers. Let him be your opponent." Chahayin asked what the victory condition was. "Either eliminate my summoned beast or Miss Cha, you surrender." Although he said he would send out his strongest soldier to fight her, having Ant King Beru fight would be a bit too much and might traumatize her. But looking at Chahayin's excited state, Igris probably wouldn't be able to defeat her and dispel her thoughts of joining the guild. So he gave Igris the long sword he had obtained from defeating the Demon King. This sword seemed tailor-made for Igris. The moment he picked up the sword, his aura soared, and his entire being was enveloped in lightning power. He raised his hand and unleashed 100 lightning storm. The power of this sword covered half the gymnasium with a lightning storm. However, Chahayin dodged the attack with a sidestep. Jin Woo couldn't help but admire upon seeing this. She really is fast. If it were an ordinary person, they'd be dead with just one touch from Igris. In the next second, Chahayin swung her sword toward Igris, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The magic power fluctuations from the battle immediately attracted Chairman Gao Guni's attention. Nobody reserved the gymnasium today, right? So he curiously opened the gymnasium's internal surveillance, and directly saw the scene of Jin Woo embracing Chahayin. When did these two develop to this extent? He suddenly remembered how Chahayin had blushed, and her heart raced. When she learned it was Jin Woo who saved her, it turned out he had been too oblivious. So he had his subordinate turn off the gymnasium surveillance and record that the gymnasium underwent maintenance today. Unexpectedly, as soon as he hung up the phone, the violent tremors from the gymnasium collapsed his office. He couldn't help but sigh. Youth is wonderful. Meanwhile, Jin Woo in the gymnasium was already dumbfounded. He never expected that his second-in-command, Igris, would be defeated by Chahayin in less than 10 rounds. The spirited Chahayin immediately asked Jin Woo, "Is that Black Knight really the most powerful summoned beast? Didn't you say you chose the most powerful one for me? Hurry up and let him fight." Jin Woo's expression immediately became serious after hearing this. "Then you might get hurt." Chahayin looked serious. "It's okay. I really want to fight him again." Jin Woo looked confused. "You know him?" It turned out Chahayin had seen him with her own eyes and had also watched his videos. Under Chahayin's strong insistence, Jin Woo could only summon Ant King Beru. The powerful magic power emanating from Ant King Beru immediately made Chahayin break out in a cold sweat. Jin Woo walked in front of Chahayin. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you really okay with this?" Although Ant King Beru had become much weaker than when he was alive after becoming a shadow soldier, even so, he was still a weapon created from the beginning to eliminate hunters. If they really fought, Hunter Chahayin's chances of winning were almost zero. So Jin Woo ordered Ant King Beru defeat Chahayin without harming her. After receiving the command, Ant King Beru immediately released all his magic power, and in an instant all the lights on the gymnasium ceiling shattered, plunging the entire gymnasium into darkness. At this moment, Chahayin was shocked. Jin Woo had actually defeated this kind of guy single-handedly, and just during her moment of shock, Ant King Beru's figure had already appeared behind her. Sensing the killing intent, Chahayin looked terrified. This was exactly the move that had defeated her last time on Ant Island. However, this time Chahayin learned from her previous experience and directly counterattacked with her long sword. But the long sword was casually caught by Ant King Beru. The king's command is only one: defeat the enemy without harming the opponent. So Ant King Beru decided to crush Chahayin with full force, making her recognize the power gap between them and lose her fighting spirit. Under his fierce attacks, Chahayin was quickly suppressed. But even so, Chahayin kept looking for Ant King Beru's weaknesses. Gradually, she noticed the pattern of Ant King Beru's evasive movements. Now's the time. In an instant, she used all her strength to slash at Ant King Beru's weakness. But in the next second, her face was filled with shock. Impossible. He can dodge attacks without using his feet at such close distance. Before she could recover from her shock, Ant King Beru's figure teleported in front of her again. Then he launched a bad breath attack at Chahayin. Chahayin was forced to retreat continuously by this move. Jin Woo immediately spoke upon seeing this. "The outcome is already very clear. Are you satisfied?" But Chahayin just wiped the cold sweat from her face and said, "I can still continue fighting." Jin Woo looked confused, not understanding what she was thinking. Knowing the power disparity yet still insisting on fighting, she shouldn't be someone without wisdom. Ant King Beru was different from other shadow soldiers. Although he possessed intelligence, he was essentially still a killing weapon. He could feel Ant King Beru suppressing his overwhelming killing intent. If Chahayin was looking for some opportunity, he hoped that wouldn't be a wrong judgment. Seeing that Chahayin still wouldn't admit defeat, Ant King Beru once again transformed into lightning and charged at her. This time, he raised his claws and viciously smashed down toward where Chahayin was. Facing the attack, Chahayin kept dodging. Ant King Beru, watching Chahayin continuously fleeing, felt his killing intent become even stronger. This was the hunter's instinct. Unexpectedly at this moment, Chahayin actually gave up fleeing and instead took an offensive stance. She released the skill sword dance and slashed toward Ant King Beru. Ant King Beru immediately used his claws to block upon seeing this. The long sword immediately shattered upon colliding with the claws. However, Chahayin's attack wasn't over. This was exactly the killing opportunity she had created for herself. In an instant, she drained all the magic power in her body and released her ultimate skill light sword, stabbing toward Ant King Baru. This sword successfully pierced through Ant King Baru's body. However, Sung Jinwoo's face showed an anxious expression upon seeing this scene, because the moment he was hit by the attack, a command quickly flashed through Ant King Baru's mind. It was the command he had received from the Queen Ant when he was born. Although forgotten, it was inevitably remembered again due to instinct. That was to eliminate the enemy. In an instant, he treated Chahayin as an enemy. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his inner killing intent and used all his strength to attack Chahayin. Sung Jin Woo immediately shouted at him, "Stop!" However, Ant King Baru had already completely lost control. His claws were still slashing toward Chahayin's direction. Just as the attack was about to hit, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in front of Ant King Baru. After the smoke cleared, a hand was firmly gripping Ant King Baru's claw. It was Sung Jin Woo who had intercepted Ant King Baru's attack. At this moment, Ant King Baru also regained consciousness, looking confused. In the next second, he retreated repeatedly. He knelt on the ground like a child who had made a mistake. "King, please forgive me." Sung Jin Woo sighed helplessly upon seeing this. This is a biological instinctive reaction. I can't blame him. Then he reached out and helped Chahayin up. After confirming she wasn't injured, he curiously asked her why she tried so hard. "This is just a test, an entrance test for joining an unknown guild. It's not worth risking your life for this." Finally, he asked Chahayin what her purpose was in doing this. Chahayin lowered her head without speaking. This was the first time she had such girlish thoughts, and she didn't know how to respond. At this time, Sung Jin Woo tentatively asked, "Could it be that you're interested in me?" Chahayin immediately reacted, stammering and about to speak, while Sung Jin Woo fell into deep thought again. This isn't it either? Then what exactly is the reason? Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard Chahayin's voice, and saw Chahayin looking shy. Yes, it seems to be like that. After that, something unknown happened, and both soon returned to their respective homes. Sung Jin Woo immediately went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He had indeed grown taller after the second awakening. His body had also become stronger, but was he really that charming? He felt like this was everywhere on the street, so he curiously opened the bathroom door. "Gina, what do you think of me? Like male charm and such?" Gina looked disgusted and complained after hearing this. "Where exactly does your confidence come from?" Sung Jin Woo was so angry he pressed down on Gina's head after hearing this. He never expected that in his sister's eyes, he was just a nerdy loser. But thinking about it carefully, he really was like that. Then he changed the subject and told his sister he wanted to establish a guild. He asked her what she thought of calling the guild Solo Guild. His sister was speechless after hearing this. She never expected that her brother was not only unattractive, but also not very smart. She indicated that Sung Jin Woo could summon shadow soldiers, so strictly speaking, it wasn't solo. Why not call it Ajin Guild? It's very similar to my name. Then Sung Jin Woo went to the guild and asked Vice President Yu Jinho what he thought of this name. Yu Jinho agreed wholeheartedly after hearing it. As long as it wasn't called Solo, anything was fine. Meanwhile, Chahayin felt restless after returning home. Thinking about her answer that was no different from a confession, she was so embarrassed she kept drumming on the bed with her feet kicking. She buried her face directly in the pillow, involuntarily remembering what Sung Jin Woo said when he left. "If you're interested in me, wouldn't there be better ways than joining the guild? It's over, it's over. Mr. Sung Jin Woo will definitely think I'm a strange woman." She could only keep comforting herself. My life was saved by Sung Jin Woo. Having good feelings for him is very normal, right? But this reason couldn't convince her at all. She immediately covered her head with the pillow again and kept drumming on the bed. She didn't stop until white smoke was rising from her pillow. But then, an important memory suddenly flooded into her mind. She remembered that when she was about to die, Hunter Minyongu suddenly grabbed her. With an anxious expression, he urgently told her to warn Mr. Sung Jin Woo to be careful of his own power. Chahayin immediately sat up in bed. She had to tell Sung Jin Woo right away. Meanwhile, at Ajin Guild, a group of people suddenly came to visit. The leader was Zhao Zhengshu, the head of the Knights Guild. It turned out that a massive gate had appeared in District F, and its detected magic power was at the highest A-rank level. Their guild wanted to take on this raid mission, but they needed an S-rank hunter to participate for the association to issue the clearance permit. Since their guild didn't have any S-rank hunters, they came hoping to collaborate with Sung Jin Woo, promising generous compensation. Normally, when large guilds raid dungeons, S-rank hunters receive 10% of the profits. But this time, he decided to offer Sung Jin Woo 20% of the earnings. However, Sung Jin Woo directly countered that it had to be a 50-50 split. Unless this raid operation was considered a joint venture between two guilds, which would be perfect since his Ajin Guild was still being established. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhengshu agreed, but he stipulated that Mr. Sung Jin Woo must handle the boss and magical beasts. After both parties signed the contract, they immediately headed to the gate area. Ajin Guild's first raid mission officially began. However, as soon as they entered the dungeon, team leader Zhao Zhengshu's face showed shock, because a two-headed ogre was blocking the team's path. And wherever ogres appeared, undead would definitely follow. Sure enough, the next second, an army composed of hundreds of undead appeared before everyone. He quickly ordered his team members to enter combat formation. But the moment the undead saw Sung Jin Woo, they were so frightened, they immediately backed away. Jin Woo looked disappointed, having had high expectations for this top-tier dungeon. However, the next second, Jin Woo froze in place as if struck by lightning. This feeling meant his sister was in danger. Indeed, at that moment Jina's school had descended into chaos. It turned out that just moments ago, a gate had suddenly appeared in a school classroom. A student who saw it told others not to panic, because closed gates like this were safe. Non-hunters couldn't enter, and nothing inside could come out. But just as he finished speaking, the gate began to crack. A giant hand reached out from within, gripping that student's head tightly, then crushed it. Next, countless orcs emerged from the gate, continuously slaughtering throughout the school. In just 10 minutes, the school was completely overrun. Jina's classroom was at the top of the school, with no time to escape. Soon the orcs surrounded the area. They immediately sensed the unusual magic power within Jina's body, and raised their giant axes to strike her down. Just as Jina was about to be hit, a red giant hand suddenly intercepted the orc's attack, then sent the orc flying with a single punch. This was the orc general that Jin Woo had left in his sister's shadow. At this moment, sensing his sister was in danger, Jin Woo directly summoned the Ant King Baru, giving him the command to protect humans. Anything that wasn't human, he could do whatever he wanted with. Then he told his teammates that from now on, Ant King Baru would take his place. He left behind dozens of ant soldiers and prepared to leave. But his shadow exchange skill was still on cooldown, so he could only run there on foot. In an instant, he rushed toward the dungeon exit. His magic power was constantly being consumed, which meant his shadow soldiers were continuously being killed and revived. But now, the exit was blocked by an army of undead. Jin Woo angrily roared at them, "Get out of my way!" To his surprise, upon hearing this, the undead directly opened a passage and respectfully knelt before Jin Woo. What was happening? Could it be because his class was higher level than a necromancer who could control the dead? Jin Woo didn't care about anything else, and rushed out of the portal in one swift move. Then summoned the Flying Dragon Kaiser, activated Monarch's domain, and had Kaiser fly toward the school at full speed. At that moment in the school, the Orc Lord had already emerged from the portal, and the Orc warriors were no match for the Lord at all. After seeing that they could constantly revive, the Lord confirmed they were under a curse. No wonder cutting them down had no effect, although killing them hundreds of times wouldn't be difficult. As time passed, the voice in his head urging him to kill humans grew louder and louder. He had to end this battle quickly. If they were controlled by a curse, then he just needed to kill the caster. For a moment, he mistook Jina for the spellcaster. She commanded her subordinates to keep attacking the reviving orc warriors, restricting their movements. After losing the protection of the orc warriors, the Lord grabbed Jina with one hand. Just as he was about to crush Jina with force, his pupil suddenly dilated in shock, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, and Jina broke free from his grasp. At that moment, the Lord stared at the sky outside. Something terrifyingly powerful was approaching, and he quickly told his subordinates to hide. Before he could finish speaking, a massive explosion occurred behind him, blasting him away. Jin Woo had arrived to save the day. Seeing this, the Lord was about to ask about Jin Woo's identity, but Jin Woo was already pointing at him angrily. "Shut up and stay put." Then he embraced his sister to comfort her. When he saw the wounds on his sister's face, his expression instantly darkened. He summoned Igris to protect Jina, and sent his shadow soldiers to escort the remaining students out. At this point, the Orc Lord had recovered from his shock, and immediately ordered his subordinates to attack Jin Woo. Facing the attack, Jin Woo had no intention of dodging. Instead, he walked step by step toward the Lord, while activating Ruler's hand. He simply clenched his fist, and the heads of all the orc soldiers on scene exploded simultaneously. The Lord was so terrified by this scene that he kept backing away. Ruler's hand activated again, and Jin Woo pressed the Lord firmly against the wall, demanding to know why he was so eager to kill humans. The Lord looked terrified, constantly explaining that there was a voice in his head telling him to kill humans. "What about me? Did it tell you to kill me?" The terrifying killing intent emanating from Jin Woo at that moment scared the Lord into begging for mercy. Seeing this, Jin Woo summoned his daggers. "It seems the voice in your heads doesn't consider me human either. I can forgive you, but this process won't be pleasant." Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Ant King Baru had already killed all the magical beasts on the perimeter, and arrived at the Lord's chamber. When the team members saw what the Lord looked like, they were shocked. This Lord was actually an Arch-Lich, and there were over 10 Death Knights. Among the many Lord-level magical beasts, the Arch-Lich became notorious after the Yellow Dragon Guild massacre incident. The Yellow Dragon Guild was one of China's major guilds, and after being wiped out by the Arch-Lich, it caused the dungeon to go out of control. Although hunter Liu Zhikong managed to stop the tragedy from spreading, it was common knowledge that ordinary A-rank raid teams couldn't stand against it. And at that moment, their only escape route was blocked by the newly revived undead army. For a moment, they were caught in a dilemma, and could only work together to close the Lord's chamber door. To block the undead army, just when everyone was at a loss, Ant King Baru suddenly rushed in front of the Arch-Lich. The Arch-Lich was very surprised to see Ant King Baru. "You're the Shadow Legion? Why would the King's Direct Legion attack me?" Hearing this, Ant King Baru domineeringly extended his claw and pointed at the Arch-Lich. The king chose me, not you. That's impossible. I will report this to the king personally. Before he could finish speaking, Ant King Beru launched the first attack. His claw piercing directly into his chest, forcibly ripping out his heart, and crushing it into pieces with a powerful squeeze, absorbing it as his own experience. As the heart shattered, the Death Knights and Undead Army also turned to ash. The team members were completely stunned. Just a summon could easily clear a top-tier or ranked dungeon. Controlling summons consumes mana, so Mr. Sung Jin Woo definitely didn't use all of them. So it seems his combat power alone is probably much stronger than that of powerful large guilds. On the other side, after Sung Jin Woo dealt with the trouble at the school portal, Chairman Gao Gunhee approached him, telling him that in recent months, the number of portals worldwide has been growing exponentially. The strange thing isn't just this, the number of people wanting to confirm their Awakener level has also been increasing. While the number of portals with magical beasts appearing is increasing, the number of hunters to deal with them is also increasing. It's as if some kind of balance is being maintained. After saying this, Mr. Gao handed Sung Jin Woo a pile of letters. These were official invitations from all the countries that wanted to make contact with Mr. Sung. Their hunter association had no right to block them, and all decisions were up to Mr. Sung. But he had a feeling that if he left, this country would have a hard time adapting to these changes. He would provide all possible conveniences, only hoping he would stay. After thinking for a moment, Sung Jin Woo asked, "Then, would you allow me to enter high-level portals alone from now on?" Chairman Gao Gunhee was stunned after hearing this. They set the minimum raid team size limit to prevent hunters from blindly entering dungeons and losing their lives. A one-person raid team would be difficult, but not impossible. After returning to the association, he immediately called a meeting and decided to count summons as raid members too. This made the other council members very dissatisfied. Mr. Sung Jin Woo had just established a guild and this ridiculous rule appeared. If this wasn't special treatment, what was it? Mr. Gao's expression instantly darkened after hearing this. That's right, this is indeed special treatment. The purpose of this meeting is to announce this result to everyone, not to seek your opinions. Anyone who's dissatisfied can come find me, and I'll beat you until you're satisfied. Under Chairman Gao Gunhee's friendly communication, Sung Jin Woo gained the privilege of entering high-level dungeons alone, and his Ajin Guild's dungeon debut also attracted countless reporters for interviews. After all, counting summons as raid members caused a huge stir in the hunter community. Section Chief Wu had been waiting at the portal early. He took out a mana detector to check the hunter ratings of the shadow soldiers. To his surprise, even the most ordinary soldiers had B-rank hunter standards. This far exceeded the raid permit standards for rank portals. After confirmation, he allowed Sung Jin Woo to enter the portal. However, at this moment, he started undressing in front of everyone. It turned out the chairman had assigned him a task to confirm whether portals with Hunter Sung were really as safe as claimed. Sung Jin Woo agreed without hesitation. However, not long after entering the dungeon, he was chilled to the bone by what he witnessed. Those A-rank magical beasts skilled in combat and magic, which even experienced hunters would find difficult to handle, couldn't match the numerical advantage of the Shadow Legion, especially Igris wielding the lightning sword. Lightning magic could usually only be mastered by extremely high-level magic-type hunters. Yet he could generate lightning with every sword swing, and seeing his graceful figure slaying magical beasts, he could probably win even in a one-on-one fight with an A-rank hunter. He must have exceeded a rank level. At this moment, an ant soldier ran to a magical beast corpse and was about to devour it, but was kicked away by Sung Jin Woo. Magical beast corpses are so expensive, and you dare to steal a bite? Then he turned to scold the soldiers who were slacking off mining ore. Get to work. Section Chief Wu was stunned for a long time and couldn't recover from his shock. Hunter Sung could raid dungeons, recover corpses, and mine ore. He alone did the work of hundreds of people. While he was thinking, all the perimeter magical beasts had already been killed. Sung Jin Woo also brought Section Chief Wu into the Lord's chamber. But to Section Chief Wu's surprise, Sung Jin Woo actually dismissed all his soldiers. Even though just the summons would have been enough. Sung Jin Woo directly summoned his daggers, answering Section Chief Wu, "If you rely too much on summons, your perception will decline." After saying this, he charged at the Lord with a sword step. In just the blink of an eye, the Fishman Lord was slain on the spot by Sung Jin Woo. Section Chief Wu was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had struggled so much against Fang last time. How could he be so effortless now? Could his strength continue to grow? After eliminating the Lord, Sung Jin Woo's level also increased to 101, and his job skill level also improved. The Shadow Exchange skill's cooldown time was also reduced to 2 hours. 1 level, 1 hour? So when his level gets even higher in the future, no matter where he is, he won't let Mom and Jaina fall into danger. Section Chief Wu touched the Fishman Lord's corpse. This guy's scales are as hard as armor and shields, and Sung Jin Woo took him down with just 2 daggers. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly Sung Jin Woo's voice came from nearby, "Arise!" In an instant, the Lord's corpse was devoured by shadows, and then appeared before Sung Jin Woo as a shadow soldier. His level seems about the same as Fang's, but his size has shrunk considerably. Fortunately, his mana hasn't weakened much. In any case, his Shadow Legion's combat power had been greatly enhanced once again. I'll call you Jima from now on. Soon after the Lord's death, the dungeon showed signs of collapse. But the Lord's corpse couldn't be wasted. So next, a scene that shocked countless reporters appeared. The giant Fang emerged carrying the Lord's corpse. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. Clearing an A-rank portal in less than 2.5 hours had broken the global speed record. Facing countless cameras, Fang also shyly scratched his head, completely unaware that Section Chief Wu's soul had nearly left his body. He reported the intelligence to Chairman Gao Gunhee in a completely drained state. Mr. Sung Jin Woo wasn't raiding the portal at all. It was a massacre. Mr. Gao sighed with relief after hearing this. After listening to his description, he gradually understood why even a veteran like Section Chief Wu would be so shaken. Then he told Section Chief Wu to go rest. Raiding dungeons, recovering corpses, and even mining ore. This isn't just a one-person raid team, but a one-person guild. Maybe soon, Sung Jin Woo will overturn the entire hunter landscape. Meanwhile, the old man who had appeared on Jeju Island before was constantly hunting S-rank hunters from the world rankings. Looking at the man about to die before him, his expression instantly darkened. Another empty-handed return? These fragments of light are really hard to find. But just then, he was suddenly attracted by movement behind him. Yogamunt, what are you doing here? After hearing this, Yogamunt's face showed a wicked smile. I have information about the East to tell you. That small eastern territory? That's where the Shadow Monarch is. Isn't that your responsibility? After hearing this, Yogamunt explained that the rulers planned to release that person in a place a bit further south, and he had also been dispatched there. As for where the Shadow Monarch is, as long as the designer fulfills the contract, there won't be any problems. There's even more interesting news. I'm certain the brightest fragment of light is in that land. After hearing this, the old man's face immediately showed a wicked smile, and he immediately prepared to head to that small territory. But just then, a powerful aura attracted both their attention. The newcomer was Sung Jin Woo's father, Sung Il-hwan. He looked fierce. That small eastern territory? Are you referring to South Korea? After hearing this, the old man showed complete contempt. So what if it is? Try catching up to us if you can. Just as the old man was about to enter the portal, Sung Il-hwan immediately drew his dagger and slashed straight at the old man. However, the old man simply waved his hand lightly, and an ice crystal shield appeared in front of him, blocking Sung Il-hwan's attack. As their mana kept colliding, a violent explosion occurred. When the smoke cleared, the old man had already left through the portal. And at this moment, Sung Jin Woo also received another summons from the Kartanon Temple. It seemed all the truth was getting closer to him. After Sung Jin Woo gained the privilege of entering dungeons alone, he brought Yu Jinho to continuously raid dungeons and level up. Because there were less than 2 days left until the Kartanon Temple opened again, he had to hurry and get stronger. At this time, Yu Jinho suddenly called Sung Jin Woo, asking how his sister was doing after experiencing the magical beast attack. Sung Jin Woo sighed. She might need to recuperate for a while. I've left my most reliable soldier by her side. Since this topic came up, why not check what she's doing? It turned out that after the shadow preservation skill leveled up, he unlocked a new ability. He could share senses and even vision with any soldier. He immediately connected to Ant King Beru's senses. And suddenly, palace drama scenes appeared in his eyes. And Ant King Beru was mimicking the behavior of the men in the TV show Your Majesty. This absolutely cannot be. While his sister was sleeping peacefully nearby, Sung Jin Woo looked speechless. No wonder Ant King Beru's been talking strangely lately. Turns out he likes watching these dramas. Next, he saw his mother shopping for groceries outside, and Baek Yoonho having a heated argument with Choi Jong-in. But the next scene froze on a showerhead. And the next second, Sung Jin Woo saw Chahayin taking a shower. He instantly turned bright red. Oh no, oh no! Looks like I need to find a chance to apologize to her, maybe take her out for a meal or something. After the dungeon raid ended, Sung Jin Woo drove home. But as soon as he parked, he saw Chahayin acting suspiciously across the street. The moment she saw Sung Jin Woo, she turned to leave. But Sung Jin Woo instantly teleported in front of her. Why do you run when you see me? Did you come to our office for something? Chahayin was so nervous she couldn't speak. Because after seeing Sung Jin Woo's photo with that energetic female celebrity on social media, she somehow got worked up and came here. But she was too embarrassed to directly ask Sung Jin Woo if he was dating her. She could only say that Minyongu had asked her to pass along a message related to the power he possessed. Sung Jin Woo immediately led Chahayin into the office, asking what this was all about. Chahayin told Sung Jin Woo that after Hunter Minyongu saved her, he told her someone had pulled him out of endless darkness. Although he still had self-awareness, he always felt like he'd become a slave who blindly obeyed, living only for that person. But he felt happy about this, which made him even more afraid. That power was terrifyingly strong. And most importantly, Mr. Sung Jin Woo wasn't the army's true master. Hearing this, Sung Jin Woo fell into thought. Whether this was true or false, he had to figure out the source of this power. Meanwhile, the deputy director who had previously tried to recruit Sung Jin Woo returned to the Hunter Management Bureau and explained to the director that, according to Miss Selner's reconnaissance results, Mr. Sung Jin Woo should be one of the monarchs. The director was immediately shocked. But then Miss Selner suddenly added that all awakeners were connected to power from over there, and she could sense that the channels connecting awakeners to that power would occasionally become like blinding rays of light shooting straight at them, due to the excessive power they received. She called those people monarchs, but Jin Woo didn't have such a channel. The power contained within him wasn't constrained by channels, which meant his power was limitless. The director was even more shocked after hearing this. After sending Ms. Selner back, he went to the 24th basement floor with the deputy director. Since they couldn't use Ms. Selner's power to recruit Jin Woo, they'd have to use other methods. He asked the deputy director if he remembered the first S-rank portal. At that time, America spent heavily to gather the world's strongest hunters, but only 5 people survived, and they became the first national power-level hunters. The lord of that dungeon, the giant dragon Kamish, was a magical beast capable of destroying dozens of top hunters. After that tragedy occurred, it left behind a small gift, the rune stone from Kamish's body. It's been nearly 8 years since the Kamish portal ended, but there were no magic-type hunters among the national power-level hunters, so it's been waiting in this cold underground for its master. And now, Kamish would once again bring a priceless gift to this beautiful country. At this moment, the countdown to the Carton Temple's opening had also begun, and Jin Woo had made full preparations for this. His mother asked worriedly if she could rest assured this time. Jin Woo smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I'm just going to keep an appointment. I'll be back soon." After leaving home, he took out the Carton Temple key. Following the key's guidance, he came near a C-rank portal. He learned from the Hunter Association staff that this portal had existed for 3 days. He immediately sensed something was wrong. After learning there was a hunter team conducting a raid inside, he had to quickly get them to stop. The raid team is in great danger right now. If they don't stop immediately, they'll all die. After saying this, he entered the dungeon. Sure enough, the team had reached the temple entrance, but they couldn't open the door no matter what they tried. Just then, Jin Woo's voice suddenly came from behind them. "That's a trap!" Everyone immediately recognized Jin Woo as an S-rank hunter. "It's very dangerous here. You should get out. Leave the rest to me." He ignored the hunter's reactions and tried to push open the door. Then, a pop-up suddenly appeared asking him to use the key. "This time is different from before, so that's why I need the key." As the key turned, the ancient door opened. But then, the raid team's captain suddenly stepped forward. "We bought the raid rights to this dungeon. We won't leave easily." Hearing this, Jin Woo looked serious. "Then I won't stop you. Anyone who wants to enter can enter." The captain stepped forward first, walking toward the door. But the next second, a huge statue attacked him. Jin Woo quickly pulled him back, and the statue that missed its attack stared intensely at the entrance. There are all creatures like that inside. Are you sure you still want to go in? Listen up. Go outside immediately and contact the Hunter Association. Tell them a double dungeon has appeared here. As Jin Woo entered the temple, the door slammed shut with a thunderous sound, and the familiar blue flames ignited on their own. This was where it all began, and where Jin Woo gained the system that changed his fate. It seemed all the secrets would be revealed here. As the light sources lit up, the stone tablet carved with laws from before, and those statues that had once filled him with despair, appeared before him once again. But the feeling was different from that time. He could sense these statues were neither magical beasts nor living beings. They were just someone's puppets. There was only one entity with mana in the room. Jin Woo looked coldly at the statue before him. "So it really was you? Still not talking? Then I'll slowly pry open your mouth." The target of his gaze was the statue holding the stone tablet. Seeing he could no longer hide, the statue simply stopped pretending, and suddenly showed a wicked smile on its face. "Jin Woo, you finally came!" The next second he suddenly stood up, and crushed the tablet in his hands. So this unremarkable statue holding the tablet was the final boss here all along. Jin Woo looked coldly at the statue. So that stone slab could be broken at will? Seems the laws carved on it didn't mean much. Of course they had meaning, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Was it you who called me in? Who exactly are you? The six-winged angel grinned after hearing this. You're asking the wrong question. You shouldn't ask who I am, but rather ask who you are. After saying this, he clapped his hands. Now it's time for the final test. If you're still standing here after the test ends, then you'll know all the truth. In an instant, all the statues in the temple came to life and walked towards Jin Woo. Jin Woo immediately prepared to summon his Shadow Legion. But halfway through the summoning, he was interrupted by the six-winged angel's snap. "That won't do. I only want to test you alone. I'm not curious about your subordinates at all." Then Jin Woo received a system notification. To conduct the final test, job-specific skills are prohibited. Purchasing any items from the shop is prohibited. Using any methods to restore your condition is prohibited. And you cannot leave the testing ground until the final test is complete. Jin Woo never expected that all the trump cards he'd prepared would be useless here. But he noticed it didn't say he couldn't use his item inventory. In that case, he'd use his own power to completely conquer these statues. Seeing a spear coming at him, he grabbed it firmly, broke the spear tip with his iron fist, then gripped the spear tip and gathered his power, hurling it at the spearman. The spear tip pierced deep into the statue's head, Then Jin Woo leaped up and delivered a finishing kick, directly crushing the spearman's head. At this moment, a nearby axe warrior launched a sneak attack on Jin Woo. Jin Woo immediately summoned the Demon King's daggers, and with one instant slash, cut the giant axe in half. At the same time, he aimed at the axe warrior below him in midair, and quickly descended, plunging the dagger into his head. Another one down, but there were simply too many statue guards on scene. At this moment, an archer behind him suddenly shot a cold arrow at him. Jin Woo immediately used his barrage skill, cutting the arrow in half, and performed a stylish spinning kick in midair, kicking the dagger. The rapidly flying dagger pierced straight through the archer's head. Just like that, Jin Woo's figure kept moving among the statue guards, constantly destroying their bodies. The six-winged angel showed a satisfied smile after seeing Jin Woo's performance. To persist this long with a mere human body. Looks like you've grown well, but the test is far from over. Just then, Jin Woo's body suddenly shook. A giant foot stepped down in front of him. The largest statue had also joined the battle. At this moment, the six-winged angel's face also showed a wicked smile. Alright, now it's time to worship the god. In an instant, all the statue guards in the testing ground went berserk and rushed at Jin Woo. Facing attacks from so many statues simultaneously, Jin Woo had nowhere to run. And the most troublesome thing wasn't even them. The largest statue's eyes flashed red, and lasers were about to shoot out. Jin Woo had no time to dodge, so he could only take it head-on. He used Ruler's hand on the statue guards, and instantly, several guards were tightly bound by Jin Woo. At this moment, the statue's laser also fired at him. Jin Woo immediately pulled the statue guards in front of him as shields. The guards hit by the laser instantly shattered into pieces. Then Jin Woo suddenly received a system notification that Ruler's hand had upgraded to its ultimate form, Ruler's Authority. That laser is too dangerous. Even with his current abilities, he couldn't take that hit head-on. I definitely need to deal with that statue first. He immediately activated his sprint skill and then charged at the statue like lightning. The statue saw this and also raised its foot to stomp on Jin Woo, shattering the ground with one step. Then it showed a smug smile, thinking this stomp had flattened Jin Woo. But the next second, a blue light suddenly flashed through the smoke. The statue's pupils contracted sharply. Jin Woo had dodged the attack and was now flying rapidly toward the statue's head. Seeing this, the statue's eyes again gathered laser energy, targeting Jin Woo. Jin Woo thought that if he combined sprint with Ruler's Authority, he could pull himself to the statue's blind spot in one move. He immediately released Ruler's Authority, locking onto the statue's neck, and yanked himself over with force, successfully dodged the golden light from the statue's eyes. Jin Woo was also amazed by the Ruler's Authority skill. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than before the upgrade. At this moment, the statue also turned its head to glare angrily at Jin Woo. Jin Woo took the opportunity to activate his barrage skill, slashing at the statue's face. But the next second, he was shocked by what he saw. The Demon King's daggers, which could cut through anything, only left a few scratches on the statue. Immediately, Jin Woo charged forward with the sword step. If the sword can't pierce it, then I'll smash it with my fists. I just need to aim for the deepest crack on its face. Jin Woo grabbed the crack, concentrated all his power in his arm, and slammed it hard into the statue's face, leaving a huge crater in the statue's face. The six-winged angel smiled wickedly seeing this. I didn't expect you to treat my masterpiece this way. Jin Woo's fist wasn't interrupted by his words, and continued pounding the crack in the statue's face. These level 103 fists are definitely more useful than daggers. Before long, the statue's face was completely shattered by Jin Woo, and the red light in its eyes gradually dimmed. It fell uncontrollably to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the floor. Jin Woo landed in the center of the statue guards, and the statues immediately swung their weapons and rushed at him. Jin Woo opened his palm and activated Ruler's Authority again. Instantly, the statues were crushed to the ground by tremendous gravitational force, and compressed into rubble. Jin Woo looked at the statue fragments around him, then at his own fists. Today's battle had made him considerably stronger. At this moment, the six-winged angel who had been watching also applauded. Your strength truly exceeded my expectations. Jin Woo stared coldly at the six-winged angel. You need to keep your promise and tell me the truth. But the six-winged angel just grinned. The test isn't over yet. I'm still here, aren't I? I am the final test. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Woo received a system notification. Emergency quest appeared. If you cannot defeat the enemy within 10 minutes, the host's heart will stop beating. Jin Woo was shocked. This guy could issue system quests at will. Who exactly was he? At this moment, the six-winged angel seemed to know what Jin Woo was thinking, and smiled wickedly while revealing his face hidden in the darkness. Since you're so interested in my identity, I'll tell you. I am the system's designer. Are you satisfied with this answer? The six wings behind the designer suddenly spun rapidly, and transformed into six thick arms. While Jin Woo was still recovering from his shock, he teleported in front of Jin Woo, and his arms behind him slammed hard into Jin Woo, directly blasting him away. Hit by this strike, Jin Woo shot backward like a meteor, and was embedded hard into the temple wall, His pupils suddenly dilated, and he narrowly dodged the designer's next incoming punch. The designer's fists shot towards Sung Jin Woo like machine gun fire. For a moment, Sung Jin Woo could only dodge and defend. Seeing Sung Jin Woo fighting more fiercely, the designer grinned. Not bad. Truly beyond my expectations. You're breaking through my design. But the more this happened, the more ferocious the designer's expression became. Sung Jin Woo was being beaten like a punching bag. Suddenly, Sung Jin Woo seemed to wake up and threw a counterpunch right into the designer's face. This punch sent the designer back 25 meters before he stopped. The designer laughed excitedly. How interesting. I never thought I'd find pleasure in fighting a human, although I never imagined that in my long divine life, a human would become my opponent. Sung Jin Woo looked at the designer and fell into thought. This guy had him reach level 101 before coming here, which meant he was confident he could defeat a level 101 him. But now he had reached level 103. The designer had miscalculated. Sung Jin Woo spat out the blood in his mouth. Designer, I still have a bunch of questions I want to ask you. Why did you design this system? Why did you choose me as the player? And what's happening to this world? But the designer didn't answer directly and instead charged at him again. Want to know the answers? Don't you think that if you kill me, you won't hear the answers? Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo also moved quickly, because close combat was very disadvantageous for this mage. While running, he used ruler's authority on the designer. The designer saw this and directly turned his palm towards Sung Jin Woo. Don't dream! You think you can escape death by staying far away? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground where Sung Jin Woo stood began to collapse. Sung Jin Woo, who dodged this attack, was immediately shocked. He didn't expect the designer could use the same skills as him. In that case, long-range attacks would be meaningless. Sung Jin Woo questioned the designer about why he could design all this and how he gave him these powers. The designer then absorbed all the weapons from the previous 10 guards into his hands. In any case, whether I live or die, you can only get one answer. From the moment I designed all this, I didn't choose you. On the contrary, you made the choice yourself. I only designed and operated this player development system. You are the perfect player I cultivated. With the countdown on the system panel getting shorter, Sung Jin Woo could only choose to fight him head-on. At this moment, the designer also swung his weapons and rushed at Sung Jin Woo. His weapons stabbed fiercely toward Sung Jin Woo's position. Sung Jin Woo dodged the attack, constantly twisting his body to evade the designer's strikes. He looked puzzled, not understanding why his body's senses had suddenly become so sharp, as if some kind of power had awakened within him. He could sense the various weapons in the designer's hands and anticipate their incoming attacks, allowing him to dodge them with ease. The designer looked shocked, unable to comprehend why Sung Jin Woo could not only evade his full-powered attacks, but also continuously counterattack, with his speed growing faster and faster. At that moment, Sung Jin Woo's dagger suddenly severed one of the designer's arms. The designer's expression gradually turned to horror. Impossible! He had actually managed to damage this false shell of his. But the next second, the designer suddenly seemed to remember something. I see. So this is why you were chosen? Even though you've only stolen a fraction of that power. Sung Jin Woo launched another attack toward the designer. Seeing this, the designer roared in fury. A mere human dares to slay a god. Under his roar, all the guards and statues that Sung Jin Woo had previously defeated reassembled and stood up again, launching a collective attack on Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo immediately used his skill ruler's authority, sending the guards flying once more. He had to eliminate the designer quickly, as only 3 minutes remained. He kept dodging the punches thrown by the statues, while simultaneously swinging his dagger to cut down the guards blocking his path. Finally, he reached the designer. He gathered his strength, preparing to hurl his dagger at the designer. However, at that moment, a shield soldier suddenly blocked his path. Sung Jin Woo immediately remembered this was the same statue that had broken his leg before. He leaped into the air in fury, delivering an elbow strike that shattered the guard's head. Watching Sung Jin Woo's brutal display, the designer grew increasingly panicked. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. At that moment, Sung Jin Woo spun around and severed both of the designer's arms. Through this relentless assault, Sung Jin Woo finally managed to press his dagger against the designer's throat in the final minute. The designer formally spoke again. I lose. The test is over. He then raised his finger towards Sung Jin Woo. All the answers lie within your body. Hearing this response, Sung Jin Woo's heart jumped in shock. Before he could react, a system window suddenly appeared before him. The designer revealed a sinister smile. The choice to know the truth is in your hands. Sung Jin Woo stared at the window before him, lost in thought. But soon his expression turned resolute as he chose to accept. In the next second, brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth in front of Sung Jin Woo, enveloping him completely. Sung Jin Woo's consciousness was transported to an unfamiliar battlefield. The ground was covered in a black mass of various magical beasts. Truly incredible. This place had gathered so many magical creatures, and at that moment they were all looking up at the sky. Sung Jin Woo also turned his head curiously, wanting to see what they were watching. But the next second, he was stunned by the scene before him. The sky was filled with countless enormous portals. Could this place not be Earth? There were ant soldiers, elves, giant orcs, and tens of thousands of demons led by demon generals. If they all emerged from the portals together, humanity would stand no chance. However, their target at this moment wasn't humans. The sky suddenly shattered, and feathers began falling from the broken space. Then, thousands of silver angels descended onto the battlefield. Under Sung Jinwoo's astonished gaze, an angel sounded a horn. The war began. Magical beasts united against the angelic army. The clash of weapons and shattering of armor echoed endlessly. Soon the shouts turned to wails and groans, and the earth was stained red. The angels were simply too powerful. Just as the magical beast army was about to be completely annihilated, the angels who had been crushing the beasts with overwhelming force suddenly stopped their attacks. A terrifying aura was approaching from the distance, and when Sung Jinwoo saw the black shadow on the ground, he showed a shocked expression. Could it be him? Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the Double Dungeon's reappearance, the Hunter Association immediately dispatched Mr. Wu to the portal. He gathered the association's 7 strongest hunters, hoping to provide some assistance to Sung Jinwoo. But the moment he approached the portal, a wave of magical power nearly suffocated him. That bone-chilling magical hurricane was unlike anything he'd felt even during the Ant Island incident. He quickly ordered his subordinates to seek aid from surrounding major guilds, and specifically sent emergency requests to Hunters Guilds Choijong-in and Chahayin. On the other side, Sung Jinwoo recognized the familiar Monarch's domain skill, and the shadow extraction ability that commanded the Shadow Army. It seemed this man riding the demonic steed was the original Shadow Monarch. Death wasn't the end for the magical beasts he led. Their blood turned dark red and was imbued with new power. The original Shadow Monarch's Shadow Army numbered over 100,000, 100 times more than what Sung Jinwoo controlled. The fallen beasts crawled out of death, surging toward the Angelic Legion. The Shadow Army and angelic forces clashed on the ground, their battle cries echoing through the heavens. What should have been a one-sided massacre was reversed by one man's entrance. The great Shadow Monarch rode his demonic steed straight into the angelic army like the Grim Reaper, cutting down angels with each strike. He clenched his palm toward the Angelic Legion, and dozens of angel soldiers' bodies instantly shattered. Sung Jinwoo recognized this move. It was the ruler's authority. Shadow soldiers were constantly destroyed but constantly reborn, repeatedly tormenting the angelic army. Wherever the monarch passed seemed swept by a hurricane. This was the victory of the magical beasts, and the great Shadow Monarch's triumph, until another army appeared, reversing the battlefield situation once again. While Sung Jinwoo was receiving the memory inheritance, Choijong-in and others had arrived at the Kartanon Temple. They immediately sensed an extremely powerful magical aura. However, Chahayin realized this magical power wasn't Sung Jinwoo's. Who could be inside? Moreover, Sung Jinwoo had told Mr. Wu that he wasn't the one who cleared the double dungeon before, so why had he returned here? With these doubts in mind, everyone pushed open the temple doors. The ruins left by battle immediately stunned everyone. Then, a mocking voice suddenly pulled them back from their shock. What's this? I don't recall inviting any humans. Another unexpected development. Everyone froze upon hearing this. It was their first time hearing a magical beast speak human language. The designer made a shushing gesture toward them. Quiet. Don't disturb the king's training. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Sung Jinwoo. They couldn't understand why Sung Jinwoo stood there motionless. But just then, a blade of light suddenly appeared before them. The designer had launched the first attack. His speed so fast it made Chahayin break out in cold sweat. The designer turned to look at Chahayin. A powerful human. Not bad as the first sacrifice to the king. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue guards reassembled, and the giant statue regained its combat ability. The designer smiled wickedly. Those who survive after all my puppets fall will be granted the honor of witnessing the king's birth. With that, golden light flashed in the giant statue's eyes. Seeing this, Choijong-in immediately told everyone to dodge. The next second, the golden light shot toward them. Thanks to the timely warning, everyone avoided the deadly attack. At the same time, Choijong-in seized the opportunity to launch a powerful fireball at the giant statue, then told everyone to quickly deal with the statue guards while the giant statue was blinded and couldn't attack. However, they soon discovered these creatures had incredible physical defense, so Choijong-in told everyone to stand back. He immediately cast fire magic at the statues. But the struck statues were completely unharmed. Their magical resistance was maxed out too. Even the tank's taunt skill was completely ineffective. They were pushed into a desperate situation. Now, their only way to survive was to wake up Sung Jinwoo. Choijong-in directly fired a fireball at Sung Jinwoo, trying to wake him up. However, the designer suddenly rushed in front of Sung Jinwoo and blocked the fire magic. Then he angrily charged at Choijong-in. How dare you disturb the king's training? Die! Just as the designer's attack was about to hit Choijong-in, Mr. Wu suddenly rushed in with his men and knocked the designer away. They held off the designer, allowing Chahayin to wake up Sung Jinwoo. At that moment, Sung Jinwoo was receiving memories, and saw 2 portals, one red and one blue, suddenly appear on the battlefield. 2 armies emerged from them. One was the major families from the demon realm. From the other portal, a giant white wolf emerged, leading an army of beasts. They directly blocked the great Shadow Monarch's path, launching an attack on the Shadow Army. The demon clan and beast-type magical creatures that emerged from the 2 portals savagely slaughtered the Shadow soldiers. If this was a battle between magical beasts and angels, there was no reason for them to fight each other. Since the Great Shadow Monarch and magical beasts belong to the same faction, the current situation could only be internal strife. This great war lasted 3 days and 3 nights. At the cost of losing his demonic steed, the Great Shadow Monarch became the victor of this war. He looked at the demon general before him. We could have ended the fight with those guys today. Why did you betray me? The demon general revealed a sinister smile upon hearing this. What a pity. We had a chance to take you down. The Great Shadow Monarch asked again about the reason for their betrayal. But at that moment, the demon general's response suddenly became unclear. After hearing it, the Great Shadow Monarch angrily unleashed the ruler's hand, grabbing the demon general by the throat and lifting him high, crushing with a fierce grip and sending him to hell. However, Jin Woo felt a strange sense of familiarity looking into the demon general's eyes. The Great Shadow Monarch released the demon general's throat, and the demon general's body immediately collapsed to the ground. Then, the Great Shadow Monarch removed the opponent's mask. Unexpectedly, the face beneath the mask was the demon king Baran. How could he be here? The Great Shadow Monarch looked at his blood-covered hands in disbelief. No, at this moment he was no longer the Great Shadow Monarch, but the S-rank mage Jin Woo, who had inherited the Great Shadow Monarch's power. Suddenly, he felt warmth spreading from his chest. He curiously reached to touch it, only to discover he had grown a second heart. Jin Woo couldn't understand why he had changed from observer to protagonist. When he turned to look, he saw the sky shatter, and several extremely powerful seraphim with 6 wings descended onto the battlefield. His memory transmission was cut off at this moment. Outside, the system designer was looking at Chahayin with a wicked smile. You're quite interesting. Come on, keep breaking through my design. Chahayin immediately used sword dance to strike at the designer, but such attacks couldn't harm the designer at all. Soon, the designer's greatsword struck Chahayin hard. He pointed his sword at everyone. You boring humans still lost to my design. My design can predict various outcomes and devise countermeasures. With your simple minds, you could never destroy it. Just as the designer was about to kill everyone, a fireball suddenly hit his face. It was Choi Jong using his last bit of mana to attack. He wasn't ready to give up. His goal was to attract the designer's attention and create an opportunity for Chahayin to wake up Jin Woo. However, the designer wouldn't give him this chance and reached directly for Chahayin. But this seemingly certain strike was dodged by Chahayin. The designer stared curiously at Chahayin, only then noticing the strange shadow that had appeared around her. The shadow can't manifest due to the room's rules, but I didn't expect the king to station shadow soldiers around this human. Was this the king's special arrangement? Very well, I'll give you this opportunity. Today, one of the greatest monarchs will descend upon the world. I grant you the glorious opportunity to witness it all. However, all other humans besides you must die here. But before he could finish speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into his face. That man had awakened. Jin Woo's face was filled with rage. You dare touch my people? You've signed your death warrant. At that moment, Jin Woo appeared like a beacon of light in Chahayin's eyes. Jin Woo pressed the designer to the ground and beat him mercilessly, continuously stomping on the designer's face. The designer was so frightened by Jin Woo that he became incoherent. You're not the king. If you're not the king, why do you have the black heart? Why can you maintain self-awareness despite possessing the black heart? Jin Woo looked at the heart in his chest that continuously radiated magical power. Could all this incredible magical power be because of this heart? The next second, a system window appeared before Jin Woo. Demon Hunter title unlock conditions met. Unlocking memories erased by the Monarch of White Flames, Baran. Magical power increased by 100,000. Jin Woo was immediately shocked. 100,000 magical power was enough for him to control tens of thousands of shadow soldiers simultaneously. And from the designer's reaction. First, the black heart wasn't this guy's doing. Second, the black heart wasn't originally meant to help him. The summoned data didn't give him answers. He still knew nothing about everything. Jin Woo coldly questioned the designer. You said you opposed selecting me as a player. What is a player? What did you want to do to me? Hearing this, the designer's pupils shook violently as if remembering something. Shadow Monarch, how could you treat us like this? This is betrayal. Do you think the other monarchs will stand by and watch? Seeing the designer so agitated, Jin Woo summoned all his daggers, pointing them all at the designer's head. Answer my questions or die. Don't test my patience. Then, the designer suddenly burst into laughter. So this is the unexpected part? I think I know why you were chosen. With the designer's maniacal laughter, the previously motionless statues in the temple began to move. The designer stared at Jin Woo. If you kill me, no one can stop these statues. Are you still going to kill me? Jin Woo's gaze immediately turned cold. What if I kill you and then slaughter all these statues too? The designer hurriedly told Jin Woo that killing him, the system designer, would have very serious consequences. Before he could finish, Jin Woo's lips curved into a wicked smile. Become a weak E-rank hunter again? I've already thought about that. Even if the system's designer disappears, the system that's already formed won't disappear. Hearing this, the designer's eyes filled with terror. At that moment, countless windows suddenly appeared behind Jin Woo, and windows also appeared before the designer. System has blocked system administrator access. Yes, I've had this thought before. If the system can use me, then I can use the system and eventually devour the system. No matter how you look at it, your design seems full of loopholes. The designer immediately began wailing in terror, but the next second, Jin Woo swung his daggers and flashed behind the designer, cutting him to pieces with a flurry of strikes. Before losing consciousness, the designer pointed at Jin Woo unwillingly. I prophesy, when the fire pillar supporting heaven and earth rises, inevitable death will find you. Jin Woo glanced coldly at the designer after hearing this. Then I'll wait and see. At this moment, Jin Woo also understood that the real designer must be someone else. Although he could continue questioning, that guy probably wouldn't answer properly. After eliminating the designer, the Hunters Guild members supported each other as they walked out of the portal. The hunters outside the portal were all shocked to see this scene. Even S-rank hunters had ended up in such a state. What terrible thing had happened inside this C-rank portal? And over 20 top-tier hunters had been sacrificed. Jin Woo felt guilty looking at the bodies scattered on the ground. He hadn't expected the Association and Hunters Guild to actually come help, resulting in such severe casualties. At that moment, Mr. Wu asked Jin Woo how he knew there was a double dungeon here. Jin Woo could only explain that the dungeon had summoned him. Though somewhat unbelievable, with casualties already occurred, Jin Woo wouldn't joke about such things. Then, Chahayin also approached to ask about Jin Woo's condition. Jin Woo said he was fine, just a bit tired. But the next second, he collapsed in front of everyone. While Jin Woo was unconscious, a massive S-rank portal suddenly appeared in the sky above our country. Once magical beasts emerged from it, it would be a terrible hell on Earth. Our country's citizens showed expressions of terror upon seeing this. Was the apocalypse coming? The Our country's people government immediately summoned the leaders of major domestic guilds. But our country was already severely damaged due to the failure of the Ant Island raid. Our country had lost a total of 7 S-rank hunters, including Goto Ryuji. The Draw Sword Guild, which once monopolized our country's S-rank hunters, now only had 4 S-rank hunters left, completely lacking the ability to clear an S-rank portal. Therefore, our country could only choose to hire top hunters from other countries. The person they found was the strongest SS-rank support hunter, Orloff. He immediately proposed a fee of $10 million per day, with a 100-year contract signed at once. As long as they agreed to this demand, he could clear the portal at any time. The Draw Sword Guild diplomat was immediately shocked by this price. However, Orloff stated that $3.6 billion per year to save their country wasn't $3.6 trillion. This price was much cheaper than Andre. He gave them 10 seconds to consider. Time's up. Even if you kneel and beg me now, I might not agree. The diplomat then asked Orloff about his actual capabilities. Orloff calmly stated that he alone could match over 100 of those guys standing behind him. The 2 S-rank Draw Sword Guild bodyguards became furious upon hearing this. But the next second, their magical power was suddenly suppressed, and they lost all ability to move. Orloff had used barrier lock on them. Without my permission, you can't move a step. The 2 S-rank bodyguards now stood there like statues. They never imagined that with their S-rank power, they could be controlled so easily. Orloff spoke again. I'll help you clear the S-rank portal and spare their lives. This deal is quite favorable for you. The diplomat sighed helplessly and could only agree to this demand first. Orloff then announced to the world that he would personally clear our country's S-rank portal, stating that as long as a giant magic circle was set up around the portal, and he cast magic, he could eliminate all magical beasts at once. But the prerequisite was to place a large number of magic crystals nearby. After his press conference ended, our country urgently transported magic crystals and began setting up the magic circle. Meanwhile, our country Hunter Association President Matsumoto also came to Korea. He handed a pile of agreements to President Go Gun-hee, expressing his desire to hire hunter Jin Woo. Mr. Go sighed deeply upon hearing this. Jin Woo doesn't belong to the Hunter Association, so I can't make decisions for him. But President Matsumoto stated that he was offering such a large sum just for a chance to negotiate with hunter Jin Woo. Mr. Go looked at the agreement in his hands thoughtfully. To give up such a large sum of money just for an opportunity. It seemed that after losing Goto, they truly lacked the power to clear S-rank portals. Mr. Go had his subordinates leave first. He wanted to negotiate with Matsumoto alone. President Matsumoto, if you're planning some trick, I advise you to give up early. I heard you fell out with the Draw Sword Guild? Matsumoto immediately stood up in agitation upon hearing this. Mr. Go continued. I also know that the Draw Sword Guild rejected the Our Country Hunter Association's aid money and chose government funding instead. The Draw Sword Guild and Our Country Hunter Association were once like brothers. Previously, you could gather S-rank hunters centered around Goto Ryuji. But now, it should be very difficult. Because after the Draw Sword Guild fell, other guilds began competing with each other, exposing the association's true lack of control. If you fail to clear the portal this time, all the responsibility will fall on you alone, President Matsumoto. The responsibility for stealing Goto Ryuji from the Draw Sword Guild, the responsibility for lacking the ability to lead your country's guilds and causing division between guilds, and the responsibility for causing massive casualties due to your cleverness. He then handed Matsumoto a black box. President Matsumoto was immediately speechless with fear upon seeing it. This is the black box from your communication device that Goto's team used. You really thought I knew nothing? Matsumoto was terrified. If the contents revealing the plan to eliminate Korean hunters were made public, all citizens would pay for his cleverness, and he would surely die a terrible death. At that moment, Mr. Go angrily crushed the black box, stating he wouldn't do something so heartless. He couldn't let a country, let alone the public, fall into crisis because of one person's cleverness. Meanwhile, our country had deployed nearly 200,000 tons of magic stones around the portal, enough to serve as the magic circle's power source. However, Orloff felt something strange. He always felt like someone was watching everything. He immediately glanced toward a nearby rooftop, and that person was Sung Jinwoo's father, Sung Il-hwan. He murmured to himself, "Good perception." Well, considering his power source, it's not surprising. But everything is proceeding according to plan. The destined tragedy is finally about to begin. Just as the fat man was about to use SS rank barrier magic to seal the portal suddenly erupted with blinding red light that tore through space. Then, several mountain-sized giant magical beasts emerged from within. The hunters on guard duty were all terrified, because what emerged first were actually A-rank dungeon bosses. However, Orloff smiled calmly upon seeing the giants. For an SS rank hunter like him, such magical beasts were as insignificant as ants. He directly concentrated magical power in his palm, began extracting magical power from the surrounding magic crystals, and released a massive barrier to seal the portal. This was his signature special ability, sealing arts. Even SS rank hunters could only wait for death when faced with his barrier. At that moment, the trapped giants began frantically swinging their weapons to attack the barrier. Orloff looked smugly at the trapped giants. "I didn't expect just the most common magical beasts from a rank portals. Do you think you can break through my defense?" But the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. A supergiant grabbed the giant in front, attacking the barrier, and threw him aside, gripped the greatsword at his waist, and slashed fiercely at the barrier. This single strike cut the SS rank sealing barrier in half. Orloff was so frightened he soiled himself, his legs giving out and unable to move. The giant then grabbed Orloff and threw him into the air, opened his bloody maw, and swallowed him in one bite. Thus, our country's clearing operation completely collapsed, and giants rampaged through the city. The nation's armed forces were fully deployed, but their attacks had no effect on the giants whatsoever. In an instant, our country became hell on earth. Seeing the capital about to fall, all S-rank hunters threw themselves into battle. A black-haired girl with a katana slashed at a giant, trying to destroy the giant's eye. But just as her blade was about to hit, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite its massive size, this giant was incredibly agile, dodging the girl's strike with a simple bend. They simply couldn't handle magical beasts of this level. What was even more terrifying was that, besides these giants wreaking havoc on the city, there was a giant leader with his greatsword planted upside down, guarding the portal entrance without taking action. But everyone could feel the terrifying aura emanating from him. After all, he had shattered SS rank Hunter Orloff's sealing barrier with one strike. This hellish scene was also broadcast live to the entire world. At that moment, Sung Jin Woo, who had adapted to the great Shadow Monarch's power, also awakened. Yu Jinho told Sung Jin Woo about our country's failed portal clearing, and that multiple S-rank portals had appeared simultaneously around the world during his 3-day unconsciousness. Sung Jin Woo looked at our country on TV, which resembled hell itself. He clearly understood that if this continued, like with Jeju Island, the entire continent could be in danger. Just as he was hesitating whether to go, his sister Jaina suddenly pushed open Sung Jin Woo's door, begging him not to go. Sung Jin Woo saw fear in Jaina's face. He got up and walked to his sister's side, patting her head. "Don't worry, I'm not going." Afterwards, Sung Jin Woo went alone to the park downstairs, summoned the shadow of Ant King Beru, and asked about Jaina's recent condition. After learning that she did nothing but sleep all day, Sung Jin Woo understood that the last magical beast attack had left his sister with severe psychological trauma. After all, except for 4 years ago when he first entered a portal, his sister had never tried to stop him before. But the next day, Sung Jin Woo still explained to Yu Jinho his intention to go to our country. Yu Jinho immediately tried to stop him, saying this mission was completely different from the Jeju Island operation. They had never encountered such super-giant magical beasts. However, Sung Jin Woo stated that if this mission succeeded, their Ajin Guild would definitely become famous. Seeing Sung Jin Woo's resolute attitude, Yu Jinho immediately decided he would also go to our country with him. He then asked Sung Jin Woo if he knew about the Red Portal incidents, the Ant Island clearing operation, and the recent double dungeon incident. What did these events have in common? Sung Jin Woo looked puzzled. The next second, Yu Jinho pulled out a newspaper he had treasured for a long time. It's that he wasn't involved in any of them. The reason he could be confident in front of others was because he had his big brother by his side, so he had to go this time. More importantly, he believed in Sung Jin Woo. As long as Sung Jin Woo was safe, he would definitely be safe too. Moreover, he was the vice president of Ajin Guild, so they must share hardships together. Sung Jin Woo didn't refuse after hearing this, and patted his shoulder warmly, telling him to go home and pack first. After returning home, Sung Jin Woo explained to his mother his intention to go to our country. To protect his family, he had to go to the battlefield. If he didn't go, he believed the magical beasts would soon invade Korea. His mother didn't stop him after hearing this. Your father was the same. Whenever he heard of danger somewhere, he would immediately run out even if he was eating. His mother told Sung Jin Woo to eat first while she packed his luggage. Their conversation was also overheard by Gina inside the house. After dinner, Sung Jin Woo pushed open Gina's door, and sat by her bed speaking softly. "A few days ago, I almost died. Although I'm in danger every time, that time exceeded my expectations. But I still came back alive. Every time I'm grateful to be alive, and I cherish the time I can spend with you and Mom." With that, Jin Woo gently strokes Jaina's head. "So I'll come back safely this time too. Thank you for never stopping me before." Hearing this, Jaina couldn't help but burst into tears. Then she complained, "You're going anyway. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly this time. Even across thousands of miles, your brother will protect you." The next day, the Hunter Association held a press conference. Jin Woo personally took the stage to announce he would go to our country. He would fight representing both Ajin Guild and the nation. As soon as the press conference ended, he and Yu Jinho boarded a flight to our country. Ajin Guild's giant portal subjugation mission officially began. In our country's despair, a man appeared with his summoned creatures. This man was the great Shadow Monarch, Jin Woo. He commanded all his shadow soldiers to deploy and engage in mortal combat with the powerful giants. He himself wasn't idle either, wielding his daggers as he charged at the giant army. A casual strike could kill a giant magical beast. The fierce battle here was also broadcast live by reporters in helicopters. The reporters were all stunned. Countless shadow ants continuously tore at the giants' bodies, leaving the giants with no chance to fight back. Soon the giants were suppressed by the shadow army. At that moment, a giant on the street was chasing a little girl. Just as the girl was about to be caught, a great sword instantly severed the giant's arm. The one who launched the attack with such heroic bearing was Agris. Then, a figure wielding a giant axe appeared on the giant's head. It was King Beru. He swung his axe fiercely, exploding the giant's head in one strike. Thus, shadow soldiers quickly spread throughout every corner of our country. At that moment, our country's command center also received the message Kyoto had been successfully recaptured. Following that, good news of various districts being recaptured continued to arrive. President Matsumoto was completely stunned. When he saw Jin Woo's eyes at the airport, he realized his strength was formidable. But he never imagined it could be to this extent. His individual combat power actually exceeded that of all hunters in their entire country combined. At this rate, was he really planning to handle all the giants by himself? At that moment, Jin Woo stood at the rear of the battlefield commanding the operation. After ensuring all civilians had evacuated, his gaze instantly turned cold as he shouted toward the battlefield, "Arise!" In an instant, the corpses of giants eliminated by the Shadow Army were all consumed by black shadows, becoming Jin Woo's power and gaining new life. After inheriting the great Shadow Monarch's power, Jin Woo's current magical power could easily command tens of thousands of soldiers. For him, with abundant magical power, he would never lose in prolonged battles. Giants who could only continuously exhaust their stamina could never defeat shadow soldiers capable of infinite resurrection. However, the S-rank dungeon break caused other dungeons to break in succession. This was the real problem now. Besides giants, other low-level magical beasts had also invaded the city. Therefore, hunters could only dodge while fighting back. On the 7th day of the dungeon break, our country had completely become ruins. Jin Woo and Yu Jinho patrolled the streets, checking for any remaining small monsters. At that moment, a hunter found Jin Woo and reported the current battle situation. Among the 16 S-rank hunters supporting our country, besides SS-rank Orloff, 5 other S-rank hunters had also been killed. The conclusion after fierce battles was that giants rarely acted alone and were more troublesome than ranked dungeon bosses. The portal had released a total of 31 giants, with one crossing the ocean towards Z country. Jin Woo sighed softly upon hearing this. This meant only the giant leader remained as a threat in our country. Looking at the ruins before him, Jin Woo couldn't help feeling this scene was familiar. Though there were no raging fires, the city gradually turning to ruins was just like the demon realm. If the ruined city in the demon realm was a system hint, what was the designer trying to tell him? The designer had been completely destroyed and never contacted him again. Perhaps that body was his true form. Thinking about this, Jin Woo clenched his fists. If the demon realm hinted at future events, couldn't he come and prevent everything? Wasn't this why he continuously accumulated power? He refused to be controlled by irresistible forces. So he worked tirelessly to become stronger, ultimately becoming what he was now. Thinking of this, Jin Woo glanced at the intelligence hunter beside him. "Our people are all here, let's begin the operation." The intelligence hunter looked puzzled, as the other hunters hadn't arrived yet. But as soon as he finished speaking, countless soldiers appeared out of thin air on the ruins. The giant magical beasts that had previously destroyed the city were now reborn as part of the great Shadow Monarch's power. The sky was filled with densely packed ant soldiers, while the rear was packed with devastating close combat units. Fang, King Ein, and Igris all knelt before Jin Woo. Ant King Beru also flew from the distance to Jin Woo's side. "Report, my lord, the army has assembled. Since everyone's here, it's time to launch the final battle." Jin Woo stood on high ground with his arm pointing forward. His target was the giant lord guarding the portal. "All forces attack!" Upon receiving the command, Ant King Beru immediately let out a roar toward the sky, and the entire shadow army mobilized. Warriors composed of various magical beast races surged toward the giant lord like a tide. Meanwhile, Jin Woo observed the situation from behind, thinking the battle would be won through numerical superiority. But just as the shadow soldiers were about to reach the lord suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. Seeing this scene, Sung Jin Woo's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, a 25-meter-tall sword energy swept toward the Shadow Army. The Giant Lord had struck first. He charged into the center of the Shadow Army, continuously swinging his great sword to attack the Shadow Army. The Giant Lord's sword strikes shocked Sung Jin Woo. He didn't expect a single move to destroy over 100 of his soldiers. This guy was too massive, and the magical power emanating from him even made Sung Jin Woo want to flee immediately. How annoying. How could a magical beast of this strength exist? There were two ways to eliminate his annoyance. First, leave the source of annoyance and forget about it. Second, simply eliminate the source completely. Sung Jin Woo chose the latter. Just as the Giant Lord was engaged in close combat with Fang, a shadow soldier suddenly appeared behind the Lord, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, the Giant Lord forcefully crushed Fang with his palm, then casually slashed the shadow soldier in half with a single strike. The ground forces took advantage of the Lord's inability to move during his attack recovery, climbing all over the Lord's body, and continuously tearing at the giant's flesh. However, the Lord could kill a group of shadow soldiers with just a wave of his hand. Seeing his ant soldiers continuously falling, Ant King Baru immediately became enraged and wanted to eliminate the Giant Lord himself. But at this moment, Sung Jin Woo suddenly raised his hand to stop Ant King Baru. Don't rush. It's not your turn yet. Sung Jin Woo had anticipated this situation. His magical power was still abundant, and he needed to fight the Lord a bit longer to find his weakness. Thus, the shadow soldiers were continuously killed by the Giant Lord and continuously reborn. Sung Jin Woo discovered that the Giant Lord's magical power surrounded him like armor, which was why he never defended himself. He was clearly confident in his own defense. However, there was one instance when he had blocked an attack, so his eyes must be his major weakness. Sung Jin Woo immediately summoned the Flying Dragon Kaiser, then attacked together with Igris and Ant King Baru. Ant King Baru's form flashed like lightning as he rushed toward the Giant Lord's eyes. After noticing this, the Giant Lord immediately stepped back to dodge the attack. As he dodged, Igris's great sword had already gathered lightning power, and he slashed fiercely toward the Giant Lord. However, despite his massive size, the Giant Lord was extremely agile. He leaned back again to avoid the blade. He only dodges attacks aimed at his eyes. Exactly! That's his vital point! At this moment, the Giant Lord also launched a counterattack against the Dragon Kaiser. He cut the Flying Dragon to pieces with a single strike. But seeing this scene, the Giant Lord's pupils dilated sharply. It turned out Igris had avoided the attack. At this moment, he was holding the Demon King's great sword and rushing toward the Giant Lord's head at high speed. The blade wrapped in lightning power struck fiercely, and the Giant Lord immediately raised his palm to protect his eyes. However, just as he was blocking, a black shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. That figure was Sung Jin Woo, hidden within the lightning. He thrust his short sword into the Giant Lord's eye. Seeing the Giant Lord's agonized howls, Sung Jin Woo grinned. As expected, he had guessed correctly. At this moment, Ant King Baru once again swung his claws and rushed toward the Giant Lord's eyes at high speed. Just as the giant was about to dodge sideways, Sung Jin Woo suddenly clenched his fist. Ruler's authority. Activate. Under the tremendous thrust of this skill, Ant King Baru directly charged to the Giant Lord's eyes. At this moment, the observation group in the distance was completely stunned. This was no longer a battle between hunters and magical beasts, but more like a confrontation between monsters. Ant King Baru frantically attacked the giant's eyes with his claws, while Sung Jin Woo also took the opportunity to summon all his short swords, aiming them at the Giant Lord's eyes. Barrage skill activate. Countless blade lights directly struck the Lord's eyeball. After enduring this heavy blow, the giant's eyeball burst. Sung Jin Woo, bathed in torrential purple liquid, shouted loudly, "Baru, now!" Upon receiving the command, Ant King Baru moved like lightning, directly charging into the giant's head through the wound, swinging his claws continuously to cause destruction. Sung Jin Woo on the outside also continuously used the barrage skill to attack. Under their combined inside and outside assault, the Giant Lord suddenly coughed up purple blood, then unwillingly fell to his knees. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo also received a system notification, enemy eliminated. At the same time, his level increased by 4 levels. He came before the Giant Lord. No information about the Dungeon Master being eliminated appeared. Could this guy not be the real Lord? Moreover, no black smoke emerged after death, so he probably couldn't extract his shadow either. At this moment, a sound suddenly caught Sung Jin Woo's attention. He quickly raised his hand to stop Yu Jinho from running toward him, but it was a false alarm. The sound came from Ant King Baru. He didn't expect this guy to still have such powerful magical energy even after death, preventing him from even sensing Ant King Baru's presence. But just then, a violent energy suddenly erupted from within the portal, directly sucking the giant's corpse inside. Sung Jin Woo was startled. He didn't expect the portal could absorb the magical power of dead magical beasts. Just the emanating magical waves had wounded Sung Jin Woo. He had never encountered such a thing before. He left Igris behind, telling him to take Yu Jinho to safety, while he rushed into the portal. Inside the portal was a massive temple. Looking toward the depths of the temple, Ant King Baru suddenly turned to look at Sung Jin Woo. "My lord, do you hear it? There's a very eerie laughter coming from the end of the hall." Sung Jin Woo twisted his wrist. The enemy has already entered the portal, yet he can still laugh. How interesting. At this moment, at the end of the temple was a giant bound by iron chains. Upon sensing Sung Jin Woo's presence, he suddenly laughed. How ridiculous. Detestable rulers, look who came to find me first. You've come at the perfect time. My lord, help me break these chains. I know the ruler's plan and must quickly inform the other monarchs. But when he saw Sung Jin Woo, his words came to an abrupt halt. That's not right. You're not the great Shadow Monarch. Why do you possess the great Shadow Monarch's power? Sung Jin Woo coldly inquired, who exactly are the rulers? Although he had always tried to communicate with intelligent magical beasts, none had ever been able to clearly explain their origins. The monarch of the beginning answered after hearing this, the rulers are the monarch's mortal enemies, those winged creatures. The reason they've trapped me here is to use this as a springboard to lay the foundation for the real war. Upon hearing this, Sung Jin Woo's gaze turned cold. The monarch's enemies? Then they're my enemies too, right? Since they've tied you up like this, that means you're also a monarch. The monarch of the beginning immediately responded, that's right! I am the leader of all giants, the monarch of the beginning. Both the monarchs and rulers have probably set their sights on you, but you're not capable of confronting them yet. If you want to contend with them, you need to strengthen your forces. Release my seal, and I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Sung Jin Woo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Who helps whom? Can magical beasts really help humans? Do you think I'd believe you? However, the monarch of the beginning had already anticipated that Sung Jin Woo wouldn't trust him easily. So he grinned and said, then I'll make you believe. He began chanting a complex magical beast language. After hearing it, Sung Jin Woo's pupils contracted sharply, and several pop-up windows appeared before him. The monarch of the beginning releases skill, Covenant of Truth. Once accepted, both the caster and acceptor of the Covenant of Truth cannot lie to each other. Facing the pop-up asking whether to accept, Sung Jin Woo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept the covenant. With the establishment of the Covenant of Truth, both parties felt at ease. So Sung Jin Woo asked the monarch of the beginning, why are you different from other magical beasts that come out of portals, able to communicate freely with me? The monarch of the beginning was momentarily confused. Are you talking about the residents of the Chaos World? How can you compare the Chaos World residents with the monarchs who rule them? The Chaos World residents who go through the portals are all defeated soldiers who lost to the ruler's army and became prisoners. They've been controlled by them all along, so their self-consciousness must have been destroyed. But I'm a monarch, different from them. I still retain my rationality. I've been silently enduring, waiting for the day I could escape, and then I met you. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo pondered for a moment, then continued asking, why do those guys called rulers always send magical beasts to trouble humans? The monarch of the beginning grinned after hearing this. The reason is simple, to transport magical power to Earth. They're preparing for war. They want to turn this world into a battlefield and wage war against the monarchs again. Upon hearing this, Sung Jin Woo felt a chill down his spine. If magical beasts were the disaster brought by portals, then magical power was the blessing portals gave to humanity. Not just hunters. Most ordinary people thought this way too. Magic stones and magic crystals, those items containing magical power, were today's most advanced energy resources. But these were actually springboards for their war plans. The monarch of the beginning spoke again. To input power that doesn't exist in the human world, using the blood of magical beasts with power is the best method. Therefore, the rulers decided to use prisoners. The concentration of magical power is increasing. This shows that magical beast blood has already taken effect in some regions. They want to use magical power to strengthen the world, creating a world that won't be destroyed even if it suffers the impact of war. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo gasped. This meant that with the renewed confrontation between monarchs and rulers, the world where humans lived would soon become hell. The monarch of the beginning urgently pleaded with Sung Jin Woo, there's no time. Once it's revealed that you and I have met, neither the monarchs nor the rulers will sit idly by. The ruler's emissaries might already be in action. Sung Jin Woo calmly questioned the monarch of the beginning, you've been saying those guys have their sights on me. Why do you say that? The monarch of the beginning smiled coldly. It seems you really don't know anything. The power you possess doesn't belong to you, and your possession of that power means its original owner betrayed the monarchs. You've already become a common enemy of both monarchs and rulers. But only I have sided with you and made a covenant with you. Won't you help me even now? Just as Sung Jin Woo was about to help him break the chains, he suddenly realized something. If you only want to simply side with me, wouldn't becoming a shadow soldier be better? As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious purple shadow suddenly merged with Sung Jin Woo. Seeing this, the monarch of the beginning was immediately startled. This human wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. He hurriedly explained, monarchs and rulers are all spiritual beings. If spiritual beings die, they disappear completely and cannot become shadows. So he fundamentally cannot become a shadow soldier. Is this reason sufficient? Can you help me now? Only then did Sung Jin Woo feel relieved and summoned the Demon King's short sword. However, he still felt something was off, as if this guy had deliberately omitted some information. Sung Jin Woo slowly walked toward the monarch of the beginning. You said you'd side with me, right? While speaking, he also severed the chains binding the monarch of the beginning's arms. The monarch of the beginning looked at his newly freed arms. That's right. If you help me, then I'll help you too. This is a fair and reasonable transaction between monarchs. But just as he was about to continue cutting the chains binding the Monarch of the Beginning's body, Jin Woo suddenly stopped. He stared coldly at the Monarch of the Beginning. After that war begins, will you side with humanity? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The Monarch of the Beginning didn't dare answer. Why aren't you speaking? Is it because of the Covenant of Truth? He also noticed the magic crystal embedded in the back of the Monarch of the Beginning's neck. Because of that, you must follow the ruler's instructions and eliminate humans like other magical beasts, right? Upon hearing this, the Monarch of the Beginning gritted his teeth fiercely and directly extended his massive palm to swipe viciously at Jin Woo. This strike's power was like an overwhelming force. A monarch's attack was not to be underestimated, but the prepared Jin Woo dodged with a flash. In that case, let's consider this transaction void. After saying this, he rushed to the Monarch of the Beginning in one stride and thrust his short sword into his chest. Saving you is too risky. It might bring disaster. The Monarch of the Beginning endured the pain. You're wrong. I'm not the disaster. You are. After saying this, he used all his strength in a death struggle, opening his bloody maw to bite off Jin Woo's head. Jin Woo crouched to dodge the attack and activated his barrage skill to counterattack. Hit by this strike, the Monarch of the Beginning immediately spat out purple blood. Even so, he continued swinging his one movable arm to attack Jin Woo. Jin Woo's legs forcefully pushed off as he jumped into the air to avoid the attack. Then his form flashed like lightning as he charged toward the Monarch of the Beginning, thrusting his short sword into his heart. This strike finally left the Monarch of the Beginning powerless to resist, and he fell to his knees. In his dying moments, he used his monarch's power to cast a malicious curse on Jin Woo. The war between monarchs and rulers cannot be avoided. The world will become even more bleak. What you want to protect will be reduced to ash in the flames of war. However, Jin Woo didn't want to hear his nonsense and appeared behind him in an instant. The Monarch of the Beginning's head also fell at this moment. A system notification came. One of the 9 monarchs, the Monarch of the Beginning, has been eliminated. Due to the massive amount of experience points, calculation time is required. Jin Woo looked at the Monarch of the Beginning's body and sighed. Too bad I can't turn him into a shadow soldier. I'll take this thing as a trophy then. He then left the dungeon. At this moment, the experience calculation was also complete. Jin Woo leveled up 10 times, reaching level 122. The giant disaster in our country also subsided. At the same time, the giant that had fled to Z country was also killed instantly by 7-star hunter Lu Jikang. After the Monarch of the Beginning's death, a hunting game among the monarchs officially began. Their first target was the National Authority level hunter, Chris. On this day, Miss Selner and the Deputy Director of the Hunter Management Bureau came to Chris's estate. Chris thought they were here to invite him to tackle the S-level portal that appeared in Eastern M country. He immediately expressed that he wouldn't participate. However, Miss Selner indicated that she wasn't here for the portal. This matter was much more serious. Because through her ability to foresee the future, she saw that Chris might recently face mortal danger. Upon hearing this, Chris angrily threw his coffee cup on the table. Miss Selner, I won't forget your kindness to me, but our relationship doesn't seem good enough for you to make such boring jokes, right? After all, he was a national authority level hunter ranked in the world's top 5. Who could possibly kill him? Miss Selner sighed and said that in a recent dream she saw Chris. In the dream, a group of men literally tore him to pieces. Upon hearing such absurd words, Chris became directly angry. You flew all this way to tell me such ridiculous things just because of a dream? I know what you did before becoming an awakened. There are rumors that the reason you have unique abilities different from other awakened after awakening might be because you were previously a prophet. But I'm a national authority level hunter. No one can kill me. Even if I believe your damn dream, who should I turn to for help? Also, who can protect me? A national authority level hunter. In the end, there's still nothing that can be done. However, at this moment, Miss Selner indicated that perhaps someone could help him. That would be H country's hunter Jin Woo. Meanwhile, Jin Woo had already emerged from the Super S-level dungeon portal. At this moment, he was determined to kill all the monarchs. The Monarch of the Beginning's power had been sealed by special chains, yet still emanated suffocating oppressive force. If he had been completely released, with his current strength, he might not have been able to defeat him. Fortunately, he discovered the opponent's true purpose early. He must become even stronger. News of all giants being eliminated quickly spread worldwide. People hotly discussed on social networks whether a new national authority level hunter had emerged. Unlike the Ant Island operation, this time it wasn't just H country people who thought this way. Jin Woo had become a faith in the hearts of our country citizens. Our country Hunter Association's president Matsumoto also turned himself in under public condemnation. On the other side of Earth, the Eastern M country government also held a celebration banquet for the M country hunters who successfully conquered the S-level portal. National authority level hunter Andre suddenly walked toward 2 S-level hunters. Finally found you too. Do you remember our bet? It turned out that after Jin Woo announced he was going to our country to tackle the giant portal, the hunters gathered to tackle M country's S-level portal heard this news, and all said Jin Woo was going to his death. After all, rumors said even MS Selner hadn't helped him release his power. Among the hunters gathered this time, most had their power enhanced through MS Selner. They all knew ordinary hunters' abilities were limited, and Jin Woo, who hadn't enhanced his abilities, was obviously blinded by his own power. The giant's strength couldn't compare to those ants. Hunters who were overconfident in their abilities would surely die. I'll bet a speedboat that he'll be finished within a day. Others also placed bets, using their assets to wager how many days Jin Woo could last. Unexpectedly, Andre also joined the fun at this time, saying he would use the Scavenger Guild's building to bet that Jin Woo could survive. Today was the day he came to collect his winnings. Your yachts and houses are all mine. Even the little black guy who didn't participate in the bet had his clothes stripped off by Andre. At this moment, Andre was showing off the tie he stripped from the little black guy to his assistant. Unexpectedly, his assistant brought him major news. The list of invitations to the International Guild meeting was out, including H country's Ajin Guild. Upon hearing this, Andre was overjoyed. It looks like the good show is about to begin. At this moment in our country after the battle ended, Jin Woo was taking inventory of his shadow soldiers. Although he lost the one that flew across the sea to Z country, his combat power was greatly enhanced because of them. The hunters who saw Jin Woo could control the corpses of dead magical beasts all had their jaws drop. Seeing their expressions, Yu Jinho showed a proud look. It's normal for people seeing his ability for the first time to be scared. Just then, an our country hunter found Yu Jinho. There was an overseas call for him. Yu Jinho immediately answered the phone, but when he heard the voice on the other end, his expression immediately became tense, and he quickly told Jin Woo he had to return home immediately. The call said something had happened at home, and he needed to return immediately. Jin Woo sent him to the airport. At this moment, Yu Jinho was restless. His mother's voice on the phone was full of panic, which had never happened before. What exactly had happened at home? As soon as he got off the plane, he saw his assistant, who had come to meet him in advance. The assistant took him to the hospital, and only then did Yu Jinho learn that his father had fallen into the eternal sleep, the same disease that Jin Woo's mother had previously. Yu Jinho immediately wanted to rush into the hospital room, but was stopped by his assistant, because any hunter who couldn't control their magical power approaching the patient would make the condition worse. Yu Jinho just watched his sleeping father like this, unable to do anything, murmuring, "I've always been a useless son." At this moment, the assistant handed Yu Jinho a handbook. This is what the chairman was working on before he collapsed. Yu Jinho curiously opened the handbook. The moment he opened it, his eyes filled with tears, because the handbook recorded everything about him. Like father, like son, the habit of cutting out and pasting favorite news reports was exactly the same. There was even recent news. At this moment, Yu Jinho was crying like rain. It seemed his father's expulsion of him from the guild wasn't because he didn't love him, but because love runs deep with strict discipline. Soon after, Yu Jinho prepared to return home with his assistant to visit his grieving mother. At this moment, Yu Jinho's body suddenly trembled, as if sensing something. But when he turned around, there was nothing behind him. It wasn't until after they left the hospital that Jin Woo's figure slowly appeared. He came to Yu Jinho's father's bedside. "That brat Yu Jinho, why cry so sadly? It's quite heartbreaking." After saying this, he opened one of his few bottles of life divine water. At this moment, Yu Jinho's sister also came to the hospital. Seeing her dejected expression, she had obviously learned of her father's condition. However, she saw a familiar figure in front of her father's hospital room. Could that person be Hunter Jin Woo? She thought she was seeing things. But when she pushed open the hospital room door, tears suddenly wouldn't stop flowing, because at this moment her father had already woken up. She threw herself into her father's arms, wiping her tears. Even the doctors were extremely shocked. This was an unprecedented case. To actually wake up from the eternal sleep was unimaginable. They couldn't imagine how the media would react after reporting this. At this moment, Jin Woo downstairs looked back at the bright hospital room, then turned and left with relief. He looked at his cooling shadow exchange skill. When he was suddenly free, he really didn't know what to do. There was no one he could contact either. At this moment, Chahayin's image suddenly appeared in his mind. Why don't I go find her for coffee? Meanwhile, at Chris's residence, he suddenly woke from his dream. He immediately put on clothes and left his room because he sensed a dangerous presence. This residence was unusually quiet today. He picked up the wine glass on the table and casually threw it on the ground. The wine glass immediately shattered but made no sound. Seeing this scene, Chris immediately confirmed his judgment. It seemed he was indeed under enemy attack, and the enemy was very powerful. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Miss Selner and the deputy director who had come to find him earlier. Had they already anticipated this would happen? He immediately called coldly toward downstairs. "Who's there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black mist appeared downstairs. As the black mist dissipated, a blonde man appeared, one of the 9 monarchs. He couldn't help but snort coldly at Chris. "Fragment of light, we finally found you. If you always consider humans during battle, we get nothing." Upon hearing this, Chris was immediately shocked because he couldn't understand the blonde man's magical beast language at all. Seeing Chris's surprised expression, the blonde man grinned and pointed toward the sky. "I'm not saying this to you, but to the guy connected to you. It turned out that the reason national authority level hunters had strength far exceeding ordinary hunters was because they harbored the ruler's power within their bodies. In the monarch's eyes, these were fragments of light scattered by the rulers in the human world. The monarch's purpose was to recover the power of these light fragments. Just then, two figures appeared behind Chris. In an instant, he was surrounded by 3 monarchs. However, at this moment, Chris didn't take the monarchs seriously. In an instant, his body was enveloped in flames. You ants will become the souls lost to this national authority level hunter's blade. Seeing this scene, the monarchs were also quite surprised. Interesting. I didn't expect humans could also spiritualize. The next second, Chris's surroundings erupted with endless flames as he launched a fierce attack on the monarchs first. This power also caused a violent explosion outside the estate. But due to the time difference, Jin Woo in H country didn't know about this yet. He was on his way to the International Guild meeting. Unexpectedly, he encountered an acquaintance on the plane. It was Congressman Adam who had previously invited him for a second awakening. This encounter was obviously Adam's deliberate arrangement. Jin Woo immediately spoke. I thought we wouldn't meet again after our last failed negotiation. Can't M country handle the S-level portal? Upon hearing this, Adam quickly explained that he wasn't looking for him because of the portal problem this time. He opened his laptop and handed it to Jin Woo. It was playing news about the fire at Chris's estate. This isn't an ordinary fire. No matter what method is used, it cannot be extinguished. Those low-level hunters who touch the flames are instantly burned to charcoal. This fire was caused by National Authority-level hunter Chris. To extinguish the fire he caused, their Hunter Management Bureau deployed 1.8 billion firefighters and 25 top magic-type hunters to barely calm it down. They absolutely couldn't believe that a National Authority-level hunter was brutally murdered in his own estate. After saying this, he handed a photo to Jin Woo. This is the prime suspect inferred by the Hunter Management Bureau. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his body floated into the air. Jin Woo angrily crushed the laptop, then used ruler's authority to grab Adam's neck and lift him high in the air. If you dare joke with me, don't expect to leave here walking today. I also don't mind leveling your Hunter Management Bureau. At this moment, the strangled Congressman Adam hurriedly begged for mercy. The person in the photo came out of a dungeon. He might not be who you think he is. His magical power fluctuations are very similar to magical beasts, and he attacked our S-level hunters without saying a word after appearing. Do you remember the Hunter Management Bureau explosion that shocked the world 2.5 months ago? Upon hearing this, Jin Woo hesitated for a moment. Are you saying my father did that? After saying this, he slowly loosened his grip. Congressman Adam also fell from midair and sat paralyzed on the ground, greedily breathing fresh air. He then spoke. After he defeated our hunters, he disappeared without a trace. Although the Hunter Management Bureau has been secretly investigating, he vanished like he evaporated from the human world, leaving no trace. I can understand your feelings, but undeniably, he meets all the conditions pointing to the suspect. Upon hearing this, Jin Woo asked again, then what's your real purpose in showing me this photo? Only then did Adam explain the reason. Representatives from famous guilds worldwide will attend this international guild meeting. The M-Country Hunter Management Bureau will issue a warrant for his arrest at the meeting. Upon hearing this, Jin Woo's gaze immediately turned cold. So the investigation is no longer secret? Jin Woo's eyes scared Adam into breaking out in a cold sweat. The M-Country government lost an important national authority-level hunter due to this incident, so they'll definitely use every means to capture the criminal. However, our Hunter Management Bureau wants to maintain friendly relations with Jin Woo, so we're telling you before announcing the arrest warrant. Otherwise, suddenly seeing your father's photo at the meeting would certainly be very shocking. At this moment, Jin Woo looked incredulous. He couldn't accept that his father, who disappeared 10 years ago, had become a magical beast. At this moment, Adam had also recovered his mobility, but he was still shocked by the telekinetic power Jin Woo had displayed. Generally, high-level magic-type hunters' telekinesis could only control objects, while Jin Woo's power was obviously much stronger. He thought only national authority-level hunters would possess this kind of power. At this moment, he was thinking he had to quickly report this news to the deputy director, because Jin Woo might be the 6th national authority-level hunter. Meanwhile, at the H-Country Hunter Association, Mr. Wu found Mr. Gao, saying that Z-Country wanted information about Hunter Jin Woo. Mr. Gao looked puzzled. He had clearly communicated Jin Woo's intention before. He wouldn't accept invitations from any country. However, Mr. Wu said this wasn't a request from the Z-Country government, but a personal request. Z-Country's 7-star hunter Lu Zhikang seemed very interested in Hunter Jin Woo. Z-Country was different from other regions of the world, having its own hunter rating system, with the highest level being 5-star hunters. Liu Zhikang was the only 7-star hunter who transcended the rating system. After hearing this, Mr. Gao pondered for a moment. This is what they call heroes recognizing heroes. He had no reason to refuse this request. At this moment, in the Scavenger Guild building, after learning that Jin Woo would arrive in M-Country tomorrow, Andre immediately summoned Huang Dongsu. He gently patted Huang Dongsu's shoulder. I'll get straight to the point about why I called you here. I'm warning you. Don't touch Jin Woo. I know about the matter between your brother and Hunter Jin Woo. You must have many doubts and really want to know the truth about this matter. Upon hearing this, Huang Dongsu was about to say something. But at this moment, a tremendous magical pressure suddenly pressed. Andre extended his hand and pointed fiercely at Huang Dongsu's head. His expression also became extremely cold and menacing. You don't seem to have a say in this matter. Huang Dongsu, suppressed by the magical pressure, was instantly stunned and didn't dare to move. Under Andre's intimidation, Huang Dongsu had no choice but to agree to this demand. Then he turned around and left the room. At this moment, the assistant asked Andre if this was enough. Andre immediately explained after hearing this level of pressure wouldn't be enough to make him give up. Before Jin Woo leaves the United States, have someone keep an eye on Huang Dongsu. Although this decision would make him feel very uncomfortable, it was better than dying. Sure enough, after Huang Dongsu left the room, his expression suddenly became sinister, clearly showing that he couldn't swallow this humiliation and wanted to cause trouble. Right after Jin Woo landed in the United States, the Hunter Management Bureau immediately sent people to greet him. At the same time, representatives from the Empire, 2 S-rank hunters from the Richter Guild, also got off the plane. They saw Jin Woo, who was also invited to attend the International Guild Conference. Just as they were about to approach him and say hello, the moment they got close to Jin Woo, they were immediately shocked and frozen in place, because they witnessed a terrifying sight. Hunter Jin Woo wasn't summoning his creatures from another dimension, but had been carrying them with him all along, with all his summons hidden within his shadow, and the sheer number of them would be enough to wage war against the United States. At this moment, Jin Woo also noticed someone was spying on him, and was about to approach them to ask about their intentions. When Congressman Adam from the Hunter Management Bureau suddenly appeared before him, he escorted Jin Woo to a special vehicle headed to the Hunter Management Bureau, explaining that the United States was interested in recruiting him to replace Chris's position. Then he opened the display screen in front of them, which immediately showed a massive dragon skeleton and a rune stone. That skeleton belonged to the Eternal Flame, the dragon Kamish, and that powerful magic-type rune stone was the reward for joining them. What do you think of this new proposal? But unexpectedly, Jin Woo suddenly became excited and walked to the display screen. Go back 1 page, I want to see the previous photo. Compared to the rune stone, Kamish's corpse was far more attractive to Jin Woo. So Kamish's body has been kept by the United States all this time. Where is he? Let's go there first. I've been so accommodating in taking time out of my schedule to cooperate with the Hunter Management Bureau, so making this small request isn't too much, is it? At this point, Congressman White also recovered from his surprise. He explained that his knowledge was limited to what his superiors had approved, so he didn't know where Kamish's body was located. However, his superiors probably wouldn't refuse this request. He just needed to report it first. Jin Woo sighed helplessly after hearing this. Since they had to wait anyway, they might as well go straight to the Hunter Management Bureau and wait there. After arriving at the Hunter Management Bureau, Congressman Adam immediately explained Jin Woo's request to the director. The director looked puzzled after hearing this. Hunter Jin Woo hadn't mentioned the runestone at all during the entire journey. Could he really just want to see that dragon's corpse? He had Congressman Adam leave first, then asked the deputy director, what do you think is his reason for wanting to see Kamish's body? The deputy director said he wasn't sure either, but he could be certain it wasn't just for sightseeing. After all, skills have limitless value. Top-tier hunters never care about price when purchasing the runestones they need. Skills are the power that hunters possess, and power is tied to life itself. Perhaps for Hunter Jin Woo, seeing the corpse is more valuable than obtaining skills. After hearing this, the director showed a thoughtful expression. Isn't his ability limited to extracting shadows from beasts he's personally defeated? After hearing these words, the deputy director's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Could it be that he can also turn magical beasts that weren't killed by him, ones that have been dead for a while, into his summons? He wants to turn Kamish into his own summon. Upon hearing this, the director immediately stood up and slammed his palm on the desk in front of him. If that's true, then absolutely not. We cannot allow such enormous power to be concentrated in one person. But if they refused him, the Hunter Management Bureau would find it difficult to maintain good relations with him. Therefore, the director decided to personally take Jin Woo there. Perhaps this would be a great opportunity to witness his true strength firsthand. Soon, the director brought Jin Woo to the 15th basement level, where the dragon Kamish's corpse was hidden. As the doors opened, a powerful magical force immediately hit them. Then the dragon Kamish's corpse appeared before everyone. Even after 8 years of death, the magical power he left behind was still incredibly strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful he would be if turned into a shadow soldier. Jin Woo was unconsciously drawn to that magical power. He walked alone to the front of Dragon Kamish. Please, all of you step back. After saying this, he released the power of the great Shadow Monarch, purple magic swirling around his palm. Then he gently touched Dragon Kamish's corpse. Arise! Instantly, black shadows spread, and a violent magical force erupted from the dragon's body. But to Jin Woo's surprise, the shadow extraction failed. Jin Woo took a deep breath, and chanted the command again, Arise! This time he used his full power. All of the great Shadow Monarch's power instantly surged toward the dragon's body, engulfing it completely. This time he finally awakened the dragon's will that had been sleeping for 8 years. Accompanied by a massive dragon's roar, the dragon Kamish awakened once again. The terrifying magical power he emanated caused the entire laboratory to begin collapsing. Then he looked down at Jin Woo below. Are you the one summoning me, Lord of the Dead, the great Shadow Monarch? This scene directly stunned everyone watching. This was just too outrageous. At this moment, Dragon Kamish also noticed those humans. His body shuddered violently, and he directly extended his claws, shattering the glass barrier that had contained him. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau's pupils shook violently at this sight. This is impossible. Reinforced glass enhanced with top-tier hunter magic was actually shattered. Then, Kamish walked out under everyone's shocked gazes, letting out a roar toward the humans. Kill the humans! Purple magical power began continuously gathering in his mouth, preparing to annihilate all the humans present. However, just as he was about to breathe out the magical beam, Jin Woo stopped him. Enough. The magic crystal that was embedded in your head has long been removed. You no longer need to obey the rulers. Everyone who heard Jin Woo speak was even more astonished. There was actually a human who could speak the language of magical beasts. After hearing his words, Kamish also calmed down. So this is what it feels like to be subdued by the great Shadow Monarch. With that, he directly knelt before Jin Woo. The humble servant who served the Dragon Emperor pays respects to the new monarch. Though it was such a brief sentence, Jin Woo extracted important information from it. Dragon Emperor? Yes, my lord. I was once a legion commander under the Dragon Emperor, the Monarch of Destruction. After hearing Kamish's answer, Jin Woo showed a shocked expression. Such intense anger. The self-awareness of this shadow soldier was incredibly strong. His level was the highest will among all the magical beasts Jin Woo had encountered. But at this moment, he was wagging his tail at Jin Woo. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau was completely dumbfounded after seeing this. He was humanity's greatest disaster. How does he look like he's been domesticated into a pet? At this point, Jin Woo also fell into deep thought. The king of the undead is called the Great Shadow Monarch. The king of the giants is called the Monarch of the Beginning. Could these be the 9 monarchs the system mentioned? But then Kamish suddenly spoke, pulling Jin Woo back to reality. My lord, I must leave now. Our meeting came too late. Jin Woo was shocked. Could it be that even the Great Shadow Monarch's power couldn't overcome 8 years of time? However, no matter how much he called out, he couldn't stop Kamish's voice as he gradually faded away. I envy those shadow soldiers who can serve you forever. But before I leave, I must tell you. There are 4 humans who have borrowed the ruler's power. Please be very careful of them. Being able to briefly meet you has been my honor. After saying this, his form completely disappeared before Jin Woo's astonished eyes. At the same time, Jin Woo received a system notification. Shadow extraction failed. The target's shadow has returned to the void world. Due to the extended time since death, extraction is no longer meaningful. At this point, Jin Woo walked disappointedly to the director's side, apologizing for the destruction here. He was willing to pay for the repair costs. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked toward the laboratory exit. But just as he reached the doorway, he angrily punched the wall, directly creating a large hole in the alloy wall. This failed extraction cost him not just a powerful shadow general, but also crucial intelligence about the rulers and the monarchs that was within his grasp. Then he returned to his residence. But unexpectedly, Mr. Wu suddenly came to him, asking if he had seen Yu Jinho, because 2.5 hours ago, hunters from the Scavenger Guild personally picked him up, saying that you were waiting for him at the Hunter Management Bureau, and he left without a second thought. Jin Woo looked confused. He had just returned from the Hunter Management Bureau, and hadn't seen Yu Jinho during that time. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged in Jin Woo's heart. He rushed out of the residence immediately. This was his mistake. After using Shadow Exchange to save Yu Jinho's father earlier, he hadn't left any soldiers to protect him. If something happened to him like what happened to his sister before, that would be terrible. At this moment, Jin Woo turned into a black shadow and rushed toward the city's highest point. He immediately summoned his shadow soldiers, ordering them to search the entire city for Yu Jinho at maximum speed. The shadow soldiers who received the command directly turned into black shadows and rushed toward every direction of the city. At this time, Andre, the president of the Scavenger Guild, became ashen-faced after receiving a phone call. His worst fear had come to pass. That damn Huang Dongsu had still provoked Jin Woo. He immediately dispatched all guild members, ordering them to find Huang Dongsu before Jin Woo did. No matter what method they used, they had to find him first. Meanwhile, Jin Woo stood at the city's highest point waiting for news from his shadow soldiers. Could he not be in the city center? But Yu Jinho was, after all, a D-rank combat hunter. Even if a group of ordinary people surrounded him, they wouldn't be his match. If the car heading to the Hunter Management Bureau wanted to leave the city, he would definitely notice and resist. Now there was only one clue. The perpetrators were from the Scavenger Guild, and if it was hunters from the Scavenger Guild, it would be Huang Dongsuk's brother, Huang Dongsu, who had been waiting for them to come to the United States to uncover the truth about his brother's death. After all, the only survivors from that dungeon were him and Yu Jinho. Thinking of this, anger surged in his heart. If something really happened to Yu Jinho, he would definitely kill Huang Dongsu. Meanwhile, at the Scavenger Guild, Andre was also anxiously waiting for news from his subordinates. That Huang Dongsu kid really didn't value his life. As an S-rank hunter, he surely knew the gap between himself and Jin Woo. Yet he still dared to be so reckless. He must have guessed that Andre would intervene. Soon he received a call from his assistant, who had found Huang Dongsu's exact location. Andre immediately set out upon hearing this. And at this time, in an abandoned factory, Yu Jinho was being brutally beaten. The mastermind behind this was Huang Dongsu. He knew he couldn't provoke Sung Jin Woo, so from the beginning he never intended to target him, because there was another person who could answer his questions. He threatened Yu Jinho to say that Sung Jin Woo had killed his brother in the dungeon back then, wanting to use this to frame Sung Jin Woo. Otherwise he would continue torturing him. He even brought in a high-level healer. Whenever Yu Jinho was about to die, the healer would save him. But even when beaten nearly to death, Yu Jinho never said a single word that would betray Sung Jin Woo. In a fit of rage, Huang Dongsu wanted to slap Yu Jinho to death to avenge his brother. But just as he was about to act, he noticed something unusual. He glimpsed a half-beast outside the building staring intently at him. Huang Dongsu put on his clothes and slowly walked toward the half-beast. How strange. Why would a half-beast from a dungeon come out here? And it's trembling? Could it be from fear? Huang Dongsu didn't think much of it and directly threw a punch at the half-beast. But just as his fist was about to hit, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Shadow exchange. At the same time, the Ant King Beru, who was watching TV, suddenly shuddered violently. He had felt this sensation once before. It meant his lord was angry. Meanwhile, Andre, who was rushing toward Huang Dongsu's location, suddenly became tense. He kicked the car door open, then jumped out of the vehicle. Damn it, still a step too late. The tragedy has already begun. After saying this, he used all his strength to rush toward the abandoned factory. And at this time on the main battlefield, Huang Dongsu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As an iron fist slammed hard into his waist, struck by this blow, Huang Dongsu flew backward like a meteor, and was deeply embedded in the wall, unable to be pried out. Then the great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin Woo's figure, descended with extreme fury. He sent Huang Dongsu flying 100 meters with one punch, but he didn't choose to pursue immediately, instead taking out a healing potion for Yu Jinho. However, at this point, Yu Jinho's injuries were too severe, and the healing potion had lost its effect. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo looked at the two hunters beside him with death-like eyes. Which one of you is the healer? Heal him immediately, or die. That terrifying killing intent instantly scared the healer so much he wet his pants. But he couldn't understand Sung Jin Woo's language at all. At this time, Huang Dongsu's voice came from the distance. He's telling you to heal that kid. This seems to be our first meeting, isn't it? Sung Jin Woo? But Sung Jin Woo ignored Huang Dongsu's existence and spoke coldly again. I'll say this one last time, heal him. However, after seeing Huang Dongsu return, the man with glasses immediately showed a servile attitude. You'll have to convince my boss first. Before he could finish speaking, a giant hand slapped his face, slamming him hard against the nearby alloy wall, and he immediately lost consciousness. Sung Jin Woo then looked at the other man with the airplane haircut. Are you also a healer? The airplane-haired man was so scared he could barely speak, quickly indicating that he wasn't a healer. After hearing this answer, Sung Jin Woo sent him flying 100 meters with one punch. At this time, Huang Dongsu also walked up to Sung Jin Woo. So you're the one who killed my brother. Answer me, did you kill my brother and his teammates? But Sung Jin Woo didn't even look up after hearing this. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. Such a dismissive attitude made Huang Dongsu unable to contain his rage any longer. He swung his fist at Sung Jin Woo like a wild beast, but Huang Dongsu's movements looked like slow motion to him. He casually dodged the attack with a sidestep, then struck hard at Huang Dongsu's abdomen. Hit by this blow, Huang Dongsu spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body flew backward like a meteor, slamming hard into the alloy pipes, unable to be pried out. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, but Sung Jin Woo gave him no chance to catch his breath. He instantly appeared in front of Huang Dongsu. Seeing this, Huang Dongsu tried to fight back, but Sung Jin Woo's palm slammed hard into his face again, pressing him against the alloy pipes and grinding continuously. But this wasn't enough. He then tightly grabbed Huang Dongsu's head, repeatedly slamming it against the ground. At this moment, the entire abandoned factory was filled with Huang Dongsu's screams. But the more miserably he screamed, the more excited Sung Jin Woo became. Until a man appeared behind him, only then did he stop his actions. The newcomer was none other than the national power-level hunter, president of the Scavenger Guild, Andre. I told him not to provoke you. Is he still alive? After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo didn't turn around, barely breathing. At this time, Andre spoke again. If you can understand me, then this is easy to resolve. Let him go, and I'll pretend this never happened. After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo glanced back at Andre behind him. And if I don't let him go? After hearing this answer, Andre's face also showed a fierce expression. Then I won't be polite with you. Hearing this, Sung Jin Woo threw Huang Dongsu aside. Then bring it on. But unexpectedly, Huang Dongsu was tough enough not to die from falling from dozens of meters high. He shouted at Andre, you can't stay out of this matter. Quickly kill Sung Jin Woo for me. At this time, Andre also walked up to Sung Jin Woo. Don't you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Whoever stands in my way dies. At this moment, the aura emanating from Sung Jin Woo shocked Andre. Someone actually dared to despise him. Andre was born into a poor immigrant family, and everyone around him was his enemy. The reason he could achieve what he had today was because heaven had blessed him with an incomparable talent, the power to crush his opponents. He couldn't allow anyone to despise him. He had to make the man before him submit to his violence. Immediately, he reached out to grab Sung Jin Woo, and the battle between two top-tier hunters officially began. Meanwhile, outside the abandoned factory, All members of the Scavenger Guild had gathered. But just then, two terrifying magical forces suddenly pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. The next second, the ground before them was split in half. Then with a loud crash, a figure came flying out. It was actually their guild president, Andre. At this moment, he had been shocked by Jin Woo's power, and immediately ordered all guild members to enter combat formation. At this time, Jin Woo also summoned the Flying Dragon Kaiser and Igris, ordering them to take Yu Jinho to the nearest hospital and ensure he received treatment no matter what. Then he also summoned his Shadow Army, officially declaring war on the entire Scavenger Guild. Seeing this scene, Andre suddenly burst into laughter. As the world's #1 ranked hunter, he had never been this excited before. Now this matter had nothing to do with Huang Dongsu. There was only one way to restore his self-respect: kill that arrogant Jin Woo. Andre at this moment was like a golden mad lion, looking fiercely at Jin Woo. It's still not too late to apologize now, I can spare your life. But after hearing this, Jin Woo was dismissive and directly raised his middle finger in contempt. This completely enraged Andre. You really won't see the coffin before you cry. You'll regret missing this last chance. In an instant, the magical power around his body began burning, and the golden patterns appearing on his body clearly showed he was borrowing the ruler's power. What was even more terrifying was that he could distribute the ruler's power to his subordinates. Seeing this scene, the Shadow Army's momentum was equally matched. At this time, both Jin Woo and Andre's fighting spirit reached its peak. Then let's do this. As soon as the words fell, the Shadow Army and the Scavenger Guild hunters engaged in fierce battle. Facing the Shadow Army's fierce offensive, the Scavenger Guild's tanks raised their shields to form a wall, used to resist the Shadow Soldiers' assault. For a moment, the Shadow Army couldn't break through the defense. But the next second, the Shadow Army's formation was suddenly torn apart. It turned out Andre had charged into the Shadow Army, tearing apart the Shadow Soldiers, blocking his path like a wild beast, but he was blocked by Fang's guardian shield. Seeing this, Andre concentrated his power in his legs, charging fiercely at Fang's shield. His body shot forward like a cannonball, directly shattering Fang's shield and taking the opportunity to tear apart his head. Andre grinned. These shadows are really weak. After saying this, his body suddenly dropped, charging into the abandoned factory where Jin Woo was located. But when he saw the scene before him, his pupils suddenly shook violently, because at this time, all his subordinates were lying on the ground like dead dogs. After seeing Andre, Jin Woo casually threw the Scavenger Guild member in his hand to the ground. Seeing this, Andre was furious and charged at Jin Woo like a madman. However, at this time, King Ain suddenly blocked Jin Woo's path, trying to intercept Andre. Get out of my way! With Andre's roar, countless gold and magical power gathered in his fist. A fierce punch directly shattered King Ain into pieces. But in that brief moment, Jin Woo's figure suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, Jin Woo's ghostly figure appeared behind him, fiercely stabbing his Demon King's short sword into Andre's abdomen. But unexpectedly, the indestructible Demon King's short sword only left a shower of sparks on Andre's skin. Seeing this scene, Jin Woo was stunned for 2.5 seconds, while Andre showed an evil smile. Taking advantage of Jin Woo's shock, he punched hard at Jin Woo's head. Hit by this blow, Jin Woo's body flew backward like a meteor. You underestimated national power level hunters too much. After saying this, golden magical power began continuously gathering in his palm. The originally flying Jin Woo's body was suddenly pulled back by a huge psychic force. Do you feel the gap in our strength? Are you desperate? But just as he finished saying this, Jin Woo's eyes suddenly turned cold. A purple magical power swirled around his palm, aiming at Andre and activating ruler's authority. Similarly, an overwhelming magical force pressed down on Andre like Mount Tai, temporarily depriving him of mobility. The suppressed Andre looked shocked. How does he also know Divine Fist? Is he planning to keep me suppressed like this? But it seems more like he wants to immobilize me. Then Jin Woo's figure rushed toward Andre like lightning, and Andre finally realized that Jin Woo's purpose was to attack while drawing him closer. The next second, Jin Woo's fist slammed hard into Andre's face. Hit by this punch, Andre's body shot backward like a cannonball at extreme speed, spitting blood violently. He didn't stop until he had retreated 25 meters. This was the first time in his life he had been injured. Before he could react, Jin Woo's figure appeared before his eyes again. What did you just say? Feeling the gap in our strength is very desperate? After saying this, his form changed into countless black wings, continuously attacking various parts of Andre's body. However, the more fierce attacks Andre endured, the more terrifying the aura he emanated became. Fine. You forced me to do this. Then let us have a proper contest. Second stage enhancement transformation. Suddenly, a golden holy light shot down from the sky toward Andre's body, and after being enveloped by the holy light, Andre's body surface manifested a suit of armor. At this moment, Jin Woo understood. Perhaps among the 5 national power level hunters who survived Dragon Kamish back then, 4 of them had borrowed the ruler's power, and Andre was one of them. Seeing Jin Woo charging from the front, Andre had no intention of dodging at all. He directly raised his fist and slammed it toward the ground. Seeing this, Jin Woo was shocked, because the moment Andre's fist hit the ground, the entire abandoned factory began collapsing. Debris from the explosion continuously fell towards Jin Woo. Jin Woo could only abandon his attack, jumping back to distance himself from the battlefield. But Andre had no intention of letting Sung Jin Woo go. Holding a golden light orb in his hand pointing at Sung Jin Woo, ruler's capture activated. The surviving members of the Scavenger Guild, seeing this skill, quickly told everyone to get away from here and find a place to hide. The shadow soldiers who didn't react in time suddenly began twisting violently. It turned out that the light orb in Andre's hand had suddenly turned into a black hole, sucking all the shadow soldiers into it. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Such strong gravitational force. If he didn't have ruler's authority to hold onto the building, he would have been sucked in. But at this time, Andre's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo's pupils dilated suddenly. The next second, a terrifying explosion occurred where he was standing. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Sung Jin Woo's figure also fell from the sky. However, Andre was staring intently at Sung Jin Woo. Next time, I won't miss. He suddenly exerted force with both legs, rushing straight towards Sung Jin Woo. In just one breath's time, he appeared in front of Sung Jin Woo. Just as he was about to throw a punch, Sung Jin Woo suddenly lifted his leg and stomped hard on Andre's head, kicking him toward the ground. But as Andre fell toward the ground, he also extended his palm towards Sung Jin Woo, activating ruler's capture again. Immediately, a huge suction force enveloped Sung Jin Woo. But how could Sung Jin Woo show weakness? He also extended his palm toward Andre, activating ruler's authority. Then, he clenched his fist in an attacking stance. Seeing this, Andre was startled. This time he's using the pulling force to accelerate. Is this mage going to face me head-on? Thinking of this, he immediately called upon the ruler's power to strengthen his fist. Come at me with everything you've got. The next second, their fists collided. The shockwave from their fist collision shattered all the glass within 100,000 kilometers of the surrounding cities. Gradually, Andre's ruler exoskeleton began cracking and falling off. Seeing this, his pupils shook violently, while Sung Jin Woo's face still maintained that confident smile from when the battle began. After this confrontation, the factory was completely destroyed. At the same time, a figure continuously broke through the factory walls and flew out. That person was Andre, kneeling on the ground and screaming in pain, never expecting that he, a warrior, would lose in strength to a mage. At this time, Sung Jin Woo landed steadily. He stared at Andre embedded in the wall with death-like eyes. But after seeing this gaze, Andre thought Sung Jin Woo was despising him, so he endured the pain and charged at him again, continuously swinging his fists at Sung Jin Woo like a wild beast. But Sung Jin Woo easily neutralized the attack with just a slide tackle. At the same time, he also took advantage of Andre's missed punch and exposed opening, reaching out to grab his armor helmet, and delivered a fierce knee strike to his vital point. And while Sung Jin Woo was beating up Andre, the outside of the abandoned factory was already filled with black sedans. People from the Hunter Management Bureau had arrived. They looked at the ruins left by the battle in shock. My god, such powerful magical force. What kind of monsters were fighting here? The next second, a huge trench 2.5 meters deep suddenly appeared in the ground before them. Congressman Adam looked on in horror. What was that just now? If I'm not mistaken, was that Andre? A subordinate nearby quickly told Congressman Adam to step forward and stop them. But Congressman Adam was already too scared to speak. Who in this world could still stop the battle between these two monsters? After the smoke cleared, the scene of Sung Jin Woo beating up Andre appeared before everyone. They couldn't believe it at all. That a magic-type hunter could completely crush the world's physically strongest berserker, Andre, in both strength and speed. At this time, Andre looked at Sung Jin Woo before him, who seemed like the Grim Reaper, then looked at his guild members watching him. He couldn't lose his dignity. Therefore, he raised his claw again, wanting to resist desperately. I can't lose yet. However, seeing this, Sung Jin Woo didn't even lift his head, casually knocking his claw away and then continuously punching Andre's vital points. With another fierce strike, the ruler armor on Andre's face finally couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. From beginning to end, overwhelming opponents with force was the only way to prove his existence. But now that force was being ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Sung Jin Woo. At this moment, Andre fell into a rampage, desperately breaking free from Sung Jin Woo's restraint and roaring at him. I am the strongest Thomas Andre. Did you think I would be defeated so easily? But before he could finish speaking, Sung Jin Woo delivered another merciless elbow strike to his face. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo's eyes radiated endless killing intent and anger. So didn't I say from the beginning? I don't care who you are. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Sung Jin Woo's fists were like machine guns, continuously firing into Andre's face, and soon, all his ruler armor shattered. Since you're still not convinced, then let's continue! I'll beat your face until it's deformed. Finally, after Sung Jin Woo had been beating Andre for 2.5 hours, Andre put down his pride and spoke. I lost. Only after hearing these words did Sung Jin Woo stop his offensive, but he still didn't get up, until Andre spoke again. I lost. Only then did Sung Jin Woo completely lower his fists. Everyone from the Hunter Management Bureau was stunned seeing this scene. The invincible Andre had actually been beaten into such a pig-like state. How many hunters in the entire world could beat him like this? They simply didn't exist. When this incident gets out, it will definitely shock the entire world. After the battle ended, when healing-type hunters were treating him, they all gasped. His entire body's bones are fractured. Thank goodness he's a national power-level hunter. If it were any other hunter injured this severely, it would be enough to kill them 100 times over. What was even more miraculous was that despite experiencing such an intense battle, when the Hunter Management Bureau was cleaning up the battlefield, they discovered that no members of the Scavenger Guild had died. Obviously, Jin Woo had shown mercy. Of course, except for the main culprit, Hwang Dong-soo, who suddenly went into cardiac arrest during treatment. And Jin Woo had also quietly left the battlefield. The next day, on the rooftop of the H-Country Hunter Management Bureau building, Jin Woo and a black shadow were overlooking the city. It's been a long time since you've left here, hasn't it? What you're seeing now is our capital. It turned out that last night, he had used the Shadow Exchange skill to switch places with Ant King Beru. And at this moment, Ant King Beru was in the United States doing everything possible to treat Yu Jinho. At this time, the shadow beside Jin Woo suddenly spoke. "My lord, please also give me a name." This new shadow kneeling on one knee was none other than S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, and his level was also general class. After hearing this, Jin Woo's eyes turned cold. "You died from greed, so I'll call you Greed. Are you satisfied with this name?" After hearing this, Hwang Dong-soo's shadow's eyes immediately became sharp. "Thank you, my lord." And then, he continued following Jin Woo's command, continuously kowtowing to the ground in apology. That afternoon, the International Guild meeting was officially convened. Jin Woo walked into the venue under countless flashing lights. With so many reporters showing up, it seems they already knew about yesterday's battle. After all, Jin Woo single-handedly took down the entire Scavenger Guild. However, Jin Woo didn't want to be distracted by Hwang Dong-soo's matter anymore. He came to M Country solely to resolve the doubts in his heart. So he put on his translation earphones and pushed open the meeting room door. The originally noisy venue instantly fell silent. Clearly, they were all waiting for Jin Woo's arrival. As soon as he entered, he drew sideways glances from the S-rank hunters. And among them, the most noteworthy was China's 7-star hunter, Liu Zhikang. All along the way, surrounding hunters were whispering quietly, never expecting that the hunter who beat the Hunter King Andre to near death would be so young, truly unbelievable. And as Jin Woo took his seat, the meeting officially began. Moderator Dr. Vegeta immediately spoke up. "I'm sure everyone knows about the recent surge in gate numbers and the appearance of many powerful magic beasts. But probably few people know about the abnormal changes in the high atmosphere. Multiple papers have been published about the increasing concentration of magic power merging in the atmosphere, currently called magic energy. Now magic energy is gathering over some countries, as if foretelling the arrival of disaster. This phenomenon has appeared in 9 locations total, with the place gathering the most magic energy being Country H's capital." The attendees began discussing among themselves after hearing Country H, then unconsciously turned to look at Jin Woo. And at this moment, Jin Woo's heart also jumped. 9 locations total. Could it be related to the 9 great monarchs? At this time, Dr. Vegeta spoke again. "Currently, the cause of the magic energy concentration hasn't been determined, so there's no method to respond. Perhaps the world will face another new change." After Dr. Vegeta finished speaking, the Hunter Management Bureau director took the stage, with the second half of the meeting content to be explained by him. He announced there was an important matter to tell all the hunters present, that approximately 2.5 weeks ago, National Power Level Hunter Chris was killed by an unidentified enemy. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell into chaos. The culprit who could kill a National Power Level Hunter could only be an awakened one with equivalent strength. Soon, they again cast their gazes towards Jin Woo. Could that incident have been done by Jin Woo, the hunter who fought Andre yesterday? At this time, the director spoke up. "Please don't misunderstand, let me explain first. We have already listed a man as a suspect in this case. He is Suspect C." Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. So it seems Jin Woo isn't the culprit, but that face looks too much like his. And when Jin Woo saw the photo, his face also darkened, because the displayed photo was exactly his father, Sung Il-hwan. The director then continued introducing that this person appeared in a certain gate in M Country. So the Hunter Management Bureau determined him to be a magic beast that can speak human language. And most importantly, he can speak Country H's language. Therefore, they asked S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo to interrogate him. But during the interrogation process, he defeated hunter Hwang Dong-soo and then escaped, after which the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters building was engulfed in flames. The suspect's strength can easily defeat Hwang Dong-soo, the main force of the Scavenger Guild. So Hunter Chris was very likely targeted by this kind of humanoid magic beast that escaped from a dungeon. However, these are just speculations. When Jin Woo saw the video playing on the big screen, he was immediately shocked, because he discovered his father saying to Hwang Dong-soo, "Don't go to Country H anymore. I'm not saying this for my son's sake, but for yours, because you'll die with regrets." Jin Woo immediately summoned Hwang Dong-soo's shadow to inquire about the video's authenticity. After getting a positive answer, Jin Woo realized his father must have known in advance that something would happen in Country H. At this time, someone suddenly raised their hand to ask, since he claims to be a human who disappeared in a dungeon, why not reveal his identity? The Hunter Management Bureau director sighed deeply after hearing this. Because that hunter is related to a certain hunter present, so they decided not to reveal it. However, at this moment, Liu Zhikang suddenly raised his hand to interrupt the director's speech. But revealing the identity would be more beneficial for capture, wouldn't it, Director? Then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll ask directly. What's the relationship between the magic beast and Hunter Jin Woo? The director was stunned after hearing this. Since even 7-star hunter Liu Zhikang had asked, he couldn't continue concealing it. During interrogation, he claimed to be Jin Woo's biological father. The Hunter Management Bureau is currently investigating based on this clue. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar throughout the venue. And Liu Zhikang glanced at Jin Woo, whose magic power was surging around him. His questioning pressed forward like a knife's edge. Hunter Jin Woo, if the suspect is indeed your father who's been missing for years, how would you react to hunters capturing him? Jin Woo, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke after hearing this. It's natural for hunters to hunt magic beasts. If he really is a magic beast, I'll kill him with my own hands. But if my father isn't a magic beast, then I'll just have to kill the hunters instead. Even if it means becoming enemies with hunters worldwide, I must protect my family. After the meeting ended, Jin Woo left the venue with Congressman Adam. At this time, Congressman Adam still hadn't recovered from Jin Woo's domineering declaration. To dare say such words in front of over 500 top hunters from more than 120 countries. There are only 2 people who would dare do such a thing, including you. Jin Woo curiously asked who the other one was. Congressman Adam replied, the one currently lying in the hospital? At this time, Congressman Adam suddenly spoke up, inviting Jin Woo and his group to stay for the banquet carefully prepared by the Hunter Management Bureau. But just as Jin Woo was about to answer, the scene suddenly erupted in commotion. It turned out that China's 7-star hunter Liu Zhikang had brought people to approach Jin Woo. Liu Zhikang smiled and greeted Jin Woo, while Congressman Adam thoughtfully acted as translator, explaining that Liu Zhikang had greatly admired him ever since catching a giant magic beast that Jin Woo had missed off China's coast. He was very curious about what kind of person could easily deal with such a powerful magic beast, and the fact that he beat Andre into a pig's head also made him feel very satisfied. He said without thinking, it must have been Hunter Andre's fault. After speaking, Liu Zhikang extended his hand generously, wanting to shake hands with Jin Woo. Jin Woo also responded politely. At first he thought he was just a harsh man, but after contact he turned out to be quite interesting. This is truly a strong person who can represent a country, discussing matters objectively without targeting individuals. As Liu Zhikang was leaving, he said, so I even more hope that the suspect isn't your family member. After speaking, he made a stylish exit. Ever since Jin Woo defeated SSS rank Hunter Andre, he became the world's peak combat power. Therefore, the M-Country Hunter Management Bureau sought his protection, same as their previous attempt to recruit him. This time they also brought the special ability user, Miss Selner. Jin Woo looked confused upon seeing her, originally thinking that after the failed upgrade last time they would never meet again. Unexpectedly, this time they actually came to find him proactively. At this time, Miss Selner explained that she had been having the same dream recently. In the dream, top hunters were being hunted by someone. Everything in the dream has now become reality one by one. Hunter Chris was the first target killed in the dream. Although the Hunter Management Bureau had warned Hunter Chris in advance, he chose not to believe it, ultimately leading to his tragic death at home. The powerful hunters protecting the world will be killed one after another, and those people will never stop hunting hunters. Jin Woo's ability to defeat Hunter King Andre makes him the only savior they can think of now, so they came to ask Jin Woo to protect those hunters. In the dream, she tried hard to remember those guys' faces, but couldn't do it at all. So she changed her approach. She used her ability to try to confirm their identities in the dream. Only then did Jin Woo understand. When Miss Selner, staring into his eyes, underwent his second awakening, was also to confirm his identity. Those people possess endless power within their bodies. Just one look into their eyes, and I would wake up from the dream in shock. However, I still remember clearly what those people said. Jin Woo stared seriously at Miss Selner. What did they say? However, at this moment, Miss Selner's face suddenly filled with fear. I saw a purple giant eye, and it told me to obediently go back and wait for the war. Jin Woo was immediately stunned after hearing this. That was what the Giant King had said. The war between the rulers and the monarchs. So which side is now hunting the hunters? Jin Woo then asked Ms. Selner, what does this have to do with your request for me to protect hunters? Only then did Ms. Selner reveal the reason. Because she discovered the same power in Jin Woo. Now Jin Woo could be certain Ms. Selner had seen the great Shadow Monarch's power in him that day. And those guys also possess the same power. So it's the monarchs hunting hunters. At this time, the Hunter Management Bureau director beside them spoke up. As long as Jin Woo is willing to help, he can have whatever he wants. Even Kamish's top-level treasure, the runestone, wouldn't be a problem. In this world, some hunters have received powerful blessings. The world has come this far precisely because of their protection. Without them, the world cannot function. However, Jin Woo refused this commission because he still didn't know who his enemies were. Then he got up to leave. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Congressman Adam. Please give me the list of hunters who need protection later. It would be even better if I could meet the hunters on the list. Afterward, Jin Woo attended Hunter's Night hosted by the Hunter Management Bureau. Under the treatment of Ant King Beru, Yu Jinho also quickly recovered. At this time, Congressman Adam also handed the protectee list to Jin Woo. Coincidentally, most of the people on the protection list had attended this Hunter's Night, so he sent out shadow soldiers to follow them. Through the Hunter's contact with the Monarchs, he could determine who were enemies, who were allies, and which methods to use against enemies. At the same time, a large man covered in plaster walked towards Jin Woo. The person was none other than Hunter King Andre. At first, he thought he was here to cause trouble. But unexpectedly, this big man was quite gracious. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I came to see you only to resolve the doubts in my heart. For you, eliminating me and my guild members wouldn't be difficult. But in that chaotic battle, not one of my members was killed or injured. Except for the culprit Huang Dongsu. I want to know why you didn't kill me then." Jin Woo hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then answered, "Because you didn't deserve to die?" Andre immediately turned around after hearing this. "I see. We will hold the highest level funeral for Huang Dongsu. Although he deserved to die, he was still a member of our guild. I hope you can allow this. Also, after my arm heals, I'd like to have a meal with you. Please give my assistant your contact information. I'll contact you privately." At this time, Andre's assistant bowed to Jin Woo, once again expressing gratitude. She said, "Although Leader Andre looks rough on the outside, he's actually someone who gets embarrassed easily. Asking you to leave contact information is also because he wants to prepare a thank you gift for you. You can tell me anything you want." Jin Woo originally wanted to refuse the thank you gift. But then the assistant spoke again. "Our leader has a strong competitive spirit and can't stand owing others favors." After hearing this, Jin Woo could only helplessly think about what he wanted. If there's a decent short sword, that would be good. The assistant expressed that they would prepare it as soon as possible, and after expressing gratitude again, she turned and left. Just then, Jin Woo discovered that one hunter was missing from the hunter protection list. Congressman Adam explained that the hunter had lost contact a few days before the meeting started. Even the government had secretly searched but hadn't found him yet. Jin Woo's gaze turned cold after hearing this. So he's already been killed? Now there were only 7 people left to protect. Meanwhile, at Country H's Hunter Association, President Gao Gunhee was sitting in his office. With advancing age, he recently always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. He realized his lifespan was approaching its end. After all, the attending physician had said that if he didn't put down his work, he might not even live half a year. However, before his time came, being able to see rising star hunters like Jin Woo gave him great comfort. And just as he was about to lie back in his chair to rest for a while, he suddenly sat up sharply and looked out the window. It was clearly daytime, so why had it become pitch black outside? Soon he realized this was a barrier. When exactly had it appeared? Sure enough, when he turned around, he found a mysterious figure had appeared on the sofa in his office. Before President Gao could question him, that person had already spoken first. "The most brilliant fragment of light. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be trapped in such an aged body." And the speaker was none other than the Monarch of Frost. Gao Gunhee stared intently at the snowfolk behind him. When exactly had he appeared? He couldn't sense his presence at all. And judging from the magic power he was emanating, he was no match for this snowfolk at all. Moreover, this place had already been cut off from the outside world by his barrier. And the magic beast could actually speak human language. Was he dreaming? But just as he thought this, a terrifying wound suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Before the wound could bleed, it was already covered by a thick layer of frost. The Monarch of Frost spoke coldly upon seeing this, his tone arrogant to the extreme. "You don't think you can feel pain in a dream, do you?" This made Mr. Gao realize that none of this was a dream. However, the president was a strong person of his generation after all. Facing danger without panic, he immediately questioned who he was. The Monarch of Frost stood up after hearing this, his domain of extreme cold unfolding, instantly dropping the entire office temperature to freezing point. "Although I very much hope you could recognize me first, you're just a weak human after all. I have no interest in crushing the weak. Quickly show your true form. Is the fragment of light afraid of the container being destroyed? But even if I don't act, your container is about to reach its end. If you're hiding because of fear, then I have no need to continue wasting words with you." After speaking, he condensed a deep blue energy orb in his hand, suddenly shooting it toward Gao Gunhee. Mr. Gao immediately raised his hand to block upon seeing this. But the next second, a terrible explosion occurred at his location. However, after seeing this scene, the Monarch of Frost revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "You're finally willing to show yourself." Indeed, in the smoke and dust produced by the explosion, a pair of menacing golden pupils suddenly appeared. Upon seeing this, the Monarch of Frost condensed another ice bullet in his hand, fiercely hurling it toward the smoke. But at this time, Mr. Gao didn't dodge or avoid the ice bullet, casually throwing a punch, and directly sent the ice bullet flying, leaving a terrifying large hole in the wall. The next second, golden patterns appeared around Mr. Gao's body. This was the power of the rulers. He angrily spoke up, isolating the president's office and confining it in a dimensional rift. "You really have some skills." The Monarch of Frost grinned after hearing this. Ever since descending to this world, I've been searching for you painstakingly. I didn't expect you to be trapped in that broken container, unable to use your power at all. But we've already found the locations of all 7 of you. 2 fragments of light have already been dealt with. Most brilliant fragment of light, I want to see that arrogant face of yours show a panicked expression. Now I can attack you without any restraint. Mr. Gao also roared at the Monarch of Frost after hearing this. Then let's settle this. However, the Monarch of Frost was full of disdain after seeing the weak golden light emanating from his body. You still want to struggle? How foolish. You borrowing a human body can't possibly hurt me who has already occupied a human body. The scene became entangled with ice blue magic and brilliant gold magic. The Monarch of Frost took a deep breath of cold air. As he crossed his hands and swung them fiercely, countless ice spikes instantly appeared on the ground, all stabbing toward Mr. Gao's body. Just as the ice spikes were about to hit Mr. Gao, his body suddenly leaned backward. You think he was avoiding the attack? However, that wasn't it. This was gathering power. The next second, Mr. Gao fiercely headbutted the ice cone, and the ice cone instantly shattered. At the same time, Mr. Gao also clenched his fist tightly, savagely smashing toward the Monarch of Frost's body. This punch directly pierced through the Monarch of Frost's abdomen, but unexpectedly, this was all a trap set by the Monarch of Frost. In an instant, an ice cone shot out from the wound in the Monarch of Frost's abdomen. Mr. Gao's pupils violently shook upon seeing this. Fortunately, he reacted in time, tilting his head to the extreme limit to dodge this strike. Then he again condensed the ruler's power in his fist, smashing toward the Monarch of Frost's head. The Monarch of Frost extended his palm toward Mr. Gao's fist, directly emanating a terrifying cold air, freezing Mr. Gao's arm into an ice cone. For a moment, the two were locked in combat, but Mr. Gao soon realized that if this continued, this aged body wouldn't be able to hold out. So he suddenly exerted force to shatter the ice cone, simultaneously changing from fist to palm and directly grabbing toward the Monarch of Frost. But this move still couldn't capture the Monarch of Frost, who had completely occupied a human body. He quickly moved to dodge Mr. Gao's attacks. As the chase between the two continued, Mr. Gao's body became increasingly weak. He had to fight quickly while moving. He roared fiercely at the Monarch of Frost. Then his 1,000-pound iron fist whistled through the air, directly targeting the Monarch of Frost's vital point. However, this time, the Monarch of Frost didn't continue dodging. He crossed his hands to condense an ice shield, choosing to take the attack head-on. The power of this strike forced the Monarch of Frost to retreat a full 25 meters before stopping. While Mr. Gao staggered and knelt on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face, it seemed this body had reached its limit. At this time, the Monarch of Frost approached Mr. Gao with a gloomy expression. Your container seems to have reached its end. Then he laughed maniacally. It seems the fragment of light isn't so formidable after all. After saying this, his body disappeared from its original location. In the blink of an eye, he teleported in front of Mr. Gao, the ice sword in his hand fiercely piercing through Mr. Gao's body. Mr. Gao violently coughed up blood. The Monarch of Frost grinned at the dying Mr. Gao. How long will it take you to find a new container? 1 year or 2 years? But by then our army will have already arrived. Before your soldiers arrive, the world will no longer exist. Your mistake was wanting to protect the inhabitants of this world. You must think you can easily defeat us, not taking us seriously at all, right? However, after hearing these words, Mr. Gao revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He gripped the ice sword and inserted it into his body with force, his eyes immediately becoming bright. Do you think I would fight you for no reason? Just as we didn't expect you would copy our model, some huge variables beyond your expectations have already occurred. After saying this, Mr. Gao's body burst forth with a blinding golden light. The golden light formed an energy beam that shot directly toward the Monarch of Frost in front of him. However, his fatal strike was easily dodged by the Monarch of Frost, creating a huge deep pit in the wall. After using this strike, Mr. Gao was completely exhausted. The Monarch of Frost, who had dodged the attack, looked smug. That was close. Is this your trump card? Mr. Gao used his last strength to speak. I didn't expect you to dodge that strike, but my real target wasn't you. Indeed, after he said this, cracks appeared in the barrier blocking the space. Then it shattered. The Monarch of Frost looked puzzled. You exhausted all your strength just for this? That doesn't change anything. And Mr. Gao spoke again at this time. Now! The next second, an ant soldier emerged from his shadow, rushing toward the outside of the barrier without looking back. The Monarch of Frost didn't care upon seeing this. Is this an inhabitant of this world? It's just a powerless soldier. What use could it be? But when he saw the shadow remnant dissipating in the air, his pupils suddenly violently shook, revealing a face full of fear. No, that's a shadow soldier. He immediately used all his strength to rush outside the barrier, chasing after that ant soldier. This power doesn't belong to that old thing. Once this thing appears, it means that guy is about to come. At this time, the Monarch of Frost quickly condensed an ice scythe in his hand. He desperately caught up with the shadow soldier and fiercely slashed down, but this strike didn't have the sensation of a killing blow. He was still a step too late. As the smoke from the slash dispersed, he saw his ice scythe being firmly grasped by a hand. That man had come to the rescue. Jin Woo's face was full of killing intent, tightly gripping the Monarch of Frost's neck. "Who exactly are you? Why are you chasing the shadow soldier I used to protect Mr. Gao?" The Monarch of Frost was being choked by Jin Woo until he couldn't breathe, hurriedly speaking up. "Great Shadow Monarch, you have so many soldiers hidden in your shadows. You've already gathered such powerful forces. Why don't you come find us? Have you already forgotten our plan?" Jin Woo looked puzzled after hearing this. It seemed this guy was mistaking him for the real Great Shadow Monarch. But his appearance was very similar to the Snow Slayer that had failed extraction before, which made Jin Woo even more furious. Just as Jin Woo was in a daze, the Monarch of Frost suddenly condensed powerful magic power in his mouth and sprayed it at him. In an instant, Jin Woo's arm gripping the Monarch of Frost was covered in ice. Just as he was about to break free, the Monarch of Frost took another deep breath of cold air and greatly increased his firepower. Countless ice spikes erupted from his body, sending Jin Woo flying dozens of meters. Jin Woo's right hand was completely frozen. He stared intently at the Monarch of Frost. It seems this guy is a magic type. That makes it easier. In an instant, lightning crackled in Jin Woo's palm as he summoned the Demon King's short sword, exerting force to shatter the ice binding him. But just as he was about to attack the Monarch of Frost in front of him, unexpectedly the Monarch of Frost suddenly burst into laughter. "Our battle ends here. I'm afraid you don't have time to fight me to the death today." After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed behind him. "Didn't you come to save that human?" Jin Woo suddenly came to his senses after hearing this. When he looked toward the building, his pupils violently shook. He saw the president with a large hole pierced through his chest, currently kneeling on the ground barely alive, clearly not doing well. At this time, the Monarch of Frost condensed an ice spear in his hand, aiming at Mr. Gao upstairs. "Choose, fight me, or go save him." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand shot fiercely toward Mr. Gao. Jin Woo immediately extended his hand toward the ice spear, activating the ruler's authority, trying to change its flight trajectory. But the system sent a notification. The opponent's magic power has resisted the ruler's authority. The Monarch of Frost laughed triumphantly after seeing all this. At this moment, despite having countless unwillingness in his heart, Jin Woo could only temporarily let the Monarch of Frost go. He forcefully pushed off the ground, his body becoming a black shadow rushing toward Mr. Gao's position. At the same time, he threw his short sword with all his might, trying to intercept the rapidly flying ice spear. However, the Monarch of Frost had made full preparations. The spear seemed to have eyes as it performed a series of serpentine movements in the air, dodging the short sword's attack and flying steadily toward Mr. Gao's body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Jin Woo's body rushed in front of Mr. Gao. He raised the Demon King's short sword to meet the rapidly approaching ice spear, then exerted force with both hands, deflecting the ice spear away. But just as Jin Woo was blocking the attack, that shameless old thief Monarch of Frost had already summoned a portal, preparing to escape. Jin Woo's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. He used the ruler's authority to control all his short swords, unleashing the skill sword storm toward the Monarch of Frost. The short swords directly pierced into the Monarch of Frost's back, the bone-deep pain making him let out agonizing wails. "Just a container, yet you can actually wound me, a monarch!" At this time, half his body had already entered the portal. He looked at Jin Woo in the air and spoke smugly. "I, the Monarch of Frost, remember today's humiliation. When your shadows open again, I'll come fight you again. I'll take my leave first today. Consider that dying man a gift from me to your Shadow Legion." Hearing these words made Jin Woo so angry he nearly ground his teeth to dust. He then turned to look in Mr. Gao's direction. He hadn't noticed the situation here at all. Was it all because of this barrier? This guy is really too cunning. He quickly crouched down to check Mr. Gao's injuries. Healing potions no longer worked on him, so he shouted loudly, "Ant King Baru!" As soon as the words fell, a purple-black shadow appeared in the void. Then, Ant King Baru's figure rushed to Jin Woo's side like lightning, respectfully kneeling on the ground. "My lord, are you calling me?" Jin Woo gave him a death order, save him no matter what. Receiving the order, Ant King Baru immediately used healing magic on Mr. Gao's wound. But even so, Mr. Gao's life force was still rapidly draining away. Ant King Baru helplessly lowered his head and spoke. "My lord, my healing magic doesn't work on him." Jin Woo looked at the dying Mr. Gao. He took out his final trump card, the water of life that could cure all diseases. But unexpectedly, Mr. Gao used his last strength to press down on his hand. "No need, thank you for coming. I already know my life has reached its end. The power that attacked me was too strong. No one can save me," he murmured softly. "This time I finally touched the will of those great ones, their plan, the enemies we and they must face together, and what we must do." Jin Woo couldn't understand what Mr. Gao was saying, urgently pressing on Mr. Gao's wound to stop the bleeding. Mr. Gao spoke weakly. "I never expected you to possess such power. Truly thanks to heaven." He told Jin Woo a shocking fact. This version was completely different from what he had learned from the Monarch of the beginning. Actually, the rulers never targeted humans. They created gates and dungeons to train humans. so that humans could have a chance to survive the final battle between monarchs and rulers. Mr. Gao looked at Jin Woo with tears in his eyes. Someday you'll also have a moment when you must make a choice. At that time, you must stand on humanity's side. Although I really wanted to fight alongside a young person like you, with this frail body of mine, it was wishful thinking from the very start. But I have no regrets at all, because I can entrust the future to a young person like you. The countless pains tell me I don't have much time left. Yet even so, my heart continues to beat, probably just to meet you. This is the greatest fortune heaven has granted me. After saying this, he watched Jin Woo's gradually blurring figure. Mr. Gao closed his eyes with tears. Thank you. Then his aged hand also slipped from Jin Woo's grasp and fell to the ground. At this moment, the great chairman who had devoted his entire life to humanity's cause finally departed. The sky fittingly began to pour with heavy rain, bidding farewell to this old man. Soon, various breaking news stories occupied the front pages of newspapers. Besides the news of Mr. Gao's life and death, top hunters from 2 other countries were also killed, plunging the entire world into great chaos. Ordinary people have hunters for protection, but who will protect the hunters? The deaths of the world's top-tier hunters. This was another high-level terrorist incident. Jin Woo attended Mr. Gao's funeral with a heavy heart. He looked at the man beside him. Section Chief Wu Jinchul, are you all right? Unexpectedly, Mr. Wu, who was usually sunny and positive, had already transformed into a disheveled, middle-aged man's appearance because of this incident. He asked Jin Woo, can't you defeat that magic beast that killed the chairman either? Jin Woo could only helplessly answer, I was already too late when I arrived there. Mr. Wu looked up at the sky, unable to tell whether what was on his face was rainwater or tears. Even now he couldn't believe that. Just the day before, the chairman had said he wanted to know what happened in Country M, constantly urging them to hurry back home. However, I'm very grateful that you were able to accompany him through his final moments. Thank you. Jin Woo looked at Mr. Gao's tombstone, unable to suppress his rage any longer. I will definitely kill that magic beast that caused the chairman's death with my own hands. Then I'll accept your thanks. Mr. Wu, can you help me gather some reporters? The next day, even though the atmosphere was still somber, the press conference venue was still packed with reporters. Jin Woo revealed what had been happening recently. A magic beast organization with extremely high intelligence has targeted top hunters. Those magic beasts separate space from space before attacking their opponents, using magic to isolate their targets. So if you're worried about becoming a target, stay in the same space with companions who can protect you. If you can't find companions who can protect you, please contact me through Country H's Hunter Association. From this moment on, the battle between hunters and the monarchs has officially begun. At this time, in a dark cave, 5 figures stood together on stone pillars. From the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies, they were clearly all monarch-level beings. Then, the Monarch of Frost spoke first. This is terrible news. The great Shadow Monarch has already reached the surface ahead of us. The Monarch of Transfiguration looked puzzled after hearing this. Wasn't it said that no vessel could withstand his power? The Dragon Emperor was also unable to remain on the surface for the same reason. After hearing this, the Monarch of Frost indicated that he had witnessed all of this with his own eyes. Compared to the brilliant fragments, he is the greater threat. Then he asked everyone, I want to take action to eliminate the great Shadow Monarch. Is anyone willing to step forward and lend me a hand? The Monarch of the Iron Body sneered disdainfully after hearing this. Going to war with him is suicide. You should know that the great Shadow Monarch's combat power ranks among the top, even among the 9 great monarchs who rule the chaos. We should wait for the Monarch of Destruction, the Dragon Emperor, first. After hearing these words, the Monarch of Frost angrily clenched the wound on his shoulder. Although we are fugitives, we are still monarchs after all. Besides, how long do you plan to keep looking for the Dragon Emperor? Moreover, the current great Shadow Monarch is just a human. Now is the best opportunity to eliminate him. As long as you help me, I'll be responsible for sending him into the void. However, the Monarch of the Iron Body remained dismissive after hearing this, stating he would not participate in such a suicide mission. The Monarch of Transfiguration felt the same way. He also didn't want to end up like the Monarch of White Flames, beaten to death by the great Shadow Monarch. At this moment, the Beast Monarch, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. What a pair of cowards! As the Monarch of the Iron Body was leaving, he reminded everyone once more. You all know very well what happened to the Monarch of White Flames after his failure. I don't want to be subject to the great Shadow Monarch's power, trapped in eternal rest. However, the Monarch of Fang stated that now that they had become spiritual entities, the great Shadow Monarch could no longer turn them into soldiers. After hearing this answer, the Monarch of the Iron Body grinned. The great Shadow Monarch seems to have joined forces with the designer. They might be able to replicate one. It's better to be careful and not become their playthings. After saying this, the Monarch of Transfiguration and the Monarch of the Iron Body both summoned portals and left the place. At this moment, the Monarch of Fangs turned around and looked at the Monarch of Frost behind him. What evidence do you have to prove he's just a human? After hearing this, the Monarch of Frost pulled out the short sword that had been stuck behind him earlier. He coated the sword with poison. Ashborn would never do such a thing. Upon hearing the word poison, the monarch of plagues behind them suddenly burst into laughter. If the great Shadow Monarch truly controlled a human body, he wouldn't resort to such petty tricks. Just like that, the three of them reached a consensus on their objective: prepare to hunt the great Shadow Monarch. At this time, Jin Woo was standing at the bottom of the Hunter Association building. He had sent out his shadow soldiers to search for traces of the Monarch of Frost around the world. But to this day, he still couldn't sense that guy's magical power. Moreover, during the battle, he discovered that guy had no shadow. He must be a spirit. From another perspective, a monarch having no shadow could be considered a perfect way to resist tracking. After Mr. Go's death, Director Wu Jinchul was voted by everyone to take over the position of association president. Meanwhile, at the Scavenger Guild, Andre brought his assistant to the basement. He opened a door that had been sealed for a long time. The assistant asked Andre, "Are you really going to give this thing to Mr. Sung? This is one of only 2 treasures in the entire world. There probably won't be any more in the future." After hearing this, Andre calmly pushed open the door to the innermost secure room. "This thing looks so cool no matter when you see it. But the lives of me and my guild members far exceed the value of this thing. And just as you said, it's an irreplaceable treasure. So, I want to give him a top-tier weapon. Don't you think it's a shame for this treasure to be buried here?" The next morning, Jin Woo's Ajin Guild building was surrounded by reporters. It turned out that America's strongest hunter Andre had personally come to visit, and the Empire's strongest hunter Leonard had also come along. They were both incredible big shots, but Jin Woo kept both of them, waiting in the office for 2.5 hours. Vice President Yu Jin-ho, who was receiving them, was scared to death, sweating profusely. He even changed his diaper twice. It wasn't until nearly noon that Jin Woo returned to the guild. Seeing this, Yu Jin-ho was almost in tears. "Big brother, you're finally here." Jin Woo looked embarrassed. No wonder there are reporters everywhere downstairs, so Andre came. Seeing this, Andre didn't mind at all and walked up to Jin Woo with big strides, greeting him in a friendly manner. "Finally got you here. Didn't we agree to have dinner together once my hand recovered? And today I brought you a dreamlike gift." At this time, Leonard, who had come seeking Jin Woo's protection, also stepped forward, expressing that he also wanted to join them for the meal. But after hearing this, Andre angrily glanced at him. "How long are you going to follow me around? What I'm about to discuss with Mr. Sung is classified information. You can't listen." Then Jin Woo was dragged by Andre to a high-end restaurant. Andre snapped his fingers at his subordinate, and the subordinate who understood brought a box sealed with magical power to the table. Andre personally opened the box, showing Jin Woo the treasure inside. "Can you feel its power? This gift is to repay you for saving my life and the lives of our guild members." After seeing it, Jin Woo was immediately shocked. Why does the endless killing intent emanating from this short sword feel so similar to Kamish? Isn't Kamish's corpse supposed to be kept by the Hunter Management Bureau? Hearing this, Andre proudly spoke up. "When we defeated Kamish, its largest and sharpest fang pierced into my body. So after the battle ended, I kept it as a memento. It wasn't enough to make a long sword, so I made it into a pair of short swords. I didn't expect it to have such use, now they're yours." After picking up the short sword, Jin Woo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "This is absolutely incredible. This short sword can actually add 1,500 attack power. I thought the Demon King's short sword with 220 attack power was already powerful enough. But compared to this, it's nothing. Just casually swinging it once, the magical power it emitted had the momentum to tear through space itself." Seeing this, Andre quickly waved his hands to stop Jin Woo. "Don't do that. Even if I use my transformation state, I can't withstand it. You're not planning to use the short sword I gave you to kill me, are you?" After hearing this, Jin Woo immediately put away the short sword. Now he had another trump card to fight against the Monarchs. But just then, a huge wave of magical power suddenly struck them both. Jin Woo and Andre immediately looked out the window. This oppressive force was actually stronger than what the Monarch of Frost had emitted before. At this time, the streets were also in chaos, with pedestrians pulling out their phones to take pictures of the sky. Jin Woo stared at the sky. Could this be the magical energy gathering above the capital that Dr. Vegeta mentioned? Looking at it this way, the portals in other countries should be appearing too. Andre was also shocked by this scene. This portal is more than 10 times larger than the one Kamish appeared from. The changes in the world have far exceeded our understanding. Jin Woo rode the Flying Dragon Kaiser to the front of the portal to check the situation. Strangely, this portal was different from all the previous ones. It was like a wall that couldn't be passed through. A portal that even awakened ones couldn't pass through. Whatever was inside would be something unprecedented. At this time, Jin Woo's phone suddenly received an urgent call from Mr. Wu. He told Jin Woo that 3 hours after this super large portal formed, all the portals around the world had simultaneously disappeared within these 3 hours. Upon hearing this news, Jin Woo's expression immediately became serious. This is definitely not a coincidence. It seems something big is about to happen. Could it be that the Monarchs are about to launch their final assault? So he immediately went to the Hunter Association's gymnasium to spar with the Ant King Baru, wanting to quickly adjust himself and enter combat state. But Jin Woo found that this guy didn't dare to use his full strength at all. He angrily grabbed the Ant King Baru's arm, ordering him to use his full power. But the Ant King Beru was so frightened by Sung Jinwoo's aura that he trembled all over. He immediately knelt down. "My lord, how could I dare to harm you?" After hearing this, Sung Jinwoo twisted his wrist. "It's fine, I just want to work up a sweat. Only you can do that now." After hearing this, the Ant King Beru immediately kowtowed repeatedly to Sung Jinwoo. "Your grace is boundless." Sung Jinwoo looked embarrassed. "Your vocabulary is getting bigger and bigger. You haven't been secretly eating people, have you?" After saying this, he shook his hands in place, and his aura instantly soared. The Ant King Beru also became serious and entered combat state. Since Sung Jinwoo had been frequently conquering dungeons alone recently, the Ant King Beru's level had already reached the martial level. The Ant King Beru leaped towards Sung Jinwoo, then changed from claws to fists, moving like lightning from all directions to bombard him. But Sung Jinwoo could easily dodge the attacks with just a casual sidestep. After Sung Jinwoo used his shoulder to block one of the Ant King Beru's heavy punches, he couldn't help but sigh. Advancing to martial level is indeed more than twice as powerful as before. Then, the Ant King Beru's fists came like a machine gun, launching a storm-like attack on Sung Jinwoo. However, the great Shadow Monarch's attack was also very sharp, landing a fierce punch on the Ant King Beru's abdomen. He spoke, "Martial level is equivalent to a regiment commander in an army, and an army can only have one regiment commander. Once Igris or Greed reaches general level, advancing to martial level will be a matter of minutes. If you don't want to lose your position, be more serious." Upon hearing this, the Ant King Beru instantly released his full power, almost fighting for his life. His speed was so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. But Sung Jinwoo still sighed disappointedly. This won't do. Although the Ant King Beru is the strongest among his soldiers, compared to those monarchs, he's completely outmatched. But ever since those monarchs appeared, unable to extract the shadows of rulers, the Shadow Legion's combat power has completely fallen behind the current meta. Thinking of this, Sung Jinwoo's figure instantly moved behind the Ant King Beru, delivering a fierce holy strike to his waist. Hit by this attack, the Ant King Beru shot out like a meteor, slamming hard into the training room wall. After the battle ended, the Ant King Beru knelt before Sung Jinwoo again. "My lord's incomparably powerful strength has greatly shocked my weak and incompetent self." After hearing this, Sung Jinwoo looked speechless. "It seems I really can't let you watch historical dramas anymore." The Ant King Beru could only cry pitifully, begging for forgiveness. Sung Jinwoo glanced behind him. "Well, the test ends here. We should also clean up the scene." Soon, he received a questioning call from Mr. Wu. Sung Jinwoo quickly walked aside to answer. "President, please don't get excited. Calm down and listen to me. I have more than 300 hardworking ants. I guarantee this place will be restored to its original state within 2 days." Meanwhile, at a 7-star hotel in H country's capital, Andre gave up his original plan to return home after looking at the huge portal in the sky. It had been a long time since anything could make his heart race. He wanted to personally witness the outcome of this portal. Would this be the end of human history, or the beginning of something entirely new? Ever since this giant portal appeared, H country's Hunter Association had been arranging for citizens to evacuate to other areas. Sung Jinwoo sat alone at the highest point in the city. "Even in this situation, I still can't sense those guys' presence. Where exactly are they hiding?" He had to take down this portal, but could it really end smoothly without any casualties? The things he had to protect were increasing. Sung Jinwoo unconsciously pulled out his phone. If this were the final moment, who would he want to call? Suddenly he saw a name. Is she doing well now? On the other side, Chahayin, who was practicing swordsmanship, suddenly saw a familiar name calling her. After finishing the call, she showed a shy expression, and told her master that she suddenly had an appointment and had to leave first. The master understood immediately. He could smell the scent of romance. Then the scene switched to an amusement park. The people around were talking among themselves. "Isn't that Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Oh my." The person next to him is actually the goddess of the Hunter Bureau, Chahayin. Under everyone's gaze, Chahayin kept her face red and head down. But honestly, these two really looked like a married couple. At this time, Chahayin suddenly spoke. "So you like this kind of place?" Sung Jinwoo smiled slightly. "I wouldn't say I like it, I just really wanted to come once." Hearing this, Chahayin asked expectantly, "Why did you bring me to a place you wanted to visit?" At this moment, Sung Jinwoo's gaze fixed on Chahayin. "Because you're my only friend." Chahayin looked puzzled. After seeing this strange expression, Sung Jinwoo also explained, "Isn't that right? In front of that strange statue you said we were friends." After hearing this, Chahayin's face instantly turned red as a monkey's bottom, and her ears were constantly steaming. She hadn't expected Sung Jinwoo to have heard those words. To prevent others from disturbing their private world, Sung Jinwoo sent out his Shadow Legion to maintain order at the scene. Just then, Chahayin noticed that Sung Jinwoo's scent had changed, from a fresh fragrance to a milky scent. At this time, Sung Jinwoo suddenly pointed to the roller coaster ahead. "Want to try it?" Chahayin agreed 100%. As long as she was with Mr. Sung, any activity was fine. However, for these two hunters who constantly hovered on the edge of life and death, projects that were extremely thrilling for ordinary people felt like nothing. Even the ghosts in the haunted house looked charming to them. Seeing the date atmosphere about to cool down, Sung Jinwoo suddenly thought of a good idea, saying he wanted to take Chahayin to a fun place. So, to Chahayin's surprised expression, Jin Woo swept her up and flew into the sky, riding the flying dragon Kaiser to see the scenery from 10,000 meters high. This beautiful scenery made Chahayin intoxicated, and she couldn't help but lean into Jin Woo's embrace. I wish time could stay frozen at this moment forever. Just like that, they talked from day to night. Looking at the starry sky, Chahayin quietly leaned on Jin Woo's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. It was at this moment that they understood each other's feelings. Not long ago, a man who had just awakened B-level talent was walking down the street in the city, proudly thinking that he would never have to bow and scrape to his boss again. His life was about to reach its peak. But just then, a big man suddenly bumped into his shoulder. The man angrily turned to glare at the big man. "Are you blind or what?" He immediately demanded that the big man kneel down and apologize. After hearing this, the big man angrily glanced at him, then opened his bloody maw, and in the shocked gaze of everyone, swallowed the man whole. Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as if nothing had happened. Humans really taste awful. Then, no longer disguising his non-human identity, he instantly released his full magical power. Immediately, the earth collapsed and the onlooking crowd was blown away. And in an instant, pedestrians and vehicles were all smashed into the surrounding high-rise buildings, stuck so tight they couldn't be pulled out. Then, the big man let out a roar toward the sky, declaring war on humanity. "Listen well, lowly humans. Your time of death has come. My fangs and claws will tear you all to pieces. I am the king of beasts, the monarch of fangs. Bring whatever tricks you have." At this time, Jin Woo was completely unaware of the disaster happening in the city. He and Chahayin had just woken up from their sleep, after Chahayin rinsed her mouth simply by the river. Jin Woo summoned the flying dragon Kaiser, wanting to take Chahayin for breakfast. At this time, Mr. Wu, who couldn't contact Jin Woo, was going crazy with worry. Faced with the incredibly massive casualty numbers reported by his subordinates, he decided to personally take action against the Monarch of Fangs. But then, a subordinate ran over in panic to report that a hunter had stood up to fight the monster. It was the Empire's strongest hunter, Leonard. Seeing the Monarch of Fangs before him, he thought that perhaps fate had arranged for him to come to H country just so he could personally kill this monster. But could he really defeat the Monarch of Fangs with his strength? However, just then, a pair of big hands directly grabbed his head and threw him aside. "Little brother, get out of the way and don't get in my way." It was Andre. At this time, after Jin Woo came out of the mountains, his phone regained signal, and he received a distress call from Mr. Wu. An incredibly powerful monster has invaded the city. The guild that fought against it was instantly wiped out, and now Andre is confronting it. After hearing this, Jin Woo was immediately shocked. "That's impossible! I clearly sent shadow soldiers to follow Andre, and ordered them to immediately signal me if they detected any movement. Now the person I'm protecting is fighting with a monster that single-handedly destroyed a guild, yet I received no signal at all." At this time, Jin Woo suddenly realized that his connection with the shadow soldiers in the capital had been forcibly cut off. Could it be that another monarch-level monster has appeared? So he quickly asked Mr. Wu, "Does the monster that invaded the city have a shadow? I must confirm this, because there might be an even bigger monster hiding in the invisible shadows." At this time, Andre on the front battlefield also sensed that the big man in front of him was monarch level. Ordinary hunters couldn't fight against him, so he gave Leonard an order to cover all citizens' evacuation to safe areas. Then, Andre took off his sunglasses, gazing at the Monarch of Fangs with his eagle-like eyes. Since ancient times, mad beasts have always been meant to be slaughtered. After hearing his arrogant words, the Monarch of Fangs also laughed maniacally. Then, both released their full magical power. Golden and dark red magical power collided fiercely at the scene. The Monarch of Fangs struck first, swinging his claws directly toward Andre's chest. However, Andre's steel-like chest muscles prevented his claws from advancing even an inch. Andre seized the opportunity to fiercely throw a punch at the Monarch of Fangs' head. But the Monarch of Fangs used the momentum of leaning back to launch a counterattack, ramming into Andre's waist and abdomen. Andre endured the intense pain, reached out to grab the Monarch of Fangs' hair, and slammed him hard into the ground. Then he delivered a fierce iron fist, sending the Monarch of Fangs flying 100 meters away, until he crashed into a high-rise building behind him and stopped. The power of this strike directly cut the building in half at the waist. This punch was Andre's full power strike using the ruler's power. However, when the smoke from the collapsed building dissipated, Andre's pupils suddenly dilated, because the Monarch of Fangs, who had taken his full power punch head-on, seemed completely unharmed. Moreover, his figure shot toward Andre like lightning, delivering a fierce headbutt to Andre's abdomen. But Andre only stepped back 2 steps, and forcibly blocked the Monarch's charge. Truly worthy of being called the world's strongest physique, he took advantage of the moment when the Monarch of Fangs was floating in the air and couldn't move, clasping his hands around his waist, and delivered a powerful grappling technique, a German suplex, with the Monarch of Fangs' head toward the ground. The next second, the Monarch of Fangs was planted into the ground like a radish. This move would definitely be a killing blow for ordinary S-rank hunters, but the opponent was a Monarch-level peak fighter who couldn't be killed at all. The Monarch of Fangs smoothly executed a rabbit kick, directly kicking toward Andre's face. Hit by this attack, Andre's body shot backward like a meteor, And only after retreating 25 meters did Andre barely regain his balance. The Monarch of Fangs also did a carp jump and stood up. After looking at Andre, he suddenly grinned. Interesting. I didn't expect the light fragment I've been searching for so long would deliver itself to my door. Andre didn't waste words and directly activated his ultimate transformation. At the same time, hunter guilds from all over H country brought their members to provide support. But as soon as they arrived at the scene, a terrifying magical pressure made them unable to breathe. S-rank hunter Baek Yoonho was just about to step forward to check the situation, when a violent explosion occurred in front of him. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the beast-like figure of the Monarch of Fangs appeared before him. On his other side was the giant Andre after his transformation. Seeing everyone, Andre quickly told them to stay away from the battlefield. Monarch-level monsters aren't something you can handle. But Baek Yoonho insisted on staying to fight alongside him, and was about to use his ability to transform. But just then, the Monarch of Fangs seemed to ignore him completely and brushed past him. Just his gaze alone scared Baek Yoonho into canceling his transformation. He felt like there was a prehistoric beast standing in front of him, while he was just a cat ready to be slaughtered. Animal instinct told him that under no circumstances could he become his prey, and he couldn't even make eye contact with him. The Monarch of Fangs snorted coldly, then raised his claws high. He also entered transformation state. Andre radiated terrifying magical power like a golden bear lion. But the Monarch of Fangs looked on with disdain, then concentrated magical power on his claws and pointed toward the sky. Countless cars and buildings were attracted by a dark red telekinetic force floating in midair. With a wave of his hand, all these car wreckages smashed toward Andre. In an instant, the golden bear lion was buried by countless steel, but he could deflect those cannonball-like iron blocks with just a light wave of his palm. But under the Monarch of Fangs' telekinetic control, those car fragments continued to smash toward Andre endlessly. Soon, he was swallowed by steel fragments. Was the battle over just like that? At this time, a powerful magical storm erupted from where Andre was located. Then, the Monarch of Fangs was pulled over by a huge suction force. It turned out Andre had used the ruler's capture. As Andre's palm clenched, the suction pulling the Monarch of Fangs instantly increased by more than 100 times. At the same time, Andre also broke free from the car wreckage surrounding him, his fists rapidly charging power. The moment the Monarch of Fangs was pulled in front of him, he delivered full power punches to the Monarch of Fangs' back, smashing him deep into the ground where he couldn't be dug out. Then, he concentrated the ruler's power on his right fist, his fist continuously shooting at the Monarch of Fangs' face like a machine gun. But just then, Andre's expression suddenly became tense, because a suffocating sense of unease poured over him. Clearly, it was the Monarch of Fangs being beaten, so why did he feel like he had no chance of winning at all? At this time, a piercing red light suddenly flashed in the Fangs' eyes. Then, Andre's continuously pouring punches were suddenly stopped mid-air by a telekinetic force. Then, a giant hand grabbed Andre's fist. "Haven't you had enough? Now it's my turn." The Monarch of Fangs stood up. As he rose, the hair all over his body gradually changed from black to snow white. A mere puppet of a light fragment actually has such great power. But I've long seen through your technique. You think only you light fragments can transform? Every one of us monarchs has the same power. After saying this, his fist exerted tremendous force, directly crushing the ruler's armor covering Andre's hand. When he fully stood up, his figure was more than twice as tall as Andre, who had become a giant. The Monarch of Fangs looked down at Andre. "Can you feel the difference in strength between us?" Then, several terrifying claws continuously tore at Andre's entire body. At this time, Andre, under the immense magical pressure of the Monarch of Fangs, began to feel fear, terror, and despair, completely losing his ability to dodge. The onlooking group broke out in cold sweat seeing this scene. The strongest human hunter has been defeated. But then, the Monarch of Fangs, who had been continuously attacking Andre, suddenly stopped his movements. He stared intently at Andre, then reached for the shadow behind him. There's actually a stinking rat hiding here. The next second, a shadow soldier was pulled out by the Monarch of Fangs. A citizen of chaos actually submitting to a ruler? Damn it! Then, he squeezed hard and directly eliminated this shadow soldier. Then the Monarch of Fangs once again grabbed Andre's head with his giant hand, looking at him mockingly. "Want to play? You seem very confident in your strength. Let's have a contest." But as soon as he finished speaking, Andre's ruler armor directly turned into fragments. The Monarch of Fangs was immediately stunned. Before he could react, Andre's true form appeared behind him, and executed a chokehold, wrapping around the Monarch of Fangs' neck. "What are you mumbling about? Brainless beast, go die." After saying this, he exerted force with his arm, directly twisting the Monarch of Fangs' head into a pretzel. But what Andre never expected was that even like this, the Monarch of Fangs didn't die. The Monarch of Fangs looked at Andre with an evil smile. Then his neck quickly snapped back to normal, while reaching out his giant hand to grab Andre behind him. "Out of tricks now? Lowly human." Just like that, he lifted Andre's body with one hand, slammed him hard on the ground where he couldn't be dug out, then opened his bloody maw wanting to devour Andre alive. At this critical moment, a green energy beam suddenly shot at the Monarch of Fangs' head. The ambushed Monarch of Fangs was directly blasted 25 meters away. It was the Empire's strongest, Leonard, who had made his move. As a member of humanity, how could he let a monster kill his companion? Although just making eye contact made his whole body tremble, he was still a hunter. Seeing this, Andre quickly told him to put him down and flee immediately, or he would die. However, Lennart didn't care, continuously forming green magic circles behind him in a combat stance. Rather than living humbly, I'd rather die with dignity. At this time, the Monarch of Fangs also angrily prepared for counterattack, pouncing toward Lennart like a vicious wolf. But when faced with life and death, Lennart still showed fear on his face. Although he knew he had no power to resist, he still stood guard in front of Andre. Just as he was about to be devoured, a huge dragon shadow suddenly appeared behind him, biting the Monarch of Fangs, and carrying his body toward the sky. But how could shadow soldiers stop a monarch? With just a simple palm strike, he tore the dragon's body into pieces. Then, the Monarch of Fangs' body fell toward the ground. But he had a satisfied smile on his face, looking like his conspiracy had succeeded. Then a figure appeared where the dragon's shadow had dissipated. Jin Woo had come to the rescue. He delivered a fierce kick to the Monarch of Fangs' head. Hit by this attack, the Monarch of Fangs shot toward the ground like a cannonball, smashing a huge crater 25 meters deep in the ground. Jin Woo's figure also slowly landed beside Lennart. He instructed Lennart to take Andre to a safe place and leave the scene to him to handle. At this time, the Monarch of Fangs excitedly transformed into a giant wolf. So what the Monarch of Frost said was true. The human body is mixed with a scent of shadow soldiers. I believe your taste must be much better than those humans. This immense magical pressure made Jin Woo's heart skip a beat. Such intense killing intent. And it's not just him alone. At this time, the Monarch of Fangs looked behind him. How could a mere human possess such powerful strength? Then, the voice of that old thief, the Monarch of Frost, came from the smoke. The designer must have found some method. He's been cooperating with the great Shadow Monarch for a long time. At this time, a red and black figure also slowly appeared behind Jin Woo. Can I eat that human's corpse? I've always wanted to taste what a monarch tastes like. Only then did Jin Woo understand that all of this was a trap they had set to draw him out. The system immediately popped up a notification. Enemy detected. The King of Snowfolk, the Monarch of Frost. Enemy detected. The King of Beasts, the Monarch of Fangs. Enemy detected. The Queen of Insects, the Monarch of Plagues. The three of them had been lying in ambush for a long time. Instantly, Jin Woo found himself in a situation where he was surrounded on all sides. At this time, all three monarchs emitted piercing magical light beams toward the sky, creating a blood-red portal in the air. Clearly they were summoning their soldiers. Seeing this, Jin Woo's face immediately darkened. Come out, my shadow soldiers. As soon as he spoke, Jin Woo's shadow spread rapidly in all directions. The soldiers respectively launched attacks toward the various monarchs. But with Jin Woo being at the same monarch level as them, in a 1-against-3 situation, could Jin Woo really defeat the three allied monarchs? And the tens of thousands of monster soldiers they commanded? Knight Igri swung his long sword toward the Monarch of Frost. King Ain also released his taunt skill, trying to control the Monarch of Frost. Siren Jima and the Bear King Tank also opened their mouths wide and pounced toward the Monarch of Fangs. The strongest Ant King Beru and Greed faced off against the Monarch of Plagues. But the previously invincible Shadow Legion now couldn't pose any threat to the monarchs. The Monarch of Fangs couldn't help but mock. Is this the new Shadow Legion? If it were Ashborn's old subordinates, I might be wary. On the other side, the Monarch of Frost was rapidly absorbing ice elements from the air. Jin Woo sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, the Monarch of Frost used absolute zero. Instantly, the entire Shadow Legion was covered by extremely cold ice spikes. Jin Woo quickly raised his arms to block, barely avoiding being frozen. But his subordinates had all turned into ice sculptures. The Monarch of Frost laughed triumphantly. There are quite a few of them, but they're just a mob. With my restraint, you can't move a step. The Monarch of Plagues looked at the frozen ants with a trace of pity. After all insect-type monsters were her subjects. The Monarch of Frost glanced at the frozen Igris. You want to use these guys to deal with us? This is contempt for other monarchs. Moreover, that human vessel seems to have not fully absorbed the Great Shadow Monarch's power yet. Although the Great Shadow Monarch is indeed the greatest of all monarchs, you cannot ignore the power of other monarchs. Like this. After hearing their conversation, Jin Woo clenched his palm with force, directly shattering the ice that had frozen his arm. Then he angrily pointed at the Monarch of Frost. How dare you freeze my shadow soldiers? You're courting death! The Monarch of Frost looked at the arrogant Jin Woo and immediately summoned his Snowman Legion. The Monarch of Plagues then improvised, using insects to control the corpses of humans killed by the building debris, launching attacks toward Jin Woo. Faced with such a large-scale soldier assault, Jin Woo found himself in a tough battle. At that moment, a frost giant's massive foot suddenly stomped down towards Jin Woo. As its foot hit the ground, the earth directly collapsed beneath it. However, Jin Woo dodged the attack with his agile movements and used the Dragon Fang dagger in his hand to slice the frost giant clean in half with a single strike. Then he charged alone into the ranks of the frost giants. Like the Grim Reaper descending, taking down one enemy with each strike, and using the frost giants' bodies as stepping stones. He lunged forward with a sword step straight toward the Monarch of Frost. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and upon seeing this, the Monarch of Frost trembled uncontrollably with fear, as if witnessing the previous Ashborn. Just then, the Monarch of Fangs suddenly launched a sneak attack on Jin Woo from the side. Fortunately, he noticed in time and dodged with a quick sidestep. He counterattacked with his Dragon Fang dagger, while the Monarch of Fangs pressed his assault relentlessly. The two engaged in an intense aerial chase. The Monarch of Fangs glared fiercely at Jin Woo. "You don't seriously think a piece of scrap metal could hurt me, do you?" But the moment he finished speaking, Jin Woo severed his claws with a single slash. "Too bad what I'm holding isn't just any ordinary piece of metal." Suddenly, Jin Woo sensed a dangerous presence behind him. His body instinctively stepped back, and sure enough, a pair of massive green hands descended from above, slamming down exactly where he had been standing. Looking back, he saw that the Monarch of Plagues had also entered her transformed state, with 5 venomous claws floating behind her. Clearly she was a mage like the Monarch of Frost. The Monarch of Fangs took advantage of Jin Woo's evasion to reattach his severed claws. Jin Woo let out a long breath. These three all love their sneak attacks. Moreover, tens of thousands of monster soldiers had now assembled before him. If this turned into a battle of attrition, he would surely lose. At this critical moment, the sound of breaking ice suddenly came from behind Jin Woo. A sharp claw shattered the ice. Jin Woo turned around curiously, and saw Ant King Beru rushing toward him with an anxious expression, angrily shouting at the Monarch of Plagues in the sky. "You filthy insect! How dare you challenge our liege? What audacity!" The Monarch of Frost froze in place for 2.5 seconds upon seeing this. "It's just a shadow soldier, yet it broke free from my binding spell. And how could a human have a general-level subordinate?" However, the Monarch of Fangs smiled coldly. The great Shadow Monarch's general-level soldiers are all incarnations of destruction. But this ant before us isn't worthy of that title. At this moment, the Monarch of Plagues, who had been furiously scolded by Ant King Beru, had completely lost her mind. As the Queen of Insects, she was going to teach this ungrateful bastard a lesson. She directly controlled a giant green hand to grab at Ant King Beru. However, Ant King Beru forcefully tore the green giant hand apart with his claws. "You crazy witch, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Shameless!" The Monarch of Plagues was so angry that her veins bulged. "What did you say?" But at this moment, Ant King Beru had already rushed to Jin Woo's side, directly kneeling before his monarch, and tearfully started flattering him. Facing such a powerful enemy without being suppressed, truly worthy of being our monarch. I, your humble servant, am filled with endless admiration. Jin Woo was completely stunned. At this time, the undead army nearby once again rushed towards Jin Woo's direction. Sensing the killing intent, Ant King Beru immediately went berserk, swinging his claws to tear these undead to pieces, completing perfect coordination with Jin Woo. However, at this moment, the Monarch of Plague's green giant hand suddenly appeared behind Jin Woo and Ant King Beru, tightly grasping their heads and throwing them toward a nearby tall building. It wasn't until they smashed through more than a dozen high-rises that Jin Woo's figure finally stopped. Before he could catch his breath, tens of thousands of ice spikes appeared in the sky, shooting wildly in his direction. Jin Woo rapidly swung his dragon's tooth dagger to block the ice spike attacks, while also looking for the Monarch of Frost's weakness. The Monarch of Frost couldn't help but laugh loudly as he watched Jin Woo, who could only defend passively. "Facing our siege, you're definitely going to die today. Let me see how long you can hold out." But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore, because a dagger directly pierced through his heart, and his ice spike magic stopped. Jin Woo raised his dragon's tooth dagger aimed at the Monarch of Frost. "I already told you, you're courting death!" At this time, the Monarch of Frost angrily pulled out the dagger stuck in his chest. A mere human dares to attack a monarch. How detestable. Jin Woo was immediately shocked upon seeing this. He had clearly pierced his heart just now. Could it be that the heart wasn't his vital point? Thinking of this, he transformed into lightning and rushed toward the Monarch of Frost. But just as he was about to get close, the Monarch of Frost's lips suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, the next second, the Monarch of Fang's figure instantly teleported behind Jin Woo. He raised his palm, continuously gathering magic power to summon a massive wolf-fang sword, and viciously slashed it across Jin Woo's back. Hit by this attack, Jin Woo violently coughed up blood. He had lost this battle against the 3 great monarchs. Seeing his master severely injured, Ant King Beru let out a desperate roar. Just as he was about to rush up to rescue him, an emerald green figure appeared behind him. It was the Monarch of Plagues, Keresha, the mother of all insects in the world. She stretched out her large hand and easily grabbed Ant King Beru. "Let me hug you, this guy who doesn't even recognize his own mother." In her transformed state, the Monarch of Plague's power far exceeded that of a legion commander. Ant King Beru couldn't break free from her restraints at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Monarch of Fangs held his wolf-fang sword against Jin Woo's neck. At this moment, he desperately turned and shouted at the ice-frozen Shadow Legion. "What are you idiots doing? Hurry up and help the Monarch!" With his continuous shouting, the frozen Greed was the first to open his eyes, violently exerting force to shatter the ice. I'll handle these enemies. The Monarch of Fangs and the Monarch of Frost's expressions instantly became serious upon seeing this scene. It looks like the high-level soldiers are starting to move. The next second, all Shadow soldiers simultaneously shattered the ice and recovered their combat power, charging toward the Monarch of Frost direction. However, the Monarch of Frost looked completely disdainful, glancing at Jin Woo, who was kneeling on the ground. So what if your subordinates recover their combat power? Your injuries are too severe, the game is over. Unexpectedly, Jin Woo's lips revealed a confident smile after hearing this. Are you kidding? I haven't used my trump card yet. After saying this, a emerald green light covered Jin Woo's entire body, and the terrible wound on his back rapidly healed. This move was precisely the skill gained after each level up, status recovery. The Monarch of Fangs and the Monarch of Frost were stunned by the scene before them. At this moment, where Jin Woo was located seemed like a storm of incantations had risen, with magic power appearing endless. The Shadow Legion also recovered their peak combat power and engaged in fierce battle with the Monarchs. The Monarch of Frost, with cold wind in his left hand and an ice shield in his right, very easily handled the combined assault of Greed and Feng. Ant King Beru, who had recovered his combat power, also broke free from the Monarch of Plague's grasp at this time. The Monarch of Plagues angrily pursued forward. At this moment, Jin Woo, like a god of death, suddenly appeared behind her, holding his dragon's tooth dagger. He used a flurry blade skill to directly slash the Monarch of Plague's massive form into pieces. The spectators on the side all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Finally killed one. It looks like this battle won't take long to end. But the next second, the Monarch of Plague's voice suddenly came from the air. That designer guy should have told you, right? You will die by the pillar of fire that supports this world. Immediately after, the Monarch of Plague's body, which had been slashed to pieces, rapidly reassembled. Jin Woo glanced at the Monarch of Plagues. But that guy didn't tell me whether that pillar has collapsed or not. After hearing this, the Monarch of Plagues directly released a pale blue magic power, tightly wrapping around Jin Woo. Jin Woo immediately received a system notification that the atmosphere contained the effect of a severe poison skill. After receiving the notification, Jin Woo's gaze locked tightly on the Monarch of Plagues. Sorry, I'm immune to poison. Seeing Jin Woo's arrogant appearance, the Monarch of Plagues directly fell into madness, growing countless insect fangs all over her body and rushing toward Jin Woo at full speed. She was determined to tear this arrogant man to pieces. However, the next second, her body was suddenly controlled in mid-air. It was Jin Woo using his ruler's authority to bind her. The Monarch of Plagues was shocked. Such powerful authority, she couldn't break free. Immediately after, Jin Woo angrily rushed in front of her. Flurry blade skill activated. Countless blade lights brutally slashed across the Monarch of Plague's body, with so many wounds that she couldn't reassemble. As Jin Woo gracefully landed, the Monarch of Plague's gaze gradually became distant. Is this what death feels like? She used her last strength to look at Jin Woo. Is this the darkness that even we, born in darkness, would yearn for? After saying these final words, the Monarch of Plague's body completely turned to fragments. Jin Woo received a system notification. One of the 9 great monarchs, the Monarch of Plagues, has been eliminated. Level up. The Monarch of Frost, seeing the scene, was directly stunned for 2.5 seconds. How is this possible? He shouldn't be able to use the full power of the great Shadow Monarch yet. Could it be that the powerful monarch who once ruled the world is going to bring us fear once again? At this time, the Monarch of Fangs snorted coldly. He tightly gripped Ant King Beru's neck. What's there to fear? He's already tired. Trying to defeat us with these small fries is proof that he hasn't fully become the great Shadow Monarch yet. How could an incomplete monarch possibly defeat true monarchs? As he spoke, his grip on Ant King Beru's neck grew tighter and tighter. Jin Woo's heart shook violently. He felt Ant King Beru's presence growing weaker and weaker. Could it be that the shadow soldiers he had previously sent to Andre's side also disappeared like this, unable to be revived? So he hurriedly canceled the summon, wanting to recall Ant King Beru. But the system responded, unable to summon specified target. Just as the Monarch of Fangs was about to use the power of laws to completely erase Ant King Beru, Jin Woo, holding his dagger, suddenly rushed behind the Monarch of Fangs and fiercely swung a slash. Sensing the crisis, the Monarch of Fangs immediately released Ant King Beru and dodged the attack with a quick step. Only then did Jin Woo breathe a sigh of relief. Beru was saved. At this time, the Monarch of Frost suddenly walked toward him, the temperature in the air dropping rapidly. All shadow soldiers were frozen again. Clearly, the Monarch of Frost had also entered his transformed state. He held Neptune's trident, with magic aura emanating from his body, far exceeding that of the slain Monarch of Plagues. He slowly spoke towards Jin Woo. Human, you're too confident in your magic power of unknown origin. Although your magic power can manipulate these puppets, once the strings connecting them are cut, they become useless. The puppets trying to get back up will only recover and revive again and again under my restraints. Your soldiers will only become burdens that erode your magic power. After saying this, his Neptune's trident shot towards Jin Woo's head. Sung Jin Woo immediately raised his dragon's tooth dagger to block. He never expected this Monarch of Frost to be a melee mage. Under the Monarch of Frost's powerful attacks, Neptune's trident soon pierced through Sung Jin Woo's shoulder. Then he forcefully lifted the trident to send Sung Jin Woo flying, who crashed heavily onto the ground behind him. However, when the dust settled, Sung Jin Woo's figure had disappeared. The Monarch of Frost's pupils instantly contracted. He sensed a trace of dangerous aura. His body instinctively leaned backward, dodging Sung Jin Woo's swinging dragon's tooth dagger, and smoothly used the trident's shaft to counterattack, striking Sung Jin Woo's abdomen. Hit by this attack, Sung Jin Woo violently spat blood, his body shooting backward like a cannonball. It wasn't until he had retreated 25 meters that he barely managed to steady himself. The Monarch of Frost's speed had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the Monarch of Frost stared at Sung Jin Woo with a gloomy expression. Regardless, spirit form is quite draining on magic power. Let's end this quickly. After saying this, he transformed into lightning and rushed toward Sung Jin Woo. Sung Jin Woo, coming to his senses, also swung his sword in response. The two continuously engaged in close combat and blade clashing. Before he knew it, Sung Jin Woo discovered that he could gradually see clearly the Monarch of Frost's movements, gaze, breathing, muscles, and magic power flow. As long as he could win in speed, he could achieve victory. The Monarch of Frost, sensing something unusual, looked puzzled. Although I don't know what trick you're planning. You don't have a chance anymore. After saying this, his other hand quickly condensed an ice scythe, launching a final slash towards Sung Jin Woo. However, what he never expected was that Sung Jin Woo had already mastered Ultra Instinct at this moment, smoothly moving behind him. Now's the time. Flurry Blade skill activated. Unexpectedly, the Monarch of Frost showed no intention of dodging, even revealing a smile of successful conspiracy. The next second, Sung Jin Woo's body suddenly froze in place. The spectators on the side also showed expressions of despair, because at this moment a claw had directly pierced through Sung Jin Woo's heart. It was a sneak attack by the Monarch of Fangs. After feeling Sung Jin Woo's heart gradually stop beating, the Monarch of Fangs laughed triumphantly. Besides being a bit fast, you're nothing special. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo spat out blood, and his dragon's tooth dagger instantly fell to the ground. Sung Jin Woo used his last strength trying to activate his status recovery skill. However, at this time, the Monarch of Frost picked up the dragon's tooth dagger and stabbed it into Sung Jin Woo's body again for a finishing blow. The ice blade directly penetrated his heart. Then, the Monarch of Frost spoke mockingly. Now you can't recover like before, can you? No matter how strong you are, you're just an incomplete monarch. Too bad you won't see our army arrive here to destroy the world. At this moment, Sung Jin Woo was filled with unwillingness. Now, he was the only one in this world who could fight against the monarchs. Once he died, his family, lover, and the world would forever suffer the painful torment of the monarchs. But at this time, the system gave a merciless notification. The great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin Woo, has died. Unexpectedly, the next second, the system sent another notification, detected that player possesses a black heart. All conditions for passive skill unknown have been met. Activating passive skill unknown. As the unknown skill in the skill bar lit up, Sung Jin Woo's consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar hospital room. He instinctively reached for his heart, the pain still vivid in his memory. He looked around. Could all of this have been a dream? The Monarch of Frost's ice arrow had clearly pierced his heart. Yet here he was, still alive. At this moment, the sound of the hospital room door being pushed open came from behind. Sung Jin Woo turned to look, and the person entering was actually Chairman Wu Jinshul. He hurriedly asked, "Chairman Wu, what happened to those monsters? Why am I still alive?" Chairman Wu looked puzzled after hearing this. Then he explained to Sung Jin Woo that he wasn't a chairman, but a section chief of the surveillance department. He came here to inquire about everything that happened in the double dungeon. Finally, he also asked Sung Jin Woo, "We clearly didn't know each other before, so why do you know my name?" Sung Jin Woo was immediately stunned after hearing this. Could it be that the current timeline had reset to the day he awakened the system? But checking his status panel, he was still level 146, with attributes identical to after his second awakening. Although time had reversed, his skill points hadn't changed. Even Kamish's wrath was intact in his inventory. However, his shadow soldiers were gone. At this time, his sister Gina pushed open the hospital room door. But upon seeing Sung Jin Woo, she showed a shocked expression, thinking she had entered the wrong room. How could a normal person possibly grow 30 to 40 centimeters taller overnight? Only then did Sung Jin Woo realize that his appearance was also the same as in his previous life. He left the hospital room with a puzzled expression and headed toward the Hunter Association. But unlike his previous life, this time the second awakening test results showed S rank. He also successfully met Mr. Gao, who had died in his previous life. Sung Jin Woo immediately requested that the chairman modify the existing regulations to count hunter-summoned creatures as attack team members. If he agreed, he could eliminate all the ants on Jedju Island. Mr. Gao was directly furious upon hearing this. "You're really talking nonsense. Do you know how many times the Jeju Island operation has failed? But before he could finish this sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because Jin Woo had already released all his magic power, sitting before Mr. Gao like a god of death. Mr. Gao was completely stunned. His power was actually far higher than a national authority-level hunter. What was going on? Just as Mr. Gao was about to ask, time in this world suddenly froze. A golden pop-up also appeared before Jin Woo's eyes. Do you choose to restart this world? As the pop-up continued to appear, scenes from his previous life flashed by rapidly. Encountering crisis at the Red Gate. Hunter Sai's team conquering Fang's dungeon. Successfully awakening his mother who had slept for years. Killing the Monarch of White Flame's puppet on the top floor of the Demon Castle. Subduing Ant King Beru on Jeju Island. After watching his gradual growth experiences, Jin Woo smiled. He turned to look behind him. Enough. I know this is all an illusion. Now that I've seen through it all, why don't you show yourself? How long do you plan to stay up there? As these words finished, the surrounding scenery instantly fell into darkness. Accompanied by countless system notifications flashing by, a figure walked in front of Jin Woo. It was the previous great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. Jin Woo asked puzzledly, "Are you trying to keep me trapped in this illusion you created forever?" Unexpectedly, Ashborn explained after hearing this. "This illusion wasn't created by me, but by your desires. You want to make up for the mistakes of that past time, and I just helped you with my power. And this is my domain, eternal rest, which is death." As he spoke, Ashborn's form kept changing into people familiar to Jin Woo. He continued narrating everything. "All along I've been watching your growth from here. You're closer to death than anyone, and your resistance to death is more intense than anyone's. And I am your resistant past, the mark of your resistance, and compensation for your pain. I am death and rest, and also fear. Simply put, I am you. In my domain, as long as you wish, anything can be done. You can grant all things endless life. And you can also absorb their power as foundation. Everything I possess can become yours. Although this power can only be used within your own domain. It is the power of authority that can create, destroy, and even change the world. And I've been waiting for this moment to meet you. I am the great Shadow Monarch, the undead king who can use the power of death, possessing the authority to dominate the profound darkness." After hearing these words, Jin Woo was greatly shocked. "Are you saying we possess the same power? Then why did you choose me?" After hearing this, Ashborn gathered purple magic power in his palm, opening a space-time portal. "Let me tell you about our beginning and end, and your beginning." At this time, in the outside world, Jin Woo's body had been frozen into an ice sculpture by the Monarch of Frost. The Monarch of Fangs looked at Jin Woo's state with excitement, because he was no longer breathing and was completely dead. At the same time, the hunters outside the battlefield also sensed that Jin Woo's aura had disappeared. Everyone fell into panic, knowing that without Jin Woo, no one could fight against these magical beasts anymore. Just as they were preparing to unite for a final counterattack, the frozen Jin Woo suddenly underwent a change, with an extreme dark power continuously bursting forth. Feeling this magic power, the Monarch of Frost was so scared his face turned black, and he quickly turned to look. He saw a black heart appear in Jin Woo's chest, beating rhythmically. The Monarch of Frost and the Monarch of Fangs were literally scared to death. Could it be that the fake monarch died, so a real monarch descended? They absolutely couldn't let this happen. Therefore, they desperately rushed towards Jin Woo, wanting to tear him to pieces before disaster struck. But the next second, a big foot directly kicked the Monarch of Fangs in the head. Aiming at the Monarch of Frost behind him, he kicked the Monarch of Fangs' head like a soccer ball toward him. This sudden attack made the Monarch of Frost unable to dodge. The two great monarchs' bodies shot backward like meteors, crashing hard into tall buildings. At this moment, the mysterious person who launched the sneak attack also gracefully landed. This person was Jin Woo's father, Sung Il-hwan. He held daggers in both hands, glaring forward with fury. "From now on, whoever dares to touch my son will die." At the beginning of the world, the laws of heaven and earth created the Absolute Being who controlled all things. The Absolute Being used fragments of light to create divine messengers, then used fragments of darkness to create 8 monarchs, giving the monarchs the mission to destroy the world, then having them battle against the divine messengers who maintained the world. After tens of thousands of years of warfare, the brightest fragment of light grew tired of war. He questioned the Absolute Being, "Why don't you help those subordinates who fight for you? Haven't you heard the wails of those soldiers who died for you? Please grant us the power to eliminate our enemies and end this battle completely." But the Absolute Being only looked at him with cold eyes, making no response. From that moment on, the fragment of light understood, to the Absolute Being, their battle with the monarchs was just an entertaining farce. The Absolute Being didn't want the battle to end, and those so-called 3 great laws. Worship God meant everyone must worship the Absolute Being. Praise God meant everyone must shout for the Absolute Being on the battlefield. And the final prove your faith meant everyone must prove their faith to the Absolute Being with blood and life. Those who violated these laws would never be able to leave this place. Everyone had always followed these laws, but the number of deaths far exceeded those who conquered death. Even following the laws, the final outcome was only death. Thus, the divine messengers developed rebellious hearts. They knew deeply that as long as the absolute being existed, war could never end. So to end this meaningless war, they made a decision to launch a rebellion. At this time, the great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, besides Jin Woo, pointed toward the scene before them. That was me in the past, the only messenger who opposed the other divine messengers who started the rebellion. But my soldier count was really too few. Under the siege of the messengers, I was defeated. At that time, I thought I was doomed. But when I opened my eyes in the darkness, I discovered that the absolute being had hidden a certain power within me: anger, hatred, terror, malice, and despair. With the enhancement of these 5 powers, the fragment of light that created me gradually turned to darkness. At that moment, I also awakened the power of authority that could control death. Looking at my own dead body, I shouted that familiar command for the first time: "Arise!" Instantly, the power of authority completely devoured my flesh. Archangel Ashborn thus fell into darkness, and I gained eternal life. At the same time, my dead subordinates also returned to my embrace. I immediately led my new army to the battlefield. However, when I returned to the temple, everything was already over. The absolute being had been nailed to death on his throne by the fragments of light. Then the fragments of light proclaimed themselves gods, becoming rulers. They used artifacts containing the absolute being's power to attack the monarchs. As a result, the monarch of the beginning fell into the ruler's hands, and the originally balanced power between both sides was broken. The monarchs also realized the seriousness of the situation, and I took the opportunity to show goodwill to them. To fight against the rulers, they could only choose to ally with me. From that moment on, I was neither a fragment of light nor a divine messenger, but as the great Shadow Monarch, participated in this long battle alongside the 9 great monarchs. Time was on my side. All corpses and souls on the battlefield became my soldiers. My army was comparable to the Destruction Legion led by the king of berserk dragons, the Monarch of Destruction. Not just the rulers, even the monarchs became wary of me. 2 monarchs who once feared me, the Monarch of White Flames and the Monarch of Fangs, joined forces to ambush me. My army suffered heavy damage. Being too powerful actually led to my betrayal. I killed the Monarch of White Flames, Baran, in battle. The Monarch of Fangs abandoned his soldiers and fled. However, after the battle ended, my stamina was completely exhausted. But at this time, the fragments of light collectively descended upon the battlefield. I took the opportunity to collect the Monarch of White Flames' corpse. However, after the fragments of light surrounded me, they didn't attack. Instead, they collectively knelt down, begging me to forgive their actions and return to the throne of the greatest fragment of light. I knew that as long as they made up their minds, they could send me back to nothingness no matter what. But they still chose reconciliation. This should be their respect for a former comrade. For me, who once led the Light Legion charging at the forefront. But I couldn't forgive them. After all, their weapons had already killed our lord. In my anger, I directly grabbed the current archangel and immediately wanted to kill him. However, facing the countless light legions in the sky, I could only release the archangel with hatred and choose to retreat. My thoughts were very confused at the time, unable to make any response. For revenge, I decided to hide temporarily. The Monarch of White Flames was forever bound by my chains, so I planned to take down the Monarch of Fangs' army after my body recovered. However, during my period of hiding, the monarchs, who had suffered massive losses in combat power, were ultimately defeated by the rulers. When I appeared before the monarchs hiding in dimensional cracks at the right time, they were in a state of declining combat power and needed reinforcement. The king of berserk dragons wouldn't allow another war, so he gladly accepted me. We avoided the ruler's surveillance and searched for worlds where we could cultivate combat power. So we found Earth. But for humans, the monarchs were enemies they had never seen or heard of. They couldn't avoid the fate of extinction. Jin Woo asked a question upon hearing this. Were the scenes in the Demon Castle events that would happen in the future? However, Ashborn directly denied this after hearing. Everything in the Demon Castle was events that had already happened in the past. Looking at the puzzled Jin Woo, Ashborn explained the reasons. If the monarch's existence was to destroy the world, then the rulers existed to protect the world that had lost the absolute being. The rulers, who were a step late in detecting the monarch's movements, sent reinforcements, but it was too late. Earth had already been destroyed. When they saw that the chaotic demons they failed to catch had destroyed another world, they were furious. So to correct their mistake, they used a divine artifact containing the absolute being's power, the Cup of Reincarnation. It could turn back time by 10 years. The rulers exhausted everything to save this world. But Earth without magic power was too fragile to withstand the brutal war between rulers and monarchs. No matter which side won in the end, this land would become a sea of fire. So the rulers made a final decision: if they couldn't save everyone, they would let some people live to continue this world's life. Thus came the gates and the appearance of hunters. This was the only method the rulers could think of to protect humans while both sides were at war. Jin Woo reacted. The scenes in the Demon Castle were memory fragments left by the great Shadow Monarch. It seems this world has experienced countless destructions. Ashborn didn't deny this after hearing. The rulers used the Cup of Reincarnation to continuously change the flow of time, constantly correcting their mistakes. The monarchs were also perfecting their plans time and again, until the divine artifact could no longer exert its power. Jin Woo asked puzzledly after hearing, "Could it be that the Cup of Reincarnation has limited uses?" Ashborn glanced at him and said, "No power is infinite. Just like the absolute being who created the world could also be killed by his own creations." During the world's continuous restarts, the monarchs gained inspiration from the rulers' methods. Just as the rulers lent power to humans to strengthen the world, having humans kill magical beasts to spread magic power, the monarchs also borrowed human bodies to come to Earth, arriving here before the rulers realized it, wanting to use the magic power spread by the rulers to turn Earth into a giant trap, thereby swallowing the forces the rulers sent to aid humanity. If the monarchs with powerful strength wanted to come to this world, they had to rely on containers that could bear their power. But the power of the Monarch of Destruction and mine was too great. There were no humans who could bear our strength. At this time, a top-level magician under one of the monarchs told me he could find suitable candidates for me. The condition was that I help this magician called the designer become immortal. No living being could become a container for death. The designer used rules he designed himself to continuously search for containers for me, people with high magic sensitivity, people with excellent physical qualities, people with strong mental power. This process wasn't easy. At that time, a person who was outside the designer's rules and expectations entered my sight. He was not only weak but often brushed shoulders with death, yet always managed to survive. As he spoke, Ashborn pointed towards Jin Woo. "That person was you. Even though the designer repeatedly objected, I still chose you. In other words, I am your resistant past, the mark of your resistance, and compensation for your pain. To let you bear my power, the designer used the method humans are most skilled at and enjoy most to gradually adapt you to my power, entertainment and games. The system created with my power gradually matched your body with mine, and then successfully descended to the human world. However, after experiencing the ruler's apology and the monarch's betrayal, I never figured out which side to stand on. Moreover, the time I spent with you was very happy. Perhaps I didn't want to lose you, so I made a decision to let things be. I became you, and you became me. It wouldn't be strange for either of us to become the master of this body, so I left the choice to you. You can stay in this realm of death, forever living in beautiful dreams you create, or you can choose to return to reality and continue fighting enemies." At this time, Jin Woo raised his final question. "But since you neither stand with the rulers, nor have any intention of going to war with them, why did you still flee to other worlds with the monarchs?" Ashborn spoke indifferently, "Because that wasn't where I belonged." After hearing this answer, Jin Woo smiled with satisfaction. "My answer is the same as yours. This isn't where I belong either." Ashborn smiled with relief upon hearing this. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I'm going back to eternal rest now. As the great Shadow Monarch, you will possess immortality and live forever. We probably won't meet again. Death has given you all my power. You should already know the method to return." After bidding farewell to Ashborn, Jin Woo spoke those familiar lines to himself. "Arise!" The system immediately sent a notification. Password to destroy player development system entered. System has been deleted. All player power restrictions have been removed. After removing restrictions, all Legion commanders and Shadow soldiers granted authority by the Monarch will recover their original abilities. Legion Commander and Soldier Egree's power has been restored. Legion Commander and Soldier Ant King Baru's all abilities have greatly increased. Former Monarch Ashborn has returned to eternal nothingness. Confirmed deletion of all systems? Yes. In reality, the Monarch of Frost let out an angry roar towards Sung Il-hwan. "Fragment of light, haven't you seen the current situation clearly? A great disaster is descending through the human body you want to protect. Do you want to personally push humanity toward destruction?" However, after hearing this, Sung Il-hwan raised his short sword high and spoke coldly. "Even if I die today, I will help the great Shadow Monarch resurrect." In that instant, the powerful magical energy emanating from Sung Il-hwan's body shocked the two great monarchs, making them exclaim incredible. Seeing that Jin Woo was about to successfully resurrect, the two great monarchs Frost and Fangs knew they could no longer delay. They both exerted their full strength and launched attacks towards Sung Il-hwan. In just one breath's time, the two figures flashed and appeared in front of Sung Il-hwan. However, with the power of the brilliant fragment empowering him, Sung Il-hwan could instantly see through the blind spots in both attackers' assault patterns. No matter which direction the two monarchs attacked Sung Il-hwan from, he could smoothly evade their strikes. The Monarch of Fangs was completely bewildered. How does this old man also know the great Shadow Monarch's shadow exchange technique? While dodging their attacks, Sung Il-hwan could still identify gaps in their defenses and counterattack with his short sword. At this moment, the Monarch of Frost was growing increasingly desperate. This guy had completely figured out his attack patterns, skillfully positioning himself behind the trident's shaft, even using the trident's handle to block the Monarch of Fang's attacks. Realizing he couldn't secure a quick victory, the Monarch of Frost decided to resort to dirty tactics. His mouth began absorbing the surrounding air, preparing to unleash a domain skill to freeze Sung Il-hwan's movements. But before he could exhale any ice crystals, Sung Il-hwan's foot ruthlessly kicked his jaw. Struck by this blow, the Monarch of Frost shot backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the building behind him, embedded so deep he couldn't be pulled out. The Monarch of Fangs seized the opportunity to open his massive jaws for a sneak attack from behind, but when Sung Il-hwan noticed, he directly swung his short sword, piercing through the Monarch of Fangs' upper jaw. The intense pain made the Monarch of Fangs howl in agony. Before he could recover, Sung Il-hwan's figure flashed like lightning, instantly teleporting in front of him and delivering a furious heavy blow to his waist. The force of this punch sent the Monarch of Fangs sliding back a full 25 meters before he could barely stabilize his form. The Monarch of Fangs angrily pulled the short sword from his kidney. "Despicable human, how dare you wound me? You've sealed your own death. Today I will tear you to shreds." However, just as he finished his threat, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Then his whole body went limp, involuntarily collapsing to the ground. He turned his trembling body to look back, only to see that the ice-frozen Jin Woo had now opened his eyes and was glaring fiercely at him. This terrified the Monarch of Fangs so much that he instantly retreated and fled. Meanwhile, the knocked-back Monarch of Frost had returned to the battlefield. Just as he was about to attack Sung Il-hwan, the Monarch of Fangs below suddenly shouted at him, "Stop right now!" Then he immediately told the Monarch of Frost that he had decided to abandon their partnership. Hearing this, the Monarch of Frost was so furious his lungs nearly exploded. "At this point, you're calling it quits now? Are you insane?" The Monarch of Fangs ignored his rebuke, continuing to tremble uncontrollably. "Can't you feel the magic power around us getting stronger and stronger? The invincible Great Shadow Monarch is about to return." With that, he immediately tore open a portal, preparing to escape. Seeing this, the Monarch of Frost roared at him in anger. "Didn't we agree to eliminate the Great Shadow Monarch together? Is the so-called King of Beasts really going to tuck his tail between his legs and run?" Hearing this, the Monarch of Fangs turned back with disdain to glance at the Monarch of Frost. "My actions only target his human form. Now the real terror is coming, and I have no obligation to honor our agreement. Besides, you haven't witnessed the Great Shadow Monarch's true power. You wouldn't understand." With that, he stepped through the portal and escaped. This guy had previously abandoned his subordinates and fled when ambushing the previous Great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. He was a repeat offender. The Monarch of Frost was so angry his molars nearly shattered. We're both Monarch-level beings. How powerful could the Great Shadow Monarch be? Today I will definitely slay the Great Shadow Monarch here. With that, he plunged his sea god's trident into the ground. The surrounding temperature instantly plummeted, with the Monarch of Frost as the center generating a terrifying blizzard, turning half the city into ice sculptures. Simultaneously, countless tiny ice arrows condensed in the sky, continuously shooting towards Jin Woo. Sung Il-hwan faced the terrifying ice and snow head-on. Even in this bone-chilling temperature, he remained motionless in front of Jin Woo's ice sculpture, while swinging his short sword to block the ice arrows attacking Jin Woo. At this time, the Monarch of Frost had also completed his second transformation, with his martial soul manifestation appearing behind him. He was now furious to the extreme. Let this city and the Great Shadow Monarch be forever trapped in the bitter cold. He gathered all his ice attribute magic power in the air, condensing it into a giant meteor and hurling it down. Seeing the situation, Sung Il-hwan's expression instantly tensed. Once this meteor hits the ground, everyone nearby will die. In the brief moment Sung Il-hwan was distracted, an ice arrow directly severed his arm. He quickly covered the wound to stop the bleeding, because he couldn't fall down yet. He decided to use his last remaining magic power to self-destruct, perishing together with the giant meteor in the sky. But just then, a massive black shadow shot rapidly toward the meteor in the sky. A claw extended from that shadow, savagely clawing at the giant meteor. The next second, the meteor in the sky was shattered to pieces. It was Beru the Ant King fully revived. At the same time, a brilliant blue lightsaber suddenly appeared in front of Sung Il-hwan, blocking all the falling ice fragments from above. The figure wielding the giant sword with such magnificent bearing was none other than Igris, who had recovered to martial-level strength. He looked at the Monarch of Frost before him and spoke calmly. "Is this all you've got? Stop calling yourself a monarch, it's embarrassing." Seeing his ultimate technique broken, the Monarch of Frost stood frozen in place. Both of their powers had surged to martial level. That could only mean the true Great Shadow Monarch had descended, right? Indeed, the next second, Jin Woo's figure broke free from the ice. Igris and Beru the Ant King immediately knelt respectfully beside Jin Woo. However, Jin Woo seemed to not even see the Monarch of Frost, speaking coldly as if looking right through him. The Monarch of Fangs escaped? Who gave him permission to leave on his own? The Monarch of Frost was so terrified by Jin Woo's overwhelming magic power that his diaper was completely soaked. At this moment, he clearly felt the insurmountable gap between himself and the Great Shadow Monarch, a chasm that could never be crossed. Even the two marshals beside him could pin him to the ground and crush him. Sung Jin Woo then expanded his monarch's domain, and this time the domain had become completely materialized. The domain continued expanding until it covered the city, then the entire country, then the whole continent, and finally it directly covered the entire Earth. Sung Jin Woo didn't even glance at the Monarch of Frost as if he were just a bug that could be crushed at will. He immediately turned around, preparing to hunt down the escaped Monarch of Fangs. As he turned, the Monarch of Frost sensed the great Shadow Monarch's opening. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He grabbed his sea god's trident and launched his final desperate counterattack with all his might. He knew that if he missed this chance, death would be his only fate. So this strike had to be lethal. The next second, his sea god's trident shot forth, stabbing directly towards Sung Jin Woo's body. However, Sung Jin Woo had no intention of dodging whatsoever, instead casually raising his right hand, catching the Monarch of Frost's full-power strike with his bare hands. The Monarch of Frost was scared speechless. This was the true power of one of the greatest and most powerful monarchs among the brilliant fragments, the great Shadow Monarch. Sung Jin Woo stared coldly at the Monarch of Frost. "Don't be hasty, you're the last one. Stay put and wait obediently until I bring back all the other beasts." At this time, on a lonely island on the other side of Earth, the Monarch of Fangs emerged from a portal. The intense aura of death that Sung Jin Woo had emanated upon revival still made him tremble uncontrollably. He was grateful for his choice to flee, and could only hide here for now, waiting for the King of Berserk Dragons to arrive. However, the next second, his pupils shook violently, because he felt a familiar cold presence appear behind him. He turned around to look, and there was Sung Jin Woo, who had appeared silently beside him. The Monarch of Fangs was so scared his diaper was soaked through. Looking at Sung Jin Woo before him, who seemed like the Grim Reaper himself, he knew he couldn't possibly be Sung Jin Woo's match. His brain raced, thinking of solutions. What should he do? Should he fight? In the end, he chose to kneel before Sung Jin Woo in submission. "Great Shadow Monarch, I have no desire to fight you. Please forgive my sins and let me follow you. The King of Berserk Dragons will soon arrive with his army, and I and my Beast Legion are willing to assist you." After hearing this, Sung Jin Woo responded emotionlessly with one word: "Sure." Getting this affirmative response, the Monarch of Fangs instantly became vicious-looking. He actually said yes? What a fool. It seems he's not the real Great Shadow Monarch. I once betrayed the Great Shadow Monarch, and tried to destroy the vessel for his descent. The real Great Shadow Monarch would never forgive me. He wouldn't do something so stupid. For now, I'll just use human emotions and foolishness to buy time. Hiding until the King of Berserk Dragons arrives, then immediately counterattack. Then I'll devour your corpse completely." But then, Sung Jin Woo suddenly spoke coldly. "Before you submit, let's settle our old scores first." Sung Jin Woo smiled wickedly as he touched his chest. "These are the 5 scars your claws left when you pierced my heart. If you can withstand 5 of my attacks, I'll forgive you." Hearing this, the Monarch of Fangs was completely stunned. It seemed this guy never intended to spare him from the beginning. He immediately angrily began transforming. "I am the mighty King of Beasts. How could I be toyed with by a mere human? Even if I die today, I won't let you get away unscathed." Facing the mountain-sized Monarch of Fangs, Sung Jin Woo calmly summoned his dragon-tooth dagger. Then his figure became a black shadow and disappeared from in front of the Monarch of Fangs. When he reappeared, he had already flashed behind the Monarch of Fangs. Meanwhile, his teleporting shadow was continuously spraying dark red blood. One of the Monarch of Fangs' paws had been sliced clean off. Sung Jin Woo glanced at him coldly. 4 more to go. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, the Monarch of Frost was also preparing to launch his final counterattack before Sung Jin Woo's return. But the battle situation was quite unfavorable for him. Not to mention that the ruler's side had Beru the Ant King who could heal humans. Most crucially, the Death Knight Igris, known as one of the twin wings of the Shadow Army, was relentlessly pressing him. After recovering his peak combat power, as long as the Great Shadow Monarch's power wasn't depleted, he could continuously resurrect. But he couldn't recover the magic power consumed by spiritual manifestation. Soon, he was completely overwhelmed by Igris. At that moment, he stopped fleeing and turned to face Igris. "Stop wasting your energy. Now that our strengths are equal, you can't kill me." But Igris didn't even spare him a glance, directly planting his great sword in the ground and lifting his cloak. The next second, the cloak transformed into a purple portal, and then Sung Jin Woo walked out gracefully from his cloak. He then threw 2 giant fangs in front of the Monarch of Frost. The Monarch of Frost stared blankly for 2.5 seconds after seeing them. Had he disappeared for just a few minutes to kill the Monarch of Fangs? Soon, Sung Jin Woo spoke, pulling the Monarch of Frost back to reality from his daze. "The Monarch of Fangs is dead. The deaths of the Monarch of Plagues, the Monarch of Fangs, and the Monarch of Frost serve as a warning to the other monarchs." The Monarch of Frost angrily condensed ice spikes, pointing at Sung Jin Woo. "I'm still alive here, and you're already talking like this. Do you understand what politeness means?" But the next second he shut up, as a dragon-tooth dagger pierced straight through his left shoulder. Then another dagger fell from the sky, stabbing into his right shoulder. The Monarch of Frost quickly gathered magic power in his mouth, wanting to self-destruct and take Sung Jin Woo down with him. But before he could finish gathering power, Jin Woo covered his mouth with one hand, then pulled out the dragon-tooth dagger from his body, and viciously slashed upward across his body from below. The Monarch of Fangs died on the 4th strike. I'm curious how many you can endure? Then the Blade Storm skill was unleashed again, and the Monarch of Frost howled in agony under Jin Woo's attacks. Finally, on the 5th strike, his body could no longer withstand the slashes, turning to ash and dying completely. However, after the battle ended, Beru the Ant King brought bad news. His father, Sung Il-hwan, had disappeared. Jin Woo turned to look at the short sword on the ground that Sung Il-hwan had used to protect him, and slowly crouched down to pick it up. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, Sung Il-hwan, not wanting his son to see his pitiful state before death, dragged his severely injured body to curl up alone in a corner, waiting to die. His body was gradually fragmenting into pieces. This was the price of a human body, using divine power. But being able to use this power to save his son's life was enough. Just then, a short sword was suddenly thrown in front of him, and a figure slowly walked toward him. Did you think I wouldn't know if you just walked away? Are you planning to leave quietly again like before? Father, with Jin Woo's appearance, Sung Il-hwan also recalled everything that had happened during the 10 years he was missing. He had once been a hunter too, but during a dungeon raid mission, he didn't manage to leave through the portal before the boss died, and was thus trapped in a dimensional rift. But he didn't die from this. The rulers found him and granted him the power of the brilliant fragment, asking him to stop the Monarch's conspiracy and kill the soon-to-be-born Great Shadow Monarch. With no other choice at the time, he could only return to Earth as the ruler's messenger, shouldering this grave mission. But he discovered that one of the Monarchs, the Great Shadow Monarch, was actually his own son, Jin Woo. He simply couldn't carry out the ruler's orders. Although he knew that body harbored humanity's most terrible disaster, he could do nothing but monitor him from just one step away. That giant portal imprisoning the monarch of the beginning was something he had brought to Earth. After that incident, the rulers, who had been focused on preventing the Great Shadow Monarch's complete descent, had a disagreement. At that time, the most brilliant fragment gave him new orders: protect the Great Shadow Monarch. To stop the Monarch's plan, they realized they needed the Great Shadow Monarch with complete power, because the Destruction Army, subordinates of the King of Berserk Dragons who would arrive first, could only be stopped by the Great Shadow Monarch. Without knowing whether they truly stood with humanity or the Monarchs, this was a huge gamble. The result of this gamble was just revealed. That's why he had fought desperately to buy time for Jin Woo's revival. The scene now returned to the present, with Sung Il-hwan leaning powerlessly against the wall. His body was continuously being eroded by divine power. He hadn't wanted Jin Woo to see him in this state, but he was grateful that he could protect Jin Woo at the final moment, even as the ruler's puppet. Sung Il-hwan used his last strength to ask Jin Woo, "Have you ever hated me all these years?" Jin Woo softly replied, "I have, but only occasionally." Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan's face showed a trace of loneliness. "I'm sorry. Not being able to spend your childhood with you is my life's greatest regret." Then Jin Woo spoke again. "When I started being a hunter, when I nearly died, when I came back to life and saw Mother and Jaina again, I would always think of you. Every time that happened, I hated you, but at the same time, I missed you." Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan's originally empty pupils suddenly became clear. "So, all these years, father, what about you? Didn't you miss us?" Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan was immediately stunned, and could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. "I missed you all constantly. Although you couldn't see me, just being able to watch you from afar made me very happy." As he spoke, the golden patterns covering his body became increasingly dense. He used his last strength to stand up and embrace Jin Woo. Jin Woo could no longer hold back his tears. Sung Il-hwan gently told him everything in his heart. "I still want to talk with you so much more. I still want to stay with you a little longer. I wasn't a good father. I'm sorry." As these words ended, his physical body could no longer withstand the erosion of divine power, and turned into countless golden fragments, scattering throughout the entire city. At the same time, Jin Woo's mother looked at the snowflakes outside the window, and couldn't help but shed tears. She softly told Gina behind her, "It's time for us to move. Now it seems it doesn't matter if we leave this place." At this moment, Jin Woo looked at the golden fragments filling the sky, and helplessly let out a roar toward the heavens. "Listen well, monarchs, you will definitely pay for what happened today." The day the Great Shadow Monarch's roar shook heaven and earth, the real war began. The giant portal in the sky was about to open. Chahayin, standing nearby, was seeing Jin Woo this tense for the first time, so she spoke words of comfort. At this time, world-class powerhouses Andre and Lu Zhigang had also gathered here, fully prepared for battle, because everyone knew that behind this super-large portal lay humanity's true enemy. Today might very well be humanity's doomsday. Under the gaze of all hunters, the super-large portal cracked open. A massive black wing first emerged from the portal, followed by a dark magic dragon resembling Kamish, with angel soldiers standing all over the dragon's back. Everyone was stunned. This was their first time seeing such a massive army. Jin Woo also widened his eyes at the dense black legion in the sky. The magic power emanating from these soldiers felt somewhat familiar to him, Among the soldiers emerging from the portal, even the lowest ranked possessed S-rank hunter strength, while the strongest in magic power was the Archangel standing at the very front. Facing such a massive magical beast army, everyone immediately ordered an attack. However, at this moment, Jin Woo suddenly called out to everyone. "Everyone stop your attacks!" The hunters were all confused about what Jin Woo was thinking. Were they supposed to give up ranged attacks and fight such a large group of magical beasts on the ground? What difference was that from suicide? But what happened next completely shattered everyone's worldview. The angel army floated in the air, looking down at the people on the ground, while Jin Woo showed no fear whatsoever, instead walking calmly toward the Archangel. The Archangel looked down at Jin Woo with cold arrogance, while Jin Woo looked up calmly in return. After the two stared at each other for 2.5 seconds, something completely unexpected happened. The Archangel directly knelt before Jin Woo. Commander-in-Chief Bellion leads the Shadow Army to greet the new army. King! As his words ended, all soldiers bowed towards Jin Woo. Everyone nearby was scared speechless. What on earth was happening? At this time, Andre, as the Hunter King, remained relatively calm. This scene is truly beautiful. Just one of those magic dragons would pose a threat to human survival, and here come 3 of them. At this moment, Jin Woo also confirmed their identity. This was the legacy left by the previous Shadow Army King, the true Shadow Army. After merging with the soldiers Jin Woo currently possessed, his strength increased dramatically. At the same time, this also meant the real war had officially begun. His opponents were the King of Berserk Dragons, the Monarch of Destruction, and his Destruction Army composed of hundreds of thousands of magic dragons. After acquiring the Shadow Army, Jin Woo immediately began training his troops, preparing for the final decisive battle. He divided the soldiers into 2 groups for combat exercises, rapidly improving their fighting capabilities. At this time, Beru the Ant King suddenly came before Jin Woo, begging him to test whether he was qualified to become Commander-in-Chief. Jin Woo was completely confused after hearing this. Commander-in-Chief Bellion was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to dare question his position. At this moment, Jin Woo's face showed a wicked smile. He also wanted to see Bellion's strength, so he immediately agreed. Soon, the two arrived at an open area, with shadow soldiers crowding behind them to watch the excitement. Beru the Ant King was first to provoke, but the battle-hardened Bellion wasn't angered by him. Instead, he calmly drew his sword from his waist, raising it high in front of him, pointing toward the sky. Jin Woo didn't want to miss a single second of the battle between marshals. Like Igris, Bellion was a sword-type fighter. Taller than Igris with a much larger sword, he probably wasn't speed-type but power-type, in which case Beru the Ant King might have a chance. At this moment, Beru the Ant King suddenly burst forth with full power, transforming into lightning as he charged toward Bellion. But Bellion had no intention of dodging, instead directly bringing his raised great sword down toward Beru the Ant King. Jin Woo's pupils shook in shock. He hadn't expected this great sword could transform into whip form, continuously attacking Beru the Ant King from various directions. Beru the Ant King was immediately caught off guard, quickly changing direction to attack. However, this scorpion tail-like whip seemed to have eyes, tightly restricting Beru the Ant King's movements. As a cold light flashed in Bellion's eyes, the rapidly contracting whip directly bound Beru the Ant King's body, slamming him hard into the ground behind. Jin Woo was quite shocked. Had his strongest marshal been defeated just like that? Bellion's strike had just neutralized Beru the Ant King's impact force. His reflexes were much better than imagined. Moreover, each of his strikes had destructive power capable of shattering the earth. Was this why he could maintain his position as Commander-in-Chief? However, even after taking such a heavy hit, Beru the Ant King didn't give up. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, displaying the insect race's greatest advantage: tenacious vitality. He quickly got up and swung his claws, tearing at Bellion's chest. However, the next second, Beru the Ant King's body shot out like a meteor, being slammed hard into the ground so deep he couldn't be pulled out. Then Bellion's great sword was planted in front of Beru the Ant King. "Are you satisfied now?" Even so, Beru the Ant King still trembled as he stood up, indicating he could continue fighting. Seeing this, Jin Woo immediately asked Beru the Ant King why he so desperately wanted to be Commander-in-Chief. Only then did Beru the Ant King reveal his reason. "If I became Commander-in-Chief, I could always stay by the king's side." Hearing this, Jin Woo smiled warmly. "Then the Commander-in-Chief can stand on my right side, and you can stand on my left side, can't you?" Hearing this, Beru the Ant King immediately burst into tears, opening his mouth tearfully. "Your grace is boundless. This humble one will die 10,000 deaths without regret." At this time, Igris also walked up to Jin Woo, requesting a chance to challenge the Commander-in-Chief as well. After hearing this, Jin Woo pointed helplessly toward the back. "Then you can just stand behind me." Hearing this, Igris immediately made a victory gesture, clearly looking like his scheme had succeeded. The nearby King Ayin and Tank all cast envious glances at him, all looking eager to try. Soon, those shadow generals all gathered together, seemingly brewing some unspeakable grand conspiracy. Especially the 3 giant dragons in Fang, who looked extremely serious at this moment. Then 2 magic dragons suddenly shot 2 flame beams into the sky. The sudden change scared another giant dragon so much he forgot how to cast his skill. After their flame beams dissipated, Fang's face showed a confident smile. "Today I'll show you what real magic is." He directly pulled out the orb of avarice that Jin Woo had given him, then enlarged his body and shot a massive fire pillar into the sky. The firelight directly pierced through the entire sky. Under this terrifying aura that only marshals could emit, the 3 giant dragons could only bow their heads in resignation, acknowledging Fang as their leader. The beast soldiers below all became little fanboys, continuously cheering. Only then did Jin Woo understand. They were competing for status through strength, but using the Orb of Avarice was too much of a cheat. Meanwhile, the ant soldiers were collectively moving giant stones, unclear what they were doing. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Bellion spoke up. "They're probably trying to build you a small residence so you can rest well here. But King, why don't you recall the shadow soldiers back into the shadows?" Hearing this, Jin Woo lowered his head. "Because it's too stuffy in there. Before coming here, they were trapped in dimensional rifts the whole time. Also, let me ask you, now that you'll never see the former great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, again, aren't you sad?" Hearing this, Bellion's expression immediately became serious. "I've been by his side protecting him since he stopped the rebellious rulers. When he possessed the power of death, I was also the first to volunteer as his soldier. All this time, I've assisted him constantly, never doubting his judgment. And he chose you to inherit his will. I trust his judgment." Meanwhile, in the dimensional rift, the king of berserk dragons also learned from the monarch of transformation that the great Shadow Monarch had ultimately become their enemy. He wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he instructed the remaining monarchs not to act rashly. They couldn't afford to lose any more strength. With that, he dispatched his destruction army toward Earth. Thus, super large portals simultaneously appeared above major cities across Earth, emanating magic power that made even top-tier hunter Lu Zhigang feel suffocated. The real apocalypse was about to arrive. Jin Woo knew that behind the portals lay the king of berserk dragons' destruction army lying in wait, to keep humanity as far from war as possible. He found Mr. Wu, and touched his forehead. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded into Mr. Wu's mind. After learning the truth about the world, he was so scared he fell on his bottom. He had thought God gave special powers to a select few as gifts to save humanity, which is why he always believed hunters fought magical beasts to protect humans. After reading Jin Woo's memories, he realized this was all his delusion. Humans were merely casualties in the war between monarchs and rulers. Humanity simply didn't possess the power to oppose them. Only Jin Woo alone could contend with them. He helplessly asked Jin Woo, "Then how can we help you?" Jin Woo immediately replied, "You just need to gather the top hunters from each country for a meeting." So the next morning, following Jin Woo's instructions, he assembled representatives from various countries. However, Mr. Wu still couldn't understand, facing the light dragon army swarming from the dark depths, and the monarch of destruction flying behind those dragon swarms. Even if all the world's hunters joined forces, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Just one breath from him could plunge the world into endless flames. How could humanity possibly resist? At this time, Jin Woo suddenly used Shadow Exchange to arrive at the meeting venue. He decided to reveal all the truth to the public today. So in front of government officials from various countries, he spoke for the first time as the absolute protagonist. "This will be humanity's greatest crisis in history. No one can escape this battle. Soon magical beasts will descend upon Earth and destroy everything." Everyone below was shocked and questioned the truthfulness of Jin Woo's words. "How can we believe this? Are you saying even national power-level hunters can't defeat them?" Hearing this, Jin Woo continued explaining, "By then, hundreds of magical beasts more terrifying than Kamish will appear. Even I might not be their match." However, the representatives below still considered Jin Woo's words nonsense. Without seeing evidence, they couldn't believe Jin Woo. Seeing everyone's skeptical expressions, Jin Woo smiled coldly and directly raised his right hand, summoning countless purple portals. Everyone below was stunned. How was this possible? A human could actually summon portals at will. Some even made outrageous statements. "You're not in league with those magical beasts, are you?" Of course, such fools were in the minority. Most people chose to protect themselves, since if Jin Woo really wanted to act, they'd all die here. So they asked Jin Woo what to do next. Hearing this, Jin Woo spoke seriously. "I hope everyone will run as far as possible. The farther from the portals, the better." His words caused an uproar. People from all countries began preparing for immigration. Of course, some fearless ones accepted interviews. S-rank Hunter J from J Country directly stated that Hunter Jin Woo was just fear-mongering. "Even if magical beasts do appear, I will definitely go to the portal personally and kill all the beasts that emerge." After the meeting ended, Jin Woo returned to his training island. But upon arriving, he was stunned. A massive castle had appeared before him. Jin Woo directly called over Beru, the Ant King. "Get on your knees. This is what you call a small dormitory? Never mind its size. You call this a dormitory?" Beru, the Ant King, trembled all over as he explained, "A place for the king to rest should at least meet this standard." "Then why did you hang something that looks like underwear on the roof?" At this time, Bellion also rushed over and knelt on the ground with a thud. It was his idea. After calming down, Jin Woo asked Bellion, What would happen to the Shadow Army if they lost their king? If I die, could I entrust the Shadow Army to you, the Grand Marshal? However, after hearing this, Bellion explained, the Shadow Army shares life and death with their sovereign. If the sovereign is gone, they too will return to nothingness. Willing to sacrifice their lives, obeying only their master's commands, the unwavering loyalty of these Shadow soldiers is the Shadow Army's greatest strength. But strengths and weaknesses are like two sides of the same coin, and the enemy will certainly not overlook this weakness. At this moment, Igris stepped up behind Sung Jin Woo. My lord, if we engage them in full-scale combat, we have no chance of victory. The difference in our forces is estimated to be 100-fold or more. Therefore, Sung Jin Woo decided to resolve the gates using a divide-and-conquer approach. His first destination was Country Z. That very afternoon, he set off for his journey. Unexpectedly, the top-tier hunter Lu Jikong personally came to greet him. Country Z's giant gate was suspended in the sky above the airport. Lu Jikong said that in preparation for the impending crisis, the nation had concentrated all its military forces here. Sung Jin Woo turned to look around. Indeed, 100,000 elite hunters from Country Z had gathered here. Truly worthy of being a world-class superpower. What a pleasant surprise. Sung Jin Woo immediately summoned his Shadow Army. In an instant, Shadow soldiers of various races assembled in perfect order. Lu Jikong was completely stunned. The power of this army was on a completely different level from humanity. At this moment, the Ant King Beru suddenly spoke up in anger. The left side of the sovereign is my position, yet you dare to stand to the sovereign's left. Sung Jin Woo helplessly criticized the Ant King Beru after hearing this. These are our allies. Just as Sung Jin Woo was explaining, everyone's expressions instantly became tense, because the dimensional gates in the sky had opened. Sung Jin Woo looked up at the gates, waiting for the army of destruction to descend. But at this moment, Bellion beside him suddenly spoke. My lord, I sense nothing. Sung Jin Woo's heart shook violently upon hearing this. He immediately contacted the Shadow soldiers distributed in other locations but received the same response. Sung Jin Woo instantly realized how disastrously wrong his strategic deployment had been. As the Monarch of Destruction, how could he not know the true strength of the great Shadow Monarch? Naturally, he wouldn't split up his army of destruction. This meant that all the dimensional gates appearing worldwide were empty, designed to scatter Sung Jin Woo's attention. Instead, he had concentrated all his forces in the location furthest from Sung Jin Woo, that was J Country. At this time, hunters had gathered in front of J Country's dimensional gate. J Country's hunter leader J stood before the gate, refusing to believe Sung Jin Woo's earlier warning. No matter what kind of magic beasts emerged, he could eliminate them all. With a loud crash, the dimensional gate shattered. Then, a crimson figure stepped out from within. The hunters below instantly fell silent. Weren't the magic beasts supposed to swarm out? Why was there only one creature inside? Jay couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sung Jin Woo was indeed deceiving us. It's time for me to steal the spotlight. At this moment, the red-haired man in the sky wore silver armor, looking down at the hunters on the ground. This person was none other than the king of berserk dragons, the Monarch of Destruction. However, the hunters below soon noticed something strange. Isn't this just a human? Subsequently, the king of berserk dragons slowly descended before everyone. He arrogantly inquired of the leading Jay in human language. Answer me. Are you the king of this place? S-rank Hunter Jay was extremely surprised upon hearing this. This person wasn't speaking in the language of magic beasts. The strategist behind him immediately reminded him that magic beasts craft armor using runestones, establishing a hierarchical society. This means they possess the same intelligence as humans. Jay was delighted upon hearing this, realizing that magic beasts had simply never wanted to communicate with humans before, and now one had specifically learned human language to communicate with him. Then he thought to himself, this must be why Sung Jin Woo could recruit the soldiers from the first dimensional gate. This is how they communicated. Now he's asking if I'm the king, clearly wanting to recognize me as his master. Thinking this, Jay's lips curled upward unconsciously. That's right. I am the king of this place. However, the king of berserk dragons glanced at him with contempt after hearing this. You don't seem to be a king. Meanwhile, Sung Jin Woo was frantically making phone calls, trying to confirm the situation in J Country. Just then, he received a call from Congressman Adam, who was currently in front of J Country's dimensional gate. The gate here wasn't empty. A person had emerged from within. Sung Jin Woo's heart shook violently upon hearing this. He told Congressman Adam to immediately drop everything and escape from there by any means necessary. However, it was already too late, as Congressman Adam had witnessed a horrifying scene. The top-tier hunters in the front row near the dimensional gate were instantly incinerated. He quickly reported the situation to Sung Jin Woo. Dozens of giant dragons suddenly appeared in front of the gate, and other magic beasts kept emerging as well, all kinds of creatures mixed together. Upon hearing this, Sung Jin Woo could confirm that this was the king of berserk dragons' army of destruction. He immediately activated the soldier hidden in Congressman Adams' shadow. At this point, saving even one person would be good. However, Congressman Adams' body suddenly froze, his face showing terror. Then, a voice came from above his head. Shadow soldier, where are you going? The speaker was the King of Berserk Dragons. After saying this, flames continuously gathered in the King of Berserk Dragon's mouth, spewing toward the Shadow Soldier and Congressman Adam. Congressman Adam perished in the sea of flames. After sensing the Shadow Soldier's aura completely disappear, Jin Woo sorrowfully crushed the phone in his hand. He should have thought of all this earlier. If the opponent was the ever-strengthening Shadow Army, then the enemy would definitely try to minimize the battle area and concentrate all forces in one place. The Monarchs had opened 8 dimensional gates according to their original plan, then concentrated all their forces in the one furthest from him. Even if he rushed there now, the war would have already begun. The plan to buy time had failed. This was a major miscalculation. Meanwhile, the King of Berserk Dragons was wantonly slaughtering lives in J Country. Countless terrifying dragons circled in the sky. The dying screams of living beings and the delightful sounds of destruction all converted into the King of Berserk Dragons' power. Because his authority was war, and the more intense the war, the stronger his power became. Therefore, his sole mission was to destroy everything in this world to strengthen his own power. Under the brutal invasion of the Army of Destruction, in just 2.5 hours, a great nation was burned into a living hell. This destructive power plunged humanity into deep despair. Hundreds of dragons, then giants, beasts, and insects all swarmed forth. This was a disaster humanity could not withstand. Therefore, the director of the M Country Hunter Management Bureau directly chose to give up, quietly awaiting the arrival of the world's end. He finally understood why Jin Woo had told them to stay away from the dimensional gates. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared before him. It was Jin Woo who had come to visit. His purpose this time was to request one thing: the rune stone left behind by the dragon Kamish. The director immediately sat up. Kamish's rune stone is our Hunter Management Bureau's treasure. You refused it last time, and now you want it for free again? But as he said this, he slumped back down dejectedly. This damned occupational habit was acting up again. With all of humanity about to be destroyed, what was the point of keeping the runestone? He agreed to give the runestone to Jin Woo, but wanted to know what he planned to do with it. Jin Woo replied seriously, "I need it to counterattack." Upon hearing this answer, the director immediately led Jin Woo to the underground vault where the runestone was stored. With the current frontal force disparity being so great, it was impossible to defeat the Monarch of Destruction. This runestone left by Kamish must not be just a simple item. It must be a trump card left by the rulers for humanity to fight against the Monarchs. After obtaining the runestone, Jin Woo made one more request to the director. That was to meet Miss Selner one last time, humanity's only oracle. But as soon as he arrived, Miss Selner said that Jin Woo was not the same person as when they last met. Last time, that darkness was still deep within his heart. Now, he was darkness itself. Jin Woo immediately explained upon hearing this. "I'm still the same person you met before, except now I've merged with that darkness you saw. I came here hoping you could help me see what my future holds." Miss Selner immediately agreed upon hearing this. But the moment she touched the back of Jin Woo's hand, tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. She asked with a trembling body, "Are you really going to bear all of this burden? How can this be? How can such a heavy burden be placed on one person? Do you want to sacrifice one person to save everyone?" Jin Woo smiled with relief upon hearing this. "That's wonderful, I can still reach that point." But Miss Selner exclaimed in shock, "No one will remember you. It will be a lonely battle. Even so, will you still go?" However, at this moment, Jin Woo's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. He came to the rooftop of the H Country Hunter Association building, taking one last look at the city that raised him. Before the final battle, he made a phone call to someone he cared about, and on the other end was the goddess Chahayin. After some small talk, Chahayin suddenly asked Jin Woo, "Can you promise me something? Promise me you'll definitely come back to see me?" Jin Woo replied very gently after hearing this. "All right, I will definitely come back to see you." After hanging up, Chahayin also prepared for action. The Asian Hunter Alliance, the European Hunter Alliance, the African Temporary Unified Union, the United States Emergency Response Alliance, led by Chahayin, hundreds of thousands of hunters marched onto the battlefield. At this time, the King of Berserk Dragons stood atop the corpses and remains of countless hunters. He coldly raised his head, using his terrifying magical power to transmit his voice to every corner of Earth. "Great Shadow Monarch, I am here. Tens of millions of your companions have already lost their lives. How long will you continue to be a coward?" And Jin Woo coldly replied, "Don't be impatient, I'll come find you right away." At this moment, the King of Berserk Dragons stood on the ruins looking up at the sky. "That great Shadow Monarch fellow went silent after receiving my declaration of war. What the hell is he plotting? Could it be that he's afraid of my tens of millions of soldiers in the Army of Destruction and has fled into a dimensional rift?" Just as he was thinking, a missile struck him directly in the forehead, followed by more missiles swarming in. With a thunderous explosion, the fighter jet in the air reported, "Direct hit on the enemy confirmed." But the next second, a scorching fire shot up into the sky. Then, a massive vertical pupil appeared before the pilot. The pilot looked at the creature before him in disbelief, the overwhelming pressure making it difficult for him to breathe. It turned out the King of Berserk Dragons had activated his transformation state. becoming a 250-meter-tall dragon of destruction. He looked at humanity with contempt. How boring! Then, he opened his massive maw, dark purple energy beams continuously gathering. As the energy beam detonated, another country disappeared from Earth's continental plates. Meanwhile, in the great Shadow Monarch's castle, Jin Woo sat on his throne, continuously pondering how to deal with the powerful king of berserk dragons. Lost in thought, he unconsciously turned to look behind him. The characters for Monarch were deeply carved above the throne. Jin Woo smiled and looked down. Although this was all the Ant King Baru's mischief, it still helped him relax greatly before the great battle. Sensing Jin Woo's mood, the Ant King Baru emerged from the ground, weeping. At this time, Belian also appeared beside Jin Woo. "My lord, this time is truly too dangerous." Igris also appeared out of thin air. He thought the same. With their current power against the army of destruction, it would undoubtedly be like a moth flying into flame. Jin Woo sighed helplessly. "I know you're worried about my safety, but sometimes we know things are dangerous, yet we still have to do them." He looked at Belian beside him. "The previous great Shadow Monarch praised me for this quality. What would he do if faced with this situation?" Belian spoke firmly upon hearing this. If it were him, he would definitely do what he wanted to do. After saying this, Belian suddenly trembled all over. At this moment, he seemed to see the shadow of the previous great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, in Jin Woo. The next moment, all three Legion commanders showed resolute expressions. They all knelt before Jin Woo. "We swear to follow our sovereign to the death." Upon hearing this, Jin Woo stood up satisfied, leading the three great legions toward the battlefield. "It's time to settle this." At this moment, Belian suddenly asked, "My lord, won't you contact your family?" Upon hearing this, Jin Woo's expression instantly became melancholic. "No need, I'm afraid that hearing their voices will make me not want to go." After saying this, he crushed his phone, resolutely heading toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, M Country had become a wasteland. Countless dragons invaded the city, wantonly slaughtering humans. At this time, a pilot parachuted down, but when he reached the ground, he discovered this place had become like hell. Magic beasts of various races were everywhere, continuously devouring human corpses. The bald man broke out in a cold sweat seeing this scene. Suddenly, an unknown liquid dripped onto his head. He turned around to look. A giant centipede was opening its massive maw and lunging at him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, desperately dodging the attack, and picked up an AK-47 from a nearby soldier's corpse, unleashing a full American-style assault on the giant centipede. However, these attacks were like tickling to the centipede. Facing the centipede's massive maw, the bald man was completely in despair. He could only helplessly close his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. But at this moment, a man suddenly appeared. He sliced the centipede monster's body in half with one strike. And that rescuer was none other than the great Shadow Monarch, Jin Woo. Upon sensing the great Shadow Monarch's aura, the magic beasts collectively launched an assault on Jin Woo. Seeing this, Jin Woo drew his Baruka's dagger and lightly waved it at the magic beasts. As the ruler's authority activated, a purple sword energy cut through the sky, instantly eliminating all the magic beasts ahead. The war had begun. With Jin Woo's shout, "Arise!" all the previously hostile magic beasts became shadow soldiers, becoming the great Shadow Monarch's power. At the same time, the king of berserk dragons also sensed Jin Woo's aura. The great Shadow Monarch has appeared in the Far East. The Monarch of Transfiguration immediately prepared to lead the entire army to attack the great Shadow Monarch upon learning this. However, the Monarch of the Iron Body sensed something unusual. He discovered that Jin Woo hadn't brought his shadow army to the battlefield. He must have dispersed his forces. He planned to face the forces here alone and convert them all to his use. This was also to avoid all-out war and deliberately buy time. Just as they thought, at this time Jin Woo was continuously recruiting on the battlefield. New shadow soldiers swept in like a tsunami, gradually occupying the battlefield, as if to devour everything. As Jin Woo became more engaged in the battlefield killings, the power gap between him and the Monarch of Destruction continued to narrow. Although he had lost his system and could no longer level up, his accumulation of combat experience through battling magic beasts was quite terrifying. Now, no matter what race of magic beast he faced, he could immediately spot their weaknesses, delivering fatal blows with the most decisive attacks. Just after Jin Woo eliminated the last giant magic beast on the battlefield, suddenly a dragon's roar echoed. Jin Woo looked up, seeing countless dragons circling in the air, clearly part of the army of destruction that the king of berserk dragons had sent as reinforcements. But what disappointed Jin Woo was that he couldn't sense the king of berserk dragon's aura here, meaning he wasn't ready to act yet. Since he was hesitating, then he'd give him a reason to have to act. Jin Woo shouted at the dragon swarm, "Arise!" The giant magic beast that Jin Woo had just killed instantly became a shadow soldier, directly extending its giant hand to grab at the dragons in the air. However, at that instant, a massive fire pillar 25 meters in diameter shot toward the ground, directly pulverizing the giant shadow. Then the leading dragon in the air spoke in human language, just a puppet created by magical power. How dare you attempt to oppose the King of Berserk Dragons? Let me, who serves the King of Berserk Dragons, personally destroy you." However, just as he finished speaking, Jin Woo appeared behind him riding the flying dragon Kaiser. "You're the most talkative magic beast I've ever encountered." After saying this, he leaped down toward the dragon leader. Before the dragon could react, Jin Woo's Baruka's dagger had severed his head. The King of Berserk Dragons, far away on another part of the battlefield, frowned as he sensed the disappearance of one of his general's auras. Jin Woo's method of recruitment was giving him quite a headache. If he didn't go stop him immediately, he would grow to a terrifying level. He immediately ordered the Monarch of Transfiguration to stay here and deal with the remaining Shadow Army, while he tore through space to go to Jin Woo's location. But before that, he summoned countless red dimensional gates, releasing more of the Army of Destruction to accelerate Earth's destruction. With the surge in Magic Beast soldiers, the human forces opposing them came under tremendous pressure. Countless bullets and rockets were fired but still couldn't stop the Magic Beast's advance. Just as a giant Magic Beast was about to break through humanity's defensive line, suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed the giant's head into its stomach. The man grinned. He was Andre, the 3 seconds rank hunter of the Scavenger Guild. However, at this moment, Andre's expression suddenly became serious, because the leader of the Magic Beast camp had also appeared on the battlefield. He was called the King of Monstrous Humanoids, the Monarch of the Iron Body. After glancing at Andre, he spoke mockingly. "Who do I see here? The broken vessel of a ruler who was nearly eliminated. Trash like you, I could eliminate with just a blink of an eye. Are you sure you want to continue standing in my way?" But Andre laughed confidently upon hearing this. "Is that so? If it were just me alone, I might fear you somewhat, but now, hundreds of thousands of soldiers stand behind me. Come forth, my shadow soldiers." As soon as he spoke, Andre's shadow rapidly spread backward. Countless shadow soldiers emerged from the ground, standing in orderly formation behind Andre. It turned out Jin Woo and the Shadow Army had split into 2 groups to ambush the Monarch of the Iron Body. The Monarch of the Iron Body immediately realized he had been tricked and needed to inform the King of Berserk Dragons. But then he discovered that his communication with the outside world had been completely blocked. He turned to look behind him, seeing Fang holding the Orb of Avarice at the city's highest point, releasing a giant barrier that isolated this place from the outside world. This couldn't be the Shadow Soldiers' idea, much less the great Shadow Monarch's thinking. The Shadow Army had always attacked head-on. This wasn't their style. The Monarch of the Iron Body was so angry his back teeth nearly shattered. He directly activated his transformation state. Instantly his pupils turned green, his skin cracked as he transformed into a demon, roaring angrily at the sky. "How dare you use human tactics to ambush me? Jin Woo, you're not qualified to be a monarch." Upon hearing this, the Ant King Beru flew forward in rage. "Take back what you just said. Those who insult the sovereign are unforgivable." Seeing himself mocked by a mere insect, the Monarch of the Iron Body became even more furious. "A mere soldier dares to be insolent before a monarch. You're seeking death." After saying this, he entered spirit form, raising his giant sword to strike at the Ant King Beru. Facing the attack, the Ant King Beru charged straight at the Monarch of the Iron Body, engaging in direct combat. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, the King of Berserk Dragons and Jin Woo had already met face to face. He looked down at Jin Woo from above, but at this time he also noticed something strange. He had lost contact with the Monarch of the Iron Body. Had he betrayed him as well? Or was this all an illusion created by the Great Shadow Monarch? But regardless of the reason, facing Jin Woo in human form, he was confident of victory. The next second, the dark purple flames in his mouth shot towards Jin Woo's location. Upon sensing the power of this magical force, Jin Woo was momentarily stunned. Then the flame beam completely engulfed him. Everything the fire passed through melted, leaving the earth scarred and wounded. The King of Berserk Dragons stood on the scorched earth with his hands behind his back, confident that the Great Shadow Monarch would be completely destroyed after taking this direct hit. But when he saw nothing before him, he hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Jin Woo had actually ridden the flying dragon Kaiser to avoid the attack, occupying the aerial battlefield. Upon noticing the King of Berserk Dragons' gaze, Jin Woo directly released his Shadow Army. "Come forth, my soldiers!" In an instant, the Shadow Soldiers all opened their bloody maws and lunged at the King of Berserk Dragons. The King of Berserk Dragons also released his magical power to counterattack. The magical power emanating from both of them was evenly matched, with one red and one purple force directly splitting the city in half. Upon seeing the Shadow Army, the King of Berserk Dragons showed complete disdain. He directly raised his right hand, swinging a flame toward the Shadow Army, blasting the hastily assembled Shadow Army to pieces. He mocked contemptuously. "Is that pathetic army all you have? Sending your main force against the Monarch of the Iron Body, leaving only a few thousand troops to fight me?" But when he looked up, a purple dimensional gate suddenly appeared in the sky. It turned out Jin Woo had used those few thousand soldiers as cover, while his real body had rushed into the gate, preparing to escape. "It's too late to run now." The King of Berserk Dragons didn't think much, and directly pursued at full speed. But as soon as he passed through the dimensional gate, The scene before him left him stunned. This space was filled with Sung Jin Woo's shadow army covering the mountains and plains. Even the monarch of the Iron Body's army had been recruited by Sung Jin Woo. At this time, the king of Berserk Dragons glanced behind him, seeing that the monarch of the Iron Body had already been eliminated by the combined efforts of the Ant King Beru and Bellion. However, at this moment, the king of Berserk Dragons began to laugh, first using the main force to defeat the monarch of the Iron Body, then dealing with me who came alone in pursuit. Quite a good tactic. But how ridiculous, great Shadow Monarch, didn't you think about where I would hide my army of destruction? Come forth, my soldiers! As he said this, tens of millions of dragons of destruction descended upon the battlefield. It turned out the Monarch of Transfiguration had also followed the King of Berserk Dragons through the Dimensional Gate, and the King of Berserk Dragons could freely summon soldiers through the Monarch of Transfiguration's gates. The hundreds-fold difference in military strength instantly reversed the battlefield situation. Sung Jin Woo was severely suppressed. However, at this moment Sung Jin Woo grinned. He directly recalled all his shadow soldiers, wanting to face the entire army of destruction alone. Upon seeing this, the King of Berserk Dragons was full of questions. Why did you recall all your soldiers? Have you been scared silly? But seeing such a disparate difference in military strength, it's not surprising that you choose to give up. And Sung Jin Woo slowly closed his eyes, allowing the dragons to surround him. Then, dark purple cracks appeared around his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the King of Berserk Dragons felt great unease. Are you going to use that move? Dark purple magical power erupted wildly around Sung Jin Woo. That's right. This was the most terrifying skill of the dragon race contained in Kamish's runestone. A soul-piercing roar that stripped all targets of their power regardless of friend or foe, plunging opponents into despair. Dragon fear roar roar. As Sung Jin Woo let out a roar, the entire sky showed signs of cracking. The terrifying magical power released by Dragon Fear Roar instantly covered the entire army of destruction. All affected dragons lost their combat ability. Even the Monarch of Transfiguration was controlled in place, unable to move. The King of Berserk Dragons looked at all this in disbelief. He never expected his greatest asset, the Army of Destruction, to be completely eliminated by Sung Jin Woo in one move. Just as he was stunned, Sung Jin Woo suddenly teleported behind him, gripping his arm tightly. Come with me! The King of Berserk Dragons looked completely hopeless. So he had walked into Sung Jin Woo's calculations from the very beginning. Then, Sung Jin Woo's shadow completely swallowed him. Shadow exchange skill activated. The next second, they were both transported to an uninhabited island near our country, the very location of the Great Shadow Monarch's castle. After observing the surroundings, the King of Berserk Dragons turned to look at Sung Jin Woo. With so many soldiers, all-out warfare would be very advantageous for you, but it would also consume a lot of your magical power. Bringing me here alone was a wise choice. Is that your castle? As the Great Shadow Monarch's palace, it's not big enough. Sung Jin Woo smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Then he immediately became serious, entering combat mode. He summoned his Baruka's dagger with his bare hands, purple lightning crackling. But I think this size is just right to commemorate your death. Upon seeing this, the King of Berserk Dragons also entered spirit form. Then let me see whether your authority of death is stronger or my authority of war is more powerful. The King of Berserk Dragons directly activated his transformation, revealing his true form as a dragon of destruction. Seeing this, Sung Jin Woo immediately rode the flying dragon Kaiser and led his subordinates in a charge. The King of Berserk Dragons' mouth also continuously gathered destructive rays, preparing to counterattack. But at this moment, a black whip had already quietly extended from below. It instantly locked the King of Berserk Dragons' massive mouth, forcibly interrupting his power buildup. The King of Berserk Dragons angrily looked down, seeing the four-winged angel Bellion pulling the King of Berserk Dragons' body toward the ground with all his might. At the same time, he roared toward the sky, "Now!" As soon as he spoke, countless giants descended from the sky, pressing the King of Berserk Dragon's neck firmly to the ground. This was only the first step, because Fang in the rear had already raised both hands, waiting for this moment. With a wave of his hands, the gravity in the King of Berserk Dragon's area instantly increased tenfold. Countless blue magical power covered the King of Berserk Dragons like a flood. Then, the Ant King Beru and Greed shot up into the air as two streaks of light. They were the real killing moves of this battle. The two transformed into lightning, rushing straight toward the King of Berserk Dragon's head, landing a heavy punch that sent him flying. During the flight, Igri's figure quietly appeared above the King of Berserk Dragons, the lightning power in his hands fully charged. As he brought down his blade, the powerful electrical current made the King of Berserk Dragons sizzle and smoke. The Shadow Army's perfect coordination left the King of Berserk Dragons completely dazed. But Sung Jin Woo, commanding the battle from the air, fell deep in thought. Is this battle going too smoothly? Indeed, at this moment, the King of Berserk Dragons, who had been knocked to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. This feels amazing. I love this kind of battle where I crush opponents with military might. But at the same time, I also love the feeling of being suppressed by enemies and then turning defeat into victory. As the King of Berserk Dragons said this, Sung Jin Woo's expression showed shock. The king of berserk dragons stood up, looked up at the sky, and let out a roar that could tear heaven and earth apart. This move was exactly the skill Jin Woo had used earlier to destroy the army of destruction, Dragon Fear Roar. Soon the Shadow Army was covered by a terrifying wave of magical power. The soldiers' bodies began to continuously dissipate. Jin Woo felt great unease. Despite all his calculations, he had overlooked that the king of berserk dragons also knew this move. To preserve the Shadow Army, he could only forcibly recall them. But at this moment, a destructive ray that pierced the sky shot towards Jin Woo's direction. Everything the ray passed through turned to scorched earth, leaving a harmful dividing line on Earth's surface. And after recalling the flying dragon Kaiser, Jin Woo couldn't escape either. Directly consumed by the flames, the king of berserk dragons stood on the scorched earth, letting out an angry roar toward the sky. "This is my true power. Mixed with blood, wails, madness, and violence, I am the incarnation of destruction. For this war, I wouldn't hesitate to destroy myself. I am the monarch of destruction who exists for war, Antares." At this time, Jin Woo, who had taken the destructive ray head-on, knelt on the ground. He had used all his strength to barely block this attack. If the king of berserk dragons launched another attack now, he would surely be destroyed. However, at this moment, the king of berserk dragons actually voluntarily cancelled his transformation. He slowly walked to Jin Woo's front. "You don't need to be so tense, great Shadow Monarch. When you grabbed me, I could have shaken you off. But seeing you put me in that situation made me admire you. So I wanted to see just how far you could push me. As fellow monarchs, I want to have a calm conversation with you. I know you also possess the memories of the previous great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. Then you should know that our true enemies are not here, but in that sky above, those despicable rulers. Their only mission is to eliminate the monarchs born from darkness, including the great Shadow Monarch, of course. I originally wanted to eliminate you first before dealing with them, but after seeing your strength, I've changed my mind. You possess abilities different from Ashborn's, abilities that let me see our great victory. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I can save your family, save your country, and even if you want me to leave here, I'll quietly depart with my soldiers. You will become the master of this land, not just the master of that small castle on the hill, but the master of this entire planet. You are completely qualified." After saying this, the king of berserk dragons extended his hand of recruitment to Jin Woo, his face showing an evil smile. "You just need to grasp this hand, and the war can end. As long as we work together to eliminate the ruler's soldiers, everyone on this land can regain peace and freedom. How about it? Will the great Shadow Monarch join forces with me?" The king of berserk dragons' tone was so seductive, first overwhelming him with crushing strength, then offering an irresistible condition. How tempting this proposal was. However, facing the king of berserk dragons' extended olive branch, Jin Woo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Don't be ridiculous. How could I trust someone whose eyes clearly show he wants to kill me but doesn't know how to do it?" The king of berserk dragons was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh savagely. "Indeed, I can't hide it anymore. This was my final mercy. Then take this, great Shadow Monarch." After saying this, he quickly rushed towards Jin Woo. At the same time, one of his hands transformed into a dragon's, viciously slapping towards Jin Woo. However, Jin Woo had already prepared for the king of berserk dragon's sneak attack. He immediately leaped to dodge the attack. The ground beneath his feet was shattered by the dragon claw. Upon seeing this, the king of berserk dragons completely transformed into a dragon, again spewing a destructive ray toward where Jin Woo was dodging. Jin Woo immediately ducked to avoid it, while seizing the moment when the king of berserk dragons couldn't dodge, commanding the flying dragon Kaiser to turn and charge at the king of berserk dragons. After getting close, he executed a sword step, rushing toward the king of berserk dragon's neck area. The power of death gathered around him. Jin Woo wielded his dragon fang dagger, spinning his body relentlessly, like a chainsaw as he slashed upward along the king of berserk dragons' massive form. However, his attacks only managed to produce showers of sparks against the dragon's impenetrable scales. Realizing this assault was futile, he quickly retreated to the wyvern Kaiser's back, attempting to flee the battlefield. Seeing Jin Woo's escape attempt, the king of berserk dragons unleashed another thunderous roar toward the heavens. The overwhelming draconic fear instantly paralyzed Kaiser, freezing the wyvern mid-flight. Just as Jin Woo was about to be hit by the king of berserk dragon's destructive beam, the flying dragon Kaiser used its last strength to wrap its tail around Jin Woo's abs, flinging him away, while staying behind to silently await death. Before Jin Woo could even stabilize himself, the king of berserk dragon's destructive beam had already descended from the sky and struck Kaiser. The explosion's shockwave sent Jin Woo's body flying, and Kaiser, who took the full brunt of the attack, completely dissipated in the towering pillar of fire. The foreshadowing of designer's dying prophecy that everything Jin Woo sought to protect would vanish in flames was once again validated. At this moment, the king of berserk dragons looked down at where Jin Woo had been standing and sighed. The great Shadow Monarch wouldn't die just like that, would he? How could Jin Woo possibly die so pathetically? He transformed into a streak of black lightning and rushed to the King of Berserk Dragon's neck, continuously wielding his Dragon Fang dagger, trying to break through the King of Berserk Dragon's defense. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on the lava like dragon scales. At this moment, the King of Berserk Dragons also noticed his presence and extended his claws to swat at Sung Jin Woo, like swatting a mosquito. Driven to desperation, Sung Jin Woo could only summon his trump card. From the darkness, 3 ancient dragons suddenly charged out and coiled around the King of Berserk Dragon's body. Under the ancient dragon's cover, Sung Jin Woo finally had a moment to catch his breath. However, the flames breathed by the ancient dragons also couldn't burn through the King of Berserk Dragon's defense. This was defensive and offensive power that Sung Jin Woo had never encountered before. The methods he'd used to defeat magical beasts in the past were completely useless against the King of Berserk Dragons. Therefore, he had to obtain even greater power. The kind of power that could push down Mount Tai even if it were wrapped in iron armor with bare hands. That was the ultimate technique all monarchs could use: spiritual body transformation. In an instant, a violent dark force erupted from within Sung Jin Woo's body. Sensing this extremely cold aura, the King of Berserk Dragons was stunned. How could this guy possibly control dark power? Under the King of Berserk Dragon's shocked gaze, countless dark energies enveloped Sung Jin Woo, forming solid black armor on his body surface. While Sung Jin Woo's eyes were filled with the aura of death, the King of Berserk Dragons merely locked eyes with him once, and felt the entire world become incredibly small before that darkness. As the dark aura grew stronger, the King of Berserk Dragons realized this was indeed the spiritual transformation technique exclusive to monarchs. But how could the great Shadow Monarch know this technique? He was one of the fragments of light, and without other forms, it should be impossible to activate transformation. But how could he become so massive now? Did he bring the power of death to the surface? How is this possible? Not long ago, he was just an ordinary human, so how could he now control the power of death so skillfully? While the King of Berserk Dragons was in shock, Sung Jin Woo had already completed his spiritual transformation. This was the true power that Ashborn left for Sung Jin Woo, the great Shadow Monarch. From this massive body, endless death power continuously erupted. Only after seeing Sung Jin Woo's appearance clearly did the King of Berserk Dragons suddenly understand. So that's it, you've always lived on the edge between life and death. After saying this, the King of Berserk Dragon's mouth once again gathered destructive dragon flames, shooting them towards Sung Jin Woo's direction. He had to kill this dangerous human. But as Sung Jin Woo looked at this killing move that had once made him so miserable, he had no intention of dodging at all. He simply raised his hand lightly, and a dark purple death ray shot out from his palm. Unexpectedly, this ray directly cut the destructive dragon flames in half and struck back solidly. Seeing this scene, the King of Berserk Dragon's pupils shrank violently. When he tried to dodge, it was already too late. Countless dark purple lightning instantly enveloped his body. The dragon scale defense that Sung Jin Woo couldn't break through even with full power could now no longer withstand the crackling electricity. After the lightning dissipated, the King of Berserk Dragons, the Monarch of Destruction, angrily gasped for breath. As the most powerful monarch, he had never suffered such a great loss. He was determined to completely destroy the great Shadow Monarch, this fragment of light. After the two locked eyes, they both released their full power and charged at each other. These two mountain-like bodies clashed with all four hands pressed against each other. The magical power fluctuations they emitted made the entire earth tremble. The King of Berserk Dragons, leveraging his height advantage, raised his giant claws and struck down from above towards Sung Jin Woo on the ground. Sung Jin Woo was not to be outdone. He extended his arms and firmly grasped the King of Berserk Dragon's wrists. Then his other fist powerfully charged up and smashed toward the King of Berserk Dragon's head. This solid punch left cracks on the King of Berserk Dragon's head, and several dragon teeth were knocked out. After being injured, the King of Berserk Dragons angrily opened his giant mouth, and while Sung Jin Woo couldn't dodge after his attack, he aimed at his abs and bit down. The sharp dragon teeth directly pierced through Sung Jin Woo's armor. Then, the King of Berserk Dragon's neck suddenly exerted force, lifting Sung Jin Woo high into the air and flinging him backward. In an instant, Sung Jin Woo's body shot out like a meteor, crashing hard into the great Shadow Monarch's castle. Before he could stand up and adjust his condition, the King of Berserk Dragon's destructive dragon flames struck again. Sung Jin Woo used all his strength trying to dodge, but it was already too late. Half his body was directly shattered by the dragon flames. But at this life-or-death moment, how could a mere fatal wound make him slack off? He quickly condensed a death sword in his hand and charged at the King of Berserk Dragons. Seeing this, the King of Berserk Dragons continued spitting destructive dragon flames, trying to stop Sung Jin Woo's advance. However, this time, Sung Jin Woo directly swung his death sword to split the dragon flames in half, and smoothly executed a half-jump slash, counterattacking the King of Berserk Dragon's abdomen. The intense pain made the King of Berserk Dragons involuntarily cry out in anguish. He swung his dragon tail, directly hitting Sung Jin Woo's abdomen, sending Sung Jin Woo flying hundreds of meters in one strike. Who would have thought that the battle between two top-tier powers would be as primitive and savage as wild beasts? At this moment, Jin Woo, who had lost an arm, hadn't even had time to get up, when the king of berserk dragons flew high into the air. As his wings spread, dozens of destructive dragon flames gathered around his body, directly smashing down on where Jin Woo was located. He had absolute confidence that no living being could survive this move. However, an unexpected turn occurred at this moment. A dark purple longsword shot out from the smoke produced by the explosion, directly piercing through one of the king of berserk dragon's wings. Following closely were dozens more purple longswords. This was Jin Woo's ruler's authority. At this moment, 6 long swords circled around Jin Woo's body, ready to strike. With a wave of Jin Woo's large hand, the 6 long swords imbued with death authority shot rapidly toward the king of berserk dragons. Having lost one wing and unable to dodge, the king of berserk dragons could only use destructive dragon flames to resist. Thus, scorching flames and dark lightning continuously collided. Since Jin Woo only had half his body left, soon his 6 death swords were swallowed by the dragon flames, and a terrible explosion occurred where he stood. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Jin Woo dragged his scarred body out. His spiritual transformation armor kept breaking apart, returning to his human form. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Maintaining spiritual transformation consumed too much stamina. His opponent, the king of berserk dragons, had also transformed back to human form. He once again asked Jin Woo, "Do you really not plan to join forces with me?" But the answer he received was as resolute as ever. "I have no intention of allying with monsters." After saying this, he summoned his Dragon Fang dagger. Seeing Jin Woo's stubborn refusal, the king of berserk dragons also drew a flaming long blade from his palm, and charged at Jin Woo with a swift movement, slashing down hard with the long blade. Jin Woo continuously wielded his Dragon Fang dagger to parry. As their weapons clashed, the king of berserk dragons continued his mocking taunts. "The monarch of transfiguration and the destruction army are slaughtering everything you hold dear. You can't protect anything anyway, so it's still not too late to choose to ally with me now. Even if you are the king of death, human nature will ultimately still fear death. These flames that can even devour death. Do you want to be burned to ash?" As he spoke, the king of berserk dragons began laughing maniacally. "Soon I'll turn everything you want to protect into nothingness." Compared to his sharp taunts, the king of berserk dragons' actual strength was even more terrifying. At this point, Jin Woo was exhausted, and gradually unable to withstand the king of berserk dragons' attacks. The short sword in his hand was also knocked away by the tremendous force transmitted from the flaming long blade. The king of berserk dragons seized this opening, and directly thrust his long blade into Jin Woo's abs. "Do you hear it? This world is filled with such desperate cries and wails." Then he kicked Jin Woo flying. "This is war. This is the sound of the destruction army ravaging you, tearing you apart mercilessly. Do you hear their desperate cries?" At this moment, the kicked Jin Woo inserted his Dragon Fang dagger into the ground to barely stabilize his form. However, before he could arise, the king of berserk dragons' long blade was already at his throat. The king of berserk dragons glared angrily at Jin Woo. "Do you regret the decision you made earlier?" But at this moment, Jin Woo's eyes revealed complete confidence. "The one who will regret is you." It turned out he had long been secretly using ruler's authority to control the Dragon Fang dagger, aiming it at the king of berserk dragon's head and shooting it out. At the moment of impact, Jin Woo jumped back to escape the king of berserk dragons' attack range. But when Jin Woo looked again, he discovered that a red barrier had appeared behind the king of berserk dragons, blocking the Dragon Fang dagger's attack. The king of berserk dragons looked mockingly at Jin Woo. "You want to use a short sword made from dragon teeth to deal with the king of berserk dragons? How ridiculous. Fire born from darkness actually wages war against darkness born from light, but the outcome of this battle is already obvious." Hearing this, Jin Woo also stood up and responded, "Yes, the outcome is already obvious." Hearing this answer, the king of berserk dragons thought Jin Woo was preparing to give up meaningless resistance. But at this moment, Jin Woo's speed suddenly surged as he charged straight toward the king of berserk dragons, the monarch of destruction. Seeing this, the king of berserk dragons directly raised his flaming long blade. "Good. It seems the destruction army won't be necessary either. Killing a foolish monarch will greatly boost my army's morale." However, at this moment, Jin Woo calmly responded with a sentence. "Sunlight makes shadows even darker." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow army that Jin Woo had forcibly recalled earlier appeared in full force, grabbing the king of berserk dragon's body from all directions, preventing him from dodging or counterattacking. Faced with Jin Woo's unexpected, desperate counterattack, the king of berserk dragons could only rage helplessly. "Damn it! I'll tear you apart piece by piece and feed you to the dragons. I'll make you know what the consequences of resisting the king of all dragons will be." However, while he was cursing, Jin Woo's short sword was already crackling with electricity as he delivered a fatal slash toward the king of berserk dragons. This slash contained the power of his father Sung Il-hwan, the previous great Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, and all the people in the world. As the slash representing hope fell, it finally completely eliminated the king of berserk dragons. "Can you see your own ending?" But just as the king of Berserk Dragon's body split apart, the sky suddenly shattered. Immediately after, countless angel soldiers descended to Earth. Seeing this scene, the dying king of Berserk Dragons was completely in despair. When he followed Jin Woo here, he clearly hadn't seen any teleportation gate. Moreover, connecting two worlds required enormous energy. But why would the ruler's army appear here? The king of Berserk Dragons had originally thought that whether it was attracting the army's attention or bringing him here, it was all to ensure this battle wouldn't be affected. But now it seemed that from the very beginning, Jin Woo had planned to use the massive power conflict to tear space apart and summon his allies from the other side. But as the great Shadow Monarch, Jin Woo shouldn't be able to communicate with the rulers. Hearing this, Jin Woo grinned. "Did you forget? There's still a vessel here that borrows the ruler's power and is connected to the rulers." The king of Berserk Dragons looked back at the exhausted Jin Woo and smiled frankly. "Remarkable, great Shadow Monarch. You actually chose a method that could achieve victory in war even if you lost the battle. And I, who was watching this battle all along, am the one who was completely defeated." At this moment, Jin Woo's voice suddenly came from behind the king of Berserk Dragons. "You're the one who instigated the Monarch of White Flames and the Monarch of Fangs to betray the great Shadow Monarch, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the king of Berserk Dragons immediately flew into a rage. "Did the Monarch of White Flames tell you that before he died?" After hearing the king of Berserk Dragons' question, Jin Woo smiled calmly. He already knew the answer. He directly extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "Ashborn asked me to be sure to convey his regards to you." Seeing himself humiliated, the king of Berserk Dragons could no longer contain his inner fury and raised his long blade to strike at Jin Woo. However, before his blade could fall, the angel soldier spears behind him all pierced into the king of Berserk Dragon's body simultaneously. Thus ended the generation of the Monarch of Destruction. The last scene he saw before death was the most brilliant fragment of light of this generation descending to Earth. The world is shrouded by such brilliant light and dark shadows. From the very beginning, I had no chance of winning. I'm unwilling to lose like this. Great Shadow Monarch, I'll go ahead first. I'll wait for you in eternal rest. When that time comes, we'll settle the score again." Jin Woo looked at the king of Berserk Dragon's shattered body and slowly spoke. "Don't worry, we'll meet again soon." After saying this, the king of Berserk Dragons completely vanished from the mortal world. At this moment, the Archangel also landed before Jin Woo. "Great Shadow Monarch, you've ended the war between us. I truly don't know how to thank you." Jin Woo indicated he needed no reward, but there was something he wanted to ask the Archangel. The Archangel readily agreed, saying that as long as it was within his power, he would definitely help. But he never would have imagined that Jin Woo actually wanted them to use the Cup of Reincarnation once more to reverse time. The Archangel couldn't understand. Having finally achieved victory, why would he want to return to the past? Moreover, the Cup of Reincarnation, being a divine tool, would preserve the consciousness of higher beings even if time were reversed. That is to say, the dead monarchs would live again with their previous memories. Even so, do you still want to use it? Jin Woo didn't hesitate for a moment. "Next time I will resolve the monarchs and their armies in the dimensional rift. So after time is reversed, it would be best if nothing is sent to Earth." Jin Woo's righteous heart made the Archangel marvel. "You want to bear this war alone? Why do this? Although we've used the Cup of Reincarnation repeatedly several times, we've never achieved better results." After hearing this, a trace of melancholy appeared on Jin Woo's face. "Because of this battle, I lost many important people. I want to go back and find them again." After listening, the Archangel fell silent for a moment, then reminded Jin Woo, "The Cup of Reincarnation doesn't have much life left. If you fail this time, you'll never be able to reverse time again. Although you could live forever in people's memories as the hero who stopped the Monarch's invasion, the battle you're about to begin will be remembered by no one. If you lose, what awaits you will be destruction, and even if you win, there will be no one to congratulate you." After listening, Jin Woo slowly closed his eyes, recalling his mother who had been melancholy in middle age after losing his father, and his sister, his lover Chahayin, constantly fighting the destruction army on the front lines, and the people displaced by war. Jin Woo stood up and replied with determination, "I want to change this world full of tragedy. I've always fought and leveled up alone, so let me bear the end of all this alone too." Jin Woo's will to bear everything alone moved the Archangel, who agreed to his request. He finally reminded Jin Woo, "This time, you will face all the monarchs alone, and you'll have no allies. Are you certain?" After listening, Jin Woo looked at his own shadow behind him. "Look, aren't all my soldiers still here? I'm ready. Let's go." After receiving Jin Woo's affirmative reply, the Archangel raised the Cup of Reincarnation high, using the final time reversal ability. At this moment, a blinding golden light swept across every corner of Earth. Time froze at this instant. All humans participating in the battle saw this golden light and understood they had achieved final victory. But at the same time, all memories of Jin Woo also completely disappeared. After the golden light faded, the entire Earth returned to its peaceful appearance from before the war began. At this moment, a little girl suddenly pushed open the door and woke up her sleepy brother Sung Jin Woo. Seeing his young sister, Sung Jin Woo showed a relieved smile. It seemed his reincarnation had begun. The moment he walked out the door, he was stunned, because he saw his father, who had only existed in memories from his previous life. He couldn't help but shed tears. To protect this beauty, he left a note and embarked alone on the path to save the world. "I'll come back after I finish what I need to do." Thus, Sung Jin Woo led the Shadow Army into the dimensional rift. Here there was only endless battle. At this moment, sitting atop a mountain of magical beast corpses was a four-winged angel, none other than General Bellion. After 27 years of battle, Sung Jin Woo had finally achieved victory in the war against the Monarchs. He had eliminated the annoying Monarch of Transfiguration. This long, tedious battle was finally coming to an end. Now the only remaining enemy was the king of berserk dragons and his direct forces, the Destruction Army. Fortunately, time flowed differently here than outside. About 2 years should have passed outside, right? He wondered how his parents and Jaina were doing. Should he have explained things properly to them before fighting back then? At this moment, Bellion came to report, "My lord, everything has been handled. Not one of them is left breathing." Sung Jin Woo nodded with satisfaction after listening. "Good. I won't lose a second time." He slowly stood up and recited that familiar command, "Arise!" As soon as he finished speaking, all those piled-up magical beast corpses transformed into the great Shadow Monarch's power. At this moment, the king of berserk dragons also sensed that the Monarch of Transfiguration had been eliminated. He didn't want to continue hiding in the shadows anymore. He wanted to wage war with the great Shadow Monarch here. He looked toward the not-too-distant area. "The great Shadow Monarch is truly impressive. I didn't expect you would use the Cup of Reincarnation to reverse time. We didn't meet at the end of Eternal Rest, but encountered each other while alive. Now, one of us two must fall into Eternal Rest." After saying this, he stood up and introduced himself as he had when first meeting Sung Jin Woo. "My name is Antares. And you? Second-generation Great Shadow Monarch?" As he finished speaking, a phantom wearing black armor appeared before him and spoke coldly. "My name is Sung Jin Woo." After their introductions, they didn't say much more but charged violently at each other, transforming into two streams of firelight continuously fighting in the air. Behind them was the collision between the original Shadow Army and Destruction Army. At this moment, the scene cuts back to the real world. Humanity's only prophet, Miss Selner, made a prophecy. Soon the god of death will descend here, leading many death soldiers. To others, this might sound like a joke. But 2 years ago, Miss Selner, who had suddenly awakened her heavenly eye, had accurately predicted the death of a certain country's leader, terrorist hijacking of passenger planes, and stock market crashes caused by plummeting housing prices, among many other events. Since then, no one doubted the authenticity of her words. Sure enough, the day after she released her prophecy, a giant hole suddenly appeared in the sky above S City, covering the entire sky. Immediately after, the heavens shattered. The onlookers below all showed shocked expressions. Was the god of death about to descend? But everyone waited for a long time without seeing anything come out. No one noticed that a boy in a windbreaker had suddenly appeared behind them. And that person was none other than Sung Jin Woo, who had disappeared for 2.5 years. Before he could take 2 steps, a ruler's messenger carrying a bouquet of flowers blocked Sung Jin Woo's path. "Welcome back safely, Great Shadow Monarch, sir. I didn't expect you would emerge from there in the form of a middle school student, but every step you now take carries the weight of millions of soldiers. The rulers have words they want me to convey to you." The two then went to a fast food restaurant. Having stayed in the wilderness for so long, Sung Jin Woo eagerly devoured ice cream. At this moment, the messenger also revealed his purpose for coming. "The rulers are worried that your power will affect this world, because this world has no magic and is really too fragile. So they want to ask you to move to a world that can withstand your power." After listening, Sung Jin Woo responded expressionlessly, "You don't need to go through the trouble of transferring me. You could also just seal me directly, right?" After hearing this, the messenger showed a slight smile on his face. "If you're willing, that would also be a good method." However, upon hearing this, Sung Jin Woo's body suddenly erupted with terrifying magical power. "So you're saying I no longer have any use value, so you plan to eliminate me? Or is it because you fear my power?" The messenger panicked upon hearing this and hastily explained, "The rulers are thinking of this world's safety." Subsequently, he handed Sung Jin Woo a phone containing Ms. Selner's information. "Due to your existence, many people's lives have changed. Ability users are appearing frequently. If you continue to stay here, Earth might soon head toward destruction and wars fought by ability users competing for power." After listening, Sung Jin Woo sighed. "You go back first. I will surrender my power. I still have some things to handle." Sung Jin Woo also understood that after stopping the Monarch's invasion, his mission was complete. So the power that had served its purpose, like depleted nuclear fuel, had become a burden. Had he really become a worthless existence in this world? How boring. But just then, the figure of a girl in blue walking past the window caught Sung Jin Woo's attention. Sung Jin Woo was stunned, then rushed out frantically. That incredibly familiar figure was the person he had been longing for day and night. If there had to be one reason he couldn't leave this place, it was that there were still people here who loved him. People he loved, and people who had once loved him. So he had sufficient reason to stay here. At this moment, The girl in blue also caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance, and she unconsciously turned her head. Destined lovers will always meet.